see if I can get some people to verify that we're coming through okay. Because we still got about 8 minutes before we're supposed to start. Let me check.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, there he is.
Yeah, what's up, man? You're really quiet, but I can hear you.
Hold on a second. How about now?
Yeah, that's
Better.
pretty good, yeah. There we
Okay.
go. Yeah. Stream's coming through on the Twitch. I can hear Peter. Okay, let me get some verification here.
How bad is this background noise right now?
Not bad at all.
You hear a little bit, but it's not terrible at all.
Because you're lower, it's not too bad.
Yeah.
Okay. And I can go a little bit louder too. It's a brand new mic, so I can putz around with it.
Well, that's good. Sounds good.
Okay.
I'm gonna get people to check here. Volume and picture. All right, boys. So we'll just start talking until we get something going up. Nothing official here.
You got like 5 or 6 minutes for the start, right?
Okay. Here's a real quick question. What MCs would you love to see? Not who you think you're gonna see, but like what's the MC that if they flipped it over on stream, you would be super hyped to watch?
Okay, Pete.
I kind of want to see like a captain deck just staring at this Oklahoma thing right now.
I thought for sure you'd say Spider Gwen, man.
I would love to see it, but I don't think she can do good versus evil. Like,
I don't know, man. You know, Blues, Kane, Spider's got some good help. You know, with those web shooters and stuff. So maybe healing with the good old
start that hype train.
Yeah. How about you, Rob? What do you want to see? Which one would get you ready to go?
So, like, I feel like GVE, personal opinion, is that the good guys suffer a little bit. I would love to see some of the FF guys be played, because I think they can hang. I know it's a high level for, but I like the Invisible Woman to be super hyped to watch play. I'd like to see, I think it's hard to build and test her, and she hasn't been out that long, so maybe she won't, but her or Mole, man, I'd be pretty all in on seeing.
Yeah, I'm straight up Silver Surfer, man. I want to see somebody open that new box and bring it today.
Just go in.
Well, I mean, that one drop is like...
It's ridiculous.
It's like Falcon level 1 drop for him.
Yeah.
Insane. You know, you just level 2, turn 2, level, 8/8, safeguard, 7 wounds. Oh my gosh, it's insane. I'd love to see a illustrated Valkyrie. I love that deck. I think with the Silver Surfer supporting character, it's insane. You know, you dump your whole thing into the yard, and then you get him back and play him, and he's going to be enormous, like 30 something.
Yeah, I think all in all, it's going to be a really good diversity. Even if you like are in the boat that like Dogs and Sin 6 kind of run the format, or if you don't think so, or whatever. There's no way that there's going to be like a 50% dog field like there was in the photo. Like there's just because you can play any main dude besides a few of the unaffiliated. I just feel like the diversity is there's no way there's no diversity today. It's impossible.
I also like the fact that it kind of pushes away some of the classic builds that people would lean to. Like if you're going to run that Predator package that's been so popular forever. You know, it limits, like you said, half the field of main characters you can play.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah. Well, and they're in the land of like some of the more innovative deck builders. I mean, Burt went. You're in the land of John Phillips, who can play almost anything that you put in. I'm hoping to see some of the people come out from Vegas and California because it's not super far, but we'll see. It'd just be interesting to see what comes through with all this.
Yeah, well, you got Burt and John playing. You could definitely see some stuff. I mean, Burt's kind of went back. Burt kind of plays a little bit more meta stuff lately, you know, a little bit more of the classic guys. But John's never, I don't think he's ever done that, so see at least one crazy deck or whatever. And then, are the Chicago boys going down? Do we know?
I have no clue.
I thought I heard something about that being a possibility. I don't know. I wonder what attendance is going to be. Hope it's good. Ooh, no, never mind. Thought we were going to get something there.
Yeah, I'm more interested to see like what kind of attendance like pops up at this, because it's a good showing of like, even though everything's going on, how are people taking with all this kind of stuff.
Yeah, it was, and to get COVID aside, attendance, we'll see. The fact that it's gonna fire is really cool in itself, but
yeah.
What other card games are doing that kind of stuff? I just gotta do this. I need to start recording.
But it's hard to crucify them if they don't have a great turnout, considering all things. It should be great.
Well, Well, I think they had the one during the whole like Cascade fiasco. Texas had the one nice turnout of like the whole thing, where it was like a natural fire, didn't have to pull people off the floor and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean their minimum number was also really high for the game we play. Unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
Like Cascade wanted like 32 natural bodies. Like when we were doing the Philly one, I was like, that's really challenging, man.
We get that twice a year.
Yeah, I mean this isn't that mainstream of a game. Like that feels like it's difficult.
Well, even look at Midwinter. It's been around for what, 4 years, and we're still only just pulling in 30 for lucky.
Yeah, I think you're. Yeah, I mean like that was one of the better events, so we'll be coming down for that again. So hopefully it fires next year.
Yeah.
So hopefully everything gets back on track.
Years we can get Adam up here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
told
try,
them.
man.
I was trying to advertise. I'm like, man, it's all in the hotel. There's a restaurant in the hotel. You stay at the hotel. The event's at the hotel. Like it's just great.
Yeah, maybe I'll have to do this year. It's just always around like my one blackout weekend for work every year, where I can't take off. But hey, whatever. But man, I'm ready to watch some. This is okay. So like playing the game is the most fun, and then like the second most fun is watching and talking about other people as they play the game.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty.
And
I'm
like
pretty
actual
excited.
competitive games too. Like I mean, that's just. I mean, like I might be biased here, but guys, obviously Kitchen Table's great. But I love seeing like this true try hard of like min maxing and being held to your errors and all that.
Yeah, try hard. Yeah.
I want to see people like if they glue themselves in MC that maybe let's say it's not tier S and then they make it work. Like that to me is impressive.
Well, yeah. One of the most fun I had at Midwinter on the
deck.
What'd you say, Peter? Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I like watching all these games that like I don't know what's in the deck, so I've not been staring at this person that I've been testing with for who knows how long. I can actually guess at some of these cards that are coming my way, like what's going to happen here, what's he going to make plays.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm excited to get him going. Yeah, we're still not to 11:30 yet, so that's Eastern. I'm Eastern time, Peter. Me and Rob are Eastern time guys over here, so.
Yeah.
You guys in your Central time zone.
I was confused when they kept saying 10:30. I was like, is Oklahoma Central? That seems weird.
Why, man?
Because like I drive like 2 hours west and I'm in Eastern. So it throws me off.
East. 2 hours east, bro, to be
East,
in Eastern.
Yeah. No, I go west when I get into my Eastern times. Don't you know how that works?
Only with you. Only with you, Hodus. Only with you, man. All right, boys. I'm gonna go grab some water to drink for this stream and everything
stay
like
hydrated.
that. Yeah, I gotta stay hydrated. And then I'll be right back.
Let's say I'm gonna go use the bathroom once more before it gets going.
Heck yeah.
All right.
Sweet.
There we go. Oh, I got another question for you. If I didn't not interrupt a conversation or anything.
Oh, you're good.
I was thinking about this the other night. See what you guys think. What would you guys say to like? I always think about these formats, right? We talk about balancing and rotation and and the formats being this very defining characteristic of our game. Magic does different kind of seasons almost with formats in a way, right? So they do, okay, so this run of Pro Tours is going to be limited, and this run of Pro Tours is going to be legacy, and this run of Pro Tours or events or whatever are going to be standard, and then it's extended and blah, blah, blah. I was wondering if if you guys think it would be a good idea if we with Verse did a couple of fixed formats a year and then maybe one that would change up. So every summer would be whatever the new big box, whatever the new battles box is, a format around that, kind of like it has been the past two, right? And then like in the fall, it could be photo. In the spring, it could be good versus evil or some other kind of fixed format, and then maybe portion off so we have a fourth format every year that's even completely new, more like Singularity or a Big Apple Battle or some Ladies Night or some kind of craziness like that. I kind of like the idea of like knowing a couple formats a year. Like I know that photo only and good versus evil are going to be formats every year, so I can kind of test for them year round almost, and always kind of think about them as formats. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I actually like that a lot. So I think like low key they've already been doing that. I think so like every summer we're pretty much playing full pull on the support character side, and then they just make you buy the big box and play only those main characters, or like the cosmic format. You know what I mean? So I'm actually like I love the idea of illustrated, the full pull of both formats, illustrated and photo, for like the worlds. I would say like that, just the challenge of deck building and game balance, and like bring your A game. You know, like what do you got? You can limit the MCs. I'm okay with that. We don't want like a mimic fest, you know, but the problem with more of the more fixed formats you have, if they become stale, solved, or not balanced, it will make them feel bad. Like if we do like let's say photo only every year, we are basically glued into doing that for a quarter, and they don't make a fix to the Outriders. I mean, like come on, Outriders and Mare every quarter of the year. I don't think anybody wants to do that every year, and unless they fix it, photo is just kind of like doomed. I mean, don't call me miserable, but I like GVE because you can play any MC, so I love GVE as a format. And I don't think GVE is going to be a solvable like format for one deck to run the field. I think there's just going to be some rock paper scissors between the decks. In my opinion, that's what our testing has shown anyway. So I do like GVE as an anchored format. I would agree with you. Like, but yeah, I think it'd be kind of cool to have like 3 anchored formats, maybe 2, and then 2 of them be like experimental formats that they can use for regionals.
Yeah, maybe 2 is a good number, right? Like the summer one where we know what we're going to get there, but we're going to get new cards, so it's going to kind of freshen it up a little bit because the MC choices are going to be different. And then like GVE being like another one where it's like this is like full pool, but it kind of limits what you can play. And then maybe do some hybrid because like you're right about photo, it's just so small. Maybe when it gets bigger, it can just be an every year all photo kind of thing. But it's so small right now that, and what we learn, it's like you take away Outriders and people are going to run a lot of Valkyrie because I'm sorry, but she is busted if Outriders aren't around.
She is. People winning on 3. I mean, she does mimic style stuff in photo.
I honestly, I think like if we went full multiverse in an event, like full multiverse, full pool stuff, I think she's a contender because single MCs are in trouble with her. Any single MC is in major trouble because she can just high roll you hard. She's like mimic level when it comes to that kind of thing, and I think that's
Drew's in that boat. He's been preaching to me that like Valkyrie and GVE with Gunman is actually degenerate. And
it's the build that
I'm like, you might be right.
We might see that today. That's a deck that I would not be surprised to see. I think you don't lose a lot of. So the thing you start realizing is that you don't need necessarily one that the Gunman package is insane with her. 2, you don't really need any evil characters because. What are they going to give you other than like they're not going to give you any team attacks. They're going to give you some +1s if you're talking about like Grandmaster, but you can easily supplement that with something else. So I think that she does not lose anything.
Nah, when she has access to Goose, Bifrost, and Gunman, like there's not much that's going to get in the way of her getting to an MC. In my opinion, I think, and Hawkeye too. If you want to play him, I mean, there's a lot of. She's on red. She's on the Hero Wild, so he's really clean.
Yeah, and then bringing in Widows, if I would have went back and rebuilt my Vegas deck, I think I would have ended my curve at 4 and brought some Widows in. I think would have helped my Iron Man matchup quite a bit.
Yeah, agreed. We thought the Widow was definitely one of the like better premier MCs for the format. She helps a lot in some of those like she gives you that Mare Suda if they open it and they can't fire it off.
Yeah.
It's also just broken to take like last one was one of the cards that dogs actually had to respect too. So.
Yeah, I felt like it was the only card that like gave other decks a chance to get to 6, 7, turn 7.
Yeah, maybe get to like Groot turns.
Yeah.
Where then you can actually live to like maybe 8 drops and hope to stabilize. So the Black Widows definitely took all that away.
You want to talk about a card that makes that is. See, okay, so we talk about all these different things, and you get in the game design discussions, and people talk about Killmonger and Mordo, and I was like, man, you think those guys like you can build a deck without them and it's fine and you can do fine and win, but the cards that you like almost have to run in photo are like Groot. If you think the game's going to get to 6, you can't not run Groot. I've tried running another 6 drops, it just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I was trying really hard to make that new 6-drop Spider-Man work in like Iron Man because I was like, man, this guy's huge. I'm like, but it doesn't heal me, so.
Yeah, it's not just absolutely cheating. So what am I?
It doesn't. It doesn't really matter when it doesn't heal you as the comparison. We'll see. As getting back to what you were saying, with the photo thing. If I don't know if they have to do a photo format every quarter, if they can start getting photo into these formats like they did with Cosmic. Like, although, yeah, it's only 3 MCs, but maybe that's not what they do all the time. But if they can start squeezing photo into these regular formats, to where you're playing them for more than 3 months out of the year, I think you might be able to get away without an uproar of just not having a photo only.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. Because, like, what if you did, when they were doing, like, the for Fox's sake format, right? That gave you a little bit more. I've heard some people want to do, like, a humans only format where you bring in, like, Prey, the Scoobies, the
Company.
The company, the bureau, kind of deal or something. I was like, oh, that's kind of fun. Shield or something, maybe, I don't know. Yeah. But yeah, I could definitely see that.
Without some balance fixes, there are some formats they can't really rehash without it being a very, very bad experience. But we don't know when the next format's going to be, even though they're probably going to still fire off formats for every quarter because that's just what they do. I don't think so. We'll see what happens, but I don't want to do another Pups Mare format. That's for sure.
Yeah, that wasn't very fun because I mean, 100%. When I was prepping for Vegas, right after Midwinter, I was like, okay, so Mayor's the best, and how do we win Mayor mirrors? And
yep, yeah, I 100% agree.
That was the problem I was trying to solve just from the get go. But then,
and I gotta agree with that. Like, we can call the disclaimer now. Yeah, dogs are beatable, blah blah blah. And like you could say, oh, well, they need to print more combat fault type effects. You don't. When you get into a point of designing where you have like cards that are staples for people to play in formats, that's the design error. You shouldn't need a 12-card package to play the game. Like, you know what I mean? You should be able to build towards your main character, your goals. You shouldn't have to play for Yondu, and they need to print something else, of course, if you want more answers to dogs.
Okay, so there's reactive issues of like, okay, so we got to play these staples because it's a reactive play, as opposed to like playing the gunman, which you play because they're just the best cards to play. It's like the best package to bring in. Okay, something like that. So like, I get you.
Yeah, the gunman might be the worst. I mean, I don't know if it's been said before that, dogs are bad. The Mare interaction's annoying, but if you're like getting your hand completely savaged on turns 2 and 3 has felt pretty bad.
Well, what's the commonality between the two decks we just mentioned, right? They both run that package. They both run I need your help, or at least what we would consider optimal builds would. They're probably running Heimdall too.
The commonality of all three of the big decks out of photo is the gunman package.
Yeah, right.
Yep.
Valkyrie runs it too.
Yeah, like there's no downside to run that package.
I don't think you're even playing photo MCs when you play photo. You're actually just choosing to play gunman. Like, that's my problem with it. You don't have another skeleton you can play because they're so broken. And when you play, like, if you're playing illustrated versus photo, it's always gunman. That's the only way they can get close.
I know. I mean, Robbie pulled out Stacks tournament with basically running gunman package with what was her face, Captain Marvel.
Pick any dude you want. Yeah. Pick any guy you want. Doesn't matter.
And it's so funny because it's like literally the smallest team outside of Brotherhood. They put 3 teams in a 200-card box, and that Bureau team is, man, that's seen a lot of play. I mean, it's just.
I'd argue that Photo's in a way worse place than Illustrated is right now. I actually don't like it at all. If Photo was the only version of this game, I think it'd be horrible.
Yes, I think it'd be much more warped. I don't disagree with that at all. I also think that like that X-Files
Illustrated's
box.
got answer cards too, though.
But that X-Files box is like what boosted up Photo for a lot of people. I mean, so
I don't know if I would hate gunmen if there weren't in like dogs and mare. Again, it would just still be in everything, so I think I do hate them. But
I think you would, because I mean that's what would the decks look like? We'd still have Valkyrie. We'd still have. I mean, you'd be able to play more MCs, but you'd be playing with the same package. So essentially,
yeah. That's what we did for the Cosmic format. We were like, hey, what's the best photo, or like can we make Syndicate a thing? didn't matter what the MC was. We tried all three. It was the same package of gunmen, and then using the agenda to go search for another gunman. Like you could high roll a gunman turn even harder than anyone else because of the one agenda that says search deck for a guy.
Yeah.
So you could just go get another Langley and just keep going and keep going. It's like, all right, well, doesn't matter how bad these 3 Syndicate guys are. If discarding 4 of their cards out of their hand from random gets you there.
Yeah, well, then you just make everything have Swarm, and then you start playing consecutive Thanoses, and
Yeah.
you get them, you know. Be great.
I mean, where they have to make a call. I mean, there's coming to a head here with like the power level of both sides of the game. The cards we're like 5 years in now. We have some seriously power level issues. They're using formats as like a band-aid, so we'll see.
I don't know. At the same time, I think that you can print other very, very powerful stuff, and maybe that'll do it. Because I think one of the issues is that we have this up and down, not really up and down, a little bit of power level. Like the battles box has just been almost completely creep past. I mean, we're starting to see there's still some stuff playable from A-Force, but Defenders doesn't have a lot left in it. Really, the original Defenders box, you know, so Aliens still has some staples in there, but that box has really been passed up a lot. So I think for me, and then of course we had that downswing when it came to monsters. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of stuff in the monsters box that's essential, like the Comet Fall guys. You know, Elsa 3-drop is still a card that gets a lot of play, probably will see a lot of play for a long time, but
Captain Swain's got some cool uses, but
yeah,
for the most part,
you got some niche stuff. You got some niche stuff in there that's going to help you. You know, bigger pool stuff. I mean, you know, now you need the wilds for Maximus, if nothing else, right?
These little boxes have definitely pushed it further, for sure, in power level.
Yeah, so I also like the Fantastic Battles comes out, and I think some of that stuff is on level, right? That stuff is compete in a full pool multiverse format. There are cards from that box that can compete possibly in a huge event. So I'm thinking like, I think is the answer just print more powerful stuff, or is the answer like retroactively fix some things, maybe do some ban and replaces to fix some stuff like we have in the past? I don't know. I don't know what the answer is.
That'd be like a fundamental question, because there's definitely games have done both. You know, like I mean, here's the thing: people got to realize it. No matter if you knock on Super Awesome Games because there's a small crew of playtesting, Magic has the most thorough playtesting card development probably in the world, and they still make mistakes. They make horrible mistakes. These newer companion cards just came out, had to be completely rectified because they ruined every format they were in.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know if anybody follows Magic, but there's no perfect balance. Magic can't balance 5 colors. Versus will never balance 100 main characters. You gotta take it for what it is. There's going to be tiers of characters. There's gonna be unplayables. I think like right now we're in okay shape. Mimic Dog's got some issues, but as long as you can play the game, I'm good. I just don't want to die on 3. You know.
Yeah,
like Dark Phoenix B is not a design problem. I mean, like she's a 9-drop. And I think she's only a problem in the current field because people in Cosmic are getting to those turns, which is really refreshing because it usually doesn't happen.
Yeah, I take it back to the Thanos mirrors, and when people were complaining about Thanos mirrors like crazy, and it was the odd style of play, right? And I think that Mimic kind of does the same thing, where it was against the intention of the game in and of itself. Because what were these Thanos mirrors were like, okay, I'm going to drop as many low drops as I can, try to get your Thanos face down, and then run a bunch of guys in. You know, I'm suiciding my board every turn.
Yep.
You know, and it just was like
non-interactive gameplay. Yep.
Yeah, you know, nobody wants that. I mean, people will say that you get the same thing with Warrant Officer, and X-23 does the same thing, but at least they're kind of using their powers on their card, right? So that's like a gameplay feature of that main character. But then balancing main characters, I mean, you know, Star Wars Destiny had tons of problems because they had like a character base game too. Any game that has characters like this that start and play with stats that are variable is going to have balancing issues with those cards. Period.
Yep.
So
that's the $1 million question: is like, do you ban and replace, or do you reboot, or do you just print more broken stuff, effectively pushing out every other card? The card pool's so large, or do they keep doing the formats, which is their soft bans rather, you know? So we just don't know what like avenue they want to take, what the correct one is.
But I also think that like in another way, now that we've seen a regional like Las Vegas, so one of the things that was a good takeaway from there was like they still backed it as a full regional, but let him make whatever rules, bans, changes he wanted for that format. So going forward, other people John could have done something similar here, or whoever was running this one. So I think I'm leaving it open since we don't have that duelist magic ruling body that's coming down from on high saying that if you're going to play since we don't have sanctioned events basically, other than these regionals, being able to do it ourselves like this, I think that's pretty cool that maybe they're just going to like leave it to us. And nothing
get a little bit
them.
of freedom.
Nothing against them, but I mean that's what a lot of the game when it comes to marketing and pushing it around and all that kind of stuff is left to us. So we'll just keep it up.
For now, the freedom we have is nice. I think and I was on the boat of that was a fine change because it would have just the fact that the Spider Foes box wasn't like obtainable yet meant it was going to be exact rinse repeat of Midwinter. And I'm okay for any kind of variance that changes the coverage. You know what I mean? Like that photo of 3 months for me was really hard to swallow. So maybe I'm a little biased. So I just feel like photo's ungodly horrible to play. I don't like the gunman. I don't like the gun. You talk about variance. We were talking about that earlier off stream. Like variance, there is the omega level of variance, and it's just like you did nothing better than me. You just drew Frohickey and 4 activators. Now I don't want to play anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that's not. That's feel bad versus it's like Mimic at least is interactable. I mean he does shoot you into playing super specific freezes and stuff like that. But kind of.
Yeah, random discard from the hand is something you always have to be very in mass. It's something you have to always be very, very careful of, and I think there's a lot of it coming up in photo. I like the discard in Illustrated so much better. Zemo,
targeted discard.
Yeah, it's so much better because it's a strategy that you can put together. Ronin, I mean, if you've ever made the wrong Ronin call before, there's just so much.
Cabal therapy.
Yeah, right. So it's great. It's great that way. But these random discards, it's like.
We're about to start. We're waiting on one more player. Give us like 4 minutes.
No problem. There we go.
Are we up?
Almost. He said about 4 minutes, waiting on one more player.
Heck yeah. Ask him for a count.
Yeah.
So.
See if I can get a direct line to anybody there. I don't know.
Burt, I'm sure.
Yeah. They'll answer.
Not gonna lie. I love being included in the commentary team, but I could just listen to you two talk about this all day. So that's why I'm so quiet. I'm just like listening, and this is very awesome to hear.
You're good, P. Actually, I'm glad you're here because I'm gonna have to fade in and out today. So I'm glad he's got someone to keep him company.
Yeah, there we go. Last time I was a lonely man in my room by myself all day for Midwinter.
It's hard to make a discussion by yourself. I'll give you that. You are doing God's work, and it's really hard to do when you don't have somebody to bounce ideas off of, or just ramble on nonsense.
That's what I was doing, is basically rambling on nonsense just all day long.
Yeah, I mean, we could talk about versus fundamentals for hours. I mean, I won't even shut up. I probably talk too much. No, so I'm a big fan of the game. Like I'm
the same way, man. I could just talk about the game in general forever. All right.
Me and Adam will spend like 3 hours just like talking about a tournament from 2 years ago.
Right? Yeah.
We were talking about like Origins like 2017.
Yeah. It's so funny the games I remember and the games I don't remember when I've played it through the years. It's like I've played. Oh, here we go. Okay.
Are we fired up?
Looks
Wait
like
for the screen to change.
All right. Are you watching?
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
That's a good view.
I think we're gonna be good. Yeah.
I'll say I think Caleb did a bunch of test streams yesterday when they were running leagues, so
nice.
Just make sure it looked
time to do it. All right, so
hopefully people keep this up. Like,
I just got 17 deck lists sent to me, guys.
Ooh.
Here we go. Gonna read them out live here. So we got Captain Marvel, MCU, Captain Marvel from Cinematic.
That's Robbie.
Yeah. Probably.
I don't know.
So we got 17 players. It looks like. I'm trying to see who this one's not listed as an MC. Got a Thor. Got an Invisible Woman. Yeah. You got a Mimic.
Yeah.
Got a Thor.
Mimic
Rogue.
GVU.
Outrider. Sinister Six. First Evil. Another Mimic. The First Evil.
Ooh.
And we got John Phillips versus Eli Grover. Turn 1. We got a Venom.
Ooh.
Trying to figure out who this is here. I think we got an Adam Warlock. Some people
That would make sense.
some people didn't fill out main characters on their deck list there.
You don't need those.
WO. We got a WO.
Wow, bringing it back with the worst tuck and hide MC left.
Dude, somebody came out of nowhere and was like, guess what? I'm A-Force Phoenix, bros. A-Force Phoenix is in the field
He's like,
today.
Good. Deck is good.
Another
Coming in.
outrider.
Oh, dude, she has a ceiling every set that there's a big dude to bring into play. She has a
Yeah.
ceiling that can be achieved. She actually levels, like, I think she was a meme at first and people disregard her, but she's actually incredibly easy to level with Cypher.
Oh, definitely. 100%. And now you have that well, you can't play her in good versus evil, but there's a 4-drop that did the mind games now, too, from the Black Order that even makes it easier. So it
Yeah,
looks like...
we were leveling on like 4 and jumping 8 drops into play, and it was just like, wow, this actually is real. This was like a year ago, so it's even better now. I'm excited to see what they ramp into play. Maybe like 12 drop Spider-Man.
That'd be an interesting one.
Because she'll
Uatu.
take some wounds. Yeah,
Reverse
Watsu's a
Trigon.
biggie.
So it looks like we got the only doubles up we have today are a couple of Mimics, a couple of Outriders, and just like 2s
First evil.
of those, and then a couple of First Evils. First Evil was a
If
card
I'm not
that
mistaken, Burt was told me he was playing first evil. I think.
I love that dude. I love that main character. I had it sleeved up the day before Vegas and was testing it, and it was just getting crushed by my boy Mike Dormammu. Just crushed.
Yeah, but that's the particular matchup, right? Like,
Yeah. So I switched over to
like
Val.
we were talking about earlier, all the like what dogs do to a format, and look at it where like look at the tuck and hide guys that are being played today. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like you got Warrant Officer. You like First Evil is a tuck and hide MC. I mean, there's 2 of her. Other dogs, like we don't know what versions of Mimic are healing or not. If possible, I don't even know if there's like a villain side of healing, but it's just it's what they do to the format. You got to be prepared to get run over by the pups.
Oh yeah, and we do have 2 Thors today. I'm trying to figure out.
Man, I'm surprised Thor beat out Rogue. In my opinion, Rogue's a little better.
And
Yeah,
I think we got.
if you're just going straight good, I think Rogue's a little bit better on that side.
I think we got a loyal. I think today. Okay, so John and Eli here are playing, and I think we got a loyal Luke Cage on the field today.
I
Ooh,
thought I saw Luke.
I like stand together. I
It's
really do.
his he didn't fill out the main character on his sheet here, but
John
I
playing Mimic.
see a reality shift, so
Yeah,
that's
a
a loyal Luke.
So
Alright,
when
guys.
John was flipping over his sleeves, I saw a Doctor Doom. So it's Mimic with Doctor Doom as the level 1.
Wow. All right.
Yeah.
Interesting. I wonder, what do you think, guys? You going for machine combo here?
I don't
Well, I
think
mean,
maybe.
You can't run Valkyrie because she's good. So what do you do? What
Yeah,
are you doing
yeah, yeah.
with a
So
Mimic to
he's.
Doctor
I think
Doom?
he's just using it because of the power level of turn 1 get a weapon, or turn 2 get automaton, or
yeah, I
you know.
think that's more what he'd be aiming for. Like the.
I'm not
just
sure
the
what. I mean, it's so
equipment.
hard to tell what is like what his 2 and 3 are, because that's going to be his win con. You know, maybe like Green Goblin or something.
Ooh, Green Goblin's an interesting one. Green Goblin's an interesting one. I was looking at that, like we were talking about like the Build Face League, and Ben was talking about his top 8 stuff, and I was trying to help him come up with his bands or whatever, right? And I was like, okay, so you can't run any win automatically MC. You know, we didn't want to ban Mimic for the Build Phase League play top 8, but we wanted to ban all the broken Mimic interactions. So it's like Deadpool, Gamora, and then I was like, you got to ban Green Goblin too, because of the whole Mole Man Widow. You can literally just sit there, stay face down, recruit what is it?
Yep.
11 guys, stay face down. Actually, recruit 9 guys, recruit those 2 yellow, red, win.
Yeah, I know that John's a big Mimic fan. In a I don't kill you on 3, like he likes him as a main character to play more of like a fair way.
Here's our loyal Luke, guys. So we got Mimic
There it
versus
is.
loyal Luke.
It's gonna be good. I'm actually a big loyal Luke fan. I think this deck has actually held up the test of time. It's incredibly difficult to kill him.
Mm-hmm.
Anywhere, as long as defenders stays as strong as it is, it's not gonna go anywhere.
He's such a good grinder deck. Like if he can just fade a few select cards, I mean his grind game is absurd.
Oh, we do have a Cosmo MC today. I was wrong. It wasn't Adam Warlock. It was Cosmo.
Oh, okay.
It looks like John is playing 1-drop Mystique, so he's playing very anti-Outriders in this version.
It's probably the smart move.
I think you have to Mimic us
Yeah.
4 hull. Yeah.
Man, location.
I don't think Luke is a great matchup with the Riders personally, but
No, that would be a tough one, right?
I tried that. Like, I actually have some first experience where I was just getting utterly destroyed.
So John's going to lead off here. He's going to build something, or he's going to invent something. What has he invented here? What do you invent here?
Is there sound to this at all? Am I missing anything?
There's a little bit of sound. I can turn it up and down for you.
No. I mean, I'm not worried about it. As long as I'm not like super missing something, it's fine.
Yeah, I always found like if I have too much table sound going on, it's tough for me to do the commentary over top of that. I'm going to turn it up just a little bit. So we'll hear a little bit of it. But yeah, I love Luke, and I don't even think you have to go super loyal with him. There's so many more other things you can do that I think the loyal builds are great, and getting stand together for certain formats, and then the upgrade of unwavering loyalty over like shock to the system or find cover in the build is great. And honestly, I think healing, other than winning the game, other than abilities to say I win the game, healing is the second most powerful thing you can do, because it just gives you 2 more cards. It's like drawing 2 cards because it gives you another turn. It gives you another resource you get to play in another recruit phase and blah 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 blah. It's like a time walk almost in some ways. Okay, so John. Okay, so if we notice something here, guys, John sleeves his invention pile differently than he sleeved his regular deck. So he just wrote an invention. That would lead me to believe that his level 2 MC is going to be Madam Hydra.
He's holding locations on purpose, if that's any inclination. His hand has 2 locations, and he's opted to set both turns.
Yeah,
I think, or at least the second turn for sure. But like, we'll see what he does here. I'm seeing a lot of random 1-drops in John's deck. The Outrider villains, the 1-drop from aliens. Like, we'll see what I think his win con is most likely.
Getting the machine. Is he playing machine? He's costing 1 less, so now he's gonna fire off a level here.
Okay, he's just like, I'm gonna fire off in level. It's really innovative because machine's gonna make all those guys free.
Yeah.
When he comes to play, you have to discard a card.
Okay, so
There's the Arnim Zola.
turn 3 on the play. Let's see what kind of stuff he comes up with here.
His opponent has to discard a card.
See a stick? Is that a bad call?
Yeah, I don't think you're worried
Luke's
about
gonna take 3 turns to fire off. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, I think John's just gonna like dump here.
I would, yeah, for sure. It's gonna. I don't know if it flip. It means 6, right?
Yeah, 6 and 5.
So there's an Outrider.
There it is.
Another Outrider.
I wonder what he rode. I wonder if he
Is that
rode
the Swarm Legion guy from Monsters?
Madam Hydra. I bet he rode, and he rode 1-drops. I bet his entire deck is 1-drops.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, good call on the Madam Hydra. That's where he's at. And she comes out for free. I wonder if he's gonna fire off the turn level 3.
Jesus. That board swing on turn 3.
Yeah.
Oh boy, guys, here we go. I think
It's viral, man.
Guys, I'm gonna tell you right now. I think his entire deck is 1-drops.
That seems like a smart call. Can you imagine us staring? We just talked about non-interactive verses, and this is just happening.
Yeah. Automaton. Yep.
Is he just gonna win with Green Goblin or something? Like, what's going on?
I don't know, man. I think you definitely could, because you can get a stun on Luke right here, without a doubt. He's just got to be careful about how many guys he recruits, because once he levels, he can't recruit from his row anymore.
Right.
I think it might be. He's got red in hand, so if he goes to Green Goblin, he wins here.
That is such a funny deck.
Green
Very
Goblin,
innovative.
he's got the red in hand. It's going to be a turn 3 on the play win, I think.
On the play turn 3.
I think
Assuming he can clear, right? Like,
well, he can clear his 1 Luke cage.
I mean, Luke's got a lot of on-team stuff, but that's a big
Let's see what we can do.
You just tossed the blue to something.
Oh, that's a game, guys. Okay, there's round 1, ladies and gentlemen.
Turn 1. Jesus.
Oh yeah, right, because he's in supports and being slow. He's dead. Wow.
Turn 3.
Well,
What it feels like, right?
It's hard to even knock the Luke player, because not any deck really is going to have too much interaction with that on 1 or 2 without. So isn't Mimic great, guys?
No, but
What
I mean,
a terribly
Luke.
designed main character.
Oh no, man! But at the same time, Luke literally doesn't want to do anything for the first 3 turns. He wants to level, and it's like you didn't even give him that chance. Oh.
Yeah.
That was such a
That's
high roll.
almost
Like, I don't. Maybe his deck does that consistently, but if he has yellow and any amounts of 1-drops, I guess he needs 6 to fire off that first to get to Madam Hydra, though. So I mean, I feel like there's a scenario where he might like low roll the amount of 1-drops he draws, but he might just be playing 50 1-drops. I don't know.
I think you could, man. I think you run 4 yellow, 4 red, 4 hammer, HQ, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you can't run Swain. That's off team. And then I guess you're just trying to open yellow and get the machine. Dump.
That's it.
6
You
guys.
have to, you're hardballing for an activator, and then you have like 3 more turns to draw the activator for the red.
So if you're only running the locations, that's like what, 12 locations? You could literally run 48.
1-drops.
Yeah.
Yeah, and since the way he's playing his row, he's recruiting from the row 2 to 3 times. He'd have to get really unlucky to stall out, like to not actually keep firing off 1-drops.
Yeah.
So props to John for another innovative turn. He just loves these decks that fire off
Well,
the machine gun into your face and kill you on 2 or 3.
I remember at Gen Con we were having the conversation because, you know, a lot of us, specifically I was, complaining about Mimic and and having to play against like Gamora Net launcher builds again, and how like, hey, if the MCs are limited to just mutant and MCs and hammer MCs, then maybe Mimic's pile should be limited the same way. And, you know, and then SAG came out and said, yeah, we're going to do that for Coda format last year. And I remember John saying, like, as we're having this conversation at Gen Con, goes, man, you guys ruined my day because I really wanted it to be full pool so I could win with Goblin games. Hey, well, John, you just won with Goblin games, man.
Yeah.
So
That was the eye roll, but it might be consistent. It's gonna be interesting to see how he does.
wow.
Well, and Luke seems like the optimal like opener. Like you
Oh.
sit down across from Luke with that deck, and you're like, all right, cool. I got at least
Yeah.
2 to 3 turns to set up what I need.
Well, Peter, you also called it, man. You said you said we had some innovative deck builders that are going to be here. Guys are going to play some different stuff, and did not disappoint on round 1 in the stream.
Turn 3.
I will say, so all the people that hate on people that run decks like this, that win so early, is John has plenty of time to go get a stack. Okay, he has plenty of time to walk around the room and scout other people's decks. So don't knock it until you try it, guys. Just saying.
Also,
I don't know,
you
I've
gotta.
never been
There's
in
2
that
boats. You're either gonna like complain that he won so fast and so great, and his game's dumb, balance garbage. But like, you gotta respect the time spent to build that, test it, grind it, and that's one of those decks where you probably have to play 100 games of goldfishing to really get the numbers right.
Yeah.
So I think that's really cool. It definitely seems like a good low roll if he draws the wrong locations or none, but that doesn't seem like it doesn't make it bad.
Well,
No.
wasn't that his issue at Gen Con last year too? Like, didn't he run like a pixie like shotgun kind of style deck? Like, if he low rolled, he was screwed.
Yeah, and that's what happened in the finals. He low rolled
Yeah.
horribly. But I mean, John likes that kind of game, so I personally like to give myself the best chance to win. But he does do well with those decks. It's hard to knock him.
Yeah.
That deck's pretty impressive. That was the highlight. I mean, that was 6 1-drops into play 4 1-drops in my row into kill you. You know.
Yeah.
Even if his opponent played a 1 and a 2-drop, do you really think he would have struggled to clear it? Because I don't. I mean, look at his
No.
board.
Well, you
It
look,
nuts.
he was making intelligent decisions on what he was recruiting to try to add up those team attacks. So he has, and I think if you're running, I bet he's running all 3 full runs of Legion characters.
Right, because they can go wide and they can team attack to be a total. If you need to get to a high value number. Right.
Yeah, yeah. So the Outriders come in and they could be a 4-2, right? The aliens come in and they pump each other, so that kind of mathematically gets bigger as you get more and more of them. And then the other guys have stealth to get to a back row in case there's some bad situations like that. And I mean, it makes a lot of sense. We saw good old what's her face Victoria Hand come up. The agent allows him to kind of play, and before he gets because you get the agent trigger before the goes to your row. I don't know. I don't think so. I think he goes to your row first.
I think you complete the Madam Hydra before the agent.
Yeah, but you can set the agent up for the next one when you recruit. I
Yep.
love it, man. I love it because he only really needs 1 yellow to get the machine out, depending on what his hand is.
Yep.
Oof.
It's definitely fast, and there's not a lot of decks that are going to have a 1 and 2-drop answer. Like, you have to be playing Tim Boob, and this is not a format where you're going to see a lot of Tim Boob.
No, I wouldn't think so at all. So what? Okay, so how do you answer this? How do you answer this so early, right? So Jessica Jones on the play is one way. Are they going to play
Yeah, I
another
didn't
one,
see
guys?
a lethal. The Automaton was his only lethal on his whole board. So if you can stick it, well, no, he can just run over the Jessica 3 times in a row. Like, I mean, he has such a giant board. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean,
That's-
what are you going
that's
to do?
true.
Tough up and get run over 3 times? I mean,
Well, I guess that might have been his only out, is to have a bunch of pumps at that point. But I mean, how many pumps can you have with a 4 defense character on the board? We just playing rogue now, apparently. I guess.
Yeah.
Pulling a
I'm
rogue
just
out.
killing time now.
I think maybe he's asked him to play like a pickup game, so.
Yeah, why not?
It looks like he's got his backup GVE deck right here.
I like Rogue a lot. I think she's a great character. She
fundamentally strong.
Yeah.
An aggro deck that has the health to get to the late game is very good.
I would have loved it if she would have been the top end of Coda last year. I think it would have been a really healthy, fun tournament to play in. I had a Trask deck. I was gonna bring. It was ready to go until Mimic was printed, and then I was like, okay, I can't do that now.
Yeah. Well, it's really early, but I'm calling a shot here. If Mimic does sweep this event with that nonsense, that creative deck building nonsense that John is great at, you gotta call for his head at this point. Come on. People will be like, oh, well, he didn't win Coda. Well, if you look at 9th through 16th, he was all but one slot of that. So, the top 8 is a little skewed, but if you go down to where those spamming 1-drops, they just got etched out by a loss or tiebreakers.
The variance just kind of hit us there. You know, there were so many of us in that little area, and
they easily could have swept that event. If any of the realistic, like the non-machine gun ones fired off in the top 8, there was so little Timboob in that top 8 that I think they would have swept it.
Yeah, because like it could have been even worse than like Thanos gun. I think back to that when people were talking about like, if you remember back in that old Origins with Thanos, it was like, well, we have like 3 Thanos in the top 8, and only 1 in the top 4, and then you ended up winning, Rob. What if your deck had just hated you for 2 games against me, and you lost? And then people were like, Thanos isn't a problem. We're like, nah, man, it's seriously
broken.
You know,
or like look at I played Rob Biggio in top 4, and this was like my the first big tournament that I was at for Versus, and he was playing the Pixie Goblin Queen roulette version.
He could have just high rolled you.
If he did game 1, but if he would have won that would have been the Thanos deck,
Yeah, right. And then everybody went, yeah. We're gonna get.
And then now we go down the rabbit hole of like, yeah, we did win, and then there was carbon copies. That entire Gen Con that year was just that list plus some alterations because Kane was printed, and just the most feel bad Gen Con ever. But we'll see what they're gonna do. They'll pick up game here. Looks like it's Luke again, playing against Rogue. This one probably a much longer game. They're probably playing it for the stream.
Yeah, which is fine with me.
It looks like the guy that he's playing is a newer player because it looks like John's explaining a lot of things, which is really cool to see. Like in a tournament setting, just showing him how to help run his deck a little bit more optimized and such.
Yep. I mean, it's pretty bad beat to sit across from John Phillips when you're new to the game.
Yeah. Well, just in round 1 in general, it's like usually I like my round 1 to be. I'm not trying to throw off on anybody when I say this, but like a little bit of a warm up.
Yeah. I think the one year I played like our friend James rather. Adam, and I'm like, fuck, round 1? Come on. And he's playing like Thormir. I'm like, oh god, this could go either way. It's gonna be a long day.
Yeah. You see, same thing happened to me a couple Gen Cons ago when I sat down across from Sal, and I was like, oh, all right, Sal for round 1, great, kind of deal. But you just gotta go with it anyway.
I played you guys 3 rounds that year. The year I won was the hardest Gen Con I've ever played. From like round 1 on, I played you, I played Ryan Milholland, and I played James, all playing that Thor list.
That was not ready for the. It was not for the mirror, man. It was not.
And I was like, man, I played so many Thor mirrors that day.
You too. You played me too.
I played Peter. Yeah, I remember you were playing the Avalanche version, Fireball.
Yep.
Yeah, and I was like, man, this is not good in the mirror. This is fortunate for me. Just like Milholland's version, they were playing like Helma Zemo and Scarlet Witch. I'm like, neither of those cards are that great either. Milholland did get the win on me in Swiss though.
Yeah. I was able to pull some out with that sucker, but I was always more impressed that day was that guy that top-8'd with Mordo, Baron Mordo.
Yeah.
AC. I was like, how did you navigate that, bro? That was
unfortunately he paired into Thor in the top 8. Just got like utterly massacred. That's how that goes.
It's a really solid play against if you think the room's going to be full of Mystique and Dark Phoenix. I mean, that's a really solid play.
Oh, Hex is great. I'm always like my teammates are making fun of me. Every format I can break out Mordo, I do, and I'm like, this guy eventually might be good, guy.
If they ever, it seems like they're printing more discard lately. So if they ever print more discard,
I think what he needs. I don't think his discard's issue. I think what he needs is a format that has no aggressive MCs. That's hard to do. It's very hard to do.
He would just nuke some.
Like he's so good against control decks.
Oh yeah, 100%.
That 7-drop Red Skull play and stuff. Like he's just got some really fun game. Looks like they're playing some. Looks like Rogue, classic GVE Rogue, just run you over. Our Rogue decks actually went pretty top end because she has so much health. You know you're going to get there. Yeah. That we were on like 2 Gilgamesh and all that juicy stuff at the top.
I could never quite get to a place where I really liked her. I ran a lot of villains builds with her, with like Ronin behind her, playing Metal and Fire, Crossbones, and that kind of thing. I tried some of that stuff. I tried some aliens with her, and some just weird shit like that. But I could never quite get her all the way figured out. But I think aggro decks just aren't my forte. Because like if there was one mirror I could never play again, it was a Thor mirror. Kill me. Thanos mirrors, Mimic mirrors, Dark Phoenix mirrors, Mystique mirrors. I can play those all day long. I enjoy them. A lot of fun. But like the Rogue mirrors and the Thor mirrors, I just not my cup of tea.
I don't know. I love aggressive decks. I'm just talking there. No surprise. There's less room for error. I love like here's a good example of like we were talking about earlier. If when you're playing not aggressive decks, you said it a bad beat. Sorry, like he slammed an Nullifier and then he slammed like a Sing into a 2-drop Leviathan.
Yeah.
Because you're not on any of the aggressive, like you have limitations to that early game high roll. When I'm playing stuff like Charlie, Match, Solo, Thor, Rogue, like there's nothing that's gonna come down in the first 5 turns I have to worry about. It's just that comfortability there. And then if you put decks in the back foot, their whole top end of their curve becomes irrelevant, and then half their deck is bad. It's just that aggressive decks have, to me, fundamental strengths that I love to play them for.
Yeah, well, so we talk about, so you talk about why is Outriders so good, right? When you just look at it if you just looked at it in a vacuum of the character in and of itself, 3-1, ferocious, 3 wounds. Even with 6 of them, it's not that powerful. But then when you start talking about the way the game's played in general, the fact that they have no color needs to have the power level that they have. So they don't need any locations. You can play 0 locations in the deck and they can function as a main character, because they don't have to level up. You don't have to build around them at all, right? Other main characters, you have to put certain colors in the deck. You have to play certain cards in order for them to level and perform their strategy. Outriders, you can put anything in there. And then the other thing is, and that makes them so much more consistent, and that consistency punishes inconsistent decks or decks that have any kind of variance at all, and just punishes awkward, slower, not even bad draws, just draws that aren't optimal, So there's some decks that you just have to draw really hot in order to beat them, and they're just going to put so much pressure, and when you put pressure on people, it makes them make mistakes, it makes decks perform poorly, and that's just why decks like that, and then Thor was doing the same thing before that, right? And that's why like you said, why people like playing aggros. You just keep turning your stuff sideways, and it puts a kind of pressure on there. It doesn't give them a chance to make a suboptimal play, It doesn't give them their deck a chance to not draw the 4-drop, If they don't, it's like, well, you're going to lose now, boom, boom, boom,
Yeah, and that's what the Thor deck we had was, just all efficient, and if you ever, like, stuttered or missed a drop, we could just pile on advantage with Falcon counters, Solo counters. It was just like, it was trying to bury you, and then just close out eventually. Yeah, and I like that fundamental game style. That's why I'm a big Human Torch fan in the Cosmic format.
Yeah, I like Torch too. I think there's some interesting things with him. I'm glad we're seeing we got one fantastic MC in the here today. I want to see Invisible Woman. Love to see her on the stream. Any other guys? Let's go back through those MCs again and see if there's any ones we like. Cosmo. Ah, man, dude. Okay, so I'm going to bring him up a second. There's somebody playing Cosmo today. One of the most underrated main characters that people aren't saying. He's never had a format until Cosmic, and I think he's still not going to be really seeing this format because we're not going to get a Gen Con and everything. But I think he had some game in 5 Life, even though he was ranged against Black Panther, because he could turn it off every turn and all that kind of stuff. I'd
agree that he's underrated. I don't know how much game he has. Like, he still needs to win the game is my thing, and I don't think he facilitates that at all. Like, you have to find some other avenue of a win condition because your MC can't.
You're 100% right, but I think he's so good at disrupting other people's strategies. Oh, I actually liked him a lot.
I agree that he's just good.
I liked him a lot against Black Panther because Black Panther just gave him an XP every turn if he was still face up, because he would lose flight because he had leap.
Well, that's one of those things that we and Drew talked about after that. We're like, people are going to say like how broken Panther is. This format solved. He's busted. But we didn't feel like that playing the deck. We just felt like it was fundamentally so solid that we had game every round against every player.
Yeah.
But we didn't feel like we were just a better deck. It wasn't like an Outriders feel. Like, those games are very tight.
It does,
against everything.
Yeah, he does push out some aggressive ranged characters, right?
Yeah, like I played against Hawkeye and Swiss. That is 100%.
You're done. You're done, man. You can't win that matchup.
And I felt bad for him.
Yeah, sure. Tear in your eye. I can see it. All the way to top 8.
My bad. Sorry about that. But no, like there was like, and then like there was other decks there that like, wow, this is really close. I almost lost, or like this was close.
So, but. Our game is so small that there are certain groups of us that play that tend to put people into have people that tend to make the cuts, right, in these groups, because we probably play a higher volume of testing games. We probably have a little bit more experience than some people and all that kind of stuff. And the decisions that these groups make in their main character can warp people's perceptions of characters, right? So they're like you and Drew, as two guys, that have made cuts time and time again and won events, both decide to play the same character. It can warp the way that those characters finish and that kind of thing.
Yep. Yeah, it's usually we do play the same thing, depending on Drew and me are also very stubborn, and you'll notice that sometimes we don't play the same thing, and then we roast each other and how we did.
Yeah.
Like the year we were all playing Thanos, and he said, "I like my Enchantress deck," and I said, "Well, you're 50% against Thanos, but we beat everything else over 50%. Your version's mega warped to just run me over, right?" And I'm like, we beat everything by discarding their hands. So he's like, "No, I'm playing." I'm like, "All right, don't be stubborn, man." And he paired up against Luke Cage like 3 times, and he just got destroyed.
Yep.
And I just never let him live it down.
I know, man. I played him for the winning in top 8.
I told him, I was like, "You can't beat the heel guy. Like, you're it's like the heel guy. It's like, I was like, it's really unlucky. If it was any other MC, I think he might have won. His deck was really efficient at turning right."
Scott's there. Scott Watson is at this event. I'm looking at these deck lists. You're running a little. Yeah, Scott's there. Good for him.
So,
say Scott's on Phoenix then.
Probably.
Because that seems like a him deck.
I'll mention the MCs that are being run a little bit, but I'm not going to tell you who's playing what yet. Yeah, got some Rogues out there, some Outriders out there. This is a very interesting pick for Outrider. This is more of a fair Outrider format, right? Because they're going to have some variants.
Yeah, no Gunman, but there is Vulture. A little underrated. Card's annoying.
And you still run, I think you run Vulture
Vulture
over Killmonger.
Bifrost.
Yeah, Vulture Bifrost. You got some Mordo. Got some good stuff there.
I mean, what else are the locations
only
doing?
One Sinister Six I find very interesting.
Yeah, I think they're good. They don't blow me away. They are playing the full game every round. They're good though.
That loyal build is really good though.
See, I don't believe in loyal builds though, Pete. I don't believe in them. Nah, I do some decks I like loyal builds, but
I'm a little with Adam on this. I hate being shoot into playing loyal, but their loyal's good.
That's the whole thing. Sin 6 is like the defender style loyal. Like you don't have to play it, but it just makes sense. Like it feels right.
Yep.
I feel like Sinister
Wonder how many
6
Maximus decks there are.
I don't. I'll see if I can find. I don't know if we got any today.
That's a shame.
Yeah.
No more than 16.
So, also, the thing about Sinister Six that I like the most, and probably one of the reasons why I'd always stay away from, is like they give you. There's such a high skill level ceiling with that deck. The better a player you are, as you layer your MCs as they come into play, the different ones you choose, it gives you all these opportunities to make plays and play decisions that are going to either A, help you, or B, hurt you.
Right.
See, Sinister Six is the kind of design I want to see more of in the game, right? Spider-Verse is what I want to see more of. I think having multiple main characters is so much fun and so cool.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see more things like that. Yeah, Outriders might have been a little bit of a miss from a community perspective because we're all kind of like, you know what I mean? And it's turning a lot of people off, But I thought Bark Brothers, Bark Creature and Bark Monster in the X-Files box was a really fun main character. And more the twins, the Scarlet Witch, Quicksilver and Photo, that one was a little bit off too. But I want to see them try more of that, specifically in Illustrated. I'd like to see more multi-main characters.
Mm-hmm. I think it's hard to balance. It's either going to be way too good or not good enough, but I think they should keep trying.
Yeah, I think that Sinister Six, like I said, is an interesting way to solve that problem and be a unique thing. I want to see some of these First Evils play. I think that's what I'm excited to see.
Yeah, the Tuck and Pass game. I want to see what top end they settled on. If we're going to see some cool, they can't play Alter Ego, right? Because it's a hero card. But they could play some juicy villain top end.
Yeah, also, guys, remember, I want to see if anybody's running Gen today. In mixed formats, Photo Illustrated, Gen is absolutely insane.
Yeah, they can Gen for Dark Phoenix. Yep.
You could Gen for Dark Phoenix. You could Gen for a plot twist that's
not finished yet. Yep.
So you could do some interesting stuff. So we'll have to see if somebody tries something like that today. Also, a Venom, which is like my OG favorite MC. Like when I first started playing the game after Battles Box, when they printed Venom, it was just like I loved Venom.
Jen, does she let you break the good versus evil format?
No.
Can you play a good card?
No.
So that's a deck building and tournament rule. And she can't
Okay.
break those, but what she can break is like illustrated
Yeah,
versus photo and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Just like if you're playing in the photo only, like
She
at
can't
Midwinter
always
stuff,
do
she
both.
couldn't go get illustrated cards. Warrant officer. Warrant officer is an interesting idea in this format. If you thought there was going to be a lot of outriders show up, so now we got rogues, we got Thors, we got some things like that, and warrant officer can just dodge it. Now, I don't think warrant officer wants to see John's deck today. Dude, I really want to see this Phoenix. I really want to see this Invisible Woman. I really want to see some of these first evils.
There's
today.
a lot of decks on here that I just want to see. I actually want to see every deck out here because I just love watching people play. But like something like Thor in a good VE, like I kind of know what they're gonna do. You kind of can guess on the cards. But you look at like First Evil, even like Venom or Cosmo. Like what are they packing that they thought could make them good in this format?
Mm-hmm. See what you're saying.
Yeah, Venom's interesting because I always thought that Venom was just like, I think he was power creeped past. I don't think he was that good after a certain point in the game. He basically was just to me was the highlight reel of leader, and that was every game you didn't highlight reel leader felt like the worst Venom deck in the game.
Yeah.
So I don't know what version. I would like to see what he's doing. He kind of to me got replaced by the like Underworld Deadpool. I feel like Underworld Deadpool was just like a better card.
A lot of people went that direction. I think I think there was a lot of people that went. If they're going to go loyal Underworld, they went with the Underworld Deadpool. You know, not
Yeah, our
evil
team had
Deadpool.
two of our teammates played that at Gen Con 2017.
Yeah, I got Joe had to. Okay, so for Thanos Con, Joe had to talk me out of playing Venom. Like literally on the drive there is like, you're not playing Venom. I'm like, I'm playing Venom. He's like, you're not playing Venom. You've made me test against Venom so many times. We're not playing that. But I believed in it. But you know, whatever. That was back then though.
We all have pet decks, man. You know, and sometimes teammates get stubborn. I was trying to convince them to not play Rogue last year, and they won with it. So, you know, sometimes it's it's just whatever. How are you luckiest person in the room, you know, or you got the best matchups?
Yeah, my whole Venom strategy back then was to level up quickly, put pressure on you, and then be face down when you were trying to gauntlet with symbiosis, or play that thing where if I got gain the symbiosis, so when you stun me, I'd have all my counters when I flip back.
Right, so you keep applying pressure because you're huge.
So keep applying pressure because usually Thanos didn't have much of a board before that first gauntlet. So I did okay against Tessin, but then it was just like Kane gets spoiled, and then you know there's half the aliens box we don't even know what's in it the day before the tournament and stuff.
Yeah, it was a weird tournament.
Yeah, I'm glad they don't do that anymore because that was like one of my first Gen Con experiences was sitting across from Tim for hours on end. Testing games, sitting across from Joe for hours on end at Gen Con, testing all day long, you know.
Yeah. It felt bad. We had to like choose between testing or enjoying the first day of Gen Con, and half of us just decided, you know what, we're just gonna walk Gen Con and enjoy ourselves. It's a vacation. And you know, some of our group of tests, that's why we didn't do so well. But I'm like, you know what? Losing on the bubble doesn't mean you had a bad day. Like, you didn't top 8, but losing on the bubble happens to 50% of the people who play on the bubble. It's just how it is.
Yeah.
You know, year, the last round, I go against Sal, and I'm like, fuck. You know, here we go. He's probably playing like we're playing, and he was, and he won the roll, and he turned 4, gauntleted me. I was just like, there's nothing I could have did. It was just unlucky. And I don't think a build really changed that.
Yeah, and I think like you know if you've got a winning record at the end of the day, and you're like if you could have flipped one round, you would have been, you know, trying to make the cut on breakers. It's like that's a good day, you know. It's fine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know?
Drew did the same thing. Or no, that's the year Drew did top 8, and then Joe like drew like 3 vaults both games and destroyed him in top 8. Like I watched that game, I was like, man, every resource Joe lays is a vault. Like dang.
Dude, there's you know how it is. Sometimes you just gotta, you know, there's being good.
And then Drew's row was like red, yellow. I'm like, oh god.
I was standing behind Drew for one of those games, and he mulls in his second hand. He's like, Adam Warlock, and I'm like, he's losing.
Yep, he played a 5-card hand. He even said to me at the tournament, he's like, why are we playing this card? I'm like, you know what? The 2 cards don't make it bad. You just drew them in your first 7. But in hindsight, yeah, we should have been lower to the ground. For that 2-card slots, anyway.
Okay. Caleb's asked me to change the thing. Okay. I will. Okay.
He says, you what?
I'm gonna have to do some stuff with the stream. I guess I gotta change the name. You guys keep talking.
Alrighty.
Because
It's an underrated card. I'm gonna preach Avalanche because I have a platform to do that.
There you go.
you
Stand on your
love,
soapbox, man.
you love some Avalanche.
Last year Gen Con, Adam tried to talk me out of him. behind Rogue, he's so good. I don't care what people say. I know it's terrible, but I love that guy.
He's interesting.
I've
been trying to.
Stories, so I have to go with what I know.
You're fine. Don't worry. You know what? My avalanche lately with my group has been Shocker. I'm like,
Oh, there
dude,
you go. I've been thinking about combining those two.
I love Shocker, and I was doing it in Mole Man, because like if you tunnel and you
Oh.
turn one down, you can actually trigger Shocker's second ability first. You don't even have to do the first one.
Yeah.
So you can just KO the resource. And I was like, man, this is right where I need to be. KO resource and turns him down. He's the dream, and he's on red blue. So we're already playing San Fran and red for Mole Man.
Yeah.
It feels real smooth. I really like Mole Man a lot.
Yeah.
But I ain't competing with 16 1-drops dead on 3. I'll tell you that.
No, it's not doing anything.
Like, I'm not here. He's like, cool, Green Goblin.
Sweet, thanks for making that easier. I don't even have to do anything.
I appreciate you. That is a very uninteractive way to lose the game, and please, SAG, do something about Mimic.
I do agree, like, just seeing
Does he
that
not ruin
happen-
every format he's in? Because this is the second one he's in, right?
Yeah. Like, just seeing that happen, you're like, I see some issues right here. Even if I don't know what's super going on. Like,
I'm sorry, Peter, but that understatement of the century was great. I love it. It's like even not knowing anything, if you watch this, it's like I see some issues here. It's like,
but you just know like how basic card games work. You're like, all right, well, it's supposed to go longer than 3 turns, right? Like, no one's investing in this game for 3 turns.
I mean, like I said, I don't want to take anything away from the spotlight of the effort and the ingenuity that John had.
No,
because
like,
that to me is way bigger of a point. But
yes,
for game balance reasons, if everyone copy and paste his deck of like, and I'm not saying it doesn't take skill, but it's basically just rule that with 1-drops.
yeah. Well,
And I
that's
don't want to
the
be
thing,
playing against that every round. But
Yeah.
like again, it's only 3-month format bracket. It is what it is.
like I said, we can stare at that deck and like appreciate like, okay, he chose this 1-drop for this reason or this for this, and we can break it down like that. But
The Legion
general,
1-drops. That's great.
I think it's funny because people talk about lazy deck building. They like to use that term, lazy deck building, and things like that. And it's like I can tell you right now, when you're watching John's deck, there was nothing lazy about that. You know, even though it's a character, you're like, oh, you just pick this, whatever. It's like, no, man. The amount of time and creativity that went into that is impressive. You know?
Yes.
And sometimes, listen, and this is another thing, too. Okay, soapbox time. Let me stand on this real quick. People, you would see like a Thor or a Rogue or a whatever finish well at a tournament, and they're like, oh, man, it's like lazy, it's the easiest. It's like, no, man, maybe I put all the games in required to figure out this meta, and this was the best deck I came up with. Not because it's easy and I didn't test anything else, and this is the simplest I know this is going to be. No, man, I tested a bunch of crap, and this was the best thing I had, you know? Nothing was beating this, and we tried a bunch of stuff. You know, I put, the 100+ games in, and, anyway, off the soapbox. Because I get pissed off when people talk about that.
Yeah, I don't like the
lazy.
generalizations either. That it's like this isn't interesting because it's a Thor mirror in the finals of Gen Con, but like our decks were 30 cards different.
Yeah.
yeah,
Why wouldn't that be interesting? I don't understand.
Yeah, and it's like, there's nothing lazy about that because it's like we both, both teams, everybody put the games in, put the work in to try to find what was good and what was best and what they wanted to run in that meta, and they just happened upon this, and this. The reason that, and that's another thing, it's like they talk about like, why do people run the same cards here and same cards there? It's like, well, because we've tried other cards. I know I have, and these are just better. I hate to say, it's like these are the best ones,
You
man.
just have to. There's gonna be, the fun stuff's gonna.
Yeah.
Looks like John's playing a Prey sub package with like minigun. It's pretty cool.
Dude,
So
minigun.
Rogue can.
That's such a good card. That card needs more play. And I'm going to sit there and stand on the fact that Hawkins might be the most underrated single card in verse right now.
It's a very good 1-drop.
He's just he fits into so many decks well.
Yeah, I agree with Ben. It's a non-game. It's probably on the same level as Mimic was in Children. So, agree that it's not healthy for the game, but here we are.
Yeah, I think overall, no. I think for
It's harder to appreciate the ingenuity and the effort that he made in building it when you see him just win in 3 minutes and his opponent didn't get to play.
yeah.
But there's two sides to the coin there. But
Yeah,
we'll
but
see
I
how he
mean,
does.
It's like I said, I that is definitely a unorthodox thing I couldn't think of now. It's a great way to, when he opened up and he was Dr. Doom, I was like, you think he's running a machine combo? And it's like, well, he is, just a different way to do it, right? And it's just brilliant to come up with that. And here's another thing, it's like playing the MCs ahead of time, right? So he's got to set up his Madam Hydra play to set up his Green Goblin plays. So there's a lot of forward thinking that goes into that deck, and there's no way, shape, or form that you're on autopilot at all. You know, every decision he made from his initial, if you look, his first play of the game was play a yellow, you know, it was like row something, pitch a yellow, get an automaton that I then row the next turn. It's like, what, how, you had to have tested a good bit to come up with that line. You know what I mean? As unorthodox as it was. You know, that's not something that is like, oh, if I'm going to play this, well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pitch a yellow from my hand. I'm going to get a character that I'm going to row immediately. You know, that's not at all, you know.
If I was standing across from him, like, I'd be like, what are you doing? You just pick that up. Don't you want to play that? Like, why are you rolling that?
It's a tell, though. You're like, oh, Madam Hydra
Fair
coming.
back, boys.
Yeah.
No problem. Oh, Pete. Gonna be fun.
I miss this. I miss just watching games.
Right?
I should become a professional watcher of Versus.
Well,
Not
I mean,
play the game
I've
anymore.
tried. I'm trying, right? I'm putting my, this will be the second time I've sat in a room all day and watched card games and talked about them, so I'm working on it. Caleb's on his way with all those streams he did for, Quarantine Cup. He's got some hours under his belt, too.
Around, Ben's working on it when he can find the time.
Yeah, yeah.
We're
It's
going to
a
have
fun
our own
time.
little desk at Gen Con.
There you go, right? If I wasn't playing, I would do it. But I plan on playing, so I do enjoy
Well-
playing just a little bit more than this. That's the only issue.
You top 8 a lot, or get close to it. I'm usually down in the bottom, so I'm perfect for just sitting around.
Oh man, Peter.
I like my little area. It's great. I get to see all the fun decks while you guys are stuck playing mirrors.
Trying to figure out why that one card play is different and why that lost me the game or whatever. But anyway, man, I would have loved to see a Juggernaut here. I would have loved to seen.
That would have been really good.
I would have loved to seen a Human Torch. Mr. Fantastic. I think Mr. Fantastic might be my favorite MC from the Fantastic Battles box. I would have loved to see him. And he's pretty tailor-made for this format, right? Because you got to run all those good guys up there, and would have been interesting.
Well, yeah, and now that like invention piles have been kind of fixed out, like you can play him loyal, he gets a little bit better that way.
Man, I feel like he loses a little bit on the bottom end there, right around 3-ish or so, since he's not a flyer, but I guess so. I guess also the top end to finish, right? He doesn't. What are you going to run for 7? I guess if you had, I guess you're running like Fire Lord.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know. I would have loved to see some of those guys. I really wanted a Silver Surfer. I like that guy, man. I think that one drop makes him a lot more powerful than.
That dude is strong.
Yeah. I would have
I
loved
would
to
love to
see.
see a Thing deck, but that's because I have just an affinity for like Thing.
I wish he was
Right.
better, man. I wish he wasn't the new Daredevil.
Yeah, like he really is the new Daredevil because you get to really play around him.
I don't think you can play him in Good versus Evil because you need guys like Camouflage Xenomorph, Moonstone, Mesmero, and those kind of guys for him to level, you know?
Yeah. I would have loved to see maybe some kind of Professor X deck. Just
Oh.
because, like, even just keeping it, like, loyal. I know you hate loyal, but, like, the X-Men team is one of those teams that can also get away with loyalty because there's just so many of their cards around
Yeah.
that you have options.
Yeah, there are some teams that are better than others. I mean, I think that, and they have a good loyal plot twist.
Yeah. Card
Yeah.
draw is always good.
You got to look at the upside for playing loyal, right? So you have the basic upside of more synergy with team attacks. You get stand together and you get unwavering, right? And then if they have a loyalty plot twist of their own, you can get even better. So you got to look at upside there and why you're doing it as opposed to not. So. But you know me, I'm gonna hate on the loyal all day. And thank you for calling it loyal and not mono. Oh god,
It's not mono, though.
we're not playing Magic. It's not a color. It's loyal to the team. Oh man, I'm ready for this next round. I can't wait.
Does anyone know if Ralph decided to show up to this thing?
I heard a rumor that he might be there.
That'd be interesting. It's probably on Mimic then, because that dude loves him some Mimic too.
I don't know. I think that John's build is unorthodox enough that he wouldn't be on it. If I had to pick something with Ralph, he might ran Valkyrie back again, but we don't see a Valkyrie
Yeah.
list on
He
the
could be
thing.
one. I
Let me
could
look.
see him on the first Evil too. I could see him playing around with
Eric,
that.
give me 2 seconds, and I'll tell you if he's there or not. Actually,
I just realized I also got the tournament list.
Ralph is there,
Oh shit.
and yep, I'm not gonna say what he's. I'm not gonna say what anybody's playing. I don't want to give any tips.
Yeah, I don't want to do that.
But Ralph is
I like
there.
speculating more than anything. Even though
So.
I know what's sitting in front of me, because I just realized I also got the list.
Yeah, come on, man. You're on the team here. Okay, they're cleaning up. Maybe we get another round going here.
Oh, there we go. Let's talk about some card games here. Hula. Shout out to Bridges too for just keeping this going. Like, TOs need to be shouted out more because they keep this game running real smooth.
Yeah, Cody running this one.
Yeah.
Carlos at Midwinter. All these guys that do this stuff. It's not like you're getting
Yeah.
paid.
Exactly. Like the craziness of like having to be on top of the rules while not like, you know, getting any kind of stipulation behind it. Oh, look at his little stream will return shortly.
Hilarious. No Spider Friends MCs. I'm disappointed. I thought that the new double mantle Spider-Man would have been a very interesting one to pick here with his ability to heal and then come back into play after you drop the guy off. So, like, you know, it would have been interesting because if you can level him before Maximus hits the table, you can keep bringing him back into play.
Yeah.
And all that kind of stuff. But again, the Outriders push Max out in this format, so that's kind of good. Give you a Max-free format. We don't have to worry about that. So, man, I'm interested
It's
to
kind of
see.
nice to, like, I mean, we saw an alternate win, but like we talked about, I know we're just gonna keep talking about it, but like Maximus is one of those ones, like, you hit your 4 yellows, you do your thing. There's
Yeah.
ways around it, but it's kind of very basic for an alt win. Something like John Stack where you can mess up. Even just one play could probably throw your whole entire deck off.
Yeah. Well,
But I've definitely made many mistakes with Maximus too, so.
Yeah, I'm looking back through all this. Got a couple loyal decks today. Got some high rolling other decks that are trying to get up there and really high roll. You got some mimics that are going to try to go for alt wins. I think we only have a couple alt win decks today. Most of the rest of it is trying for some wombo combo, but nothing. Also, shout out to anybody that fills their desk lists out with legible handwriting. You're the real heroes. You're the real MVPs. We got a lot of classic combat decks today, man.
Yeah,
a lot of
that's kind of good though. That's what I kind of want to see.
turn-right,
Those are the ones that are fun
interactive.
to talk about.
Yeah, lots of decks running in some decent amounts of lots of plot twists today. Lots of plot twists today. So we'll see a lot of interaction. Really want to see Invisible Woman today. See what she's got going on. That Mimic was great. Would love to see Sinister Six. That's a character that I would love any new player to see. First Evil is such a fun deck to see do its thing. I want to see that one. Let me look at these First Evils real quick.
I want to see what this Phoenix deck is going to do. Like, where are we going with this? How high are we going?
Yeah, man. So that Phoenix deck, that one's just such a unique choice. I shout out to the guy that's running that one. Such a fun deck. Ooh. I see what he's going for there. It took me a second, and then I just went and looked at the list. And I'm like, okay, I really want to see that deck now. Because that looks pretty insane, to tell you the truth. All right. Loving it. Okay, cool.
I'm like half paying attention because you're right. I'm scrolling through these things now too. Like, ooh, what's he got going on here? But I don't want to say like what's happening.
Yeah, but I think we got some juicy lists coming up for everybody today.
I think this is gonna be fun to talk about. There's gonna be a lot of stuff to talk about. I kind of like seeing that there's only one Outrider.
Oh, there's two. I think there's two.
Is there two?
But still, two's fun. And 17's a good pool. We need to talk about that for a second. 17 is such a good pool for everything that's going on in the world right now. I mean, I was surprised. I thought it would be better. This is more than we had at Vegas, you know?
Well, and literally, I could have actually taken off this weekend and did it, and I was so torn. Like, do I do this? But then I had no testing in, so I'm gonna roll down with a deck that I have nothing to do with. I was probably just gonna text Burt and be like, "What are you playing? I'm gonna throw it together."
Yeah, man.
But like, just 17, that's solid numbers, and that shows that area is really like good for versus. So if he was to run this back next year, like, I think it'll be better, more and better. Just
100%.
Maybe we can get you down there.
Maybe I would go. Yeah, I mean it's a little bit of a trip for me, but that's a hell of a drive. Too much. I'd have to drive all the way across Arkansas.
Burt made it. He said it was like 22 hours.
Oh, God.
Yeah, no thank you.
Day. I do love road trips, but I don't know.
I'll fly.
If I was going to play in this one, I think I would have just ran back my Valkyrie list from Vegas and just made tweaks to make it good versus evil and improve it a little bit, and just run that back. I think that would have been the best thing to do for me personally, because it would have given me more rep. It would have been something I already had a bunch of reps with and I've seen it and I've combat tested.
And just looking at these MCs, I think she would have did real good in this format. There's a lot of like single MCs.
Yeah, you dodge. You can high roll the mimics. You can, if you dodge the outrider, that's your only real loss. And people want to make out that, honestly, that my list would be really bad against outrider. But you know, there's something you could do. You just got to play it different. You hold Heimdall's to tutor up, you know, not Langley's, Byers, and then pitch a big hand to Byers and that kind of stuff. But
yeah,
had options.
Yeah, I mean, these lists are like crazy. I want to talk about them, but I don't want to like call
Here we
them
go.
out.
Here we go. Well, Pete, Rob will be in and out all day, so it'll be me and you hanging out. And we'll get plenty of time to talk about it. Ooh, that sweet. I honestly, man, that is the sweetest mat in verse. I don't care about the top four mats. I don't care about
is really good.
Anything. That Spider-Man mat is like so legit. It's the only one I've ever purchased.
Well, and I want to give a shout out because old verse, that was a card, and I love that card. And now you have me saying verse.
Oh, you can't. Yeah, I got you saying loyal. I got you saying verse. Verses. There you go. Verses. Now, when I see that, I think verse.
That's the whole thing. Is I've just heard you say verse all day today, so now I'm gonna start calling it. So by the end of the day today, I'm not even gonna call it verses anymore.
I got you. Gonna bringing you over to the dark side.
Carlos last year, Gen Con too.
Yeah. Here we go. Round 2. Oh, let's see what we get. Let's see if they said anything in there.
We got another.
So we got
I think that's Mr.
Melberg
Stacks.
versus Stacks here. Nice. So Nick Melberg versus none other than Caleb. His stream doing right now.
Oh yeah, it's definitely Stacks.
Oh yeah. So this is gonna be a fun one, guys. I think we're gonna see some cool main characters. So we got a Cosmo.
Hey, there you go. You said you wanted to see him.
I wanted to see Cosmo, and guess what? Can't wait to see what. I know what Caleb's running, so I can't wait to see him to flip it.
Yeah.
Caleb's on First Evil, I believe.
If I remember correctly, looking it up, yeah. It sounds
Oh
about
man,
right.
that's great. So this is going to be a great matchup of Cosmo versus First Evil. Can't say I've ever played it. Can't say it's been something I've tested, so it's going to be very interesting.
I would say this doesn't seem like your normal test match.
So what's interesting here is that First Evil doesn't give a lot of abilities for Cosmo to negate.
Yeah.
First Evil doesn't play a lot of stuff early, in my experience, when I've been playing the game. When I was playing my versions of him. Yep, First Evil's coming out there. Man, I wish we had a little bit. Is that a little bit fuzzy to you?
It's a little fuzzy to me too.
We'll see if we can get it cleared up after this round. He doesn't give him. He only gives him one ability to negate, so it's a little bit tougher to get mass amounts of XP to level. So I think this might be a little bit of a rough sled for Cosmo. Plus, First Evil can just high roll so hard. I really hope Caleb's deck does what it's going to try to do. From looking at his list, it's a very. I know I can see where they got some inspiration for this one. We'll talk about it a little bit later if we see some of the stuff. But yeah, man, First Evil is a favorite character. Like I was saying, I tested First Evil for Vegas almost exclusively for a long time. And like it was a deck that I was going to run until the night before when I switched back over to Valkyrie. I'm happy I made the Valkyrie switch, but I do love First Evil. One, because I just love Buffy.
Really I've never really until a couple weeks ago, I'd never really played against it. And me and Burt were testing for Fight Night, and he was like, "Well, I got this First Evil deck," and sitting down and sitting next to it and just watching the stuff you can do with it, I'm like, "Oh my god, this is ridiculous."
The issue with it I always found is the variance off the level coming off the bottom.
Yeah.
Trying to get the character off the bottom, it's just sometimes you just get destroyed. In certain formats, I think Good versus Evil, I don't know. But the photo-only format we were playing in Vegas, it was actually a pretty good call because a lot of the decks were running high densities of supporting characters in their decks. Like Valkyrie wants to run 8 locations, 12 locations, 8 plot twists, you know what I mean, and 40 dudes.
Yeah.
You know, so you have a higher percentage of chance of getting guys coming off the bottom in order for her to level quickly on 3 like you want to. Especially against Valkyrie. So we'll see here. I don't know. Cosmo, I don't think, is running a huge density of guys. But it's something to think about. If you're thinking about running First Evil, it's in this meta, in this format, am I going to see other decks that are running 30, mid-30s with supporting characters in order for me to hit my level. You know, other good things about her, though, on the flip side of that is that your opponent can't control the level, right? If the characters are on the bottom, they're on the bottom. You know, unless they're running Triton and like activating them like crazy, trying to make you dodge the level, that seems excessive. So they really can't do much about it, right? Even though there is some variance to it. But yeah, just something to think about if you're thinking about running or whatever. So
Yeah.
let's see what he does here. Like I said, I think there's going to be a tough one for Cosmo because trying to get you really want to hit like multiple characters with a gen straight off the bat.
Mantis,
and then Mantis over there. So yeah, starting off really nice for Caleb. Can't complain about that. It's rough to get your one-up gen, but the cool thing about that is, and he leads with a blue to get gen in and open up the wish pile on turn 3 or 4 is insane.
Yeah, that's a great play right there.
Insane. And Caleb's wish pile, I don't know if I should say that on stream or not. Is that public knowledge? Do you know?
I don't think so, actually.
I'm gonna. Anybody in the stream chat is wish pile public knowledge? Answer in the stream chat.
It's an interesting play, actually, just looking at it.
Oh, I love that.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so he missed. Okay, so now we see he has I have an army, so that's going to make you think some things, right? That's probably the only plot twist he's running. Most First Evil decks only run a single plot twist, and it has a very specific reason that you run that plot twist. So what I'm thinking is, if I had a lot of information about Versus and I played a lot, it's like I start looking at this list and start thinking to myself, is it going to be similar to something I've seen before, you know, or is it going to be different? Okay, so he comes out with a Poncho, so it seems like he's running some Prey sub-theme behind Cosmo here, but yet again, Caleb's giving him almost no targets, and it's not worth it to flip that yellow to get the 1 XP, right? You want to get more than 1 XP off of a yellow. You know, that's why you want to play against like Outriders, for instance. You flip 1 yellow, you get 6 XP by naming Ferocious.
Thanos and...
That's huge.
Location, it looks like.
Yeah, or no, it's a minigun.
Oh, that is a minigun, yeah.
So he's a little slow on the level, but we have a Thanos and a Gen down there. That is rough
his pile's
days.
looking real good for when he levels. Like, there's a lot of options going on in
this
there.
is going to be brutal. Okay, so we got the 3-drop Super Soldiers. That's probably a little bit of tech for Outrider, I'd have to guess, with the 5-1 range.
Well, just a 5-1 range is pretty good.
In general, yeah. Syndicate, I don't know if Syndicate's going to activate anything. I don't think so. I think he's only running the 1 plot twist in the deck.
Oh, Ironheart, interesting.
Yeah, some team attacks coming, maybe. We have no wounds on either character yet. Flipping the nowhere.
Targeting for Steeple.
Nice. Turns off his main ability.
What is the level 1 main ability? Or does he just shut it down for... Okay, so he's...
Oh, he doesn't have a level 1 main ability. Never mind. He turned off the thing that makes him put cards underneath.
First. Interesting. It's an interesting call.
No, it's a great call because it's going to keep him from leveling.
Yeah.
He gets a couple wins on there. That's great.
Actually,
I never think of that. I got to look up First Evil. I'm looking it up on my phone right now.
That's the whole thing. I didn't think you could turn off level up powers.
I don't know if it's a level up power, man. I think it does it, and then if it happens off that power, he gets XP. So it's separate. It's a power in and of itself, and you just turned it off. That's a great play.
That's a super smart play. That's a big brain play. That's what
yeah. I'm looking it up right now just to make sure. If you're in the stream chat, let us know. Yeah, that is separate. Okay, so it's like the first always goes first. No, it's part of the level up power. Start your build phase. Let's read Cosmo here. I thought it was a separate power. I was wrong. That was going to be a really great play if that's what he did. I'm not sure what he did then. But
I think he just turned off the first power, like he always goes first.
Oh, just to get some XP.
Vulture is in the field. Gets a Hawkeye. That could be an interesting...
Wish pile is private. Thank you. Appreciate it, guys. Wish pile is private, so I don't want to say it out loud.
Yeah. If we see it, then we can talk about it, but I don't want to give him away.
Who did Caleb play there?
He played a Vulture. He got a Hawkeye out of the Melberg's hand.
Nice.
And then it looks like they flipped
a Hawkins or a Hawkeye.
The pile.
Oh, it looks like a Death Trap came out too. Maybe the death trap was off of his ability, his level up power.
The death trap actually is, I think, what got Vulture.
Ah, there you go. All right.
We were too busy trying to figure out first evil. Ooh, that's a good play.
I love A-Bomb, man. Abominable Snowman. Out
Yeah,
and
I'm
at 'em.
coming around on that card. Like,
Its ability to just like lock something down for a couple turns is huge.
yeah.
'Cause
And
you're gonna,
it's got a good, it's got a good butt on it, 4/7, if I remember correctly.
yeah, 3/7 maybe, but it's definitely 7 defense. And then
Yeah,
like
it's a 7
it does make you
defense,
discard a
like
card, but there's some decks that want to discard cards, so it's fine. Liked him a
Well,
lot.
and if you got, like, you think about something like, it looks like the Cosmo deck, he's got another Poncho, which isn't doing him too much, so you're okay getting rid of that, something like that.
KO'd. That's good. Also, you want multi-wound characters in your yard with
Yeah.
First Evil to protect them. Although Vulture being a single wound character is a pretty cool one to bring out of the yard too because of the appears ability.
You got
Oh, that's
Sokobi.
rough. Locations, hitting any kind of location off that is
Yeah.
always a rough day.
Did
But
get-
leveled up. Okay, so let's see what happens here. I wonder if Nick named his level 2 power. Because I think you could with Cosmo.
I
I'll
guess
look
you
that up
could.
too. Alright, Cosmo. What are they doing, Pete?
Right now, Caleb is studying, so that's why I'm real quiet.
Well, he can't hear you, man. You're fine.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So
So
right now it looks like Caleb's getting ready to do the level 2 power.
okay. So he didn't name that one, but you could actually name a power that's not in play with Cosmo, and it can't use it. So that power,
Okay.
that level 2 power, would not be in play. Let me double check. My homework there. I'll read
Hopefully
Cosmo out
Nick-
exactly. So
if
it's like
that's
name a
true,
keyword or
hopefully,
superpower until the end of the next main phase. Enemy characters can't use or gain that power.
So yeah, I feel like if it's not in play, you could still call it. C-Stacks is Rhoda card. We'll see where he's
Well, this
kind of rough to know that you just flip the Sokovia into your pile and then you have to roll a card.
well, in First Evil, you're going to tend to row probably at a higher percentage than the other decks because you don't want to run too many locations because then it
Yep.
cuts down on how many characters you're running and it's going to hurt your level, right? You're going to minimize locations and plot twists in order to optimize you leveling quickly.
Seen Yandu.
What's he
He's got to be
choosing
dropping
here?
evil. 'Cause like that.
It's got to be evil, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, here comes the negative counters.
Everyone's got these cool fancy dice. I should really buy a pair of these.
They're nice. I got a pair. Actually, I didn't. Somebody got a pair for me at one point.
He's choosing not to. Is his level 2 in the main phase?
You got him.
It's
He's
a
in the
build?
He chose not to do the level 2 of First Evil.
Well, I think because Nick Cosmo'd it.
Oh yeah, that could be it.
So he's got 2 more yellow showing too, so you could just basically keep him down off of it for a couple more turns.
That's a smart play. And then you can start turning things off.
Yeah.
Trade Skedoodle achieved.
And then eventually he'll be leveled up. That's actually really smart. So you just wait and you start turning it off until he's kind of ready to level. And then you can just
Yeah.
like auto keep it off for the rest of the game. And this is why I like Cosmo so much. I think he's so powerful. Like when I first saw this matchup, I thought, oh man, Cosmo's in rough shape. And now it's like seeing it play out. It's like, man, Caleb, this could be a really rough day for you. Even though he got some almost optimal pulls off the bottom of the deck early on with Thanos and Jen. And with all
Nick
those
just
locations
went third
showing.
yellow,
Nick
so
just
he's
keeps
pretty
getting
much
yellow.
solid till whenever.
Yeah. 3
That's
more
good for him.
turns. Well, we also know that Caleb's going to be running a higher density of large, impactful high drops because that's just the way. Because First Evil is like a ramp deck that's trying to cheat and not actually ramp. But it's gonna the curve is gonna look very rampy, right? Not a lot of low drops, a lot of high drops. So as the game goes on, Caleb's just gonna be able to throw haymakers repeatedly. It's one of the things I liked about First Evil when I was testing her was that if the game started going long, I had the top of my deck had less chance of drawing a plot twist or a location and more chance of drawing like some big heavy hitter, just ripping it off the top.
Yeah.
So he's going to Cosmo her again, which obviously I think he's just going to lock her down for the remaining turns he can with these yellows, and just kind of treat pounding on her with his team attacks.
He played a Mantis, so I don't know.
He'll probably run that in at some point. Snowman's her.
Okay, it doesn't matter.
I guess, and yeah, First Evil is just a 0/9, so that's a really good
No, you're
like, butt
frozen.
in front of
Stay there.
sitting in front.
No, you can actually.
really
I hope
run
he
that
didn't
Mantis
do that.
too.
You can actually move formation if you're frozen. You just can't ready.
Yeah. But that's the whole thing is like a 0/9 sitting in your front row when you're not looking at flight in front of you. Because just looking at what Cosmo's showing, he's not showing any really big attackers.
Yeah.
I mean, Mantis, and he's not going to get the ramp off Mantis because he's got nothing to run her into.
Mm-hmm.
And with Ironheart gone, he lost all of his team attacks.
Yeah,
That
he's
was
going
a
to need to
really
rip
good
some.
trade.
This is very Angelus. So Angelus has got lethal, and he's got vampirism. So this is a good answer to Abominable Snowman right here, and
that's a
this
good-
Angelus could get out of control.
Yeah.
This is the problem part of this matchup.
Interesting pick. Nick talking like he has he's tested this, which he might have, because I think Caleb and Burt test together, and John, they all kind of share information. So
I'd prefer if you didn't, to be honest with you.
I would like to.
All right, you're frozen
Okay.
though.
So he's going to swap.
still though, that's a double wound, 8/7 lethal. He's gonna have to get some. And then with the negative counters on those back row team attackers, he's gonna have to get some.
Vampire on. Yeah, he does get it on defense.
He's going to have to do something. I mean, he's got the ramp now because Angelus is in front, so he's going to be able to run that Mantis in. He's going to lock down First Evil for another turn, but he's got to start doing something here, or else and Caleb's going to start running over him, even just naturally.
Again,
I know, but Caleb's got to turn the corner at some point, right? So
Yeah.
I'd like to draw
Nick still feels pretty good because he's got 5 wounds. He's not seeing a lot of pressure yet, and he's really slowing down his game plan. Otherwise, the game might be over by now.
Yeah, that's true.
In another circumstance. So he's
Yeah.
he's sticking to his game plan. Hopefully he's got some high in there that he can
Nick
get to.
missed 2 of those yellows, this game would be
I would love for a
completely
minigun
different.
to ruin your
Yes.
day.
Because this would be the
I would love
last turn that
nothing
First
more
Evil's
than
really
to-
locked down and can just start throwing haymakers, as you say,
That happens. Okay.
in the first world.
Appears dead.
So we're going to lock it down again.
And I'm gonna give you a vitality counter.
That's rough.
No
It
plays
says-
from
it says
Nick. That's
KOs a defense.
rough.
Okay.
Yeah, right.
So then
Wow.
Angelus is going to get another token on top of it, right?
Yeah,
Or is it only
3.
on the
That's
attack?
3 wounds, man. He's effectively 3 wounds right now.
You only have 1 vitality token.
No, you can have as many vitality tokens as possible. You can
But do you
have
only
like
get on the attack? That's more of where I'm getting because he just ran Mantis in.
no, it says KO. If a vampire KOs a
I don't know,
character
man. I'm not
in
sure
combat,
that's what I'm saying
they
at
get a
all.
vitality token.
So I feel like Caleb should have 1 more vitality token, unless that's.
No, he has.
What?
What does it say? 1 or he should have 2.
That's exactly the thing.
I can't really super tell if
I
that's.
just want you to know that.
Me neither. Like I said, we'll try to clear up a little bit of the
Yeah.
focus here.
Ego.
Right.
That's a really big play too. That's
Gigantic.
a huge. God,
All-
that card is.
Has been since has been. Okay, so now
Yeah.
the wounds here. Here come the wounds, guys.
Yeah, here it comes.
I
You
wonder why he
waited for
put
it
Angelus in
patiently,
the
here
back.
it
Oh,
comes.
because he's frozen. That's why.
Yeah.
Yes.
Already have guys there. You can already play the thing for 2.
Yeah. Alright, get you back.
Hawkins going down. Still got a poncho in the back row. Let's see what happens.
But are you really worried about a poncho right now? He's like
Dropping counters is relevant, for team attacks, but I don't think Caleb is too worried about it. Caleb seems pretty comfortable and pretty relaxed right now from
Yeah.
body language. He's an experienced
especially with
player
that
also,
ego
so.
sitting in front. You got an Angelus with at least 1 token on him.
Yeah, he's got no wound. He's got like 1 wound, 2 wounds maybe.
He just put the first wound of the game on the MCs.
Yeah, it's like what kind of counters is he really? So now he's in a really interesting position. I wonder how much XP good old Cosmo has. He needs to get a bunch really quickly because he needs to level up in order to get these for free. Because right now, being able to like Cosmo ego and get rid of that whole thing where he makes you a 6 all the time would be pretty big game here going forward, especially if he drops like an Eternal or something down behind it. Because it looks like he's got a Gilgamesh in his hand. If I'm looking there.
Oh, that'd be
So I mean that would kind of swing the game if he could be like, okay, your guy's not this, but if First Evil can start popping her stuff back into play, then that's a wholly different story.
Is there a Surtur in any Discord pile?
There's not.
Nick just asked for Surtur.
Currently our
Thanos is. Let's not undersell Thanos.
We're checking because you probably saw that I have an army.
So if we think back to so he says our Hammer Army. So like if we think back to John Phillips' First Evil deck at Midwinter, he was trying to cheat into play Surturs early and then play Suit Up on them, right? So we see I have an army in Caleb's thing. So if Caleb is trying to get a Surtur into his yard, cheat it into play early, play I have an army, and then blow up 2 of Nick's resources with a gigantic character, that's a very interesting play.
It's a very solid play. That's I mean, when First Evil was revealed and Surtur was also revealed, like you look at them and you're like, those two were just made for each other. Like it's a way to really make this dude shine.
I'm interested. It's interesting that they're going with that strategy. I always really liked the Hela Fenris combo. I thought that was a really good one. I think you can't do Fluke Man Odin in this format, but that was a fun one. No. Okay, so he drops a Raw Dogs of Thanos right here on turn 8. So
Jesus. I mean, Cosmo got level 2, so that's plus.
It's pretty big. There's a second win on Cosmo coming.
I don't think it's gonna matter as much.
No, I think Nick's in a really bad way on this back end. I think Caleb's not feeling any pressure. There's not really like a ult win that's coming here that he can be backdoored into. His board is insane right now.
We'll see if I remember it or not. Don't tempt me on.
And now there's too many targets for Cosmo to pick from at this point to really slow anything Caleb's trying to do down. So
I think he's targeting Thanos with Cosmo.
It's probably a good one.
I think you almost have to if you don't have anything to play.
Yeah, and he wrote another resource. He wrote another thing. Okay, so Gilg, Chuckles.
This specific thing killing big guys.
I'm gonna play a Gilgamesh. And a Charlie.
Yeah, I think he's in trouble. 2 wounds. This game's gonna be over pretty quickly.
No resources showing, so Charlie's just a body for Thanos. What if he gets that far?
Oh, something with this? Yeah, I'm gonna name your ability and blow this up. I apologize.
Oh, you're naming this. Okay.
Charlie to Thanos.
Yeah, makes sense.
That's
Now you're swinging.
And he's going to try to wound him for next turn so he doesn't have to name it next turn. He's in trouble. So right here, I think he had to name that ability. Otherwise, I think Caleb could have possibly won on this turn. Maybe not won on this turn, but basically putting maybe double wounded him or something out of his wish pile, or killed down his board so much with Thanos that he might have to sack his main character or something like that, right? You don't know what's in Nick's hand, but it could be a possibility. Oh, there's a Hellmouth, so Caleb's in a really good position here.
There's a Thanos in Caleb's pile too, so could he double Thanos? Is that
no, because he wouldn't have Swarm. There's the Surtur.
I was about to say he's just gonna casually drop a Surtur.
GG at this point is what we got to start saying.
Oh yeah, and he's got Gen sitting in his pile too, so if he needs something out of his wish pile, he's really in good position.
He's in great position right here. That power's still turned off, so we can't go to the wish pile yet with that Gen, but we'll see what happens here. I think
Surtur and Ego sitting in the front row is pretty good.
Oof, that's Surtur though.
I mean, that'd be nice. Put me out of my misery.
So I think you go Ego into Gilg to get the Gilg back to hand, and then you go Surtur into. Then you attack with Surtur, and then you attack with Thanos. I think. He says, "I have an army." He's scooping it up. Nope. He's just shuffling them up too because he knows he's getting ready to get a couple of locations destroyed. I think this is bad news bears right here. Wish it was a turn earlier for Caleb, and then it would have really shut him out. But I think right now so this is what you do. Yeah, you attack here. It's going to bounce him back to hand, right? And then if you blow up the locations with Surtur, now he can't play him next turn. I don't think because he'll be on 9 and he'll have 2. So he'll be going to. So he was on 8 resources, down to he's on 9 resources, down to 7. So he will be able to play his Gilgamesh next turn if he rose something. Never mind. The math was off. They were a little bit farther on than I thought.
Well, it's because there was that Mantis ramp in there. That's
that threw me off the turns there. Oh, there we go. Nowhere.
I would put some life on that in there.
I could see that.
I didn't think about that until I was like, if he drops a surfer, how am I going to kill it?
It's still looking not so great, but
He's fine.
yeah.
He's basically got to turn off that Surtur.
I have 8.
That's a rough call, though.
I think because I guess you don't not turning off the Surtur you don't lose that turn, but you're really dang close because he's got 3 wounds at this point. I can't really see above the thing there, but
I want to say at least 3 that I can remember.
All right, then I'll name Thanos.
So he's naming Thanos so he doesn't lose the Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh going into Surtur.
I thought the Surtur was an 18 for some reason. Maybe I'm just
No, he's a 115 or something.
Oh, that's what it is. Okay. which is good because that clears the counter off Surtur, so you're not.
It
losing
does, but at
as
the same
many
time, he's
resources.
just going to keep him going back, and if he draws another one or power up right here.
Yeah.
See what happens. So now, Caleb, looking at his wish pile,
Yeah, let's say now it's back online. So.
yeah, he's got some options here. I want to see what he does because he's got lots of
The
options.
best thing in there is Hawkeye, if I remember correctly.
Can you pull from your opponent's deck too?
Charles
Yeah.
is in there, and you do have
Okay.
wings. He's a 27-27.
I don't think there's really anything. Well, I guess he could draw the Hawkeye if he wanted to.
No, I think Nick only has 3 wounds. So you try to, if he has a double wound combo he can do, it's what you do here. To me,
Yeah.
in my opinion. And I think you
No,
can
I
do
think
it.
that's a smart play. If you want to win, you go for what you can win with.
He's really close. Cosmo with 10 defense is rough.
Ultron and Achilles. Ooh, Achilles is
I mean,
not good.
Again, I've been dead since he played the Ego.
Yeah.
Because you can put that Killian right on Surtur.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Let's see what he does here. I have some ideas.
Okay. You may have.
Okay.
He's going with Charles. That's interesting. I'm going to have to ask him about his line here because I think he had...
I think there are better plays.
Yeah, I think he could have... I don't know. If Nick's on 4 wounds, this is fine.
That's the whole thing is, yeah. Like,
There's 1 green.
I am really trying to figure out this lineup. I guess Charles makes you bigger that the Gilgamesh isn't.
Ego.
Ego? Okay.
Even the odds.
He was on 4 wounds. That was the
All right,
that was the deal.
that-
I thought he was
that
on
changes that,
3.
yeah.
If he was on 3, it was going to be
Yeah,
different.
but
Anyway,
I think my only hope was
great.
getting-
If
If I could get Gilgamesh.
Yeah.
there we got to see. You
No,
really didn't get to see First Evil perform the way that she
but then
can.
you got the Surtur
But
out.
you did get to see a very interesting play. There were some very interesting decisions made there. I think Nick's strategy of keeping her shut down was correct, trying to draw into something, but didn't quite get what he needed. I think First Evil just might be a bad Cosmo matchup like I initially thought, where not a target-rich environment for his level up, if I had to say. So
Yeah.
Ego.
That's the whole thing
Put
is
down
like
the win for Ego.
a lot of the photo cards, just even earlier on, is not great for Cosmo because it's a lot of simple things
Mhm.
and stuff that you're like, well, if I turn it off, it's not super gonna affect the game.
Well, it's not so much that you want that, but what you want is them to play a bunch of targets that have similar abilities like flight and ranged that you
Yeah.
can turn off 2 and 3 at a time to level up quickly, and now you have the free negate, and you can just kind of focus on the main character's basic strategy. Like if you take Ferocious away from Outriders, it really changes the way the Outriders play.
Yeah.
You know, and if you can take Ferocious away from the Outriders for the rest of the game after turn 1, if you rip a yellow on turn 1, because I think Cosmo needs, how much XP does he need?
Ain't no thing.
I
6,
should
I
know
believe.
this. 6?
Yeah.
That's the perfect number. You draw a yellow on turn 1 on the play against Outrider. You call Ferocious. You level up. You're a 3/10, and then from then on, they never have Ferocious again. You know what I mean? So they're trading with you, every time. So I like it in that regard. I like Cosmo in a lot of different ways. I think you can do a lot. Thinking about turning off Invisible Woman's ability, turning off Warrant Officer's ability, turning off Thor's Berserker or Thor's Flight is good. You think about like Thor goes turn 1, Falcon attack, and you're like turn 1 yellow, gain 2 XP, turn the flight off, and there's different things you can do. That one's not going to win you the game, but I don't know. Rogue turning off God Strength late.
Yeah.
That is,
Knowing if you're paying attention to the room, you can know to call something like, to go back to John Phillips' deck, you can know something to call the Madam Hydra ability.
or Goblin games, right?
Yeah,
You might know to show
just a
Goblin
way to
games.
not get that all
Does
win.
Nick test with John?
I don't know off the top of my head.
He's with that group, he might have went on Cosmo, having seen John's deck, saying like,
Exactly.
hey, here's an answer. An MC with a
I
built
can
in
start,
answer.
for yellow, I can turn this off. I can turn this off. I'm not gonna get just straight up rolled.
Yeah. And it's going to be a target-rich environment because John's trying to spam guys out. He can pick Stealth or Legion or something. I don't think you
How
can
about they
turn that
even
one off. but
calling Legion or Swarm?
You can't turn those off, so it wouldn't work with like.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but you could change like some of the other stuff that they have. Some of the like the Outriders have that ability, like genetic blah 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 or whatever, that gives them the ability to have all that stuff when they
that one that
appear.
lets them just keep getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah. So there's some different things you could do there that'd be interesting. So anyway, that was another cool decks. Love that.
Yeah.
Definitely
very
something
cool.
different there. Yeah, Ben says Nick is part of Build It Club. So yeah, maybe he made that decision on there. I'm gonna text Caleb, see if we can get this.
Yeah, that's.
Hold on a second.
That'd be really cool to see like someone like almost counter pick what the rest of them are doing.
Yeah.
So many notes here that make no sense. Because I'm like writing like First Evil does this. Let's try this out. I got ideas running through my head as I'm watching other people play. It's the plus of watching people play is you get to start thinking like, I like that idea, but I bet you I could do it with this, or I could do it with that.
You know what? We'll just see how the stream goes this next round. If it's a little bit fuzzy, I'm going to leave Caleb alone. He's playing today.
Yeah,
We need to let him play and focus on that. So
we could figure out 90 to
we're close enough.
95%.
Yeah, we're close enough to be able to talk on it. I hope everybody's having a good time on the stream there. I don't know how many viewers we got. I can't really see. Let's go look and see how many people we have hanging out with us today.
I can tell you that there's 8 watching the YouTube.
21.
Move over to the stream if you want to hear us talk.
Yeah. So somebody should. I'll try to comment on the YouTube here. We've got 23 people watching the stream live. That's great. So let's get back over to the YouTube. We got anybody commenting here? I might have to comment.
There's no one talking in here, so.
Yeah. So 8 watching now. So that's me, you,
I don't know,
Robert. So maybe 5 more. But that's fine. Okay, so let's get this back up maximized. All right, Peter.
All right.
Another round down. That was great.
Round down.
Also, everybody in the stream chat on Twitch, if there's any topics you'd like us to cover, anything you'd like us to talk about in between rounds, let us know. You know, me and Pete here will talk about anything.
I mean, you probably more want to hear what Adam has to say, but I can throw in some peanut gallery stuff here and there.
Whatever.
I feel like we should be plugging Ben's fight night too. But
Oh yeah, when's that coming? Yeah, go ahead and plug that, Peter.
Oh, Ben of the Build Phase. There's multiple things running what's called the Fight Night, which is usually it's trash talk between 2 known players. The newest one coming up is Caleb versus Cell from Team Apex. I'm trying to think. I think it's Newborn versus Jungle Hunter. So we have the classic AVP like matchup. I think that one's gonna be real good because it started. The heat kind of started in the last Fight Night between Caleb and Apex, and I think this is going to be a good one. I think there's going to be some real good decks played.
Yeah, man, I can't wait.
Yeah, those are always good. Just this online community that's grown out of this COVID stuff. I will say that is one of the big positives of all this is we've really seen our online community come together and really start building up.
Yeah, man, I love it. I was not big on Skype gaming before, never really done it, and then I tried that. I did Fight Night with Ben, and I think it's a great way to play. I'd probably do it a little bit more so than, I'd do it more so now than ever before. I really enjoy getting to play it. Also, it gives you the physical cards in your hand, so it's great. And just any more building is better.
It's great for those people that really don't have a huge scene around them. There's enough people in the Discord that you can be like, I'm looking for games. Yeah, and someone's most likely can pop in and be like, I'll play Skype with you. Let's do this.
Okay, Peter, got a question in the stream chat here.
Ooh.
Any quick advice for new players working on putting a deck together? Yes. Quick advice would be that build around your main character. Don't listen to what everybody's saying everywhere. Look at the locations they need, the colors they need on locations. Put 4 of all those in there, 4 of their wild in there. And then just try to think about what they want to try to do to level. Because pretty much any deck will be more successful if they're leveling quickly and efficiently.
That also just don't be afraid to try something that you think, well, maybe this isn't great. Try it out. You never know. Maybe you'll maybe you'll be the next John Phillips and stumble upon something that's crazy awesome and just steamrolls things.
No, that's a great advice. Play something that looks fun to you. Number one, pick a guy that looks. Don't listen to us about what is good and what isn't good, quote unquote. Pick what you think looks fun and will motivate you to build. Pick something that you look at and you're like, oh man, I know what I want to do here. That inspires you, and go from there.
But also, choosing a main character first is probably one of the best things.
Yeah.
When I first started playing this game, I went backwards. I started with supporting characters of stuff I wanted to do, and then let's try with this main character. And I never seemed to find that thing. But once I started building around mains, it becomes so much easier because you're like, okay, I can do this. This will be on color. When we say on color, that means it's the same main characters locations, so you're not having to.
Like having a main character that uses laboratories or blues, and then having supporting characters that use the same thing. Yeah.
just like because having to slam 20 some locations and feels bad if you don't really need them because there'll be times your hands just clumped up with you're looking at it like great I've got locations
I can't use
but
them.
I got nothing else to play.
Yeah, I say like build around level up first, and then you can
Yes.
change from there.
That's
If
very
you're
good.
leveling up quick, you're probably in a decent way.
Yeah.
Also, it'll give you something to focus your deck builder around, right? If you just sit there and focus on making this deck level as quickly and as efficiently as possible, then you've got a real focus for building. So you don't have to start. And then once you start play a couple games, you can look at it and be like, oh well, this one really wasn't good. This was too much. Like I've had too much of this in there. I need more team attacks. I need more whatever, and you can kind of change it from there. But when I'm starting out, I try to think about, okay, how am I going to level this guy as quickly and as efficiently as possible?
Well, and that's another big thing. Like, is okay. Well, let's look at someone like Cosmos. We just saw. Like, he needs 6. Say you're almost always consistently hitting turn 4 level up. I don't know if that's later. I haven't played a lot of Cosmo. We'll just use that. Now, after that, you can start focusing on, okay, let's get some 5 drops that are going to help me after I level up.
Yeah.
And then you can really start focusing on that later game after you've leveled up, and you can really play around with that.
Yeah, that's great advice too. And there's some guys that look good. Worst case scenario, say on team attacks are really good. They're going to give you synergies that are great for beginning players because sometimes a lot of the strategy in the game comes from formation and then how you sequence your attacks from that formation. And what I mean by that is choosing your guys to be in front rows and back rows, knowing a guy isn't going to attack, so maybe what you hear is hide him in the back row. We'll put him behind guys in the back row so he can't be attacked, right? He might just not do anything for the turn, but losing him would be a bad thing. And that stuff will come later. If you have guys on team, it's a little bit easier to form because you don't have to think to yourself about attack sequences because they can attack together more often. And that allows you to play around plot twists and defensive pumps and power-ups easier, right? So you don't have to think quite as hard about your attack sequencing. If we think back to that last round, if you were watching it, it's pretty easy to see like Caleb had the win, but he still took time to think about his attack sequence because he had guys from a bunch of different teams on there. He has to think to himself, okay, how do you do this efficiently? Because sometimes there used to be a saying, my friends used to tell me we used to play Magic all the time. A lot of them were a lot better at me than that. It's like, okay, so you're in this game state where 5 different plays win you the game, but only one is correct. is the thing, right? And why is that correct? Because it's the one that they couldn't play around, right? That gives them no outs. The rest of them, if they had something in hand, they could play around it or whatever. So that stuff takes time to get there. But anyway, 100%. Think about focus on leveling, build around your main character, and then go from there. Find something that motivates you, you're excited about, maybe your favorite character or a guy or a character you like from your favorite team, and go from there.
Avoid Daredevil. No, I'm just kidding.
Also, don't think about, there's no set number of locations or plot twists required or supporting characters required. There's decks, there's Madam Hydra lists I've seen from back in the day that didn't run any locations. There are decks I've seen run 0 or 3 or 4 plot twists. There's decks that run 20 plot twists. Kingpin used to run 28 locations. You know what I mean? So that kind of stuff.
Kingpin.
Yeah, right? That stuff can vary greatly. So don't try to lock yourself into thinking you have to have so much. I would try to have like characters from 1, 2, 3, and 4. But you don't have to have 1-drops. We ran a Mystique deck at Gen Con that didn't run a single 1-drop. So I mean, each deck can be unique, and you're gonna have to play a little bit of games with it. Once you kind of like build around what my guy wants to do, you just kind of play games to see exactly what he wants.
That's another thing is just play games. That's the easiest advice. No matter what you're playing, play games because that's when you start learning. Okay, this does this, this does this, and you start feeling that fluid. Take your time while playing. There's no, especially in fun games, there's no time limit. If someone's mad at you because you're taking too long, then whatever you do. Play comfortable.
Yeah, I will admit this. A little bit of advice if there was a character you wanted to build, or if you wanted some advice on a character you could start with. I think that if you got the new Fantastic Battles box, I think that Mr. Fantastic is a great beginning character to start with. Yeah, he levels slowly, but his level up is right there on the card. What characters you need to include in your deck, and he has an ability to go search for them at level 1. They're good characters. He's a good character with cool abilities. You get to run all locations, so you get to run this like vast gamut of things, and it's a good one to start with. That'll teach you to be patient too, because he's a very patient deck. I think Human Torch is another good one to start with because you'll learn about power-ups and hand management with him, because you don't always want to just dump your entire hand to power-ups and counters to level, because what if they stun you, daze you, and you lose all those counters, and now you don't have any cards in hand. So it'll teach you like some really interesting things about being aggressive and pacing. And Mr. Fantastic can teach you patience, on your level up, because he can't level up to turn 6 when he plays Thing, but Thing, Invisible Woman, Human Torch are insanely good cards. So he get in, and they're on team, so there's a lot of synergy there. It's interesting. Plus all the fun from the invention pile afterwards, after you level up.
I was just going to say, Dr. Doom is another one that's going to teach you how, okay, this is a little bit more complicated, like, level up. How can I do this? Let's start looking at some of the stuff that's going to help me do that kind of stuff. Like, he's another, like, he's almost like that mid-tier of learning, like, okay, I've got Mr. Fantastic down, let's move on to Doom.
Yeah.
Let's see how he runs.
Yeah, and that's a much more complicated level up where you got to start thinking about percentages of equipment versus percentages of plot twists versus percentages of impactful drops that I'm going to make in order to stay alive and keep going what I do, need to keep going and do what I do in the game.
Don't be afraid to ask questions.
Yes, also. Collector's great. There's great stuff in the Discord for information. We try to do all this kind of stuff, so.
Like, no one's going to shit on you. Like,
yeah.
Well, there's that whole, like, there's no such thing as dumb questions, and especially in card games, there's not. We are not that kind of community. We want to help everyone be the better player.
We want to grow, right? We want everybody to be better. We want everybody to play. We want a nice, wonderful space for people to come and enjoy the game together, so we can have more people come and enjoy the game. And it's honestly there's a couple of things about our game that are different from other people's games, in my opinion. One is the theme and flavor of the game is second to none. The way the designers come and design this game to be like the comics and be like the movies and the TV shows that you love is second to none, second to any board game or card game you're going to find, right? Now, that leads to some balance, wonky rules situations sometimes, so that's definitely a drawback, but I think that the flavor and the funness of it makes up for that. The second thing we have, more so than any other game, is these cool formats that kind of rotate every year. You don't see other games really having that kind of thing where you have these very interesting new formats that completely change the way you're going to have to build decks, right? Yeah. And then the third thing and the last thing is the great community. And I can vouch this, and everybody will vouch to this. You come on the collective, you come on the Discord, you come to these streams, everybody is really helpful, wants to help you out, wants to grow the community, wants to have more people enjoying this game we love together. And I've met so many of my friends, like Peter here, Rob when he comes back, playing this game. I never knew these guys before I started playing this game. And then through this game you meet them, and you meet a lot of really cool people. It's one of the great things about the community.
Yeah, like, you're going to see people talk about teams and stuff like that. Don't worry about that. You play, like, there's always going to be the people that be like, well, this is the top tier, this is going to be this. We've seen games where something not top tier has easily come to the top, and it's fine.
Yeah.
That's great about this.
And then Ben was saying, like, so some decks, definitely will want a classic curve. So Ben was talking about, like, the number percentage of, like, how many drops you have to run at a certain place. Like, 9 or 10 2-drops will get you, you'll be able to you'll draw one of those, like, 90% of the time, that kind of stuff. Yeah, if you're playing, like, Thor, you're playing a team, an aggressive character like maybe Wolverine doesn't really want team attack or something like that, then, having a curve, and that's what we're going to talk about with a curve of characters, right? And it's going to be like a bell curve, almost, if you can think about it. I wish I could draw on the stream for you, but you're gonna have your average deck. We just said your average aggressive deck, but this is more of an old verse thing that a lot of new verse players have carried over that I don't really necessarily agree with. But you'd want more your curve or your character drops around 2, 3, 4, and 5, and then at 6, 7 start dropping off, right? Because you're less likely to get there, and you can't play those cards early in the game. Whereas your earlier ones, you want to like hit those drops more often. Now, this game's characters aren't statted the same as they were in the old game, so it's a little bit different. And also with the main characters being so variable, it kind of changes what strategies people want, right? So you don't have to necessarily run 1 drops. You don't necessarily have to run 2 drops. I don't know of a characterless deck out there yet, but I mean, maybe they'll print one day, right? But it kind of go against the game. But there's some decks that want to run 9 drops and 8 drops and 7 drops. There's some decks that are not going to get there, right? If you look at Outriders, for instance, with Robert, if he ever comes back, gets to join us again. He didn't run anything past, I think, 5 in his deck.
Yeah.
Because it was just too aggressive. His original Thor that he won Thorigins after Origins with, that Thorigins with, stopped at 2 Iron Man at 6 and 3 Punisher at 5. You know, so curves can be different. Like Warrant Officer doesn't really care about 1-drops. She runs some because of their appear abilities, but not because she's playing them on curve and wants to play them on curve. Mystique doesn't necessarily care about playing characters on curve. She's playing characters to activate plot twists in order for her to level up, so she kind of wants them early, but it's more important, like if you look at the Mystique Xenos list that Brent Spook, that she wanted to have the aliens after she leveled, so she could play the Spooks, do the combo with Deadpool. Or I can go on and on and on, how it's just so variable, you never know, right? We're looking at Caleb's deck that he just played in the last round. He's going to have this huge high density of high drops because he's trying to cheat them into play off the bottom of his deck from the special ability of First Evil. And that's a great example of a guy building a deck around a main character's level up condition and superpowers, right? If you put a bunch of low drops in there, her ability wouldn't be nearly as good and as impactful as it is if you put 9 drops, a bunch of 8 drops, 7 drops, multi-wound 7 and 8 drops in there. You know, I guess is what I'm trying to say. I don't know. Am I just rambling, Peter?
No, I was listening. Joe pointed out that the stream isn't on. He hears voices but no video. Sorry, I was trying
Okay.
to
Let me check that out right now.
Yeah, I was more worried about like my sound coming through. I didn't want to throw people off.
No, I mean, stream seems to be going.
Okay.
I'm picking it up. So I don't know what the deal is. Huh.
This is through C-Stacks, right?
Oh, here we go.
Oh, okay. Back to this. All right, what do we got? We got another build it. We got another build it.
Wally and John Lewis. All right. There we go. Pick back up.
I guess I could look these up, but I don't
Is that
know
John to the left?
What?
Is that John to the left? No, Wally. I don't know who Wally is.
I mean, also, props to Caleb for this UI. This is really nice.
Oh, so we got 6 Killer versus John Lewis. Okay, we're gonna get to see some cool. We're gonna get to see some cool decks today, right now. So I think we're gonna see Phoenix.
That'd be great.
I think John's on Phoenix over here on the right.
I don't want to look like I know we have the list, but I don't want to look because this is kind of more fun to like just guess.
Yeah, I know. I think we're gonna get to see a Phoenix, guys. This is gonna be fun.
I was about to say, like, and props for the TO for making sure that we're seeing just like interesting decks. Granted, the plus is there's not going to be really a lot of mirrors or anything like that, but.
Okay, I'm gonna try to see what Wally's on here. Oh, here we go. Oh man, this is gonna be Phoenix versus WO.
Ooh.
Here we go. Nice, interesting matchup. I love it. This is going to be some different stuff here, guys. If you've never seen Warrant Officer, she was a meme at one point, and then she basically took the world by storm as Thor Hate during Gen Con one year. Phoenix I've never seen anybody play Phoenix successfully. John Lewis is a great player. I want to say that. I've played against John. John's got some top 8s at Origins. I think he's got a top 8 at Gen Con. Great player. I think he was a Mystique player for a while there. So let's see what he's got with this Phoenix list. It looks really interesting. I really want to see him do its thing. It's got some cool stuff going on. It's not going to be any secret tech to say that he's going to try to do a cipher level here by getting a grip full of opening with a grip full of characters, dropping a yellow and cipher on one, and then pitching them to try to get some to basically cycle through his deck to try to get a quick level up.
Yep.
Pete, I'm going to step away for just a second, and then I'll be right back.
Okay.
All right, man.
I'll try to entertain the masses here. So, also Warrant Officer, you're going to be looking at a lot of probably tuck and pass, which is basically she's going to go face down, and then she's going to hide. She might take some wounds in the beginning, because she gains XP based off the number of wounds that she has. Phoenix, I have seen piloted pretty well a few years ago at the Milwaukee Midwinter, and it was a deck to be reckoned with, and that's when Dark Phoenix was around. So we got an opening of Slingshot and Weyland-Yutani. So that's the Weyland-Yutani is the company wild, so Warrant Officer can go down if she wants. I don't think she will. Didn't see what he grabbed with Slingshot, or I should say put on top. got a power up there, so bounce that attack, I do believe. That's 2 in the bin. Phoenix needs 20 characters and both characters bins are KO piles, so any combination as long as it equals 20 between the two of them, and then she will level up, and then she can start grabbing characters out of that KO bin. I'm throwing too much information at you. I'm very sorry. I don't see the Twitch. Adam will come back and tell me if I'm doing bad or not. All right, so looks like you're.
Past you.
I can't see what Phoenix played because his name is covering what it is. Can't tell if it was road or anything. You have a road card, so no location. Kane. He's gonna come out and he's gonna show. It's Uatsu's in there. He's gonna grab the earth. He's like still the surfer. Oof. Ooh. That's interesting. Finally gonna get to see Watu played. That could be real good in a long game like Warrant Officer.
What's up, man? Back again. Here we go. What we got going on?
Turn 2, we saw a slingshot. Got KO'd to a Phoenix power up.
Okay.
Wally just played Kane, and I saw 2 Watus, and it looked like a Silver Surfer.
Wow.
So just high-end drops in Warrant Officer, which makes the most sense. Like,
wow.
You're gonna get to that late game most likely.
Watu, great call. Already running the Earths naturally.
Yeah, like, I bet you Burt's super happy to see that because that dude. Well, and just, God, just to be able to like
play that gigantic 6-wound flying blocker. Wow. All right, man.
I don't know what the first card is for John Lewis. I can't see it. It's off stream. See a Miss Marvel, which is real good because then you can really start dumping cards.
Probably yellow or something. Yeah, this will get some in your yard. So his activators for his Phoenix deck are Miss Marvel and Cypher.
Okay, yeah, I mean that's a solid.
Boom, Ghost Rider. 8/8 coming at you. Warrant Officer usually wants to take a hit early.
Yeah, I was explaining that. Like, you're going to see her probably take 2 or 3 wounds because then she can just start ducking them down.
Yeah, 1 or 2 is usually a good rule. I think right now taking 3 is a little bit risky with the Devil Slayers and the kind of stuff like that exists. Reality Gem. So I think you got to be a little bit. Just take 2, and you'll just level up low. You really don't care about the level 2 ability until it's late in the game, when you can blow their stuff up and then start dropping your haymakers.
Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah. Well, and that's crazy. Like, if you think about it, Uatu is going to heal Ripley, too, isn't he? Like, he does a heal, if I remember correctly.
He does. And he removes, like, status effects.
He does a plethora of many things.
Readies, heals, removes...
Interesting. That's right. I forgot she can go face down with an equipment.
Now, the Nullifier... Let's read Nullifier exactly for everybody. I want to read the exact text so we get this all good here. So... Will the Nullifier stay on while she is down?
We believe it was determined that it will stay on because it's the way the effect works is that when it comes into play, you name an ability, and until it leaves play, that ability is nullified. Right? That keyword superpower. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble on the mobile. When the Nullifier appears, name a keyword or superpower. Enemy characters lose and can't gain that power until the Nullifier leaves play. So while she's face down, even though it's not up and on, quote-unquote, like most powers and stuff would be, it's still in play. So its effect, it's called like a cloud effect or a delayed trigger or something like that, where its effect is in play. It keeps happening until Nullifier leaves play. So she is a house. Be removed from game.
What do you call, I wonder?
I think he called Miss Marvel, which is a really big play, actually.
That's pretty good. Well, we got a Pixie.
And
we got a
Jessica Jones.
Wow.
So, I mean, you're not super worried about it.
No, he's got lots of different ways to get stuff into his yard.
That's super smart with Phoenix.
Yeah, and also she's got 7 wins, guys. And another thing, you guys that you're beginning players that are just learning up, number of wounds on a character is important. And a 7-wound character, man, that is something else. There's a reason why Dark Phoenix is as good as she is, right?
Yeah, I mean, well, but just even like the 7 wound, like the higher wound count looks great, but don't disqualify just something because it's got low wounds at the same time.
Especially when you look like Warrant Officer has 5, but her ability to hide, as she's going to do right here, hide in those shadows, makes it seem more like 8 or 9.
Yeah,
or
at least,
other characters'
like,
ability to heal, like X-23.
so far we got 6 in
Now,
the
I will
bin.
say that so the Phoenixes both are a little bit weaker than they used to be because of Devil Slayers, because of Reality Gems, because of
Yeah.
Not Finished Yet, and some of the wound acceleration abilities that people have, because their base stats are so small and their level ups are so arduous that you can kind of get those wounds on them before they level. You know, you can kind of double up on some wounds with some of those abilities, where if a character had less wounds but bigger stats, it'd be much harder to. Okay, we got a Flint coming into play.
Just
He's going to swing a Jess. I would go
Yeah,
ahead
take
and... Yeah, you're obviously running full suite of power-ups. I wonder if he's wanting
Yeah.
calls in there, too. I'm not going to look at the list right now. It'll distract me. Let's play it naturally here.
I think running a call in that style deck is not bad because I mean, call's a general power up for anyone. You throw it on Miss Marble again too.
Yeah, once you see one call, it's really hard. Now you got to think about it for every play, every attack you make for the rest of the game. You know?
Yeah.
Also, you know, if he's on A-Force, I think that female A-Force Loki would be a good play. Also gives you more
Yeah.
cards to draw to get that. And then powering her up, you know, you might as well roll calls and Phoenix power-ups and help you get that level up, help you draw more cards. Ben's still in the chat there. He loves some A-Force Phoenix, A-Force Loki, I mean. Or as he
Yeah,
lovingly
I mean-
calls her Floki, I think. F
Yeah.
Loki.
Miss America, that is a card I have not seen in a
OG,
very
baby.
long time.
Good versus evil, bringing out the old school cards, right?
Yeah, like that is a card that needs to come back again. It's kind of like how we're seeing a resurgence in some of these older cards.
Okay,
I
guys.
know you and Robert were talking about it.
Yeah.
but that card I don't think will really ever be bad.
So guys, when you're playing a game like this, and you want to look for tells on these tournaments, right? It's possible things they could be running. So if I see him play Miss America, I think to myself, okay, it's a good card per se, but also, is there a sequence where he'd want to run it for something else? So if I see a Miss America, for instance, I know that he plays it for defense, but also I might see a Build a Better World at some point.
Yep.
Now that's not something that's going to be really interactive with you in the game that you can really prevent or think about. If you're not running any targeted discard or anything like that, it might not be relevant. But those kind of thought processes as you go through a tournament are very important, right? So, you know, read what supporting characters they're choosing because they mean more than just attacks and team attacks. Sometimes they could be like, what plot twists are they activating? What equipment are they activating? And those sort of things.
And yeah, just something like that too. Like
Oh, I think I
you
saw
see this-
Mr. Fantastic in the Warrant Officer's hand. I think I saw Mr.
that's really good.
Fantastic. Ooh, stroke of
And- but
genius
you're gonna
coming.
get the 7 most likely with Warrant Officer. So
Yeah.
being able to invent sounds real good. Trying to see what else I can spot in there.
Okay, so 2 wounds on Phoenix. Those are some interesting wound counters.
Shocks, which is always good. Is that a thing in his hand?
It might be.
No, I'm
would be-
guessing. And that's bad.
Thing is great.
We got 8 in the bin.
No, it's total. Remember, that's total in both yards. I
I know.
think.
That's what I'm.
Yeah.
So it's 6 on John's side and 2 on Wally's side. So I made sure to.
Yeah, he's
really
got to get
point
to
out,
20,
like,
doesn't he?
Yeah.
Ugh.
You get 2 wins, right?
Well,
Yeah,
what I was gonna say is like you see that Wally's keeping the tough characters down, so that's also a good signifier. Like he probably doesn't have the build better because he doesn't need Miss America up to do it.
Also, he's just trying to save the wounds on him, keep his board,
Yeah.
keep his board big. He doesn't want him to go to the yard because that's what gives XP to Phoenix. So he's making a good decision. It's and yet again, that's another thing we can talk about too, where it's it's not natural, right? Your normal thing when you have a tough character is to flip him back up to protect me, right?
Yep.
But he's like, no, I don't want them to die because I don't want them to go to the yard to give Phoenix any more XP than necessary, right?
Yeah.
So it's just a good play there, heads up play. Especially when you're playing against a character that you don't see before. Like he probably has never tested against Phoenix, so sometimes you just kind of
Yeah,
kind of
Phoenix
find
really
these
isn't
lines as you go and
high.
kind of feel your way through.
So we're moving into turn 6. So yeah, Iron,
Iron
Man,
Man.
that's a good play.
Not surprised. Gonna flip up
Yeah.
one of those things so she can keep on hiding in the shadows.
I
She's got that
Miss
nullifier
Marvel's
down.
been off, so he hasn't been able to like dump his hand or anything.
Okay.
Phoenix not seeing a lot of high drops.
She really needs a cipher or something.
See, that almost
Cypher
makes
yellow.
me think like he went for the attack with when he dropped Ghost Rider. I think almost against a Warrant Officer, you'd want to save some of those higher guys because you're most likely going to get to that turn.
Maybe, and that might be some experience in the matchup per se.
I know you're
Yeah.
down.
But at the same time, I think he's just trying to go for it a little bit and just kind of get it going. I don't disagree with you though, Peter. I think that's an interesting way to think about it too. But okay, so another power up. That's good.
Yep.
That's fine.
What they named with nullifier? So I think they named it Phoenix's level 1 power. I can't remember what it's called, but basically, for a yellow, you can heal a wound off of a character.
Yeah, and I think that's a good way to keep.
He either named that one or he named her level 2 power, which is
Become a character in your bin, or put a character from your KO pile into your,
play during the
or
main
any
phase.
character.
Yeah, any character from
Any
a graveyard into play. I think it's yours in your KO pile into play permanently. Not, I say permanently, but like into play. It doesn't leave play at end of turn or anything. There's that female Loki A-Force. Does he have any more power ups? He's spent a couple of them already.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see. Could swing into the Iron Man
He must
here.
have drawn that, because knowing that, I would have never probably played the Miss Marvel. I guess he was going for the stun back.
Yeah, you stun back, plus you get some XP. Yep, he has a call.
There it
He's
is.
running calls too. That's good. So he's going to draw 3 here.
And now the good thing about A-Force Loki is...
I saw him draw a Phoenix. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, that's fine. I'm just saying he can only get that power, isn't it, once per turn, but that includes on his opponent's attack side.
Yeah.
Let's go with
So,
Iron Man.
Doesn't draw again.
Anything
I think he's just trying to stay bigger than everyone else
Yeah.
as the...
Okay.
No shock. Okay.
Make sure you don't lose the A-Force Loki, because that's another thing, is you got to make sure you either got a crasher, you got to make sure you can stay bigger.
And Warrant Officer is definitely somebody that you're in trouble with that for. Because
Yeah.
you didn't say it. So it's interesting. He's got a Phoenix power up. But you drew that after the formation. So we'll see here. He's trying to get... And you're like, okay, that's a loose play, powering up that Loki on the attack like that. And I mean, maybe, right? But I'm going to take John's side on this one and say he's trying to get that Iron Man in the yard to reduce the board and try to get this level up, right? He needs to get her board cleared down. So... And those tough guys with multiple wounds are not helping it. Okay, what was that? That is a thing hitting the board. Oof.
They'd call it.
We're gonna build a better world. Okay.
And there's that build-a-better. Called it.
He's going to take that away from me?
Oh, I didn't hear you. Sorry.
Oh, I was like, I called it. Thing. So I'm in the hand.
Yeah, thing, man. Awesome. He's a great card.
This is kind of nice to see with Warrant Officer. It's not your normal tuck and pass, do nothing kind of thing for multiple turns.
No, she's kind of protecting herself and, working her way up, just trying to play big, impactful, or just trying to play impactful characters and protect herself. She's only got the 1 wound. She's feeling pretty good. Phoenix has got 3, so they're both at 4 wounds. So it's pretty even money at this point. Yeah, let's see what he does here. Power up.
That hurts. Not be able to power up without the Loki on the board.
It does hurt, but at the same time, he's not too worried about it because he's going to just get, he's going to go to 4 wounds.
Yeah.
And he's going to look at it.
He must call the heal. Oh, well, I guess the healing only works for a supporting character, so you can't heal Phoenix.
11, 12, 13, 14.
And you were talking about the lack of Predator kit in these decks now. You're seeing it against these good decks, because normally a Phoenix deck would probably run like a med kit since you're running strengths anyways.
Well, you would at least be running Jungle Hunter because you're on blue-green. Right,
Yeah.
And just getting a Jungle Hunter out there as a 12/6 stealth invade that you could heal would be insane.
Yeah.
So it is different.
Okay.
I really want John to play his haymaker here. There's a couple of really good haymakers at the top end. I can't wait to see.
Hopefully they get to it, because it's not looking
Quote
so hot
unquote,
for
it's from the
John.
new set. So
She already had one on her. That's what my little counters are. Alright. Sorry. You may go.
John's got to be getting close. Since he stacked his graveyard up, or he KO pile up, I can't really see what he's got going on there. This could turn around pretty quick, though, once he gets that thing up.
It's a good card.
Yeah.
That card owns everything.
Old school, baby. Old school. There we go.
Well, in a good versus evil, that was one of the big high drops I was always looking at. Like, am I playing a good deck? I'm going to look at Ghost Rider, because he's going to go off. He's going to kill something.
Okay, so here's another thing. We talk about some tips for beginners here. If we got some beginners in the stream chat. If you're running a character like Phoenix here, who has a very high level up, keeping track of that is important, and it's really kind of on you. So, as you go through the game, have a piece of paper and a pencil or a couple of dice that kind of track that for you. I would recommend not doing that noticeably outwardly in a tournament, so that your opponent wouldn't be keeping track of it with you as openly. But normally when you're just testing or at home, I would just have a couple of dice or things. So every time something goes through your yard, you just you make another line on the paper, or you turn the dice, and that way you just always kind of know where you're at, and it'll become second nature eventually. Because nothing's worse than missing that level up a turn. Because you know what? It can lose you the game.
That's whenever a character appears.
See Gilgamesh in Wally's hand, and looks like a surf. I thought I saw a surfer.
Terra Phoenix in the chat. I think the Jungle Hunter's still better because he ramps you. I think that Super Scroll is really good. I think he's a very interesting character. I think that in limited formats he could definitely replace Jungle. He would not ever replace Jungle Hunter, but I think he's a good option other than Jungle Hunter.
Yes.
I think he gives you
He's a
some
good
cool
option.
stuff
I think he'll
if you wanted an
replace.
on Team 7 drop. But the fact that Jungle Hunter ramps you is huge. Now, if you're not on green, at least, I think Jungle Hunter becomes way worse if you're not running Fortresses, or Valverdons actually. But if you are, then Jungle Hunter is better. If you're not, then maybe there's an argument to be made for Super Skull. What do you think, Pete? Oh, there's a Gilgamesh.
Well, there he is. I would actually agree with you. And wait, why is he leveling?
Because it's at the beginning of turn.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
No, not at the beginning of turn. It's
End of turn.
end of turn. No, it's I
Must
think
have
it's like
missed
build
it.
phase. You just played that in the build phase. I don't know how to read it.
Or they might have miscounted something. Maybe he miscounted a
Yeah.
thing.
And the thing with level ups, it's a game state thing. If it's not a May ability, so you have to correct it when you
Yeah.
see it.
Gilgamesh into Phoenix.
Going
But
to
yeah,
5 wins.
I could definitely see your argument. Either way, like Jungle Hunter, if you're on greens and blues, you're definitely in that.
Yeah, if you're green and blue, it's like 100%. If you're on greens,
Yeah.
a 9/6 stealth 2-wounder that ramps you for 7 is still the best 7 drop. But
Yeah.
if you're not on greens, like the invade is not nearly as good. It's not even half as good.
No.
If you're just on blue, if you're just on labs. So I think if you're on green, Jungle Hunter is always better, almost all the time. But that Super Scroll's got some really interesting abilities. Is a more diverse card. Like it's got more things it can do with the hiding,
Ooh.
its own version of stealth, its ability to get gigantic. Well, you dropped Silver Surfer.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what I wanted to
love
see.
this.
Here
love
we
that's
go,
how you
baby.
knew by my reaction of what just happened.
Oh, look at the counters. There are going to be so many counters. How many counters is that? 12? Oh my
I
gosh.
do believe so. Yeah.
Is that like a 22 Silver Surfer we just saw? Whoa.
But at the same time, Warrant Officer has only taken 1 wound.
Well,
and it
she's going to take some more here in a second.
No, because she's face down right now.
She's face down. Well, guess what? Gilgamesh is going to get rocked. And
Yeah, Gilgamesh. I feel sorry for that dude. I'm sure
What's
he said
his
Eternal,
answer?
so he's gonna pop back to the hand.
guess what? And he's just going to keep getting bigger.
Yeah,
Oof.
because it's every time you play a card now, right?
Yeah.
He gets 2 counters.
Yeah.
Surfboard
Oh, yeah.
is pretty sweet. I mean, now there's the argument instead of Jungle Hunter or Super Skrull, you play Silver Surfer on 7.
8. He's an 8 drop.
Oh, he's an 8. Oh, okay.
I think you
Awesome.
might, man. He's insane in a deck
Yeah.
with good characters. Oh, I want to run a illustrated Valkyrie that just tries to
Yeah.
that puts 30 characters in the yard and then goes and gets him and just keeps recycling him.
Okay, so Wally was looking good, but that could turn it around for John.
I don't know if he's got a team attack big enough here. Thing gets close at 20, so he needs a power up Thing twice, have a plot twist for Thing.
But you saw Mr. Fantastic.
Oh, we do see a Hyperion in the hand, so a Gilgamesh Hyperion team attack would be big enough to do this. But trying to get a 7 and 8 drop out on the field at the same time when he doesn't before is going to be very difficult. But we'll see.
That's
We'll see
one.
what. Now we also got to know the fact that John is going to pop something into play here. He's got blues and greens for days. So if he has another Ghost Rider in the bin, we know. So he could just start cycling Ghost Riders.
Yeah.
What I mean by cycling is he plays one Ghost Rider, KOs the first one, and then he can just keep KO for the next one to get the appear ability repeatedly.
Yep.
Also, it's going to be really hard with 2 Arcadias showing. It's going to be really hard to get through a 5-wound Silver Surfer. You know, so
That's
whoa.
another big like argument for Surfer on 8. 5 wounds.
Dude, I want to try. I was trying to build an Elsa good versus evil deck with Silver Surfer and Uatu in it.
All right,
'Cause-
so what's he gonna do?
Because
here?
like Silver Surfer basically heals Elsa back from like 0 to full.
See, now the big thing is like I'd almost want to pack some like Guardians if I'm worried about Surfer, because then you would just null and void that huge
Yeah.
thing.
Or
But this
right
is a
here,
very
think-
situational thing.
Think about a Flint right here, swinging
Yeah.
the game. Oh, we know
Well, and
John's got
I feel
Flint,
like
but
that's why John's packing Flint, is he's worried about Surfer.
well, at the same time, think about it this way too: is like you get the giant Surfer out there, and then Flint comes out. They another Surfer, or if they have some kind of counter strategy on their thing, you can just get so many on Flint. It's just insane.
Yeah.
Because like right now, Flint would come out as a 6 plus 12. I mean, humongous.
Thing in Surfer,
There you go.
that's a team attack.
Yeah,
I forgot that Surfer was on F4.
he is, man. There's a
Team.
team attack.
Nice.
Yeah, give it 3. This is
Thing that-
insane
it's
game right here.
anything else, right? No. Okay.
Removing those counters though from Surfer makes them at least manageable now.
Wow. So Warren Officer played their own Surfer with 5 counters.
Yeah,
Wow.
but there is something about dropping 12 counters on a Surfer. I'd almost
Skirk, I agree with you. I think that Surfer might be a new staple, might be one of the new cards that we see a lot, and depending on what Galactus says. He's just saying like
Ooh,
that's interesting. He needed that earlier.
yeah. I think it's a little too late now.
But so he can cycle, getting stuff into play that he doesn't have to recruit.
Yes.
With all his locations is very big game, and being able to cycle to find stuff now that he can start drawing cards. He does have a Loki power up in hand, I think. He might not. I don't know. I thought I saw one. That was probably the Loki he played, but he can power up the
It's
main phase,
Cipher,
power up
yeah.
the Cipher right here.
Yeah.
So okay, so this is interesting because he's obviously he's got a huge wound advantage now, but the card advantage and board advantage is starting to move towards. That was an
Oh, he
interesting
did
play.
not power up. He's got to have something else in hand.
Oh, he's
then.
putting counters on Surfer. That's why. That's interesting.
Oh, I think you're right. I think it's another A-Force Loki in there.
That's interesting to over recruit the Cipher in order to get Surfer bigger.
Phase. Oh yeah, those are counters. Yep.
Oh,
I know the red dice threw me off.
he did not. Has Phoenix Power build?
I don't have it.
Man, on my phone the stream looks so clear, but on my computer it's like
I'll do.
Oh, okay. So Phoenix's power is a main of power, which is very
Yes.
weird to say.
yeah, it is.
Like-
It's very interesting what you can do with her. I have some experience with her because we ran a Mystique deck she was our main transform.
Yeah,
So
because it gets you.
I'll just put 'em
yeah, but that was back in the day when the biggest thing we had was Fing Fang Foom. Here, I'm gonna go get a charger for my phone, Pete. I'll be right back.
minus one counter.
I will try to keep you as entertained.
I'll get another 2.
That is another thing I'm noticing. I'm looking this up now, but I am not seeing any Fing Fang Foom, which is a 14/14 flyer. Now you don't. It shares the same ability, or not ability, drop as Silver Surfer. So it's a little weird. Nullifier's gone, so that's a huge thing. A wild of some sort. I think that's the Baxter building, so that would be for Thing. So that'll let him get a little bit bigger. That's a plus. I want to say that in turn 9. I can almost count sometimes. Sorry if I mumble into myself, guys. I'm looking up this list right now. It's not
All right, I'm
he
back.
dropped
What I missed?
Okay. So Wally dropped a Baxter building and he just replayed Gilgamesh. Doesn't look like Phoenix recruited or used her ability to grab anything.
Huh? Maybe he's waiting on something. Maybe he's waiting on the Surfer to die or something.
Yeah.
So we got 2 wins on Warrant Officer now. That's good. He's on his way there.
Nullifier's gone too. He got rid of the Nullifier.
That's huge. So now we can start healing, and this is going to be really tough for Wally to
Yeah.
break through this thing. So this could be anybody's game. This is wide open. Way different from the first round, guys.
Yeah.
Big
We're gonna
long
go long.
grinder.
Our games are just going longer and longer. That's the big thing. What I was saying is I'm noticing the lack of actually Fing Fang Foom in this deck. It surprises me because the way this seems, it wants to almost high roll. But at the same time, I guess the new 8-drop will probably be Silver Surfer over Foom.
Foom has just been power creep
3
past.
cards.
Draw some more cards, man. The more cards John draws, the more.
The better his deck's going to get.
Yeah, the more favor you gotta like him right here.
That's good. Did you have
Yeah.
anything else? That's good.
Because he's just drawing options.
Yep. Ooh, that's rough. I think that's 6 wounds.
I don't know. Well, I mean, you say it. But,
Yeah.
well, I heard you say
That's
that.
tough.
Is this where I want to go? Yeah, we'll smack Loki
Yeah, you gotta get Loki there.
for a billion.
Yeah. For a lot more than she does.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yeah, so I think John took the turn for the worst there.
go.
It's a Surfer face down, I think, up front.
Yeah. I think it's not. I mean, it still could be anyone's call.
That's a great team attack there. With Thing and Surfer, and he cannot get that 4 wounds on that Thing is insane. So having 4 wounds on your Thing and 5 wounds on your Silver Surfer, oh my gosh, guys! What do you guys think about that curve? That top end of the curve, that's insane. And then also, I think Wally was running. I think I saw Mr. Fantastic in his deck somewhere.
Yeah.
So he's running the
Maybe.
whole 6, 7, 8 Fantastic Four curve. Insane.
Okay.
I don't know.
Like, there's just some crazy like.
Do
were
we need a
talking
deck
about
check? How
robotic
many
sites.
Flokis is that?
I don't even know. Maybe that's what we need to start keeping track of. John Lewis's Floki count. Okay, he's got.
It's got to be the
4
4th one.
Surf.
He has seen a ton of cards.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think I've seen a KO pile that big in a very long time.
Mm-hmm.
And to just be casual about it, like, that's cool. We'll do that. He really wants that thing.
You gotta get rid of him, man. That thing's been
Yeah.
brutalizing him. Because he can recruit over top of the opponent's Silver Surfer. Like, he could, like, because it's when they appear, right?
Yeah.
So he could, like, play
looks like
something
he
and then
can
get something out of the yard. And, like he's doing right here. And it's gonna make his Surfer really big.
I think that's a smart play right there.
I think you just stun their Surfer right here. Or you maybe just stun the Warrant Officer, swing into the Surfer. Because your Surfer's going to be bigger now.
I almost would have liked to see him
15 there.
somehow get a Surfer into the bin and just replay it that way. So when he appears, he's just super big.
What do you think of this line of putting the counters on Gilg here and making him a 1/1?
It means he's not bouncing a 16-16, or he's got a. Oh, never mind.
Tweety-
Not called Eternal.
Tweety Impertinence, you're right, man. With Uatu in Wally's deck, he definitely has the inevitability long game here.
Yeah.
And John's definitely
got
going to
the
make some
Gilg
plays
there.
quick.
Well, and Silver Surfer's the only flight character that he's got. Ooh, that could be big though. There's a Surfer now officially in the bin.
2, 3. There's another Arcadia. There's a Flint. A Flint could be huge here. Flint could be huge here to swing it. If he plays another Surfer over top, like if Wally plays another Surfer over top of the one he has to get bigger and go over top of John,
Yeah.
dropping a Flint and then grabbing all those counters off his Surfer and their Surfer could put it completely out of reach. But you're right, Peter. Using the ability to recruit, get the Surfer out of the bin over top of the Surfer he currently has to make it enormous could be something to win the game here.
Yeah.
Not a lot of stealth, not a lot of row manipulation here, and the Earths keep coming. But this is going to be tense down the wire here. Still 2 wounds for Wally. Ooh, there's a Power Man in hand for Wally. That's an interesting play. That's a lot of abilities on John's side that he can copy and get counters for. So definitely huge amounts of counter generation. And that Flint
There's
just
a lot
got
of
better.
counter generation in the format.
Yeah.
I think not hitting Uatu right now is still kind of hurting him a little bit. But you could see.
Well, Earth, he can hide with an Earth too, which is about as good as healing.
Yeah,
so.
that's true.
But the O10 flying 6 wound wall
Yeah.
is definitely good. Yeah, sweet Christmas, guys.
Just sweet, sweet Christmas.
He's got to play that Power Man, doesn't he?
I
We want
I
to
don't
see
know,
it.
Gilgamesh been doing a
The
lot of
community
work,
wants
though,
him to
too.
see it to
Talking
play
a
it,
lot of
right?
facts.
I don't care if it's the right move. We want to see
Oh, okay.
counters piled on the table.
The fun play, definitely. Power Man all the way. The smart play is probably still Gilgamesh.
Probably, yeah, just to keep the grind going, if you will.
Getting pretty
Because, like I said, that Gilgamesh has been sucking up wounds.
Mm-hmm.
this turn, so
He's insane, man. The Eternals in general are insane.
make your decision a little
Yeah.
faster, sir. I appreciate it.
John's losing on wounds for time, so he just he mentioned something to Wally about making his decision a little bit faster, so as he doesn't just lose out to
That
wounds
makes sense.
via time. And he did
That
it in the
makes
most
sense.
polite way you could possibly do it, and that's how you do it,
Yeah,
man. You be very, very polite and you maim it. You ask him to just be like, hey, please, if you could.
No, you're good, man. No, you're fine, man.
And I have in a warrant officer deck, that's kind of what you want to do. Is you want to try to either go to time or
I don't know if you want to go to time, but it's like you're gonna go, you're. Here's the thing. I don't know if you want to, but you're gonna if you
Yeah,
play
you're
her enough, because it's just the way she
that
is,
was a
man.
rough Gen 10 year. The warrant officer year was a rough
Yeah,
Gen
so
10.
you got to be careful. So that's the thing about tuck and pass, right? Especially heavy tuck and pass decks, is that you have to play them at an even pace, even though you have no intention of actually slow playing in any way, shape, or form. You've got to intentionally play at a fast or even pace, so nobody can ever accuse you of slow rolling them into a W, right? Because people are going to try to do it. I mean, I played Luke for a long time, and there's some people that try to do that to you. You know, if you played a turn 3 and you were a little bit slow, they're like, "Oh, you're slow rolling me." You're like, "No, man, I'm thinking about my move here." You know, so
And now, like,
you have to be
that's where
more
we're at.
cognizant of it when you're playing a character like that than you do when you're playing a normal character. It's not fair, and it's not necessarily right, but it's just what you got to do knowing it if you play that character. And I mean, we've been watching this stream, and I would not say that Wally's been slow playing at all.
No.
But
But
as the
I
match
also
in the
get
round
John
comes
Lewis-
down, you know, yeah, go ahead, Pete.
I was gonna say I also get John's stance of like, hey, could you just maybe, because it looked like he was kind of going back and forth, like just asking politely, hey, just let you know we're getting close to time. I'd like to, do this. But
Mm-hmm. And
I
like
can
you said,
see both arguments, and it comes down to the player. Like,
yeah,
You're
and he
right,
was
there
being
are
super
some-
polite, and I
there's
don't think
some-
Wally was really slow rolling him intentionally. If he was, then
no,
John did the right
that's the whole
thing,
thing,
and he
like-
asked him very politely if he could go ahead and make his decision. And it looks like it doesn't look like they're fighting at the table. It looks like Wally did, so
Yeah.
it's fine.
it looked like Wally basically had his decision in hand anyways. He was just kind of
Debating maybe
figuring things
another
out.
line or something.
Yeah.
But it's
Because
but
you'll
that's
see that too as you play. You'll definitely be like talking to yourself almost
Yeah.
in your head, like, okay, if I play this, I can do this, and you start making those lines of, okay, what can he do to me?
Mhm.
All right, you got the Gilgamesh. Big surprise there.
Yeah.
Oh.
But Warrant Officer runs Canes, and Warrant Officer does this, so it's just gonna take up a lot
Yeah.
of time.
And that's the whole thing. Is like, Pixie. Now, if he decides the Pixie and he hits like a Surfer or something, that could be bad. Oh no, it won't matter because it's already out.
Mm-hmm. It'd be huge.
So no matter what he gets with
He's gonna
Pixie, it's
Pixie.
gonna help him most likely.
Yeah, it's just something else to build the board up with.
Yeah.
Make his future surfers even bigger.
Yeah.
Wally looks really relaxed. I think he thinks that he might have another way to get another. He might have a way to get another Earth.
Yeah.
Kind of keep himself face down. Yeah, he's got another Earth in hand. He's in a pretty good position at this point.
Yeah.
You got to think that
I
like
think now Wally's. Well, I'm not saying he's slow playing, but his way to win is kind of go to time now. You're that late in the game, you just kind of start playing defensively, a little bit long. Not necessarily dragging the game out, but just playing those plays that's going to suck up a lot of hits. He's got an Earth in hand too.
Uh-huh. Now let's talk
So,
about
yeah.
that. And what you I like the way you said that, Peter, because I don't think that's not being that's not sportsmanship. I don't think that's slow playing. Playing at a nice even
No.
pace, but playing defensively to make the
Yes.
game go long into time is completely within the rules. His strategy is fine, right? It's when you intentionally are taking longer to take your turn just to extend the time to get there. That's bad sportsmanship. But
Yes.
literally just playing defensively in a deck that's built to play defensively, you're just playing your deck. You're just, you know what I mean? It's just,
We just saw Shock to the System played, and it's not like he contemplated playing it. He confidently played it down and said, do this. Just to kind of, and I don't know, I forgot exactly what happened, but it was a nice, simple play that could still buy you some time.
See, he's looking at his hand. Check the board state one more time. Now he needs to make a recruit pretty quick now. He's already, you counted your resources once, man. That's the second time he counted his resources. It's like, now he needs to make a recruit.
Yes, now I will agree. Like, now he needs to kind of make that decision. Like,
Yeah, you need to make the decision, man. It's the third time you're counting your resources, bro. Make a decision. There we go. Let's see what else he does here. Yep. Make your next recruit. See, he's playing at a good pace. He's playing at a good pace.
Yep.
It wasn't, you know,
that
maybe he could have played faster, but
that's okay.
I would not. This is like if I was a judge or anything, he's not. I don't think he's slow playing. Now
No.
he needs to make some decisions on his attacks. And it looks like he's going right into that. So you know.
We can just end this.
And who knows? Maybe that's why he slow plays. Is he plays those attacks in his head right away? Maybe that's, or I shouldn't say. Slow
As
play,
you
I
should
gotta
too,
put
right?
in that.
As you should.
Yeah.
So I don't have a problem
Yeah.
with the way this game's going right now in that regard.
Good games.
Gilgamesh for.
Well, I mean, you still have another flyer on.
Okay.
Well, I know, but I just mean that we only got 2 minutes left, so I'm not gonna be able
Putting the
to.
JJ down.
Doesn't quite have the W. Close.
You're gonna daze your Ripley more.
Doesn't have the win though. That sucks.
Catch that too.
So there's 2 minutes left in the round, says Caleb.
Okay. I don't know. I think this still just goes to Wally because they're gonna call time no matter what, even if you were to play at a very quicker pace.
Yeah, well, he's face down. He can't wound him right here.
Yeah.
So he's got to get through this turn and just make a quick attack and then swing and then pass. There
That
it
could
is.
be big.
That's it right there. That's what you want.
Yep.
Flip that green on him. Take all those.
Can't get enough of it.
Well, and I'm seeing at least 2 greens up plus a force location, so you could always heal something.
And then if Wally can't get a Earth, there's a chance that John's going to have the crack back there
Yeah.
on the turn and might be able to at least take him into turns.
I don't know.
Okay.
Okay. I don't know if I would have grabbed the Ghost Rider. I guess I probably would have grabbed Surfer and replayed him.
Well, no, it's a free stun without having to make an attack.
That's true.
And Surfer
And I
was
guess
dead.
it's 2 counters to the Surfer. That's out.
Yeah, I don't think John
So
can do
try
2
again.
wounds before in the next 2 minutes.
No.
Draw first. Oh, you're fine. Man.
Like you said, it's difficult playing a deck like Warrant Officer and you go into a grindy, long game like this.
Yeah.
Because as the board gets... Well, the board in the last couple turns has not been too complex, right?
No.
But you look at these very complex board states that take a long time for you to kind of splice out in your head and then make the plays to do the things. And then when you're running canes and stuff, you have to go through your deck. It's going to add time, right? But you just got to be cognizant of that. And my opinion on the fact is, having played some of these decks in tournament situations, is you have to overcompensate in a way. Does that make sense? You have to play a little bit faster than you might want to, just to prevent there being any question. To me. Now I think people might have a different opinion on that, but that's my opinion on it, personally.
I think as long as there's I agree with you. As long as there's actual movement being made on the board state, you see them constantly looking at their cards, or at least you can see them doing that kind of math in their head of, okay, if I do this, I do this. There's that idea of, okay, you're not just slow playing me, you're actually just thinking. You're not taking your time for no apparent reason. There's actually something here. But in this situation right now, I would almost ask him again, like, hey, you should make some decisions here because you're probably on last turn now anyways.
Yeah.
And he has the Gilgamesh in hand, which is,
I do get a little nervous when they count the resources 3 times.
yeah. Oh, he's doing math. You can see him doing math on his hands, so.
Gilgamesh.
Think he's just going to go for almost a pass?
I think you would, man.
Because you just drop your flyers in the front.
I mean, he can't get through that huge freaking wall that John's put up.
Well, and the Miss America is huge because that's 3 attacks that's going to have to get sucked up.
Yeah, it was a good match there. It was really close for a while. But
Yeah.
it looks like Warrant Officer wins the grind out match. You get to see some gigantic Silver Surfers.
Yeah, I mean that one that dropped on John's side was huge. And now he's just making the smarter, simple attack.
Yeah,
Nothing that you have to worry about trades or anything like that.
Skirk, it's tough, right, to talk about like game in because our game is so different.
Yeah.
And they're talking about it right now. We'll see what they do here.
Looks like they're shuffling up.
Yeah, that's it. That's game.
That
Yeah,
would be,
it is an issue with our game. I will say that like I don't want to say an issue. That makes it weird there. But I wish there was a more elegant way to decide games at the end. But
Burt's pointing at something, so Wally must have been doing something wrong.
who knows? They're just taking the
Rip
thing.
and tear.
I think they were pointing out maybe because you never really saw him use the level 2 ability, but I didn't really see a lot of blues, so maybe that could be why.
He could be running no blues, and he only had the one wild that I saw, or maybe two
And
wilds,
if you
and
don't
used
want,
them both
you
to
don't want to risk
hide.
that with Warren Officer.
Yeah, normally that's what you do. Is you just run Earth, so the Canes always get Earth and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I wish we had a different way to end the match procedure, like another turn or two. But I mean,
I was digging for my ghost.
he couldn't get 2 wounds in there or something like that. I don't know. I think they've looked at it a couple of times over the years when I've talked to Chad, and there's just really like when you really start sparsing it out and talk about, okay, we need to get this tournament done in a specific amount of time as possible. We want these rounds to be shorter so we can get more, because we have to do Swiss plus 2, right? Because we're only doing best of 1. When you start putting all those different variables together, and then there's just not a lot of elegant, easy ways to do it, and this is the best way. I still think it's the best way to do it in our game, and you just have to police the people that try to abuse that when you do. I don't think that happened here, really, at all. Maybe he could have played a little bit faster, but I'm not going to sit there. I play fast. I'm not going to sit there and tell somebody that they need to play at a certain pace or whatever like that. But yeah, I wish there was a better answer, but this is the one we have, and I think it's the best one we can do, honestly, at the end of the day. What do you think, Pete?
I think right now the way our system runs, it's the perfect way to kind of like end turns. Like you get that one last turn when time's called, you get to finish up one more. And you're right, since we are a best of 1, our timer's a little bit shorter than normal. But I also think that our game has so much diversity that there's not a lot of long playing. Like there's very few like long play decks. Like we just saw 2 decks. Yes, they can do that.
Okay, guys, I just got a.
Yeah,
go ahead. Sorry, Pete.
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, just got to preview this round. It's gonna be Robbie, Vegas champion, and what is it? What do you call it? Quarantine Cup champion, running Captain Marvel.
Yeah.
Basically, his Captain Marvel build from there is what I would guess, because I mean, if he's running, he might be running a similar deck to what he took down the Quarantine Cup with, versus
Scott Watson.
Scott Watson with Invisible Woman.
Okay, that's I knew who he was running, but
Yeah.
Scott Watson, if no one knows who this man is, he's another innovator. Like in the photo Midwinter last year, or this year I should say, it's been so long that the years feel longer. He ran a Doctor Strange deck that just went infinite, and he had a very good win rate against Outriders, which is huge.
Yeah, you use the COSs to keep reusing his 3 basic locations to keep taking turn after turn after turn.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Tweety Impertinence says, I was feeling like Phoenix was definitely the dog in that matchup, and that Warren Officer be favored with Nullifier and all that kind of stuff. And I don't disagree, but with no way to tutor up the Nullifier, I don't know. But yeah, Warren Officer decks are. I wish Rob was here, because he would call them. He would straight call them cancer, because they're a completely fair deck when it comes to, it's totally within the rules with the strategy that they take.
Yep.
They are not necessarily the most fun experience to play against, and they kind of go against. I'm not saying anything wrong with it. Like, I'm not trying to tell you, like, tuck and pass decks, like we're getting ready to see Invisible Woman here, it's going to be very similar, are legitimate control strategy to get to the late game. But they do kind of go against the nature of the game, which is characters swinging at each other, right? Because what they're trying to do is hide and prevent that happening until they have a board advantage late in the game when they start just dropping big haymaker high drops. So.
Well, and Warren Officer decks don't run ramp, which is the other kind of way you look at the bigger, like, higher drop, like haymakers. Like most decks that tend to run higher drops usually have some kind of ramp built into it that they're, getting there.
Yeah, like Dark
almost.
Phoenix.
Yeah. Dark Phoenix. Who else? Hey, Madam Hydra. Same kind of thing. She can ramp a little bit. Just using Mantis and other tools that way.
Yeah.
As opposed to Warrant Officer who's like, I'm just gonna wait you out. It's fine. We'll get there eventually. I think it was that Gen Con that year that I was told, like, with Warrant Officer, get ready to play, 36 turns of versus.
Yeah, if they're playing
it's
it,
gonna go that long.
It can go really, really long, man. Especially that list when they had the original Singularity. Her ability to recycle. Yeah, her ability to recycle Canes and Iron Man. She could hide for 20 turns in a game.
Yeah. And those mirrors, I remember regretting those mirrors because you would always know why a game's going long. Oh, Ant-Man and Captain Marvel. I guess we got a game going on. You don't need to talk about Warren.
Okay, so we'll get. Sorry, guys, we're going to stop on that. We're going to start talking about this Invisible Woman versus Captain Marvel. I know you've all tested this matchup 100 times. So.
Yeah, it was the first one in my mind. First one, I was like, what's good and evil? All right.
Better get Invisible Woman, Captain Marvel on the field.
Exactly.
Now, I love Ant-Man 1-drop. I love Invisible Woman. I think she's a really interesting, cool character. Scott's starting out pretty hot. Ooh,
yeah. Alicia Masters.
The Alicia Masters to start it out. Definitely what you want to see off the top there. So nice. So Invisible Woman's got one wound.
Because this is getting good right now. This game got amped up.
And you know what? This is really bad for Robbie because if he's gonna hide, how is he gonna get XP? Right?
Yeah, Captain Marvel can't do anything.
Yeah. It'd be interesting. That Alicia Masters, that could change this game. Okay, so you got some counters on there, so that's gonna make her what? She's gonna be a 4/5 now.
She got 2 on her. One. She's a 3/6 right now.
3/6. Okay. Playing a cane. Oh, what we get? We get another. We played another yellow, so we're gonna hide again. We're gonna get 3 more XP, guys. We're getting a pretty hot draw from Scott.
Scott opening
Also,
up hard.
notice a guy who's playing a tuck and pass deck, and I hate to keep harping on this, but we just had it in the last round. Look how fast he's shuffling. Look at how fast he's making his decisions early in the game. Right? He knows what he's gonna do before he does it.
Yep.
So he just goes ahead and does it. Right?
Yep.
Not wasting any time thinking about it and all that kind of stuff. It's great.
Well, I will say a lot of tuck and pass decks. I know we're still talking about them, but the early turns.
Well, we got one in front of us, so.
Yeah. Our early turns are very scripted. Like, did I hit this? Okay, then I do this, and then I pass on. Like,
scripted. That's a great way to put it. That's a great way to put it.
Up to turn 5 is where it really starts like opening up. Because now you've hit those points where okay, now we're doing this. Now we're doing. Oh, another cane.
See what he hits off this. I wonder if he's running. Is he running just yellows? I wonder. Oh, we got a legacy. I saw he revealed a legacy. I wonder what kind of wombo combo Scott Watson's got cooked up for legacy.
Scott Watson's one of those guys to watch.
Okay, I gotta go look at the deck list, Peter. I gotta go look at the deck list now. I gotta know. I have to know.
You're right. All right, here we go.
We gotta look it up. Sorry, guys. We gotta look up this deck list. We're not gonna tell you, but
we're gonna know.
We have to know. And also, I just want to shout Scott out again because he has some of the best handwriting you will ever see when it comes to filling out a deck list, and I appreciate that. All right, where is he at?
Me staring at this doesn't help anybody because I don't know what he's trying to do.
Okay, I'll figure it out. Hold on, let me get there.
I'll figure it out.
I can't find it.
But yeah, I once again confirming Scott Watson, prettiest handwriting in versus. Oh! Tell Scott to move over. I can't see what he played.
Oh, Swain.
No, there's something next to Swain.
He's not Terrigenesis it. Oh, it looks like it has flight. Oh, he's just off the field just barely. Oh, there he is.
Yeah.
You can pay green and basically put a 4-drop in, and then he comes back into play.
That Invisible Boy?
He is legit running an Invisible Boy.
No, it's Legacy.
You play that over
He just dropped a Legacy?
Is in the field.
Oh, I love it. When your opponent has to read your cards, you're doing well.
It's the best.
You're doing well. You know you're on the way.
The way you see an opponent toss that card back, that's how you know it was a good play.
Is he going to flip that Baxter building, or is he just going to hide everybody? I think he hides everybody again here.
Give Robbie the XP. That's fine.
Robbie is not having a great time because he's like, oh golly,
right now.
This is not where I want to be. So I think that Legacy attack. I think is he going to hide or is he going to play Legacy? Oh, what has he got here? pitching from hand. So he's gonna make everybody invisible at end of turn. Bringing the legacy back. What's coming into play?
What is I can't remember what Legacy does. I know I should be hype about this.
So it's main phase. Pay a green. Pay a fortress.
Okay.
You can take a character from your hand and put it into play, and put legacy back in your hand. If it has exactly a cost equal to exactly how many resources you have in play.
Okay.
I think it's exactly how many, or at least up to as many resources you have in play. Like I think you can underdrop with it. And then at end of turn, it's a May ability, take that character back to hand. Like you have to take that character back to hand, but you may put legacy back into play.
Okay.
So I wonder if he's just going to try to chain, like, Canes or something. I don't know. Looking at his list, there's a couple of cards that he could really just go to town with, but let's see what he does here.
He did heal. Robbie did heal a wound off of Captain Marvel.
Captain Marvel is a 6-wounder or 7-wounder if she gets to level 3.
Yeah.
She's got 2 XP going on there. So
The big thing is Scott is burning a lot of resources.
yeah, he doesn't have a lot of. Let's see if he's got some ways to like get him back too. That'd be good.
Yeah. I mean, the big thing is you could almost. Trying to think this through. Scott making my brain hurt. That's
Sorry
not a
guys,
bad thing,
I lost the chat there for a little bit on this stream, so got it back up. So Legacy going to attack again. The cool thing about Legacy is that he can attack, come back to the hand, drop something else out. It can attack. It'll come back to the hand. He'll come back into play. So if you're playing like a Silver Surfer, you can get a bunch of counters. You're getting extra attacks from your characters.
Oh, that's
that
right.
sort
I
of thing.
forgot. With Alicia out, Invisible Woman is like a 10-10 right now, isn't she?
Yeah, he was kind of lucky with the cane so far. I thought he was running like mono yellow, but I guess he wants those other. What'd you say, buddy? Sorry, Pete.
It's fine. You're reading straight. I forgot with Alicia Masters out. Invisible Woman's like a 10-10 right now.
Yeah.
So she's kind of a force to be reckoned with.
She's a house, straight house right now.
Legacy's a 6-6 with.
Yep.
God, Alicia Masters. Let me tell you, I love that card. That was probably one of the better cards.
She's like that character for Silver Surfer, where it's like you have, like it's like her Falcon. Oh, there comes Invisible Boy.
Invisible boy.
And like this is it. Buying another attack with that ability. This is one of the advantages that Legacy has. It's a very simple advantage, but think about that. You're just like buying extra you're buying extra readies and stuff, and guys are coming in and out of play. Get a Silver Surfer into play, or get something with.
Yeah, Silver Surfer. He's just gonna keep getting bigger and bigger. Right?
Inspire. Think about characters with Inspire. They're coming down with tokens now. All kinds of stuff. Characters with appear abilities.
Maria Hill and another Dana Scully.
Now Robbie's Robbie knows this deck, so he's going to be ready for a lot of different situations because he's played this deck. He knows this deck.
Yep. That's
Oh, there goes the
smart play
Alicia.
by
That's rough.
Robbie.
Now she's going to level up. He knows his level up conditions. He knows how to do this. He knows how to get in combat with her. So.
I think. Yep. Scotch's bouncy attack with it looks like a yellow from hand.
He's a man. Okay.
Or is that a blue?
Yeah, her ability is it would have been a blue from hand. Her ability is insane. So he's going to flip a yellow. He might hide everybody this turn.
Yep. Well, and that's the big thing is like, Robbie is one of those players to watch. Like he's going to probably come into some of the bigger tournaments in the area.
Oh, 100%. Like I think that we saw John Lewis in the last round. He was one of those guys a couple years ago where, you just kind of came on the scene. The first time I remember ever seeing him at a tournament, he top 8'd Origins.
Yeah.
And then he went and top 8'd that same Gen Con that year. So.
Well, yeah, and Robbie, he won Vegas. Well, he split Vegas. That's
yeah. They didn't play out the
different
finals, but he beat me twice that day. So I bow to a
He
guy
won the
that
Quarantine
took
Cup.
me.
So he's got one of those like, okay, let's see what he played for Quarantine Cup. Let's see if this is kind of like a good versus evil bill, and if you can kind of see what it's there, you can kind of be like, okay, let's maybe test against this.
What does he
It
call
might
with
be
Fox
something
Mulder
that
here?
goes
Let's
up.
see if we can hear it.
What?
Card, search your hand, deck, each card with that name.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm trying to see what he's going to call with Mulder here.
Oh, okay.
What do you call? Do you hear? Anybody here? Let's see what he
I
pulls
didn't
out.
see him play something that good.
Silver Surfer.
That's a big call.
Mm-hmm. That's a good one. That's our game. That's the game finisher there. The power of a photo on full display here. Robbie has not seen any gunmen. I don't know if he's running gunmen in his deck, but Fox Mulder, guys, a reason to play photo. So, down for a second. Am I still streaming? Yeah. Can you hear me,
I
Pete?
can hear you.
Okay.
I can hear you. Yes.
Stream. Let me know if you can hear me. Okay, thanks, guys. Sorry, my OBS went down for a second. It's like having some kind of focus thing. I'm going to try to, in between rounds, I might go down for a second and just try to see what's going on here. Dang it. Yeah, we're back. Okay, good. Sorry about that, guys. Remote commentary and remote streaming has its problems, but anyway.
Yeah.
So we're back into it. Visible Woman only has one wound still, and I think Robbie's only got one wound because he healed the first one. So this is going to be a long game, guys. Pulling out that Silver Surfer might have been the right call in that regard, because he's going to really hurt his high drops. But man, I would have loved it. Man, Robbie playing the 7-drop Hulk Bruce Banner. He does love that card, man. He played it in Iron Man. I'm not a big fan. I just think you should. Well, I guess you can't run Ego, so maybe this is the position this is the deck to run it in.
And I think that's why it almost feels like you use the Quarantine Cup as like a way to kind of start testing for good and evil.
It was. I mean, that's what their top 8 was a good and evil tournament. So.
Oh, okay, yeah. So
so
that
perfect.
Makes
So I mean,
sense.
I wonder how much of his list is the same, and maybe he made a couple of tweaks from it and was ready to come here. So.
Yeah.
But Robbie piloting it to perfection again.
That Fox Mulder though, that dude's a guy to watch.
Dude, it's a reason to run photo. Like at Gen Con, like you had to watch out for the 3 photo MCs because of the Gunman and Fox Mulder, man. That was a great answer to Dark Phoenix. One of the only true hard answers to Dark Phoenix, you know? And there's not a lot of ways to ramp, so that's why I'm saying like ramp decks to Dark Phoenix were so good in Cosmic format. But that's a different discussion for a different day, everyone.
Yeah.
We're in Good and Evil format at the Oklahoma Regional Round 4 right now. So with Invisible Woman tucking passing like nobody's business, Robbie's trying to get the XP to try to get to level 3. It's been great.
Oh, there's another Iron Man, so we're gonna see probably another, not necessarily Tuck. Oh, he flips the yellow, so yeah, maybe.
Mm-hmm. You can see some legacy shenanigans. I haven't seen any gunmen either. I don't know if he is or not. I can look at the list, but I don't want to tell anybody's list. It's not anything they're not seeing publicly on the stream. We're trying to save that information in case so nobody can stream snipe them in a later round. There's the Groot. Another reason to run photographic cards.
Oh yeah, I mean Groot.
Oh. Just
I mean,
look at this.
Pain of Scully, if he could get another one of those, Captain Marvel's gonna go back to full wounds, and even if it goes longer, you know, if it goes to time for whatever reason, Invisible Woman's got that 1 on her, and that's what loses her the game.
Yeah. But Scott's playing at a great pace. If we were talking about last round with hiding MCs, Scott you can tell he knows what he's doing. You can tell he's tested this deck, and he's just going for it. Good old Elsa, underrated card. We don't see too much.
I do think losing the
Tweety.
Surfers is
Go ahead, man.
put him off a little bit.
I think it might. I mean, it just his ability to finish has got to be greatly diminished. But you know, he's got to have other high drops in the deck. So we'll have to wait and see what else he pulls out here. Yeah, Tweety. I think if we would have seen some gunmen by now if he was running them. And I can't quite see his hand because he's kind of leaning back, so I can't really see if he's got one in hand that he hadn't played yet. But
I think still by now, because Scott's been playing a lot of cards too, so you don't almost want to see like empty in that hand.
Okay, so we got a level 3 Captain Marvel now. Man, Robbie is just so good at leveling that character up. He just knows all the lines at this point. Wonder why he didn't run her at Vegas. Maybe she wasn't as good against Valkyrie or something.
I think she still loses to Valkyrie.
I would have loved to have seen some. I'm really surprised we didn't have any Valkyries here today.
I think losing the Mordo and that kind of stuff can affect Valkyrie a little bit.
Yeah, but honestly, Pete, when I was building the deck, it was really difficult to find the right balances for those numbers on those, and I think I would have. And sometimes they were a little bit of a tempo hit. Like I would have rather had something that gave me an attack boost so I could combo and win, as opposed to something that was preventing my opponent from winning, right? I think it's a proactive deck. It's a deck where you want to be aggressive and proactive as opposed to a deck where you want to prevent and react. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I think going all in on that was a good strategy. Now, I think there's ways you can play her as more of a tempo aggro deck that's not all in on combo, killing them on turn early as possible. But that's a different kind of build. And I think those probably want the Mordos and stuff more.
Sorry to interrupt you, but Scott just played a Singularity and is now really tucking and passing every turn.
The epitome.
The official tuck and pass.
The official give you nothing.
And now this is where like you really want to see that Silver Surfer because all these characters are appearing again.
If he gets a Swain, if we see a
bigger
Swain.
and bigger. Oh, we got a stick.
Okay, ooh. If we start seeing it, I've seen one Swain so far. If he gets another Swain out, that's something Legacy could do for sure. I also, yeah.
It's, do you remember Burt's, he called it the you can't see me combo.
Yeah.
And it's literally what it is.
It is it's John
Iron Man
Cena.
and Swain.
John Cena with Sue Storm here.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Jesus.
Dude, if he
But
ever
at the same time,
where's the
what are you
Ghost Rider?
doing?
Where's the Ghost Rider when you need it to start dropping counters
Oh my god.
and just start
And
stunning
who knows,
every
maybe
turn?
that's what Scott's digging for. And you can see Robbie, he's not playing anything, he's just keeping cards in hand. There's no
Doesn't
reason to
need
play
to.
anything if you don't need to.
No, okay, so the drawback here is from the original John Cena is that it is, as long as he doesn't attack with Singularity, there is no drawback. Never mind. As long as he doesn't attack with Singularity, he can hide Singularity. He can swing with everybody else. Now we got to make sure that he's not putting everybody in the back row. You can't get sloppy when you get into these auto situations. You know what I mean?
But really, at the same time, like, he has to kind of put everyone in the back row, don't you?
No, you can get in the front row because you want to be able to attack. Because you attack, Singularity puts him out of play. Singularity doesn't attack, she flips down.
But I guess, the big thing is with Invisible Woman, she only hides her row.
Yeah, but you just put her up front with them. You don't have to attack with her, and then she leaves play.
Yeah, that's true.
So you can just do it from up front. Yeah, he does need another Alicia Masters. Or I'm telling you, man, Ghost Rider right here. Because he can keep this up
Ghost Rider
forever
would be
because
huge.
he's got Iron Man, so he can keep this up forever.
Yep.
It's been very solitaire so far. It's been a lot like solitaire so far.
But not really, because
Robbie's saying it's a lot like Solitaire. Yes, man, it is a lot like Solitaire. Welcome to it, bro.
The big thing is he can't do it forever, not yet. He needs the Swain to really go infinite, because he's still paying
Yeah.
them here and there. Ooh, Cosmo, interesting.
He's paying for it every turn, but he's got Iron Man. And Iron Man will
Yeah,
just,
but he's paying for
got
one
two.
part of that combo.
You're right.
Now, like you said, get the Swain, and you basically just go infinite.
Scott's keeping
By
a
the
good
time
pace.
Scott gets everything out of the way.
Tony Stark.
Okay, Tony Stark, looks like.
Well, he's going to be drawing some more cards now.
That's turn.
I mean, might as well if you're going to do something.
This is
I
boring
guess,
as
yeah,
hell.
now it really matters, like... the
20
order
minutes
you're
left in the
putting them
round. We're on like turn 1,000,000. Love it. Or 20 minutes have gone. He might just be trying to build up like a gigantic Sue Storm with stick right now. And then
That
start
could be it,
swinging
too.
in.
He
And
could
he
swing
can
at
Cosmo.
someone.
He can Cosmo, Captain Marvel. So Robbie
There it
needs to
is.
reform, I think. Oh,
He's
there's
now officially infinite.
yeah. So Robbie really needs to reform, I think, because now Sue's going to start getting really big and start cracking him, and the Cosmo is going to turn off her ability, and he can just start beating up on him. But then he can just switch characters. It'd be fine. We'll see what happens here. I think Scott needs to turn the corner and start attacking. What's Sue
What
at?
can he attack, though?
X-Files.
What's Sue at? She's at she's got to be at several counters at this point. She's got to be at 10.
Marvel.
Yeah. I think the big thing is you use Cosmo to turn off Groot.
Yes. But then she has that ability to bounce, so he almost needs like double Cosmo
I guess he's
or a
showing
nullifier.
Yeah, he's showing all blues.
He's got 4. Yeah, he's got 4 magic box. Scott's kicking the table. So he's in a bad position. I don't know what he's going to do at this point. He loses to time, so he's got to figure something out.
Oh yeah, because Captain Marvel doesn't have anything. I think he's almost digging for. He's got to have a Ghost Rider. There's got to be a different out besides.
Yeah,
Silver
because
Surfer.
if he gets Ghost Rider. So this is what this is the chain of things that will happen. Ghost Rider will hit Groot. Groot will go face down. Cosmo will target Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel gets struck in combat if he doesn't cancel it or whatever like that with a friend from work or whatever, and then they get the wound. Then yeah, you're right, Skirk. if he can draw another Invisible Boy, turn off her ability, then that's one less piece of the puzzle he needs. Then he can just use the Cosmo or the other. But we got to get those cards down. So
Uh-oh. Scott's tapping his deck. I think he's looking for something.
he wants it, yeah.
I think Robbie's literally just drawing and letting Scott go again.
Yeah, look at the body language. You know what I mean? Scott seems to be getting a little bit whatever. Robbie's very calm, collected, just kind of going with it. I think Robbie's getting a little loose. I'd like to see him get a little less loose with this. I feel like sometimes when you get into these situations, you're losing conversation. Is Robbie even doing his genius trigger? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, and does Robbie pack another molder? Like, is it worth playing another? Because isn't it what
You're not gonna lose.
wants to dig?
You can't lose at this point.
Well, Robbie's just saying he can't lose at this point and all this kind of stuff. He's got him locked out.
Matter of time.
I don't know. I think it is a matter of time in a way, but at the same time,
Frustrating as you have the infinite combo.
It's frustrating when you can't draw the card. You just like to see it.
oh, they're talking a little bit. But anyway, Robbie thinks he's got it at this point. Once he gets him locked down, Invisible Boy, like we were talking with the Cosmo, the swinging, everything kind of set up.
I think the
Robbie's still got to have outs because he has Mulder in play, and he can rip the cards out if he ever draw. He's got an X-Files. Why isn't he X-Files?
Yeah,
Oh, is the Cosmo targeting Mulder?
Like you taking that
that could be it.
The Cosmo has to be targeting Mulder.
Are you making him work for it?
dumbass way. Yeah.
I don't.
You're just seeing the
It
pass.
wasn't streamlined too. It's just like there's no point in playing this. You're playing.
Yeah,
by
Ben.
yourself right
Surfer would be getting pretty huge right now. But also, like, if he just got a Ghost Rider at this point, if he just got anything, Invisible Boy, we could start seeing the game end.
Yeah.
But okay, guys, so this is our second combo deck of the day that we saw go off.
now. Yay after
This one in a very, very different way.
hallelujah. You hallelujah'd like 20 turns ago.
Oh.
I'm just letting you know.
Looks like he was looking for something, so I thought something was gonna happen.
Did you say you didn't win 20 turns ago?
This reminds me of
Just
my
spelled
old.
singularity. What is it?
This reminds me of my old days playing Turbo Stasis and Magic. So how big is his freaking golly bum?
Did he
He's
power
powering
up
stuff
slow?
up now.
Yeah.
His Invisible Woman's got to be gigantic. It's just absurdity, guys, absurdity. So okay, chat. What do you guys think about all this? What do you guys think about this going on? This combo here.
I want to just go rearrange Scott's locations though.
Blade, Ghost Rider.
There's Ghost
My
Rider.
OCD's kicking in slightly on them. Oh, we have a wound.
He played Ghost Rider off Legacy because he powered up everybody. You're like, why is he doing those power-ups? Those are just like main phase power-ups. He powered them up,
I'm glad.
and then he does this, and now...
Played this game. It would have been nice.
So he took the wound, he did put it on Groot?
No,
Interesting.
he put it on Captain Marvel because Groot, I think, only works in combat.
Ah, man, I
I
don't
mean,
know.
double check that. Don't quote me on that because
I'll
that'd be
look it up.
bad.
Pass.
See, this is what I'm talking about. Keep playing it.
Another character understand. Yeah, I mean, he could have sucked it up with Groot. He's taking
Yes,
him.
Kirk, I tell you, man, he just needed that. He just needed that Ghost Rider, and then Robbie's not got a way to break this lock.
Well, now who is he hit? Like,
What a fun game.
he could be sucking up those wounds with Groot.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he's not doing that for,
That's it. Stream got to see it. So
and I'm sure
Gonna go-
I don't.
good games. Is Ghost Rider what's doing all this?
Like that confuses.
Yeah.
Yeah,
because
well,
of
you
these-
know,
Doesn't catch it.
Oh, Ghost
I don't know who Scott was locking down with Cosmo. That's a big thing.
I think he could have on his way in on that net last turn when he drew. You draw, you see, I got the Ghost Rider. You choose to lock down Groot at that point, and then you just choose to lock down Groot from then on. But then Robbie has the chance to do that. So I don't know. We'd have to go back and ask him about that. But
What's it called? Invisible Boy. They don't think
I guess once the
yeah, I think he got a little. So that's another thing we talk about, guys. Don't get tilted, man. I'm not saying that Robbie was tilted or anything like that, but you know, keep playing the game out. Keep playing the turns out. Because you never know. There might have been a line in there with Robbie during all that stuff, making Scott make some different decisions, reforming, and stuff that might have changed the outcome. I don't know. We'd have to go back. I'd like to talk to both of those guys about that one and see what was going on there. I couldn't hear the stream as well as I'd like to, because I've got the sound on YouTube all the way up. I can't get it any louder. And I'm trying not to play that over our commentary too loud, but I guess there's some intricacies there that we weren't getting. But anyway,
Yeah.
cool deck.
yeah, I mean, like I said, this is one of those things from Scott Watson. Like that's great to hear.
I love it, and I mean that's a natural way to go with Invisible Woman, but I like seeing that. deck on the stream. I like that, and you know, Robbie is a great player. He's gonna bounce back, no problem. I know for sure. Just gotta shake this one off, you know. But good times, man. I love it. Got to see Invisible One. I'm happy.
Yeah. I was about to say, we've seen some really good decks. We saw Phoenix, we saw Warrant Officer, we saw Cosmo. We're seeing a lot of these decks that we actually really wanted to see.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to see what the Thor's packing, though, now that we've kind of seen some of these longer play decks. I also kind of wonder what Riders is doing with some of these longer play decks.
Yeah. You think the Cosmo was logging down Mulder? Yeah, I think it was too, Skark. But then why wasn't he using the Groot to get 2 more things? Maybe not. So we're doing 6 rounds like top 8, so we're going into round 5. And then we're going to make 6 rounds and then a cut to top 8. So going into round 5, we'll have to take a look here.
Yeah. Could be waiting on a Warrant Officer deck.
Yeah, I lost to the Outsider deck because I couldn't find a second.
I'm going to try to get some standings for everybody, guys.
I was able to get 6 Ghost Rider ones on
I'm actually gonna go use the bathroom real quick. While
Yeah,
you're
sounds
doing
good. I'm
that.
gonna get some standings, guys, and then I'm gonna go get a drink of water, and me and Pete will be back shortly.
I'm gonna take a quick break.
Yeah. Yep.
Hopefully it doesn't.
I couldn't find the legacy to pop people up to do it. You know, because I was like, man,
I don't think you need that. It's rough. That's so good.
That's great.
I'm proud of you.
You gotta play the fragile, amazingly overpowered combo. That's so sweet, though.
that's the reason.
I'm not gonna lie, it sucks to play against because you don't play the game.
It's
You don't play the game.
that's what people were telling me when I was doing the Dawson Trains.
You get to do the thing.
Combos faster.
I couldn't find the singularity though for round time. I thought I was gonna bust again. I was like, I'm gonna crap out again because I can't find a damn singularity.
So no, I actually wouldn't fuck if I called Singularity was over. I didn't know that's what it was.
Oh man.
There would have been.
Did you see that sweat for like a second at least?
Yeah, no, I saw it.
So how do you win if the Singularity is out?
He just plays flat guys. He has
You can
surfer up top.
you can still do
69 surfer? Oh yeah, oh you're
you can still do shenanigans with you can still do shenanigans with Silver Surfer. Silver Surfer can pop in and out with Legacy. So you go like keep making
Well,
big.
it's like, I mean, I guess like
Yeah, Legacy pops in. Well, if I put enough guys in my discard pile, that actually works. Like him or Ghost Rider will just keep popping in and out. Because I don't have to put Legacy back out on the board.
not my style.
It's definitely something, man.
It's definitely not fun to play against. Okay, seriously.
I know.
I can't wait to see 2 solitaire ones. Oh,
I'm not
You like it?
fair. I'm proactive. I'm good. You
like
definitely
it?
get to play the game against me.
You like it?
Yeah. Hell yeah. It's what I was doing without all the unnecessary work. It's good.
Captain Planet?
Yeah.
Captain Planet.
What they say online.
Oh, I'm sure they loved it.
Yeah.
I'm sure they loved it.
I'm sure Adam
I'm sure they loved it.
fun time.
I gotta let them at least have a little bit.
Have a little bit of swag.
Alright, so you see it, so I'm trying to get the angle. Good. It's been good the whole time. I just see if I can make it better.
Yeah, I opened up my hand on you too and I had like 3 yellow rotations. I'm
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
oh, this is the key.
how bonkers could you get?
I had 3 yellows, a 1 drop, and a 2 drop. I'm like, yeah,
That's
I'm
pretty
keeping
good.
that. I don't care what I draw.
That's about as perfect as it gets.
Yep. I was like, I don't care what I draw after that. It was like 3 turns.
That was great. I loved it. It was good. It's cool to see that is still alive. It probably means things need to be still.
That's a fair.
But when you gotta put together a 10-card combo.
Yeah, it takes a while.
Curve out with that. That's it.
Yeah, because of Alicia Nash.
Okay, Twitch, I'm back. You there, Pete? No, I guess it's just me. All right, guys. So, getting ready to start round 5. We'll have standings for you after this round. And then we'll be able to know, and we'll know what's going on going into top 8 and all that kind of good stuff. So, cool. Hey, you got any topics we want to talk about in between? Let's see here.
And I'm back.
Oh, hey man, what's up? I was just blathering on my own here. Forgive me while I eat a little bit of food, guys. Hadn't had lunch yet.
I was about to say, I just used one of Burt's helpful tournament tips and ate Power Bar.
Yeah, I'm going to try not to chew into the mic here. Galactus Theorycraft.
Oh God, what did I miss?
Oh man, see, I don't even trying to talk about that card because it's like, what could it be? It could be anything. Here's the thing: if there's anything I know about Super Awesome Games, it's like it's going to be not what I predicted.
Yeah.
You know.
Though
We think
Ken
I don't
did
I,
do a lot of
like. I know
physics.
people like talking about what they think Galactus is going to do, but I think it's just pure. I mean, I guess it's fun to speculate, but it's like almost impossible to tell with these guys with SAG.
Yeah.
And the way they design characters, because I would never have guessed Silver Surfer looked anything like what he does now. I would never have guessed Kang looked anything like what he does now. How about we talk about, not just to crap on your ideas, I'm not doing that at all, but how about Annihilus, guys? What do we think about Annihilus?
That dude
Man.
is so good.
God, that card, I can't wait to play that card. That card looks amazing. So
Can't
good.
wait to, turn 2 have 9 experience.
Or 10, really.
No, you can't get the 10.
I thought you could. If you attack 1, strike 2,
Yep.
stun 3, wound 4, KO 5. If you attack, stun, if you attack and KO 2
guess,
supporting
yeah.
characters, you get 10, right?
Yeah, me and the kid were theory crafting. You could have 9 XP by the end of turn 1 if they decide to attack you back, because he doesn't say you have to. That other stuff doesn't
Yeah.
happen. So. It'll be great.
Amazing. And then ability to tutor up the Annihilation Waves, right? He can search them up, and then they can get themselves back. That ability to like stop from dying by playing his own level 1 that gets
Yeah.
shuffled into the deck. Oh my gosh, I love it.
Well, and that's the whole thing. It started from there, and then, okay, well, we're gonna play agents because we want to really cycle that deck. Because we want to make sure that, that level 1's coming back to us. And it snowballed from there, and I think that's gonna be my next character I really dig into.
He's got good stats. 6 wounds with the ability to dodge more. 7/7 flying range at level 2. A level up that's like you can play around a little bit, but really it's really doable, right? As long as there's a target to attack, you can get some.
Yeah.
That's
the whole thing is we were like going, okay, like the latest you're going is turn 5, which is still playable. Like, because you're only attacking and striking.
That's if they give you something.
don't get
If
the
you're playing
wound,
against a
don't
hard
get the
tuck and
wound,
pass
but,
deck, you're going to have a bad day, but guess what? That just is part of the game, but I think you can get
we
around
just saw
that.
that happen, as it was. A combat-oriented MC against a tuck and pass, they're going to have a rough time. Look at what happened to Robbie.
Okay. Ben asks, do you think the ruling that Swarm is now online in hand will have a long-term consequences of powers that can't be turned off? No, I think it's kind of a corner case, and also if there's an issue, I think they're going to address it again. Our rules are always so fluid anyway, that we're kind of figuring it out as we go as they develop in new cards and everything. I think that makes some sense there with the way that they printed Kang. Obviously, they had to fix that a little bit. Recruit versus appears triggers are... So the recruit trigger in general that they put on Onslaught caused some issues. Like, I think it was needed, right? You couldn't have everything be a Pierce trigger, or else these really powerful abilities like Onslaught and Dark Phoenix could not exist.
Yeah.
But that window, that difference between recruit and appear windows, has caused some issues when it comes to when the powers turn on. So, interesting. Let's see.
My whole big thing right now with Kang is that his MC should have Swarm printed on him, and we wouldn't have these conversations. Like, it's very simple.
Well, it also goes with the way that they wrote the rules for Swarm, and they wrote the rules for characters being recruited to begin with, where you know, when you like agent triggers and things like that, where if you play it, it comes into this, you know, recruit zone where we're checking for uniqueness. Uniqueness in general causes these issues, like when does the character KO versus when the other character appears. They can't both be on the field at the same time. All those things make sense, right? So I guess just putting Swarm on Kang would have been the thing to do.
I should say that would have been the easy play, and I get, you know, going back and re-looking at these rules, maybe that's kind of what sometimes this game needs, is someone to kind of look back and be like, oh, okay, this rule doesn't really make sense anymore. Maybe we should look into this a little bit more. Hopefully that's what this kind of leads to.
Yeah, because our game definitely gets very, very complex as it gets more and more sets. Because in games like Magic and some other games, you have some vanilla cards, right? You have grizzly bears to be printed. You have cards that are or just have the same ability, just with a different color, same ability with just slightly different stats. In Verse, we get so many completely unique characters with completely individual superpowers that nobody else will ever have. You know?
Yeah.
Every set, there's multiples and multiples and multiples of those. So it's going to cause more rules, corners, and differences that are going to pop up. As for specifically can't be turned off powers having be on in hand, I don't think so, because there's not a lot of things that check powers in hand. There's only a few instances where this has come up when you talk about like the Kitty Pryde thing, when you talk about like Dark Phoenix trying to come into play and things like that, you know, where you're dealing with that recruit window. And there's not a lot of things that check powers in play, there's nothing that checks powers in hand that I can think of off the top of my head.
Yeah, not off the top of my head either.
So I think it's going to be okay. I think it just solves the problem, right? If something can't be turned off, it's on in your hand. It's odd, but I guess it would also be on if it was in the resource row or in the graveyard. So, or the KO pile. So
that's the big thing, is it can't be turned off, so it shouldn't lead to a bigger thing. So you don't have to worry about someone calling Swarm or anything like that.
Yeah, Skirk says one of the fun things about this game is abusing the rules, and I would completely agree that part of playing card games, the fun of playing card games, is rule abuse.
Yeah. I mean, that's
wombo combos and things like that.
It's not really abuse. It's just using the rules to your advantage.
Peter, that's a great way to say it, my man.
Like, no one. I mean, yeah, there can be bad plays, or there can be ones that you're like, this sucks. I hate this ruling. This should have been looked at.
Yeah, we can obviously see like the situation that we saw in the last round. You know, where Robbie's just kind of like obviously not having the best game experience he could have had, but you know, it's Scott's just taking advantage of card interactions the way the rules are written. You know, to get this lock combo going and to win the game.
Yep. Well, and like that combo right there, it almost seems like, can you imagine if you didn't have to pay for Singularity now?
Yeah, so she definitely needed Banner replaced.
Yeah.
So, okay, so Ben's like, I agree the corner case, but in one previous example, the card that came up required a ruling that powers aren't on in hand. Now this. So, I guess the best answer for that would be, for me personally, is that, and I know this is the excuse we get a lot. We give a lot for our game and our game design. But it's that we have a very small group of people working on the game. We have a very small group of people developing the game. And they also work on and develop other games simultaneously. So, you know, I also don't mind that we just got to figure it out, right? That we're not dogmatic in the way that the original rules were written, or the way that we have certain rulings right now, and that we can go back, look at interactions, look at cards, do bans and replace, do rules revisions to make everything make sense again, so that we continue having this very flavorful, very fun, very lightheartedly and sometimes designed game that we all enjoy. I think this is going to make it niche, and it's always going to be niche because of these things, but it's the same reason it's what I like about it. Some of the wonkiness, the fact that we make the rules fit the game instead of design the game into the rules in a way. You know what I mean? Flavor first, and we'll figure the rest out in the end.
It almost feels like a comic sometimes.
There you go, man. There you go. You know, how many times do they do retcons, man? There you go, Ben. There's your answer.
How many times DC reset itself now?
Exactly. It's a comic book game. It's an MCU game. We're just retconning, bro.
We are the big retcon arcs. The players are. On the other hand, this is going to be a little bit of a shoebox. I would like to see,
Not a soapbox, just a shoebox.
yeah, just a shoebox because it's not big. It's not.
Oh, thanks for the shout out, Scourge. We're trying, man.
Oh, thank you.
You said the stream.
All right, first of
come to-
all, I know we don't have DC. Before I get on my shoebox, I know we don't have DC. I'm
So-
just pointing.
before I
out-
get on my footstool, before I put my platform shoes on,
Yeah. Before I put my tiny little, just enough, maybe like a 2-inch heel.
before I take out this piece of paper and stand on it.
Yeah. But I know we don't. It's fine. Marvel has reset itself a bazillion times too. It's okay. But what I was gonna say is I'd really like to see SAG or at least Upper Deck reach out to some of these players that we really see rising to the top, and not necessarily like have them design for them or anything, but maybe like get them some cards early or something that they have to like sign an MDA or something, and really see what these people can do so we can start seeing some of these interactions so that we don't have to always constantly check ourselves.
Yeah, but then I think that you wouldn't be able to play competitively if they were doing that with you because you'd have some kind of like future information. Now, if they wanted to find people to
and
do that,
that's the
and
whole thing.
volunteer
Is
to do that,
maybe
and I
some
think
of
they
these
do.
people-
I think they have a little bit of that, but I don't think they have much. Like with some of the development team, what I would, yeah.
Or just maybe expand the development team. Like you need to give up playing competitively, but now you're also part of the group that's helping really help this game get there.
Yeah, I don't know,
I
man.
mean,
I don't know what they're.
It's not a perfect situation, but I'd
what-
just like to see more, maybe just a bigger test community.
My theory on that.
SAG is very small.
My theory on that, my man, is that the reason that our game stays around is because it's not expensive to
Yes.
make, because there's a small design team, because there's a small development team, and because the marketing is pretty much done by the community.
Yep.
Outside of some posts on the blog and things like that. I think that's why our game is going to keep going. Is because that they're not going to pump huge amounts of money into it outside of making the product and a couple of events a year. So
100% agree. That's
yeah, so I don't know if we're ever going to see that kind of a thing where we get unless we had a huge. I think we'd have to see more people playing.
Yeah.
We'd have to see better attendance of these tournaments. Like if we started seeing regular 50+ people at regionals and Gen Con got up over 100 people again, then I would say like talking about what you're talking about now would definitely be something that we could put on the table. But until we have that kind of support, I mean, is it worth the time and effort to get these people the cards, to get these people advanced sets printed and sent to them, because we could, for all we know, Danny and Ben could be playing with paper and pencil, with old verse cards, in front of old verse cards on sleeves and stuff until they goes and go to the printer, So, there's some things to be said there, but no, I don't disagree that like that would be a great thing, but I think our game needs to get bigger to the point where you can like validate that a little bit more, I guess is what I'm trying to say. I don't know.
well, and that's why it was a piece of paper I was standing on. It wasn't high. It wasn't high.
But I think you're right. I think there's people that would knock down doors to be able to do that because they don't really care that much about playing competitively anyway.
Yeah.
And they would love to just be part of the process. Specifically, these comic book fans that are like comic book fans first, gamers second. You know what I mean? That would just love to help get that flavor from the comic into the cards for them, Yeah, man.
Sorry,
Go ahead.
I was at the standings.
We got the standings?
Yeah, they just thing.
Let me go look. Okay, guys. Here we go. Oh, man. Here we go, guys. So the rankings are Kevin Butcher is in first place with 12 points. That means he's won all 4 of his games.
Yeah.
And then Sean Powell, Dylan Cesares, Jose Benavides, Scott Watson, John Phillips, Caleb Berman. No, Scott Watson and John Phillips are all 3-1. Our 2 and 2s are Caleb Berman, Jonathan Lewis, Nick Melberg, and Dale Wilford, Robbie Stewart, and Burt Richardson. So there's some names you know. A name you might not know, or a name you do know, that is currently, what did we got? We are 4 rounds in. Currently 1 and 3 is one Ralph Edwards III. So that's our standings after 4 rounds. Getting ready to start round 5 here very shortly. We're gonna go 6 rounds total, and then we're gonna cut the top 8. So right now we got an undefeated Kevin Butcher piloting. Let's see what he's piloting today.
looking up what these people are piloting.
Yeah, Kevin Butcher. Kevin Butcher. Not a name I'm familiar with, but he's having a great day, so go him. Sorry, Kevin, if I've met you before.
That name's kind of out of nowhere. And now...
Kevin Butcher is running... Okay, he's an OR player. And that's... I can hear the collective sigh from all you guys in this... I can hear it. I can hear it. I'm in Knoxville, Tennessee, by the way, and I can hear all you guys sighing around the country.
Did I hear that correctly? He's the OR player?
He's an OR player. Yeah, Mr. Impatience, it is 6 rounds and then cut to top 8. Sean, what's Sean playing today?
He's playing Venom.
Go Sean, my boy playing Venom. Oh yeah, get there, pal. Get there, Keebs. I'm not familiar with Jose Vides. Let's see what Jose's running today. What do you got there, Pete? You look them up. I'll read them off.
I got Rogue.
Rogue. You got a Rogue player. Okay, so right now, let's talk about the top 8 players and what they got so far. So if we did top 8 right now, Kevin Butcher with OR, Sean Powell with Venom, Dylan Cesares. What's that?
Did you say Jose too?
Yeah, Jose Benavides and Dylan Cesares. I think one of them's on Rogue.
Dylan Cesares. Jose is on Rogue and Dylan is on Outrider.
Okay, so you got 2 Outriders and a Rogue and a Venom. Scott's on Invisible Woman. John's on Mimic with that crazy combo. And then Caleb is on
First
Evil. And then John we saw with Good Phoenix, like A-Force Phoenix. So that's your top 8 currently.
That's a good top 8. I mean, I get that there's 2 Outriders in there, but...
Yeah, Outriders in a Rogue. That's fine. But, I mean, people thought that in this field... And I'm telling you, man, a lot of people didn't have a lot of time to test for this. And I think it was a smart move to come in and play something that you know is going to be consistent, something it's got a smaller pool of cards to work with, so it will be a little bit easier to design your deck. So I like it. And plus, I mean, like, Mordo's powerful. Killmonger's got some game. It's fine. I don't mind the move at all. I think this is the time when they'll get more of a pass than normal. Because of the short time period on there. But I mean, we got some cool ones. Like right now, if top 8 happened, you got Invisible Woman in there, John Phillips' crazy deck. We got a First Evil. We got a Good Phoenix. So there's a pretty good mix of guys right now.
And that's the huge thing too. Is like.
And then guys like Robbie, right there on the bubble. He's at 11, but he's 2-2. We got Nick. We saw Nick play. He was playing WO he's at 2-2. And one of the 6-pointers right now, one of the people at 2-2 is going to make it, right? Because there's only 6 people 3-1 and better. So we got 2 more rounds, so anything can happen, right? Kevin Butcher's probably with his OR is probably pretty much locked and loaded. I think he can back in at this point and still be there, get there at 4-2. Yeah, he's probably locked, but we'll see. Anyway, here we go. New round, guys. Let's see what we got. Hey, by the way, guys, shout out to Cody. Mr. Britches Malone for sending us this information on Facebook so we could read it off and give it to you. He's been doing a great job keeping us up to date with, and also he's the guy getting you these great games, these cool decks on stream.
So he's making sure we're really seeing some.
Yeah, these aren't necessarily the top tables. This is like, he's trying to find us good matchups to watch. So shout out to him for doing such a great job. And also the tournament's been running. Look at this, we're on round 5, and we're barely 3.5 hours. What is it? 4.5 hours in. So we're doing pretty good on time. Moving around.
I think we had some players, but I think they got moved.
3.5 hours in, yeah. So 3.5 hours in, and we're getting ready to start round 5. That's a pretty good time. That's a pretty good clip, guys.
Yeah.
Gotta say we love it.
Well, and we have some longer playing decks, so some of these are gonna go to time, and that's gonna eat right there. So
you're 100% right, Pete. We got a couple straight tuck and pass, and we have other guys that are just trying to play with 7 wounds plus wounds.
I mean, just at Phoenix versus Warrant Officer, you knew that was going to be a long haul. The minute you kind of sit down and
we got an old top format coming out. One of these old top formats from last year that are so sweet with Deadpool. I wonder who that is. Anyway, also like Captain Marvel can go really long, man. She's a 7-wound MC, and then you start throwing the Groots and the Scullys in there. Whew. So we got Jose, who is on.
I think Jose was on Rogue.
Jose's on Rogue, and Dylan is on Outrider. So, classic aggro matchup this time, guys. So we saw some tuck and pass. We saw some other kind of decks. So right now, we're going to get a classic aggro matchup. Yeah. So love it. I love some new names that I'm not familiar with in the game. Guys I've never played against before. You know, most of these other people that we've seen I've played against or met at a tournament or something, but these are two guys that I'm not familiar with and I haven't met before. So interested to see them play, see what their style is.
Getting up there. No one's kind of heard of these people, and they're up there in that top 8. They're playing against some real killers in here too. So
it's a good field. It's a strong field. You know, for 17 people, it's a strong 17-person field. I remember the first tournament I ever played in. I had my best finish ever, and it just hooked me. I was hooked after that.
I've only had one decent placed finisher, and I was hooked since before that. It's got enough that you can, we've talked, like as a beginning player, you can kind of almost walk into this game with super basic knowledge of card games and really come out on top.
Yeah, I think the simplicity of the game is definitely I say it's simple mechanically, like with the way that a turn is structured, the phases of an attack, you know what I mean, all that kind of stuff. It's not like Magic where you have all these windows and reactions and stacks and things like that. It's simple in that regard, but at the same time, the complexity comes from main characters and there are different varied level ups, all the uniqueness of all the characters throughout the game, you know, and all the different drops and everything. So, yeah, so it'll be perfect. All right. So what do you got here? Okay, stream. Who do you got here? We got two heavy hitters of the aggro turn right variety. Who do you got? Can Rogue level up and get to God Strength and make the pups seem terrible? Or are they going to push her down and mow her down quick? Yeah, who do you got, stream?
That serious? Oh, jeez, mates. Yeah, I got
But Adam, who do you have in this one?
I like Rogue. Without looking at deck lists, I like Rogue here. I think that she gives you a lot of interactivity that you can play. I think that she's going to cause some issues for them. They can high roll and win here if they go and get a turn 2 Grandmaster or turn 3 Grandmaster. Probably turn 2 though. But yet again, without Heimdall, or I need your help to go search him up, it's going to be a lot harder to find that. And they're going to have to just basically naturally draw it. But once Rogue gets to level 3, if she can keep their counters off, they're going to be in a lot of trouble. Now she's got a lot of answers in Illustrated for counters, right? So I wouldn't really worry. Yeah. I wouldn't worry about having tech for placing negative counters on my opponent if I was building a Rogue in Good versus Evil. What I would have tech for is getting positive counters off my opponent's characters. So if she's running some flints at 4 or something like that, I think she'll be in a pretty good way here. Who you got, Pete?
I think I'm going to take Rogan in this one. I think just the ability to play, like you said, playing the bigger counters or keeping them off your opponent is really huge. You're not super worried about the negative drop because you lost the Comet Fall, but there's still ways to play around that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
and it all depends. I didn't super look into his deck, but I mean, you can't turn off Swarm, but you can turn off Ferocious, which is huge, and you can start making those attacks that way.
Yeah.
Like as we're just seeing right now.
Trying to see if I want us to trade. Probably not. I want to swing everybody, but that doesn't really matter anyway. I don't have any. It's not like I'm gonna get.
Should be out.
Turn 1 Grandmaster, so it doesn't matter. Do I want to waste a pump? No, I'm not gonna swing.
This guy's talking a lot here.
Yeah, it's good.
Talky guy. Okay, so we got a couple of votes for OR here. I think Rogue's the people's champion. No XP there, just kind of swung in, didn't have the blue or a power up or anything like that to get a little XP, cause some issues.
Yeah, that could
be. Gonna pass the turn. Got a couple wins on there though. That's good.
Cosmo just for the turn, right? Just for the turn.
I'm very surprised he didn't go for the team attack. Just Rogue there.
No. That was turn 0. So he attacked with Cosmo.
I'm sorry.
He turned 1 off, and then he swung, and then he Cosmoed and did the other one. And now he's going to attack with 3. 3's a good number.
Yeah. Because that way you still got some stuff left to commit.
Yeah. He's going to take everybody at Cosmo. That's fine.
You know what I meant.
Okay. So he needs a blue pretty bad right here.
Yeah.
So Dylan's talking about Killian and some stuff like that. So we see a boo. He's got it. Look at that hand. +3/+3's out the wazoo. A lot of play rounds. Okay, green. Interesting. Match.
Match
Great
could
play
be
here.
good.
Attacks, he gives me a -1 counter. Instead of striking, he gives you counter.
So they're going to get a couple more.
He's still striking.
So now he doesn't know he's got this +3/+3. So it's going to be an interesting thing. He's going to swing at 1.
I'm not touching him.
Yep.
So the question here is, do you attack 1 down and try to get multiple wounds on one of them? See, I don't know if I really agree with this line that Jose's taken where he's trying to spread the wounds out. I prefer to
I
like
would've
really
probably
just kind of.
focused on 1 or 2.
Why did he not pump +3/+3 here?
I think because he sees that he's spreading the wounds out, you can play it a little bit more conservative and really save it for when you need those +3s.
You know what you could really do if you wanted to blow him out is slow roll the blue in hand, swing, and then negative him out too. The +3/+3 puts him up above that. If it was a friend from work and it was just +2/+2, that'd be really good there to kind of get it out. But anyway, I'd rather have gotten 2 wounds on 2 guys than 1 wound on 4 guys. That's me. A stream chat. Tell me if I'm wrong. We have the turn 2 Grandmaster. This is not what Jose wanted to see here. Well, let's see how he plays it. I don't know what's in Jose's hand.
I'll go.
I agree with you, Adam. Though, like, I think he should be focusing on 1 to 2 outriders and not really trying to spread the wounds thin, because then you're just leaving yourself open for more attacks later on. And there's Grandmaster.
Yeah. Well, being on the play here for Rogue is a little bit better because he's got the green out. So if he's running a Flint, he'll get him while Dylan's still on turn 3, right? So that'll be interesting. Yep. So maybe he won't have time to get a Mordo out.
I mean, and
you got to be careful. I do. I'm sorry to interrupt you, people. You got to be careful swinging with 5 guys at Rogue like that. I know you want to get greedy with the counters, but that is where a experienced player, slow rolling plot twists and slow rolling some different things can really blow you out.
We got
Ben's with us.
3 turns. That's about
Yep. So everybody in the chat agrees with us that he should have been concentrating those wounds on a singular character. Yeah, because like, don't they? I think it's like if the less guys you have swinging at you, the outriders just get weaker and weaker. The more of them you get away, you kill.
Yep. Now, I think saving the blues now is a better call because he's probably going to go after his Grandmaster, and he's going to have ways to get back at him now.
I mean, that's card games.
Yeah, so you go after the Grandmaster with Jessica Jones. You swing at the non-countered Outrider, pay the blue, because is it defense or offense that he takes away? She takes away on level 1. I can never remember.
I want to say it's offense on level 1.
Okay, then never mind, because you can pump them past the 4.
Yeah, because when I play.
Oh, but it adds offense. So it'd be they would if he plays the +3/+3, they'd be a 6/4, and then he'd take them down to a 4/4, and he would be a 5/4. So that's a good one. Unless and then he'd have to pump double. Which you're not money. Yeah, it's tough. It's a tough call.
A little rough.
Yeah, he could really use some power ups or something like that. And Dylan's hand looks pretty good, man.
And I hate to say it, losing solo in a rogue deck hurts.
Thanks,
because
Kirk.
that turn 1 opener of 1 XP plus getting a little bit bigger is huge.
Yeah, you probably have more experience with Rogue than I do, Pete. Having played her at Gen Con last year. So what do you think? Is he doing the right thing here? Is this the way you would attack that? Go after the Grandmaster, then go after that one?
I might have went after the Grandmaster because I don't know he has the blues in hand, and that's a counter generator.
Yeah.
But at the same time, just seeing what he's played, I don't know. I think I might have attacked at least JJ into the non-countered dog, which is probably the safe play. Because then she goes face down, and you can slow the counters down. Okay, he's got the blue into rogue. I don't. This is such.
Yeah, you couldn't attack her with JJ because of ferocious, so she would have got stunned without returning. Yeah. So I think you got to take him into the Grandmaster. I think it's. Do you take Rogue into the Grandmaster, or do you take? He double pumped him. Yeah, we saw that coming. She did get some XP though. She does have 2 XP, which is good. This guy's a talker.
3 wounds.
Hey guys, I'm gonna give you a little tip here, everybody in the stream. If you're not a talker at the table, it's totally fine. Don't let a talker suck you in and distract you. Don't let a talker suck you in and get you off your game. Some guys just talk at the table. It's what they do. David Leader famously, when you play against him, man, he was a talker. Love to just chat you up while you're at the table, but it can take you off your game and get you kind of unfocused. Yeah, get you comfortable and that kind of thing. And it's not that he was dirty or whatever. Not at all. He wasn't. He was not at all. He's a great player and he was a very, no way. It's just that some guys will try to, get you talking and get you, distracted. And I don't even know if they're doing. They might just be nervously talking.
Yeah.
You know what I mean,
and
or saying what you're doing.
Other, so maybe it's one of those plays, too.
Mm-hmm.
Like
my buddy Joe would do it when he would be playing you. He would say stuff like he'd ask you specifically if you had a card that would be bad for him in that scenario before he'd do an attack, knowing full well he was or was not gonna make the attack one way or the other. You know what I mean? But then he would read off your face some reaction that you had, and then be like, oh, he's got it. I think he's got it. I'm gonna put the read on. He's got it. So I'm not gonna make this 50-50 attack right now. So be careful. Whoa, man. Oh man, guys. Christy on the board, guys. Christy on the board, guys.
Business is just picked up.
Oh boy. Oh.
Really bad for Outriders though.
Oh. This is gonna be interesting. Just. So the first thing he wants to do is swing at the one without counters. Why is this? Because you already seen the +3/+3, so you don't want to consider the one with the counter. So the +3/+3 will not take that one above, and it will strike all the other ones. The other ones are not in combat, so he can't pump them with a plot twist. He can only affect the one that's singularly in the combat. So he's probably going to go after Mordo here. And then next I would do Christie into... Now he might be able to pull out a pump this way, and if that's a wildly bad play if he does this one.
So we trade, right?
I hate to say that. Yeah, it's a trade wound. Okay, good. Didn't want to play right now. He's going to swing into the one without counters is the right play here. Yet again, because they said he's going to have to double pump them to get away from that. Now, he has 2 pumps, but not the right ones. What's he going to do here? He's going to try to get in and get some XP? Oh, he's swinging to the one without counters. Oh, I think you don't worry about getting the XP here, guys, and I think you just try to get the wounds down. Think about it this way. Don't get so linearly locked into your lines that you're like, I have to level my guy up to win. Right?
Yeah.
Because you don't. You can win without leveling. And this is a scenario where you could. Putting all his Outriders on like nothing right here would have been huge. But now, there's a chance that he's not going to wound one of them that he would have. They're not all going to be face down when they would have before.
And you double pump.
Hey guys, I'm just trying to call it out when I see it, but everybody's different. Everybody's got a different skill. Everybody's got a different experience level. And maybe when you're there at the table, I've made so many mistakes myself, so I can't say anything. Now he's going to swing into one of them, double pump, and he's going to be okay. Actually, I can even do a single pump. No, he's got to do a double pump, and the double pump will work.
Is he going to take it though?
I'm going to read Christie real quick, guys. Just want to double check that I told you right on that one. I think that's the interaction I'm remembering correctly.
Yes. He says, when Christie stuns a defending enemy character, stun each other enemy character on that side with the same name.
So that's what I'm saying, guys, is that he can only affect the one character he's in combat with. So if he would have attacked the one without any counters, he would have stunned them all, regardless of how many... Because he has a friend from work and he has a +3/+3 in hand.
He just pumped out of it.
He just pumped out of it. Now, you got a lot of cards out of his hand, but that would have been a hugely swingy turn.
Yeah. Killmonger doesn't affect Rogue that much, so that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine. We do have a level 2 Rogue, which is nice. He got a little bit too concerned. He could have leveled that Rogue on defense, guys, on the crackback, and it would have been fine. So, little plays, right? We'll see how this game ends up. Little plays, right? Now that Christie's gone, hopefully he has another one in hand.
That could have swung that game.
Dude, I think that would have been almost GG because like 4 of his guys would have had 2 wounds. And at 7 wounds, he has 7 turns. He had plenty of time.
Yeah.
I don't have any yellow powers, so it sucks to be you. He's just a big wall.
Now, knowing that he had the Christie, it kind of makes sense why he spread out the wounds a little bit more.
Yeah, Pete, I think, especially if he had it in hand from his initial draw, I agree with you. That's a little bit of a better line at that point. But but in our defense, having 2 guys with 2 wounds means he would have KO'd 2.
Exactly, and that's the whole line too. Or forcing 2 wounds on 2, dropping Christie and leaving 4 non-pumped.
Yeah,
For
been pretty big.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ben. I think Dylan's got to be feeling pretty good about his positioning right here, especially looking at his hand a little bit. That play on Jose was rough. Not trying to hate it out. I've made so many mistakes in that regard, and also I knew what the guy had in his hand in Jose's defense. Also, you know, I'm seeing Dylan. Me and Peter sitting here looking at Dylan's, and you guys are looking at Dylan's hand, so we know that there's double pump there. So, but we got another Christie. Let's see if he does it again. So attack the non-pump one. Come on, guys. All the good motion. We're gonna push it towards the non-pump one.
Do it.
Which one do you pick? Oh, there we go.
Good job. There you go.
And they're all going face down.
That levels that board a lot. No, you don't get to keep counters.
Yeah, so then he's going to go and get this Killmonger.
That changes the momentum a lot.
2 wounds. 2 wounds on this one.
Yes, 2 wins on that one. Get him, Jose.
Is that 5 guys with 1
Let him
wound?
take his time.
Yes, he did.
3 guys with 1 wound. Okay. So I'm confused.
Please keep track.
I know, I'm trying to...
And that's the whole thing, is if you're a newer player, you see a card like Christie that's never really been played before,
Yeah,
that can be a little confusing.
yeah,
Trying a lot of remembering. So this one has 2? Yes.
yes,
So all of them have 2?
yes.
I feel like 1 didn't have 1 on it, but 2
All
of
of
them
them.
didn't have any wounds, but okay.
All of them have 2 except for 1. All of them, 2 of them have 1, 4 of them have 2.
Yep.
I don't know, Ben. That's an interesting thing if you top deck that or you had another one in hand. I still don't think it changes your line there. You got 6 turns, at least if you don't even level up, so you got plenty of time, I think, personally. So.
And, I mean, the big thing is, and maybe he was trying to draw out some of those blues. Maybe he was trying to see if he had any kind of cards in hand to, like, really help him. Okay, he's just...
So he could have used his blue to activate the God Strength or whatever power on Rogue to keep.
Yeah.
I don't know. That would have taken away defense, so it would have stunned back, and I think that would have been a strong play there. So Dylan might have had a little misplay there. So he's got a lot of guys with 2 wounds. So he's in a much worse way. And now he's got to get through that Rogue.
Yeah. And now he's gonna have to commit way more. He's gonna have to get through that Rogue and that Jessica. And he's showing the blue, which is the defense one, so he can just stun one outright.
Yeah. Here, keep talking, Pete. I'm going to go back in the stream on my phone here. I'm going to try to rewind it and just see exactly how many wounds he had there, since they're talking about it.
I'm watching the stream on my phone now too. I got it open on YouTube and thing. Rogue is at 4 wounds. You are correct.
Here we go.
I'm not gonna lie to you. That plus 1s, man.
Yep, 4 guys with 2.
Okay. So Christie could swing huge. Grandmaster,
Okay,
good play. That could, in theory, keep things alive.
So it would have been, okay, so we went back and looked at it live there, guys. So he would have had 4 guys with 2 and 2 guys with 1, like we said. So he's whiplashing Christie to the front row. Sorry about that, guys. But they were going back and forth about it so much I wanted to see.
Yep.
I got a little agitated there, Pete. What's up with me, man? I'm usually pretty calm. I'm like, no, you got to attack the die. You got to do this. You got to do that.
Because, like you said, we can see their hands, and like it changes how you look at a game.
It does.
Knowing all the information changes how you would tell that, like how you're seeing attacks being directed.
Yeah. Well, I think you
Like
saw.
knowing you didn't have any blues in hands, like why are you not attacking that one? You should be attacking that one. Well,
you know, at the same time, you also saw the +3/+3, so you have to play around it.
yeah.
At least one of them. You play around one. You don't necessarily play around double pump, right? So maybe he
That's
was
the
doing
thing.
that.
So
So
you should just. I think it was Burt or you that told me, like, if you see a plot twist at play, assume that you're gonna see it again.
Mm-hmm.
That turn, but it could be in their hand.
100%. If you see him play it, you've got to play around it for the rest of the game, unless you get some hand knowledge. Period.
Yep.
Oh, I showed the rewind on stream, so everybody can be with me. So we saw. So okay, got everybody. Cool. All right. Anyway.
All right. So he he whiplashed and pulled Christie into the front, which was a very good move actually.
Yeah, that's
So
what
then
Whiplash is in
fight
those
through
decks
that.
for. Hidden weapons, baby. Loved hidden weapons. Great guard. And the
That
five
card does
ones.
work.
I think Dylan's still in a pretty good position because he's only got the one wound on the two guys at the top there.
Another hidden weapons.
Rogue needs to level quickly.
Hidden weapons can do that.
Rogue
but
needs
the
to
thing is, her
level.
level 3 won't super help her until at least
It's the
one
wound,
encounter.
bro. It's the wound. He needs to get another
Yeah, he
Christie or
needs that
something.
wound. He needs
Yeah,
that
it's the
7th
wound. I'd fly over into the Grandmaster, activate the blue, level up because you already got 2 XP from the hidden weapons. That puts you at turn. That puts you on 3, and then it's going to be a difficult position. So he's going to go banana 1. We'll still have to do something about those counters. So he's got to answer those
Well,
counters for
I'm
anything
seeing
to
at
matter.
least 4 without counters. If he could drop something that really could clear, like a flint would be great right now.
That's even better.
You had it the whole time. Why were you doing that?
that is a tough choice. You don't understand.
What do you mean?
Look at that. Listen to that table talk, boys.
Yeah, and that's how 4 of my guys. What are you talking about? Tough choice.
Like a flint would be huge.
Yeah, maybe a Skirk. Maybe he is just big bringing us the whole time, and we don't even know.
Oh,
Literally gonna win you the game. Yeah,
a third Christie?
all dead.
Oh, you had the power up?
And I had
No,
guys
yeah,
with
just the
draw
third
power.
Christie. It's crazy.
Draw power.
He might have just drawn it, but like, what is this top decking?
No, that's how you. Hey, man, that's how you win sometimes. So now we've got 2 wounds left in the whole thing. Use the blue, gonna level up, and I can't think that Dylan
Well,
can
we're
pull this
kissing-
one out.
We're kissing some Outriders goodbye.
Yeah, because I mean,
That's
at this
huge.
point they can't go in. He's gonna have to power him up in order for them to go into combat with him. So he's got to play that. Mordos are now dead. All that Mordo we saw earlier is now dead. He really needs a Killmonger. Okay, Killmonger.
That's
pretty.
huge.
That's pretty huge right here. So he's gonna have to swing in. But even then, it's only gonna be 7/7. It can't stun. So you got a team attack, Killmonger with probably. So he's got to reform completely. Killmonger now has flying, so Killmonger can go across and hit Christie if he needs to. He needs to remember he has flying and God strength. I think you got to hide both your Outriders and bring all your other guys up front right now, and then you got to come up with a team attack. Probably probably Killian and Killmonger to try to stun the Rogue, and then maybe just God, that Christie's a problem. So just Dylan's in a bad way here. He's got some plot twists in hand, and he had to play that Killmonger. I think Killmonger, Killian to stun Rogue, but then again, then you won't have the Killmonger to fly. You won't have anything to stun the Christie. Although you do have Ferocious on your Outrider, so do you leave a Outrider up front to get the Ferocious attack on Christie? He's probably not going to have a power up for Christie because we've already seen 3. We have not seen any calls. We've not seen any plot twists in general. So he's going all up front. That's kind of loose, I think.
You also have to remember that Rogue's ability
Killian
right now
back?
gives. Anytime she enters melee combat.
It's turned off because of Killmonger.
Oh, okay, that's right.
So he's going to draw that up front. That's fine. There you go. There's the line. We're figuring it out. Although leaving both of his... I really feel like Dylan leaving both of his Outriders up front is really loose here. I think you had to hide at least one of them. What do you guys think?
I think that's the smart play. I think now you drop the 2 Outriders in the back because you haven't attacked yet.
Back, I was like,
Oh, you're moving into the main now, so now it doesn't matter.
what do you mean? I still stun you.
Okay.
And then
I think he knew he had the Christie, or like he's got that Christie on lock.
I have 8, 9, 10, 11. I lose
There's only 3. I don't know
Strike back
Christie's
one of the
stats.
Outriders. Strike back one of the Outriders. Please strike back an Outrider.
You get one of these, right?
Yeah.
Oh, you don't get it because of Ferocious, yeah. I pass.
No, it's not enough. No, it is because it takes away 2. So she would have went from 8 to 6, and that's 6 Ferocious. He's right.
Yep.
So let's see what he draws here. This is the last turn. He's got to get 2 wounds, guys. He's got to get 2 wounds. He's an 8/8, so he can swing at 1 naturally, and he'd have to have insane amount of pumps to get above that. He'd have to be able to pump 7 defense. 4th Christie does end it, man. But I'd like to see something that can wound the other one. Domino.
There you go.
What?
Domino?
There you go.
Domino in me? What's your total?
Come on,
Okay.
get it. Get it.
Doesn't matter what his attack total is until we see this roll. What we got here? Is he just going to say it?
Yes. Okay. That's still rough.
He doesn't have it.
No,
He doesn't have it, guys. I think this is GG right here.
I think so.
Wow, what a game, guys. What do you guys think about this match? Like here in the chat. What do you think, Pete? This was a close one. We
I think
thought we might have had a
3
big.
Christies made it huge. That Killmonger was clutch. He's gonna draw some cards off that last Outrider.
Yeah, so there's a chance he gets a pump here, but he's going to need a lot.
I don't think it's gonna be enough.
It doesn't matter because it's Jose's. Oh, it's ferocious. So it's +4 to 7.
Oh yeah, that's a good call. I forgot about the ferocious part.
It's only 7.
I guess I added wrong. Thinking. Oh no, you get -2 too.
Yeah.
Oh, is it only against him?
No. So Killmonger has the ability. No longer has Flight or God Strength. You pumped him up by 4 powers to put him at 7 attack. So there we go. Sorry, I'm getting angry there.
Oh, I'll press it. I'm still not trying to shake hands.
Nope,
with everybody.
Rogue wins it.
I got it.
Good game for both of those guys, man.
Even
Wow.
if he trades back, it's Rogue would have technically won because isn't it goes to the player if
Yeah.
it's a double KO?
Yeah,
like whoever's turn it is.
Yeah, I'm getting a little too aggressive on this stream for some reason. There, he does have the flint to steal the counters. Good game for both those guys. Maybe I'm wrong about that line earlier on with Jose. Took with the initial Christie. And then, you got to give some credit to Dylan for just powering through 3 freaking Christies and still almost winning that match.
Game changer for his deck for me. Like I can get around other things.
That was crazy.
Yeah, Skirk, you're right, man. Perfect information makes it easy for me to make these calls from the. I'm undefeated as a armchair verse player, as an armchair quarterback. Have not lost a match yet. All right, Pete. So let's see here. Let's talk about what that does for the standings, because that was a big match for standings right there. That was
I think
our.
that was third and fourth.
Yeah, that was a 3-4 match. So one of them's going to move up to 4-1. The other one's going to fall to 3-2. So Jose moving up the ranks. Like to see Rogue win that one. Like to see a Rogue keep going. So
So if I could have got to 8, you would have got
nice,
I mean-
nice. I also like to see 2 new players playing at a high level at a tournament, playing in a late round for a chance to make the cut. So need to get these guys to Gen Con or Origins sometimes.
Yeah. Really see what these guys can do.
Yeah, man. So I'd like to see. Looking at Dylan's deck, we got to see a pretty good bit of it. Pretty standard stuff. But there's an ego at the end. I'd like to see exactly what his curve is. I'll have to go back and look at the list a little bit.
Yeah.
Talk to him about it. But I mean, you can't hate on it too much. And Rogue, I feel like, is just kind of a rough matchup for him if she can level it all. And then packing the. I wonder if they tested against each other, guys. I wonder if that's why Jose's running those Christies is because he and Dylan have been testing together. You know what I mean?
Well, I would also assume packing Christie's in a good versus evil, you're going to see Outriders, so it's not a bad call.
Oh, hey. Think about Christie versus some of these Legion Swarm guys that.
Exactly.
Oh my gosh, that is that John's running and Ralph's running. That's hilarious. You just randomly hose them.
Like it might have been more of like a general meta call, but at the same time, Rogue is one of those decks. She kind of carries that deck. A lot of the stuff is built on making her strong and forcing attacks into her. Other characters are doing stuff, but at the same time, like she's kind of the front runner in that one. So I think that was a good call. Even if you don't see it, it's someone on team. You could pack Lambert in there, and then you'd have a team attacker with Christie or anyone from company.
Yeah, I like your. I think you make a good point there, Pete. That Rogue really wants to funnel everything at her through the whole match, and just having a 6-power ranged attacker behind her is strong. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Rogue reminds me of old A-Force Captain Marvel, which was a lot of range in the back of her, while she's just in the front. You got to get through her to get to add anything.
Yes. Yeah, I would have loved to see old A-Force Captain Marvel making a comeback with all these new ranged characters we have in the format now with like Match and Hawkins. Oh man, would she not love Hawkins? Lambert.
Well, and that's the whole thing, is that there's a lot of great range characters that aren't getting utilized because there's other stuff being played, and like something like that is an older MC that I don't know if necessarily can hang with the newer stuff, but it may be good versus evil. Like she could have probably made a comeback.
I think she looks a lot like Human Torch, right?
Yeah.
Blue ability to pump her up, and then her level 2 ability, the red one, is to put counters on things. So I think she could be like a poor man's Thor in this kind of format, but give you some synergy so she's more range centric. So maybe she has a little bit more game against Outrider because she could sit in the back row and not get cracked back by the ferocious, whereas Thor has to be up in the front row. swinging straight at them, running into those thought you'd be glad to see me's and other pumps.
Well, and then A-Force, being A-Force opens her up to, all those great A-Force plot twists.
Yeah.
You could play. There's so much you could do with that deck.
Yeah, definitely. I think like you said, Lambert, Hawkins. You're on red, so you could run Poncho. I mean, you could start bringing the Prey. Then you could Prey plot twist. We know how crazy good they are. So that's an interesting line. I'd like to see that deck sometime. OG A-Force Captain Marvel with Prey for a good versus evil deck. What do you guys think in the stream? You think that deck could do any damage? I don't know. What do you guys think in the chat? She's an old favorite of mine, though, I will say.
Christie is kind of standard tech, yeah.
So, wow, what another great round. I think we've seen some really interesting matches on stream today.
Yeah.
Round 1, we see Wombo combo blowout win on turn 3 on the play. Round 2, was that Caleb running First Evil?
Yeah.
Against Cosmo. That was a really rough one for Cosmo, but cool Cosmo deck. Caleb's Surtur combo First Evil. Cool, Then the next round, what was that? That was Warrant Officer and Good Phoenix. Warrant Officer showing what Warrant Officer does, right? Hiding in the shadows since the old days. And then we went to Invisible Woman getting a crazy combo lock off on Robbie and his Captain Marvel. And now classic turn right. Everybody's in the front row smashing each other matchup. And Rogue pulls it out with the Christie text.
We've seen like comic movies or like just comics happening. That
there we go.
Though, I still can't get over that.
Nice. Okay, so apparently Dylan won the loyalty event at 2019 Gen Con. Man, I didn't even know he's there.
Good to know.
I've never met him before. I guess I couldn't meet everybody that plays the game, but I feel like it sometimes. Peter, I've been to so many of these tournaments and played against so many people over the years. Yeah, I'm pretty good at remembering names. That's funny. But cool, he won the loyalty event. Nice.
Yeah.
Good. He makes it to Gen Con. Too bad. Good. Nice. I want everybody to come to Gen Con and play. That's a fun time. I think the 5K at Gen Con is the most fun you have playing Verse every year. I think that all the events around it are great. I think Gen Con in general is just a great time.
Yeah.
I think Origins is a different beast, and I think that tournament is insanely fun. And these regionals, look at these regionals, man. These look like fun events. You know what I mean? Rob Smallwood couldn't stop saying good stuff about Midwinter, Pete, and what you guys do up there. And
well, when you show up and win, it's really hard to talk bad about it.
Is it? Good old Rob, man. Yeah. So we got one more round, guys. Then we'll make We'll probably take a little bit of a break, and then we'll make a cut to top 8.
Yeah.
Right now, I'd like to see what happens with the standings, but man, looking better and better for our crazy decks, I think. So
yeah, that's the whole thing. There's ORs in there, but I think some of these crazy decks could have some game. Because even looking at like let's compare John Phillips' Mimic, because that's the only one I've seen, to that OR run. I think he still could have beat it just fine.
Mm-hmm. That's a tough matchup for him, man, because all that ferocious is a problem.
Yeah.
You want to get heavy on the Legion Outriders, make them ranged, so they could attack down his guys there. If you get the aliens or you get the Leviathan stealth guys, servitors, Leviathan servitor, then you could be in for a bad day. But I'm sure John has something to think about that. But then again, John is not afraid, and this is something else. It's not something. Okay, so to just talk about a little bit more like higher theory stuff when it comes to deck building and designing tournament decks and things like that. One of the like ideological things or theory things that me and my group have always been is like we don't want to have any auto losses in the tournament. We don't want to have a matchup be like, well, I just lose this matchup. It's awful for me. I never want to play it. Other deck builders and teams, John Phillips is a great example, is not afraid to go into a tournament knowing that there's a matchup that he is just awful in, or there's a card, especially maybe not a matchup, but there's a card that beats him. He's willing to say that I'm going to outplay somebody, or I'm going to play around that, or I don't think that card's played enough. He's not afraid of that, and he comes with these decks that are crazy that way. If you think back to his run he did at top four Gen Con with Kingpin, he basically the reason Joe beat him twice that day was some of his only losses for the entire day. My buddy Joe beat him was because we were running 4 Satanas in our deck. Nobody was running Satana but us, and it beat his deck. He couldn't beat that card. Joe drew it and got it. He won. You know what I mean? And you can't. And maybe that's another thing where John is today, man. Where I don't know. What do you think, Pete? Like he's just not afraid to lose that matchup today, and he thinks he can win the rest of them.
He might not be afraid to lose that matchup, but I think he knows those cards, so he'll put in ways to like get around those silver bullets, so to speak. Like he'll prep. I could almost. I haven't looked at his list, but I wouldn't be surprised to see like a cube in there in case he's worried about something happening. Like the red cube to be like, oh, well, I got to make sure they don't have this. Like if it goes later turns. You know, the first 3 turns, I'm sure he's probably set up. But yeah, he is one of those builders that's fearless. It doesn't matter if you take a loss here. You can make it back elsewhere. Because a lot of times, these higher up games, you're going to have those ones that go, 5-0 right now. I don't know what he is right now. But you're going to have... and you just be like, well, I'm the 4-1, and that one, I took a loss, but I'm still up there, and I can make it up because now I know what's going on and how to beat this person.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if the room shows up that just beats your deck, then the room showed up that beats your deck. There's not much you can do about it. But then there's like positioning yourself so that can't happen, is another theory to take. But yeah, man, I think you just if you just look at his Gen Con deck, he wasn't afraid to just have a bad draw beat him. He was like, no, man, I'm gonna go in there and I'm gonna try to get underneath everybody and win before they can do anything, with that Pixie into Goblin Queen into Mimic into Deadpool deck, So you gotta give him some credit because that's like, there's a certain amount of like fearlessness and just not caring, not being scared of what other people are gonna bring and what other people are gonna do and not being scared of some deck variants. I think his Midwinter deck was similar in the same way where, there were some cards that probably really blew him out pretty hard, but he was like, I don't care. I'm running the Surtur craziness, and I'm going to blow some people out with it. And honestly, that Surtur deck is one of the few decks that has a really good out to Mayor because it can blow up their resources so they can't play stuff that allows them to win the game. So when you finally start playing your Thanoses, they can't play stuff out to be fodder for Thanos and eventually have to sack their Mayor token. So if you thought Mayor was going to show up, it was an interesting play against that.
Yeah, and like John is going back to it's the confidence.
Yeah.
How well do you know your deck?
Yeah.
Like how many hours have you been putting into that deck? Like you said, there's gonna be those times where the room just shows up against you. But there's also that confidence of going, well, if the room shows up against me, it looks like I'm uphill all day and let's do this.
Yeah, and the confidence in yourself to be like you're completely fine with that being your day. You know what I mean? Yep. To have an uphill battle and being the dog like that, That's that's stuff that I try to do. I'm a pretty confident player, but man, I'm very unconfident when it comes to my deck choices and building my deck up and leading up into the tournament, But once I get there and we shuffle up and I'm sitting across from people, I'm fine.
Yeah, I was about to say some of the best times I've seen you is like when you go to read those pairings and then you're sitting down and you have that shit-eating grin on your face because I think it was 2 years ago you played Burt and you guys were up at the higher end tables and you played Burt and you didn't tell him. You just went and sat at your spot and when Burt looked at you, you were just ready. You're like, let's do this. Yes, let's go.
Yeah.
What I'm also gonna say is don't overthink.
Yes.
Like don't overthink the meta. Like I've definitely walked into a room going, everyone's going to be playing this. It's like the number one, and then nobody's playing that. And you're like, well, shit, I'm so prepped for this. I forgot about all this other stuff.
Yeah, I want to say that, too, for you guys that are on the next. Like, we were talking about beginner stuff earlier on the stream and giving advice there. So let's talk about, like, the next level stuff. Like, when you start talking about, okay, now I'm ready to start playing competitively. I'm ready to start talking about meta. I'm ready to start tournament prepping and things like that. Don't overthink it is great advice. It's really hard to call the meta. To play an anti-meta, you really got to know and have a read on the community and what's going to be good. You know what I mean? Really got to put a lot of testing time in. Okay, we're getting another round. But what I would say is play what you like and play what you feel confident in. Number one, play what you feel confident in. If you're confident in the deck and you know your deck, even if the room or the meta is not optimal for it, ask Keith McGee Jr. sometime how successful he's been with Wolverine just because he always plays Wolverine. I mean, I saw him top 16 Gen Con during Thanos' reign with a loyal Wolverine deck before loyal cards were a thing.
Yeah.
just because he had put in so much time. Okay, here we go, guys. So it looks like we got Nick Melberg on stream again with Cosmo. Maybe we'll see a little bit there. Oh, and Kevin. Kevin's the number 1, I think, right? Or was after the first round.
I told you outside I was playing Cosmo.
So it should be another.
We've seen Nick play, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
So I think Kevin was on Outriders today.
I wouldn't say it's like
Sounds about right.
100% or even 50%, but it's not like an insta lose either.
Yes.
Wow.
Oh, they're playing for fun.
Playing
I
for
guess
fun.
we're still waiting for the round to end. Okay,
Oh,
guys.
okay.
So this isn't an actual round. They are playing for fun, is what we heard.
All right. Well, that's cool. Glad to see something on the board then.
Yeah. So we
We
get
just stare
some
at this Cosmo deck.
Cosmo versus Outrider. Let's see if it happens, guys. Remember we were talking about this earlier in the day about how it might be a cool call to play Outrider versus play Cosmo versus Outrider. Let's see if you can open with a yellow and level on 1. That's what we'd like to see.
Just watch him go ding, 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 ding down the board. You almost have to mulligan for the yellow if you're staring at Outriders, right?
Oh, it's so close, but it's not there. It's not quite there. Although,
So I think you just hard mull for yellow here.
Yeah. Yellow or nowhere.
100%.
Man.
100%. Well, I see Global's in his hand. Global's a great card for after he levels and you don't need the yellow anymore. You can use it for your stuff. So I didn't see any yellow or nowheres like you were talking about there, Peter. So
Yeah.
got a mulligan that hand. That's another
I think
thing,
he had a
guys.
match in hand, which he wanted to like keep,
Yeah.
which sucks
huh? Yeah,
because that card's great in this.
Yes. Totally is. That's another thing, guys. You want to talk about like next level stuff and getting higher into your play skill and your tournament play. Keep versus mulligan decisions are so hard. But
They
key,
rack
like,
my brain every time.
yeah, man, it's a huge part of the tournament. You only get the 1 mulligan. So playing enough games where you see enough mulligans versus non-mulligans is huge. You know, and knowing which ones work. And having some hands that are kind of close and then playing them out and remembering why they were close when you initially saw them. You know, like, here's a
There
little
it
tip.
is.
Take a picture sometimes. Everybody's got a
Yep.
smartphone. You're unsure about this hand, take a picture, play the game out, see if you won or lost, and then compare that picture to your opponent and talk out like why you keep it, why it was or was not good. Okay, here we go. Yellow to start out. Love it.
There it goes.
we're gonna go ahead and name Ferocious.
We're going to name Ferocious, ladies and gentlemen, and love and there we go. They will not have Ferocious for the rest of the game in case they thought they were going to have that, and now they won't. He's going to run
That's
Chuckles
huge.
into a Outrider. It's not small, although he is up front, which is interesting. I think he should have been behind. Okay, having a little trouble with the stream. Man.
You got a green.
It bounced a little bit, totally.
That's
Okay.
always the question, isn't it? I don't have one. Start out.
Let's see if you do.
I still don't have.
I
a
keep.
green.
I need to
Ooh,
mess with my
that's-
focus at some point. If I get a chance, I'm going to mess with my focus.
I think I'll just chill here.
That's another big thing, like the Cosmo Outrider match. Like,
See if that one's a bit more.
Cosmo has access to Even the Odds, which is an older card that doesn't really see a lot of play now, but again, huge.
Back in the day, it was the answer to counters, right? You ran Guardians because of Cosmo one
Yeah.
drop, Yondu, and Even the Odds. You know, I remember the first deck I built for a tournament, or one of the first decks I built for a tournament was Luke, and you know, it was 4 Cosmo, 3 Yondu as our 1 drops, and 4 Even the
That's the
Odds
idea.
because of counters. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You can get Ferocious
Well,
back.
and Yondu, that's another card that's like slept on. Like,
Yeah, nobody plays Yondu anymore.
and he's so good. There's so many good 1-drops that, like, I don't know why I don't even play him anymore. Just being
Yeah.
able to pay a red and get rid of those solos that are hiding in the back or
Yeah,
whatever.
he kills anything. He can stun something up to a 3 drop. You know,
Yeah.
up to 3 cost. It's a powerful ability for a red.
Or I forget. There's also.
There's so little removal in this game that any
Yeah.
removal at all is very valuable.
No, you're
Well,
Like I think
little, like,
Martinex is underplayed. That's a good card. It's on blue.
Well, and like, okay, so they don't have anything low. Well, you can still freeze somebody down, which is also huge. Like, slowing attacks is great
Yeah.
too.
Yeah,
There's
Martinex.
just so many ways.
Mm-hmm. Especially some of those big, really powerful guys, like a Gilgamesh.
Oh God.
You can just freeze
Yeah,
him down with blues
because that
all
way
day.
he's not bouncing back to the.
Mhm.
You don't have to deal with him. He went up.
I should have.
Looks like he's up on. Yep, he went Mantis
yeah,
stuff.
he should be up for you to hit.
these guys not having Ferocious is huge.
Yeah, man, doesn't it change the game so much?
Just watching this, I've never, like I said, I haven't really played a lot with Cosmo, so I never saw any of this happen. But just watching that yellow drop and just being like, well, you're now on a level playing field-ish.
I tested Cosmo pretty extensively for Life is Too Short format. There was a second there where I was thinking about going to an event or something, but mostly I was just trying to test it to like stay current and help some people out that were also testing. And man, I liked him a lot. I think that Black Panther is really good in that format, mainly because of bulletproof. Nothing else about his character. And then cycling nullifiers and stuff is really powerful, but the that freaking bulletproof was insane. Tweety Impertinent says Guardians as a team, though, I think they haven't kept up in the chat. I see what you're saying there, man. Before Cosmic Guardians, I would have agreed, but I mean they had an MC top 8 in Gen Con this past year. I think they would have made a lot of noise. And I mean they had Adam Warlock has top 8'd several times. Groot's top 8'd several times. I think some of the supports have been outdated. Like I don't know if the support team up and down the curve is what it used to be, for sure. But I think those MCs are as strong as ever.
I would agree with that. Like the MCs are still staying up, but it's their SCs that are kind of dropping by the wayside.
Yeah, especially like some of those Cosmic Avenger ones. Like I like Talon a lot. Like I think that's a good 5-drop that's got some interesting abilities to him. I also think, but like the 6-drop they made that with the green ability. I can't remember his name. He was kind of lackluster. The 5-drop Starhawk was weird. But you know, some of those other guys like Randall Flag or Captain Flag or Randall Flag or something Flag, the 2-drop 3/1 with 2 wounds follower, he's really good in the Cosmo deck. He's really good in an original Star-Lord deck. Original Star-Lord was actually pretty good in Life is Too Short format. Yet again, Black Panther with that bulletproof makes things a little bit different. Without him around, there's a lot of different characters that are there. But anyway, Tweet. Yeah, the supports are poor. It's just, you know, whatever. But they got some guys there. Like Starhawk in general is like another guy that allows you to do combos. He's a guy that was huge in the Kingpin deck. He's a guy that in some other decks makes a lot of noise and is really good that I like quite a bit. At even the odds is still criminally underplayed plot twist, but the rest of their plot twists are really weak. That's another reason why. Like the loyalty plot twist isn't bad, but it's not really good. Vigilante Justice is underrated, but like Give Him a Lift is like totally outpaced these days.
Oh yeah,
you
Give
know,
Him a Lift is might as well just be a dead card nowadays. Like I get that it gives you 2 abilities, but like it's not the best.
Yeah. There it is. There's your ETO.
I mean, it's not as good as Sokovia Accords in this situation, but it's still pretty good.
Yeah.
I definitely messed up that too.
Sokovia Accords has some advantages. Charlie 27. We haven't mentioned him yet, and Cosmo supporting character. Now those 2 guys are huge reasons to run Guardians. Charlie 27 is amazingly good. Has been since he was printed, and even after the banner replace, Cosmo is still a card that sees a ton of play because of his versatility. I think people oftentimes use him as an answer and out to JJ and Mordo and some cards like that. But when you look at him, he really gives you a lot of versatility, and more versatility than you think when you first see him when you start playing him out in other decks. He gives you so many outs to so many other things all the time. You know, turning off range so they can't strike back on a range attack, turning off Ferocious so they don't get the Ferocious thing, turning off a heal on or the power of Luke Cage so he can't avoid the wound. And all kinds of stuff like that is huge and can be gigantic at different times. Turning flight off a character so you can fly over yourself and get a wound, you know, is huge. So I think that they don't have the 1 to 8 or whatever, or the 1 to 7 curve they used to power-wise, but I think they still got some stuff. Like I think Mainframe is a criminally underrated combo card. In a lot of these decks. Like if you think about Invisible Woman, for instance, he's another way that you can pay 1 yellow to hide everyone and do Singularity in the same turn. If you have a bunch of characters like, I really like Mainframe a lot in a loyal, not a loyal, in a good versus evil Mr. Fantastic. I think I'd run Mainframe at 7 because I could pay 1 yellow and I could activate my Thing, Invisible Woman, and my Mr. Fantastic in the same turn. You know?
Like Mainframe, you're right. Mainframe is critically like underrated. I mean, I think it was you and Ryan that were putting out decks when there was that whole weird dramatic Hulk thing going on, and most of those decks included mainframe. Like, all you gotta do is get around this.
Yeah. It's interesting. Thor's our boy. I don't know if he drew or not for his turn. I haven't been paying really close attention because this is kind of a casual game.
So, Adam, what are your thoughts on the strength of red as a color? Like, do you think we're not seeing enough powers for it? Do you think we're seeing too many? Like, I don't know if there's really strength in color. I mean, I know yellow has stronger powers, but that's because SAG has basically been quoted saying, like, JJ kind of swung that pendulum a little heavier that we can print bigger and better yellow powers.
I think red just kind of got. It used to be a pretty big one, right? When Yondu was played more, when OG Star-Lord was played more. You saw more of it. I just think it's the cards, right? I think also, and another thing, if you look at a lot of the printing, specifically in the photographic sets, is they got away from pay superpowers for a while, right? It was like static powers, keywords on MCs that didn't have any cost to pay for anything. You think about Outriders and some other ones, right?
Yeah.
So like that alone like kind of changed things, and now they're kind of swinging back that way. If you look at this set, the Fantastic Battles, and going into it, specifically the Fantastic Battles 200 card box, just about every character, you know, from 3 up, has a pay ability to activate a superpower. So I think they're kind of getting back to that a little bit. So maybe we could see it there. But I mean, there's some good red abilities. But I definitely think if I was trying to pick one that was the weakest, color-wise, like Training Ground, Skill, is a good call there, because I mean, specifically in Illustrated, I think it's really solid. I think it has some good stuff in photographic, but I think in Illustrated, it definitely is kind of swung down a little bit. Not that there aren't good powers with it, and there's a lot of powers that require all the colors or 3 colors that are included in it. So get a little choppy on the stream. Yeah.
A little choppy on YouTube too,
Okay.
so
All right. We'll see standings and stuff. I'm sure some of these Warrant Officer decks and stuff are going long, and that's why we're waiting on them right now.
Or is those wounds?
Something like that.
That's his wound. Yeah. Okay, so he dies. You are correct. He's gone.
Oh, there's also, I forgot about good old Collector at 5 for them. He's a good one. Collector with Reality Gem. That's another thing. Another card that I think is criminally underrated in Oliverse is Reality Gem. I think people need to be running that way more. A character, here's one. I wonder what you think about this, Peter. You know what a character I really wanted to see show up today also, now that I'm thinking about it, is Avengers Illustrated Captain Marvel. I think she would have done well here. And she's a really fun card. The level 3, the 3-level Captain Marvel on Avengers team.
I have to look her up again. I cannot remember.
She's the one that gets levels for striking on different turns.
Okay.
And then when she's level 3, she's a 7/7/7 wounder that when she attacks, she can strike somebody not in the combat. So she's just like, can really hate some Outriders pretty hard. Because she has like an answer for, if she levels up quick enough, she has that reaction ability that allows her to strike somebody as they come into play. So she could strike a Mordo or a Killmonger before it even hits the board. Or even a Grandmaster for that matter.
Yeah, that she could have been big. And the Avengers have such a great plot twist kit that could have helped her. You have the cancels out of everything. And
Not to mention the flying range and no negative counters.
yeah, I mean, the no negative counters is huge.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm still just like fascinated by this game because on paper, Cosmo doesn't look like it should beat Outriders.
But it is stomping them.
Yeah. Granted, I get it. Opening turn 1 yellow, stops.
It's
That
huge.
slows it down, and you're not ferocious again.
So like again,
But if you would have whiffed, this would look completely different.
yeah, but he has 8. If your hard mulligan condition is an 8 of in your deck, I like that, right? I don't like decks that are built around a 4 of hard mulligan condition. I think that you're going to set yourself up for some bad days. But this is pretty cool right here. I mean, I love seeing this. This has been a really fun game to watch. And it just shows you the power of some of their guys. Like, people talk about, Outriders is so blah, 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 blah. It's like, then Cosmo is just handling them.
You've got one attack, you've got one attack.
Like
And
nothing.
this comes down to the testing and knowing of those decks. Everyone, I get, at Midwinter, Outriders sucked. Because everyone, you were either on Outriders or you were on Mayor, it almost seemed like. There were some outliers, obviously, but those are the big ones. They've had some time, people have been able to deal with them, and now that you can mix them against Illustrated, they are knocked down a peg. Like, it's not this invincible deck anymore.
Yeah. He's about got this one finished off here. And then, man, I had something in my head I was going to ask you, and now I can't think of it. I'll think of it in a minute. Oh,
probably right.
What do you think of Odin for this format for Good versus Evil? What do you think of an Odin deck right here?
No.
You could still run that. You could run Gunman. You get Last One. You get Friend from Work. You get No You Move. You have Sokovia Chords. You're gigantic with 7 wounds.
Gigantic. Like, that's
You get Groot. You get Fox Mulder. You could run Black Widow to make them discard Plot Twist. You got some options. What do you think about? What do you think? Are you surprised you don't see an Odin here today?
I don't think.
Well, he is an 8.
I don't think he would have. Like, once again, this is knowledge of everything. Looking at the field, it's weird to not see him because you're right. Just all those things on paper, it makes sense. Like, he's got access to all these things. He's got he's got great abilities. He's got a great team behind him. All the good characters. But looking at these longer games, they could almost kind of stall him out and let him become level 3 and just let him kill himself.
Yeah, the amount of tuck and pass with Invisible Woman and Warrant Officer in the field, that could be a problem for him. Definitely.
Well, actually, I shouldn't say that because the level up he has to be stunned. So you have to, granted, you have to stun a 5/5, but you could let him. A lot of the tuck and pass, you could probably let him get back down to level 2 or level 1 again and back up to level 2, and then you can really start doing that damage, and then you can just tuck and pass again.
Yeah. Yeah, the tuck and pass decks could always just take the turns off when he's level 1, and then really try to save their pressure for when he's down to a 5/5 at level 2 to try to kick him over to level 3.
Yep.
So it'd be interesting, but I think he would have been an interesting call here. For sure.
Yeah, and once again, it's coming up in the chat. I agree. Like, it's very surprising to not see Photo Valkyrie here. Like, I feel like, once again, that's kind of that meta call. Like, you're going to see a lot of... You're either prepped for a ton of Outriders, which Valkyrie loses to, and then you just walk into a room against you, or you're going to see a lot of single characters, which you have a good chance for.
Well,
but
how does
you have a lot of tuck and pass happening, so that might not be so great.
Yeah, how does that work? It's probably not the best matchup she's ever had in the world, but it doesn't really matter to her because she just needs Warrant Officer to be up for 1 turn, and she can win. You know what I mean? It's not like Invisible Woman where they give you a completely empty board, right, with nothing to interact with. Warrant Officer's still going to give you some things to interact with, and I think that if you just stuck something that kept her from, she just missed 1 flip, get him.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess they just played for fun, and this was actually round 6 because they were probably both in already.
Well, and actually they just
I just heard him say it. So I guess Kevin was probably undefeated, so he probably just scooped to Cosmo to let Cosmo into top 8, and so those guys were both going to make top 8 cut. Cool.
Oh, okay. They were both in. They just okay.
I think Kevin. He said thanks. The guy said thanks for scooping to me because you were already in. So I think Kevin was already in because he was 4 and if he was 5-0, he was in, and then he might have just scooped to the other guy to just give him the pass into top 8 because it was not to play out for
and
anything.
maybe that's what it was.
And then they were just playing for fun to just have something on the stream as the top table. Okay, they posted deck list on the collective. Okay.
So if you guys are part of the Facebook collective, all these decks that you're seeing, they are now officially on the collective, so you can go check them out and compare them to how would have you run that character and then stuff like that.
Yeah, and we'll start talking about the decks more in depth in top 8 and really go into like what they're doing during the game and what they have left and what they should be looking for to draw and that kind of thing, and talking about and the breakdowns of that stuff as we go in. But hey, Pete, I think I'm going to take another quick break. Stream, I'm going to take a really quick break, maybe 5 or 10 minutes. Maybe less.
I'm going to go shove some food in my mouth real quick.
Yeah, we're going to go take a little quick break to eat and be ready for top 8. I'm going to leave the stream going for whatever's going to be up here, and we'll just be back here really quickly after we get a little bite, okay? Thanks for hanging out.
If you haven't eaten or taken a break, you should go do that too.
But then come back.
Yeah, and then come back, please.
Okay. Be back.
All right.
Small chairs, not bad.
Well, yeah, but not gonna be like. Oh yeah. Like I said, I looked at the If you are top 8, meet over here because we're going to talk about if you guys want to take a quick break for eat food. Some of you guys might be hungry. What? He is posting it as soon as I get done talking. Again, thanks everyone for coming out. If you guys want to do the show on the afternoon, just let Cody know. Alright guys, final standing. It's like getting your final test score.
Okay, Twitch, I'm back. Pete, you there? Yeah, Pete will be joining us soon. So I got final standings, guys. Everybody enjoying the stream? I got final standings for you. Ready? Let me read them out. So Sean Powell with 15 points, 5-1. John Phillips, 5-1 with 15 points. Kevin Butcher looks like he's 4-2 with 12 points. Jose Benavides with 12 points. Nick Melberg with 12 points. Caleb Berman, 12 points. Scott Watson, 12 points. And Robbie Stewart squeaking into top 8 with 12 points. So that will put your top 8 as, in order, it'll be Sean Powell as the 1 seed playing Robbie Stewart as the 8 seed. John Phillips as the 2 seed playing Scott Watson as the 7 seed. Kevin Butcher as the 3 seed playing Caleb Berman as the 6 seed. And then Jose playing Nick as the 4-5 matchup. So Sean is on Venom, Loyal Venom, playing Robbie's Photo Captain Marvel. John Phillips with his crazy Mimic combo deck playing Scott Watson's You Can't See Me Invisible Woman combo. You have Kevin playing, who Kevin was on Outriders playing Caleb's First Evil. And then you have what was Nick on? Nick Melberg. What was he playing today? I know that Jose was playing Rogue. And we saw Nick, Warrant Officer. Right? All right, guys? Playing Warrant Officer. So those are your matchups for top 8. What do you guys think of those? Yeah, what do you like coming out of this? What do you think of a Loyal Venom? What do you think about a Loyal Venom being undefeated? And our boy Sean Powell from Ohio, the much beloved Verse community member. I met Sean. I've met Sean before. Played him several times over the years, but I really got to hang out with him a little bit when we were playing in the Vegas Regional together. I think he played Xander at Vegas, and love the fact that he's rocking it and going freaking 5-1, not undefeated, 5-1 with Loyal Venom. So definitely somebody that can turn these guys face up with that Loyal deck of not finished yet. So let's go look at the some lists, huh? I'm going to I'm not going to be able to see this stream chat too well, guys. So I'm going to go back and look at some of these lists while we talk here. So let's look at Sean's list, because I don't think we got to see him on stream, so we didn't really get to talk about his deck at all. And now we can like really dive into these decks a lot. So let me find his list real quick for you, boys. There's John's, Burt, Sean. So he's running 2 Keebler, 4 Solo, 3 Mary Walker, 4 Leader, 2 Copycat, 4 Taskmaster, 4 Massacre, 2 MODOK. He's running 1 Break the Fourth Wall, 4 Mercs for Money, 4 Fair and Balance, 4 Loyal Soldiers, 4 Not Finished Yet, and 4 Staying Together. 1 Chimichanga, 1 Nullifier, 1 Darkhold. He's running 1 Valverdun, 2 Arugas, I think that's yellow, 4 Fist Towers, 3 Nostromos, that's blue, and 1 Wakanda. So an interesting location mix. A total of 11. Yeah, interesting. So definitely going all in with the Leader, not finished yet. Yeah, I think Aruga's got to be yellow because he's running 2 Leaders. But yeah, just kind of going all in on that Leader combo, trying to dump his hand, No Venom power-ups, by the way. That's interesting. Running all the plot twists and stuff. Instead of Venom power-ups, he's running like loyal soldiers and stuff like that. Works for money and all that kind of stuff. Very interesting. You going for that not finished yet kind of combo kill when you're down. But hey, 5-1. Gotta love it. What do you guys think about that list? Oh, who's top 8? I just read it off. I'll try to read it off again. Can you guys hear me? Oh, it looks like we're going to do a break for lunch, so we're not going to be back for another 30-something minutes. So that's cool. So we'll break again here. I'll read the top 8 off to you one more time, and then we'll take another break for another 30 minutes. Okay. So here we go. Ready? Let me get back to it. No, that's not it. Hold on. I got to find it. Sorry, guys. I'm bad at life. All right, here we go. Top 8. Sean Powell, John Phillips, Kevin Butcher, Jose Benavides, Nick Melberg, Caleb Berman, Scott Watson, Robbie Stewart is the top 8. So it'll be Sean versus Robbie, John versus Scott, Kevin versus Caleb, Jose versus Nick. So it is Loyal Venom, Photo, Captain Marvel, Mimic Doom into Madam Hydra into Green Goblin combo versus Scott Watson's Singularity Invisible Woman combo. Kevin is on Outriders and he's playing Caleb's First Evil. Jose is on Rogue and he's playing Nick's Warrant Officer Ripley. So I'm pretty sure Nick's on Warrant Officer Ripley. So those are your matchups and that's your top 8. So let me get back to the stream chat here. Sorry guys, I keep losing the chat because I got to follow it on my phone. So what do you guys think about that? We'll hear about it. I guess we're going to keep taking a break. We'll be back at 4 Central Time, 5 Eastern, and get back at it. So, should be starting up here in a minute, guys. Let me know, make sure my levels and everything are still good.
Sounding.
Sorry, you can hear if you heard me fiddling around my place making a little lunch. Pardon me. But excited about this top 8.
Am I sounding okay?
But Outrisers looking stunning in sundresses. I guess it depends on what you would consider stunning. All right. Pete, you there? No. Pete, you there? See if anybody's here. I think I had my own thing muted there for a second. Let's look.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, man, I can hear you, buddy.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
Yeah, you're good.
I had to play around with some things over your way.
No problem. So they should be coming back pretty soon. Probably be a little bit late.
Yeah.
So I'm interested. I hope we get to see this Loyal Venom deck that went 5-1. That'd be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I caught kind of the ending that you were talking about it. Like, it sounds interesting.
Yeah, I think like that's about the only one I think we haven't seen, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Let me look at this top 8 again. Sean, yeah.
I think we've seen just about everybody else.
Yeah. Look at Caleb. I'm finally looking at the top 8, like
I really
final
like.
standings. Look at Caleb.
Yeah, man, get
sneaking
there.
in there.
Yeah, getting in there at 6. Scott getting in the top 8 with that Invisible Woman. So I think we saw literally everybody in top 8 on stream except for Sean. So hopefully we get Sean the first round, the 1-8 matchup against Robbie. I think John and Scott's matchup's going to be is very intriguing on paper, but I don't know how that would play out IRL with the Mimic combo versus Invisible Woman. And then we got Outrider versus. Oh, we got a photo matchup in Outrider versus First Evil, and then good old Warrant Officer versus Rogue, which is a classic aggro versus WO matchup, which is interesting also. So a lot of good, interesting matchups here in this top 8 round. Interesting to see how this plays out. Only one Outrider, one Rogue, one Mimic in the top 8s, and those were all decks that had all main characters that had more than one person show up and run them. I think maybe not Rogue, but I know Outrider and Mimic both had multiple pilots. Honestly, a lot of diversity for 17 players. We only had like 2 or 3 decks that ran over. Thought we'd see more Sinister Six. What's the biggest surprise to you right here, Peter? Looking at this top 8 and thinking about these main characters, what are you most surprised didn't make it? What are you most surprised made it? You know, anything? I think obviously I think that as Loyal Venom as the top seed has to be the biggest surprise of the tournament.
Yes, for sure. We're not even going to count that in there because that. I will say something about Sean. Like, he is one of the loyal deck people to look into. Like, as every tournament I've almost seen him, he runs almost a loyal style deck. Two years ago in Midwinter, he played. I think he top 8 course, and that was during the Maximus stuff.
Yeah, he's always running crazy stuff, man. He ran Xander at Vegas. I've seen him run all kinds of stuff. He was running he beat me at Gen Con this year. Oh, here we're back, guys. He beat me at Gen Con this year running a Xeno Mimic list. It was a Mimic mirror, and it was we went to turn 17 or something crazy in that mirror. It was a great game. Here we go. We got Sean on the right here. Robbie on the left.
I think we're going to see Sean, so that'll be everybody on stream.
Yeah, man. Awesome. I think
nice.
I think it's surprising that I'm glad, that only one Outrider made top 8. But then again, 17 people, that was rough. We probably saw the match Rogue versus Outrider that bumped him out of top 8 there. So
yeah,
gotta say, Venom's one of my pet MCs, man. I've always loved Venom. I've always loved him since the comic books. He was one of the first decks I really built and really worked on. So really love it.
Joe had to Tamati during Thanos Con because you were ready to play it. So
yeah, man,
I feel like you're secretly rooting for Keeler there.
Yeah, 100% rooting for Sean. Plus, if you've never met Sean, he is one of the nicest guys. Him and Robbie, both these guys sitting at this table. I don't know, a lot of you haven't met Robbie yet because he's kind of new onto the scene, but both these guys are 2 of the nicest guys you'll ever meet. We met them. I got to know both of these guys at Vegas, and just great guys to play cards with over the course of a day and talk to in between
It's
rounds.
good to see a promo that
For sure, like,
put in some.
and they're the people that, like, I mean, going back to those longer games, those are those people that are like, won't really push you into making those turns. They really want you to play at your A game.
Yeah.
These are the guys that come out and they want to see you play your best.
Yeah, and Sean, I'm glad to see Sean up here, finishing first after Swiss, making a top 8 cut, because this is a guy who's been playing this game since its inception. This is a guy that comes to all the events and is a veteran of the verse tournament scene. You know, it was just a matter of time before he had to finish like this in Swiss. Is he wearing a Venom shirt too? Did he just go full Venom today? Yep, he's wearing a Venom shirt.
Yeah. I mean,
I wonder if he's
gonna
gonna. If he wins the comic tomorrow, then it's gonna be like full Venom symbiote weekend. So okay.
And who knows? Maybe he's notorious for running the same deck like all weekend. Like,
good to know.
I mean, in a diversity, why not play Venom?
Yeah. There you go. Don't think anybody else is gonna play him, right?
And to get back to your quick question, I think Sin 6 not making anywhere, like even making a splash or anyone really talking about it, is kind of weird to me. Out of all of that.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they're strong even in like a multiverse format. So I think they both took a mulligan here, so we're doing a reshuffle. Can't say that I know anything about this matchup one way or the other. So who do you like here? Who do you like in here? Just off the top of your head, you know, Sean had the great finish after Swiss, but Robbie, you know, this is a MC he's played. I don't know how many games of this MC he's played in a competitive environment so far at this point. You know, he's really good with his photo decks. Who do you like here? I kind of think...
Straight paper, like straight, just looking at stats and stuff, I think Captain Marvel has it because of that level, like, being able to bounce. And really dealing with what's coming around.
Yeah, she's combat-centric, and Sean's going to want to turn sideways and hit her. And him being able to turn her face up, it's an interesting matchup because he'll have to go into combat to use not finish yet. You know what I mean? So let's see what happens here. I'm interested to see this. This is going to be some interesting lines, some intricate play here. So it looks like Sean won the roll. Is going to go first. Let's see what he opens with. Solo, obviously liked that.
I mean,
after the mulligan.
That's the opener you want right there.
Like
Fist
100%.
Tower and a solo.
Yeah, I think you went like Fist Tower, Solo, and like maybe your me token. I think that would be the only thing.
That'd be like...
Yeah, maybe break the fourth wall. That'd be the only thing about way to get better.
Fair and balanced. -1.
And, I mean, Loyal Soldiers is really good too.
Put a +1 counter, or put a experience, and then we'll attack.
Playing smart, he's attacking with the solo first. I always make that mistake. And then stun the MC and be like, well, I wish I would have gotten solo a counter.
Yeah, you know you're safe here where she can't strike back and ranged attacks and all that kind of stuff with the photo inhibitor, so it's fine. Yeah, so he opens with a blue, or no, it's the yellow. He's gonna attack. Do a do-nothing attack just to get some XP. But, you know, this Captain Marvel list of his starts a little slow normally, unless it opens with, like, Ant-Man or something. So let's see here. Sean got one good wound on him there. Wakanda. So if he has leader right here, Robbie could be in some trouble. Pitching the yellow for Wakanda.
He's going to get shimmy, right? I'm assuming.
It's turn 2, so he might go with a null here. He runs Darkhold, Nullifier, and Chimichanga. So any 3 of those is an interesting play.
Darkhold could be interesting.
Yeah, especially for like the double not finished yet. But then again, it's going to really hurt his tempo. So let's see what he does here.
Nullifier.
Nullifier.
Calling range could be good too. Like, because doesn't that turn off Captain Marvel's, like, level up?
What's she got to do? She got to make a ranged... Does she have to make a ranged attack?
Oh, no, she can only make ranged attacks.
Yeah, or
or level
something.
1 and 2.
He is turning off the range, though. He's putting it on the solo in the back row.
Yeah. I think that's a smart play.
Mm-hmm.
It lets him kind of control the combat as he wants to go.
Mm-hmm. I like that, you know, no strike backs. So it'll be interesting here. Let's see. Going back in. The solo attacks are helping her level up, but Venom is getting big. That's a 6/6 Venom right now. She's a 5/6, so let's see if he has a plot twist. He's gonna buff, so that'll be a straight back.
Ooh.
Draw a card. So they trade, but you know he doesn't care much. He's got the Fist Tower if he wants to during his recovery phase get a couple of counters and that'll help him level up his Venom too. Because like sometimes you want to even suicide your Venom in, so you can use the blue to flip up and be bigger and level. Sometimes you take the wound, and when they pass turn back, you do it. That's one of the good things about it. That's why he's pretty good against some the aggressive decks like Thor and Thanos sometimes, because he could suicide himself in, not give them any targets, and then come back and get them. But that nullifier is out there right now, so let's see what he does here.
He's gonna probably go Yondu, I would assume, because he's a
He
3.
put negative counters.
Swing and solo.
So he's gonna attack solo.
Good.
That's an XP. But now we got Marvel's back up front with nothing to protect her, so let's see if he can get another wound on her.
Oh, okay, yep, he's gonna use the Fisk.
Yeah, so there's 2 XP again, bringing him to a 5/5 on the flip. Let's see what he has in his hand here. Like I said, another solo yellow would be huge. That's a draw. That's like a draw phase ability or a cover phase ability. It's one of the few in the game.
It's crazy.
Kind of a weird timing on that one.
Going into turn 3, a task wouldn't be so bad.
That would be huge right here, and there he is. Called it,
Oh,
Pete.
there he is, yeah. Like, I'm just trying to think of, like, who's on Loyal Underworld on 3, and, like, really it's only Taskmaster.
And he came down and he copied Yondu,
Yeah, strike back doesn't matter.
I guess.
So he's got flight range, gave Venom a counter. That's really good. I think the explosiveness of this Venom is really, like, what's shining in this deck, so maybe he does have a really good chance. I mean, obviously he went 5-1, so...
Yeah, he's putting some pressure on him for sure. I think Robbie's got some good answers to that pressure later on in the game, especially if he draws some of the plot twists that he has. I haven't seen a last one in his deck. I'm going to have to go look at Robbie's list and see what kind of answers he has. Sean's list I remember pretty well because I'm a little bit familiar with Venom lists and like the differences between his list and what I used to run and stuff like that. So let's try to find Robbie here. I think he was one of the first ones. Yeah, so Robbie's running he's running 4 last one, 4 front from work. He's running no gunman. He's got 4 Ant-Man, 4 Yondu, 4 Tony Stark, 4 Maria Hill, 4 Dana Scully, 4 Iron Man, 3 Anya, 3 Groot, 3 Bruce Banner, 3 Fox Mulder. He's running location-wise 4 A Tower, 4 X-File, 4 Magic Box, 4 Academy. So, interesting. Anya's a very interesting card. She's there to come down and like remove any buffs you have, which would be a pretty important card in this matchup for sure. He really doesn't have any hard answers to counters other than Anya. It was an interesting choice there of going with another 4-drop as opposed to like say and running Sokovia Accords. Anya does do the thing where she can like make all of them. Okay, so what is he doing? Copycat and a solo. We have a double solo on the board now. What a good combo that is.
That is basically level for Venom, I think.
Oh, it's going to level Venom.
Yeah, like,
for sure.
That's real good.
I think we got a board clear here. Yeah, Shawnee, you just swing in there. Yep, and then I would put a counter on task. Put a counter on task. There we go, good. Sorry, I was just like talking like I'm sitting next to him. And then Venom's going to get double counter here.
Shouldn't it have been double counters for everybody?
Yeah, should have been double counters for everybody, so he's missing some counters there.
Well, it looks like there's a 2 on that Taskmaster.
It's hard to tell. I know I should have fixed my focus while we were gone, but I didn't.
It's out of focus for me, too. He did not level Venom.
Yeah, I think he should have swung with Venom before there. That was an interesting play there. Also not putting I think 2 counters should have been on Taskmaster. I think Taskmaster does have 2 counters, so that's good. And two on solo, so that's good. Yeah, interesting choice not to swing with the Venom there and level up. But hey, Sean's played the deck all day. He's been piling it great. We need to trust him. Robbie using Iron Man. That's a classic card in some of his builds of the decks he's been playing. He knows how to play that card. He knows how to use that, philanthropist, billionaire, playboy ability. Boom, he's leveling already.
Well, I mean, in a very aggro matchup, that's kind of what Robbie wants to see. A turn sideways deck is very good for Captain Marvel because she's gonna get there then.
Yeah, he wants to enjoy. He's gonna live in those combats and then having the friend from works and the last ones and stuff. Interesting.
So once again, going into this Underworld, Underworld has a very strong aggro, just suite of plot twists and characters. So you can be looking good, and then all of a sudden, Underworld can creep up on you. And I'm almost positive he's running Nightmare in this. He's got to be.
No, I don't see a Nightmare in his list.
Wow.
His curve stops at 4.
Oh, okay. So you can just go crazy.
Yeah, he's just trying to go all in, down low, and wound you as many times as possible. Like he's got some Massacres, a couple Modocs, Taskmasters, but it's a really low to the ground list. It's running a ton of plot twists. 4 Loyal Soldiers, 4 not finished yet, 4 Mercs for Money, or 3 Perks for Money. Let me look at that list exactly. Yeah, it's running Break the Fourth Wall. It's running Fair and Balance. So.
I guess running not finished yet lets you run a little bit lower curve because you should be smashing a lot more on turns. There's a Carnage and a Massacre, it looks like, so that's really good.
Yeah. So do you team attack with the Venom here? The reason you attack with that Venom, I think, is because he wouldn't have got the level. I don't know. He might have had a counter there. I had to go back and look. But
yeah.
This is a very interesting one because you don't want to attack here, and Robbie can bounce it with the 2 characters. So you're going to try to tank Iron Man, who's a 7/7 currently.
Check it out.
It looks like that, yeah.
I think you should. I don't think I like this form too much. I think I would have put in the Massacre up front and try to at least get rid of that Iron Man.
So too. I think he also wants to try to get those counters with Solo, and that's what's hurting him a little bit.
Yeah, I think you might go on a little too all in on that. If you do the team attack with Massacre, you can use the recovery bond or the whatever thing next turn and possibly get the level there that way. So now I think he's just going to run him in, which I think is fine. Oh, he's going to team attack.
Venom will attack Iron Man.
And that's going to give him the counter.
He was 1 away,
so that's perfect.
that's
So now he's coming in at 7. It's a good play, and you just kind of trade. If he doesn't have a plot twist to do anything. Now he can use recovery bond next time. Come back as 8/8. Then he's the same size. It stinks that he already lost that nullifier because that nullifier was going to be a big game in preventing Robbie from bouncing those attacks with that ability.
I think the Wakanda a little bit earlier was a little too. I think it was a little too premature. Like I would have waited almost if you know you're most likely going to see a level 3 Captain Marvel because you're an aggro deck.
Oh yeah, chat. You guys are right. He shouldn't have got that 1 counter off of Yondu because Taskmaster has to appear before he gets the abilities, and Yondu's ability is a recruit ability, so you are correct.
Yes. Sorry about that, chat.
Yeah, so one counter too many at one point in the game. We'll see if it makes a difference.
Okay, Dana Scully drops. Won't heal.
He's got an X-File, so he could, but he might be saving it for a Fox Molder. Although, I don't know if he really needs to pull stuff out so much. I think
that's
the
the
healing.
whole thing is how much of this lunch break do you think these guys spent looking at deck lists?
I don't know. It depends on if they give them out or not.
Well, because if they check the collective at all, they're right there now.
Yeah, I would have done it. I would have been studying the list the whole time I was eating. Because I always read when I eat anyway. Every little bit you can get, man. So.
Well, especially in a money tournament, it's not your casual.
You know my cards.
All right, so game 1 here. So Sean, how many wounds is Venom at this point? I can't really see. Should be keeping better track. People that don't keep their wounds on their main character on the board, man, come on now.
During the build,
well, I keep mine on offside, but I always try to make sure that
it's easy to see when you're
known.
I'm just teasing. This just for the stream, purely the stream.
I want to say at least 2 on Venom.
they break the 4th wall.
For the Taskmaster. Not going to get anything, but... Oh, and he played the me token. There you go.
There you go, yeah.
I do not know how old Sean is, so I can't tell you how old his me token is.
Yeah, what the stats are on that thing. But it does have leader. It's probably coming in as an underword character. So we do have that. Now we have our regular Taskmaster in play with not really copying anything. And this is the strength of a loyal deck right here. Is like we're going to put them all up front, and we can just swing. And with the me token, he can make the strike go to that 1/1 Carnage or that 2/2 Carnage, for instance.
Unless Robbie decides. That's the whole thing, though. Is he's got to drag out. He's got to get that blue out of there.
Well, if he can do 3 attacks right here, if he can figure out a way to do 3 attacks, he might be okay. And that's what he's trying to think of right now, because he's got an 8/8 Venom that can do one. So he's going to team attack here.
Or you play a little bit strength and you try to get through them so there's less later on. And that's more what I'm thinking is he's trying to get some of these out of the way. And with the leader, he can direct it at the Carnage.
Depending on what is, I don't know if he's got a 9 as a Yeah, he's going to direct to the Carnage. I think that's the right call. And now he can make another attack to force the other one down. With he's just going to pass the turn. See, I think he could have made another one
I think
here.
he's not being aggressive enough.
Maybe. I think getting both of
Because
them
now he's
down.
got to go through.
He's just in the same position, and it's interesting. And it's just going to slowly mill out his board, right?
Yeah.
Like the attrition.
Because even if Robbie plays one character a turn, he's still always going to have at least 2 on board when it goes into Sean's turn. Because if Robbie's smart, he's going to make the safe attacks. You just keep plucking away with Captain Marvel.
Yeah, Robbie's got a pretty full hand. Sean does not. If Sean ever rips, I think he's holding that fist tower for a leader at this point.
Yeah.
And there's the group.
And there's a group. So now you're like a 10 wound character at this point.
Yep, and you start swinging. He does have lethal, though, so he can lethal that brute out here in a minute.
No, he's going to symbiote Sun Venom. That's a interesting play, but I guess if you don't have the leader, you don't want to bank on getting that leader.
Yeah, so he's got 3 cards in hand. Looking worse and worse, but hey, you can swing in here, kill this Groot, and then hopefully force Robbie to bounce another attack.
You played a loyal soldier, so that's always good.
Yeah. But I gotta say, this is starting to swing towards Robbie pretty hard.
Yeah.
It's interesting. I think he would have team attacked for the lethal there.
Yeah, I feel like Sean is... Oh, stand
Stand
together.
together. I forgot about the stand togethers.
You can do that power anytime. So that was a good play. It forced 2 out.
Wait, you're a 10?
He's a 10-10. I always forget he's a 10-10. I always think 8-8 or something.
I'd be asking for ID. Make sure you check. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, right?
Check that age.
Yeah, he's got his 2 counters, so it's a 10-10. That was rough. That's good, though. Stand together helped that.
Yeah.
That's good.
I think he just drew the stand together, though, so I think...
Yeah. But, I mean, going forward, knowing that he's got 3 more in the deck, that's a pretty big game.
Yeah.
And also, okay, so now the counters don't count. -2 counters where he's going to put that on. It's got to be a main character.
Oh, is he a main character?
No, I didn't realize it was one of the characters.
Yeah.
Oh.
And Yondu, I think he's going to pick evil again. No, he's going to pick good.
I think... I don't think you really need the evil. He's got the board presence now. He can start...
Yeah, I guess the positive counters have a better chance of staying with you longer for the rest of the round, you know?
Yep.
If you can get going and just kind of steamroll. Because, I mean, at this point, Captain Marvel is what, 11-11?
Yeah.
Yeah, 5
There's a
more
Groot
wounds
on
to
the
go
board,
with the
so
ability to bounce. Sean's in a pretty bad way. The board's kind of building up against him at this point.
Yeah.
I think lethal.
Basically, Captain Marvel's got 7 wounds with Groot on the board, so it's... And now he can start making ranged and start really picking apart that board, yeah.
Yeah, here it comes. Just stun downs. Yeah. See, these are the turns we're talking about sometimes, guys, where you just you make that swinging play, you make a couple plays, and then bang, board clear.
Yep. And there it is.
That's game.
That's when you know your deck. When you...
Yep. Yes, Mega GP. It is definitely a best of 3. This round, at least. Sometimes they might choose it, and as we get farther, to be less. But this is going to be best of 3 for sure.
And I want to say there's no time limit, or is there time limit?
Oh, no time limit.
Probably
0
9
time
minutes.
limit. Yeah. Oh,
0
no.
time limits? Okay.
What happened? Hold on, guys. All right, there we go.
Nope.
You still there? All right.
I'm watching a buffering right now.
Appreciates Anya. Card is great, phenomenally good. Like I don't think I've thought of a deck that you're not like just 2.
Okay, I'm gonna check the stream, the Twitch real quick. Make sure it's still
Watching the
going.
Twitch, it's looking okay.
Okay,
There was
cool.
that time where you went down, but like everything. Okay.
Okay, so we're gonna go back to full screen. Okay, cool.
Doesn't mean anything. Yeah.
My OBS is always like, "You want to do focus assist?" I was like, "Yeah, I should have done that like 45 minutes ago." I keep forgetting. Anyway, yeah.
Well, Mega GP, congratulations on having an awesome husband. Sounds like Sean is her husband, so that's awesome.
Oh man, there we go. Yeah.
Good to see some backing in the chat there.
Yeah, man. Represent.
Hopefully he doesn't lose on stream, because that hurts a little bit.
Nah, man. Losing on stream versus not on stream is fine. It's like.
But losing top 8 is very different than losing Swiss.
It is, but I mean, losing is losing. You can't, whether or not you're on camera, you can't let the camera affect you, or you should.
No.
You should try not to let the camera affect. I also want to shout out to Robbie for being left-handed like me and putting his deck on the opposite side of these stupid printed mats that always try to make you right-handed.
Yeah, you kind of need those.
Maybe if you were just a right-hander, you'd be fine.
Maybe if you were open-minded and also, equal opportunity to left-handers, we could not have this. That's why I like the new mats they print that don't have any of the KO pile discard MC thing. But this is one of those OG table mats. So anyway.
It's one of those 4-player ones, I think.
Okay, so what does Sean need to do in this round to turn this one around? You know what I mean?
I think Sean needs to get a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah.
Make those plays if he can get them. Don't worry about trying to conserve, I guess, counters. If you can get the stun, I think getting the stun is okay.
He's got to flip quick and get ahead of him on board, and then hopefully he draws some not finished. He's got to draw a big hand, right? We need a big hand. We need a hot draw hand.
Yeah.
Good luck.
You too, brother.
Let's see what happens. Robbie kept his initial hand. Never good when you see that, especially when they spend absolutely zero time making that decision.
I think Sean really needs to hit leader.
Yeah, I think a leader would have
Against
been
this
huge that last game because Robbie had just a grip
Robbie
full of stuff.
doesn't need to spend nearly as many cards as Sean is doing to keep up.
True.
So
He's got that one more wound because Sean's kind of playing into his hands when it comes to attacking, entering solo attacks and all that kind of stuff. So Robbie doesn't want to take a couple wounds because he knows he's got the heals, he knows he's got the Groots, he knows he's got the last ones, and that sort of thing.
I'm just thinking about last game, Sean going solo and then Venom against Captain Marvel. He probably doesn't need to do that as much in this one.
Mhm.
Just go with the single swing. Slow down that XP just a little bit.
Yeah, but see that you talk about linear lines that you get programmed into playing.
Yeah.
You have to look at each new game state, each new board state as its own thing. Think to yourself, do I really need to do this? Okay, there we go. So maybe he set him up for a good hand here. Can he dump a bunch of cards out and redraw? Let's see what he's got here. Like some plot twists plus pitch a yellow to draw more right here would be huge. Let's see what he's got.
Ooh.
So we got power up to
You're
leader.
the last one.
Nice.
He
There
doesn't
we go.
get to leader.
There we go. There we go. What else we got? Come on. Keep doing. Keep going. Is that a break the fourth wall?
Are you behind? I think you're behind.
No, I'm ahead of you. I'm watching the YouTube stream.
Okay, because you saw that leader failed.
Yep, good.
What failed?
Leader got. You're the last one.
Oh, yeah. So that's rough.
Okay. It just sounded like you were cheering for more, and I'm like, he can't anymore, Adam.
I know. I was like,
Can't.
yeah, sorry. No, I was like, yeah, you're right. That's rough because, yeah, he was going to draw some cards right there.
Is that Tony Stark and Iron Man out at the same time?
Yeah, he's going to flip the thing and pump that Iron Man out. I think you're a little bit ahead of me, Pete. I'm going to see where I'm at here.
I know the live stream, sometimes you have to, pull it all the way forward.
There we go.
Or from the YouTube.
Yeah, so there he did, and he cleaned it. Sorry, guys, I lost you a couple seconds on the stream there. But
Don't worry, I was with you guys.
Iron Man, and then yeah, Iron Man and Tony Stark. That's Tony Stark's power to pay a blue or a yellow, and you can play Iron Man from hand. It's a really cool ability. I like that card a lot. He's enjoyed that package and played that package a bunch.
Well, I mean, cards on board is always great for a superpower. That's perfect.
So the Iron Man attacked into the leader on his turn and killed the leader. So Sean didn't get a chance to draw. That's a huge play right there. And yet again, it's like he attacks with the leader. It's like, why don't you just go? Maybe he needed to attack in order to get more cards out of his hand. But honestly, I was like, if you could just dump in the main phase and then draw,
Well, and the big thing, what I'm seeing too, is exactly, you dump in the main phase. Or if you're sitting staring at one person on the field, especially against a photo deck, I'm almost going to expect you're the last one.
Yeah.
So I might not go for that attack.
Yeah, you might try to get as much done as you can before.
Yeah.
Because what a blowout that was. That was a huge play. That might be the swing play of the game.
It looked like he was gearing up to draw at least 5 or 6 cards.
Without a doubt. But classic Robbie, he's just making good plays, playing solid.
Yeah.
That's what he does. So a little recovery bond there.
Yep.
A couple
And I'm not
counters.
trying to knock Sean. I know it sounds like it, but it's just it's easier to talk about some of the play mistakes versus just going, "Yep, Robbie played exactly what he should play."
Yeah, it's always easier from up here when we're not at the
Yeah.
table trying to make these decisions.
Exactly. Like top
Okay, they
eight, there's a
just
lot
did
more
the
pressure.
they just did the recruit
understand.
trigger on Yondu again with Taskmaster, which is incorrect. It's the same reason he doesn't work off of Heimdall.
Tony Stark. I'm gonna play Mercs for money to draw a card.
Okay, so he's gonna draw. It's got a good little way to get a little bit of CA back, because the thing about Venom is he makes you dump at your hand hard, and sometimes that can put you way behind. So you have to be very even-handed and very pace yourself. You can't just dump it all and then they daze you or stun you, and then you lose all your counters and you're just screwed. You have to pace the way you play, so you have reactions, so you can interact with them during combats and stuff. And sometimes you want to just splooge it out and just bust it out and then go for it. But another Ant-Man, Maria Hill. Robbie drawing
Robbie's
well.
looking real strong right now.
Yeah, he's got a couple counters. It's got a counter. It's not looking great for Sean, I don't think. And this is what Captain Marvel wants to do, man. Captain Marvel just wants to play a fair game. Let's get into combat and let's attack back and forth. And I'm going to play value plays with my superior plot twists. I'm going to play value plays with my Groots and my Dana Scullys, and I'm just going to grind you out by you having to deal 9 wounds, 10 wounds, something like that.
Yeah.
Sean's
it's
trying to
crazy
high roll a
number.
big hand and rush you down, but I just don't think he's gotten the draws. I mean, we can go back and talk about that leader situation. Had to see exactly what was in his hand and if he could do any more and what kind of card advantage he would have got off that. But
Yeah.
now we'll just kind of watch and go. But I feel like Robbie's got a pretty good draw this game. I think it was a little bit better than last game.
-1 here.
Well, yeah, like you said, he took it. He didn't even. He just basically glanced at his cards, didn't even think about
Yeah.
mulliganing.
So now we got a big old Venom.
There you go. That could at least maybe buy him some time, depending on what Robbie's got.
Mm-hmm. And I also like to say that I like to err on the side of letting the other guys, the guys that run the decks all the time, make the lines, because I've not run Venom in a long time. I don't know Captain Marvel, so trying to second guess these guys sometimes can be rough. Another last one. That card is so defining, man. I mean, that's insane. Just 2 wounds already dodged in the first couple of turns. Not to mention shutting down a card draw from leader. It's pretty big stuff.
You don't get the other one.
Yep. When it appears heal a wound from a character on your side with exactly 1 wound. So
No, 1 health.
1 wound.
Yep. Gonna heal it up, buddy.
So 1 wound.
He has to have exactly 1 wound.
Exactly 1 wound.
So that can screw up.
Then deal that out. Yeah. He heals Captain Marvel back up.
I think that I've been playing this long. This gets rid of if he's wounded with just 1 wound. It
Nope.
gets rid
Looks
of
like we have some
Yeah.
good questions.
1 wound remaining.
You have 1 wound on a character, not supporting.
Yep. So we got a little hold up while we get Dana Scully figured out here, but
1 wound.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we will find that.
because if he had 1 health, you couldn't heal it. It would be dead.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Little attacks. I think he's just going to clean it up again. He can't do much against that 9/9 Venom at the moment, but
No.
he's got a nice little wall up there up front, so
Cards in hand.
probably spending a little bit more cards out, so if he gets another leader, he's not going to have much of a draw there.
I do see a leader in his hand, I do believe.
Yeah, he's only got 4 cards, so he'll have to completely... So it's a 7/7 Venom, okay. So Robbie's got 4 cards in hand. Sean's down to 3. He's got to figure out a way to get all these cards out of his hand.
Scully.
She did.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Tell me how many cards are in your hand again. 4. 4. Only 4.
Yeah, so he's got a bunch of plot twists, looks like. Let's see what he decides to do
The
here.
big thing is, how do you burn them?
Yeah.
I guess you don't really need to burn them if you don't need to.
How many
No.
wounds do you need to level up?
1. I attack next turn, I'll level.
Okay. So I have to attack here.
This goes back to some of those fundamentals too. When you're playing someone, don't be afraid to ask questions about what's going on their board.
Yeah, the
Ask them
board
if you
the
wanna
board
ask them how many
state
cards
is
are in hand.
open knowledge. Yeah.
Yeah.
How many? What's in your KO pile? All that stuff's open knowledge. Know what you're doing. Look, read their MC again if you don't remember.
Yeah, do you not know what a card does? Don't just assume that they're gonna explain it perfectly. And I'm not saying they won't, but like maybe read it for yourself and be like, oh, okay.
And always call a judge if you don't know any better. If you don't know,
Yes.
if you're unsure.
That's why judges are there.
That good judge cleared that up in 2 seconds. No big deal.
Yep.
Another board clear for Robbie at level 3. 7 wounds to go. Sean's in some trouble here. Sean cannot get behind on board, especially looking at this, staring down another Groot.
Yeah.
He needs a massacre pretty quick here to lethal that Groot down so he can start doing something against Captain Marvel. But she's got 2 magic boxes show him to bounce 2 attacks. I think this is just another one where he's going to grind. He's going to grind Sean out.
At least a friend from work in hand.
Yeah, and after those 2 last ones, it just shows you the power of that card in general, right?
Yeah.
And Sean wasn't able to build a board up during those turns when Robbie was staying just one and keeping the last one out there. That's the drawback of the card, is that you have to have just the one character, right? So there's a little bit of things that can go wrong. But okay, there we go. There we go. Lethal out. Got that.
And get a card.
Get
That's
a card. So we're doing good. We're doing good. Trucking along.
Trade?
Oh, it was a trade? Okay. Yeah.
He's trying to trade.
Well,
drawing locations like his job, Robbie is.
yeah, like no joke.
And there he is.
Robbie's favorite boy.
There, Bruce Banner coming. Bruce Banner coming. He loves Bruce Banner. That's so hilarious. Ugh. He does have synergy with Iron Man, because if Iron Man is in play, he gets counters every turn, doesn't have to pay for them.
Yeah.
And it increases, right? So it's good stuff. Yeah. He's really good. He was a good 7-drop. I tried him out in my Iron Man MCU decks, and he was good, but just Ego was better in a photo-only format where you could mix good and evil. I just felt like Ego just did more work. He didn't really lose the team attacks, but...
Looks like we're seeing another Loyal Soldiers, and a MODOK is at the board.
Good old MODOK, man. Gotta love those mental calculations. Not card draw, but card selection, right? Filtering.
Yep.
Very powerful. Underrated card.
Being able to stack your draw is great.
Mm-hmm. Looking at 4 cards a turn instead of just the 2 you have to draw. It's big time. So Sean's getting into some wound trouble here. Those suckers are big, and he's just bouncing away. Probably strike back the MODOK here. Yeah, I don't know. Losing the lethal would be good too, but I think you keep the board clear. You keep bodies away. Now he's got an X-Files down, so if he draws a Fox Molder, he's going to be in trouble.
Drops the Iron Man.
Yeah, so...
Attack, massacre, use the effect for free. I think it was just one more.
No, he already had one gone.
Oh, did it? Okay. Pass turn.
Yeah, now he's got the counters. So this is going to be bad. That's a huge team attack coming from the back row with the free activation off Iron Man.
Yeah.
So Sean's in some trouble here. I think Robbie's going to take this one 2-0 him here.
I think
just
so
don't
too.
see he's going to have to draw like multiple not finished yet, and there's just no way to chain that many attacks together. And
okay. How many cards?
Okay, so that's something. So now we got flying and ranged with good old him and some other stuff.
He's
so
got
let's see
the
what
leaders.
happens.
He's going to get the cards.
2. Draw chooses. That's rough, but we'll take it. Put some more counters on. He's just trying to survive at this point. I think he's at 5 wounds. I think this one's we can pretty much wrap it up. But you play it out. You never know.
I mean, if you're up here now, you might as well finish your games up.
Yeah, especially top 8. Anya.
Because you never know. Something could go wrong. It could be a misplay, and you could...
2 negs. Swing, get the counters on. Yeah, yep. And then you just swing with Captain Marvel and GG.
Yep. There it is.
Good COVID handshake.
2 really good dudes playing though, so like.
Yeah, there we go. So Captain Marvel moves on, unseating the X and 1. Sean's Loyal Venom. Loyal Venom had a good run today. Definitely surprised at the tournament. Still like to see it happen, but Robbie's been playing Captain Marvel for a while now, and good versus evil, so he's ready to go with this deck. And a little bit of a different build than we saw in the Quarantine Cup. Not running any of the Gunman package, which is interesting. But nonetheless, it's been very effective today, as we've seen. So we'll see what's happening in the next round. So I wonder who else won the rest of the matchups. We'll have to see. But let's see who they're going to play. Let's go back to the standings, my guys. Let's see here. So the 2, who they play the winner of? 1-8 plays the winner of what?
Scramble.
4-5.
I think so. Yeah, that sounds about right.
So that's Nick Melberg with WO versus Jose with Rogue, I believe, is who they play the winner of. And then the 2-7 plays the 3-6, which is John Phillips is playing Scott right now, and Kevin Butcher is playing Caleb right now. And there's two.
I kind of wish I had eyes on that John Phillips Scott Watson game. Just knowing, like, I'm glad we saw this one. I just want to kind of peek where they're at. Like, it'd be great to, like.
Yeah, well, it's either over or it's in turn 28.
Yeah. Of game one.
Of game one. So we'll have to see. I don't know. Okay, so that one was an interesting thing. Like, we saw some, rough play there. But the power of photo yet again, right? The power of last one yet again. The power of some of those things. The power of a guy running a deck that he knows real well, that he's played in a competitive environment before. Classic combat matchup. I feel like Sean's draws were not as good as they could have been. I feel like Robbie's draws were pretty solid. And I think Robbie played really good.
Location is safe.
Yeah, Robbie had the blues all day long. Robbie had double last one. Last one is one of the most subtly tilting cards I've ever seen in my life. It just
hurts.
Tilts people, man.
It hurts too much.
I've just seen it tilt so many people.
Especially like we'll go back to Sean's situation where you're building real good leader. You know, Robbie's got probably 5 to 6 cards in your hand. You're looking, well, you can get down to 1 in there and draw 4. That looks great. And then he last ones you right away, and you're like, oh, shit. And it just throws your entire plan out. Now you've got to recover from that, and it hurts.
Yeah. Definitely. Okay. So, I wonder what our next round matchup is going to be. Who you got now? Okay, so now we saw this match. Who do you think's taking this one down, Pete? Man, you got like John's got the experience. If we're looking at the top 8, I like the top end of his. Scott's got something else that if it got hot, if Scott can make it past John, I really like his odds for the rest of the day. I think Caleb's deck has some top end ability with Surtur. If he gets hot, he could go here. I don't think Rogue's gonna make it past WO. That just seems like a bad matchup for her.
Yeah, I think Woe can just kind of pace her out.
Yeah, so that's a kind of a bad matchup for him.
Yeah.
So we'll see. I wonder if we'll get a WO Invisible Woman stare at each other face down matchup going on here. If those teams win, I don't even know if they can meet in the brackets, but that would be hilariously uninteresting for a lot of people. No, but I wonder if Outriders won and that kind of thing. We'll have to see. I like right now. I like John or Caleb if I had to pick somebody. John because that deck is insane, and I know him as a player is really skilled guy that can that's been here before many times, so the moment won't be too big for him. And then I like Caleb's deck. I think it's got a lot of top end, and he looked really comfortable when we saw him on stream. So I could see him going for it. Plus, I think First Evil is just incredibly underrated.
Yes, for sure.
So what do you like?
If I had to say like a pick, I would love to say Invisible Woman because I really love how that deck does.
Yeah, we saw.
But I think
full
Mimic.
Force.
If it wasn't Mimic versus Invisible Woman, I think it's one of those two.
Okay.
Swing this.
Okay, you like the winner of the John Scott matchup going all the way. I can see that. Scott gets hot, and the deck does his thing. I mean, because if he just plays attack, if he gets past Mimic and plays just combat decks, they might have a lot of trouble. Outriders is going to have a lot of trouble. You know?
But another thing, though, is if Invisible Woman sees, whoa, what's she going to do? Like, that's going to be a really long game.
It's going to be a long game. It's going to be about who draws their Ghost Riders, who draws their Silver Surfers, and then subtleties of play when it comes to counter generation versus counter removal. Who waits the extra turn to make their Silver Surfer bigger. Who draws more Ghost Riders and this, that, and the other. And then with Scott having access to combat cancels and having access to Legacy to get extra appears triggers, I think you could give him a slight edge. Although Warrant Officer probably hides a bit easier and is able to like attack and still attack with all her guys and still hide. Doesn't care if Scott's giving her any targets or not. So it's going to be interesting. Warrant Officer can also stick a nullifier and then just keep flipping down on it and stuff like that. So like
Exactly.
an early
I
nullifier
think
could
Warren
change the
Officer
game.
has a huge thing if I can hit that nullifier.
Yeah, that could be a really big one because Scott's really not got an answer for that, and he can't stick his own. But you know, that singularity combo, once that thing starts happening, I mean, what are they going to do?
Yeah.
You know, what is anybody going to
But
do?
that's the whole thing is like, it. Once again, that comes down to if you think you're going to see it. Like,
Oh,
that's one of
he
those
has
plays,
Invisible Boy, though. Scott has Invisible Boy. If he sticks Invisible Boy and calls, like, hiding in the shadow. No, because he can't do it on main characters. It's only support characters. Never mind. But he does have Invisible Boy, so that's something. No Maximus today, guys. That was good to see. I didn't think we'd see any Maximus. I think one thing I like is that Outriders checks that pretty hard and all that kind of stuff. Skirks thinks that Invisible Woman beats Warrant Officer because the full combo offers new targets. Yeah, it's an interesting matchup. It'd be interesting to see how it goes. I don't think Warrant Officer was leveling up, so she can't use her like for a while. So she can't use her detonation device or whatever.
Yep.
People forget she has that, and it's really good and can really swing a game. You start getting in there, and if you play your stuns right over a couple of turns, you can just like board wipe and then like answer. You know what I mean? You slow roll your Silver Surfer for a couple turns while you wound theirs down to 1 wound, and then you wipe the board, drop your Surfer the next turn, and there's all kinds of stuff you could do.
Well, and that's like you were saying with the Invisible Boy thing. You can start. You might not be able to hit Woe, but you can start targeting cards like Silver Surfer, stuff like that. You can start slowing down those big drops that Woe is doing.
Yeah.
And you can really get into them.
Yeah. Be interesting.
But there's also the argument that, you know, if you wait a little bit with the nullifier, you could call invisibility, and then no one can gain that from Invisible Woman, and she's now exposed.
Yeah.
Or you could even call Pocket Dimension, and then you don't have a way to really push people.
Yeah, you could definitely call Invisible Boy can definitely do some stuff like Pogman. Yeah. So and then nullifier. So it's an interesting matchup. It'll be like who gets what and who figures out the line quicker. Interesting to see round 2. That was pretty quick because we had a combat deck. But you know, with WO and Invisible Woman in top 8, these rounds are not going to be quick, guys. If they go to 3 games, they're going to be your jabbering in between rounds for a while.
Unless we can convince them to move in between games.
There's no way that's going to happen.
No, I would never make them do that.
I would make them do it. Let's try some other stuff.
What else do we have? We have Mimic.
Yeah.
Was it Cosmo versus Rogue? Was that the 4-5?
Ooh, it's not W. W didn't make it. It's Cosmo. It's Cosmo versus Rogue. That's my fault, guys. I kept saying W was in top 8. W was not. Warrant Officer was not. You just corrected me. Thank you very much, Pete. It's Cosmo versus Rogue. So it's so there is no W. So Scott's the only talking pass in top 8. So we're not going to see that. So right now it's going to be because Nick Melberg and Caleb were playing Jose and Nick was Rogue versus Cosmo. I forgot it was Cosmo. I thought he was on W. That's me.
Outriders.
And Caleb's playing Outriders. I'd like to see what's happening in that matchup. And I'd like to see because I think that First Evil actually has a pretty solid matchup against Outriders. If they draw their blues, you just got to have a good answer. It's rough now with Outriders not having an answer to, not having the gooses to play against more Killmonger and Mordo.
Yeah.
You have to just kind of use other things. But I'm gonna do it. I'd like to see how that one's going. But
that's the whole thing is now that I think about it, with no Warrant Officer, the only real long game would be like a Cosmo versus Invisible Woman kind of thing.
But Cosmo might even make that short. You know what I mean? He levels up quick enough.
Yeah. And about saying if you can start calling powers, that'd be great.
Yeah, thanks for the correction there. I completely forgot that Nick was on, not on W and was on Cosmo. That's my fault. Love seeing that though. Cosmo in top 8. So our top 8 was Venom, Mimic, Outriders, Rogue, Cosmo, First Evil, Invisible Woman, Captain Marvel. What a top 8.
I mean, we want to talk about diversity that they're playing tomorrow. Look at the diversity we just had here. There's no repeating MC. We only had a couple that MCs that were played multiples of.
Yeah.
And they were safe bet MCs if you think about it. Like OR is kind of a safe bet. It's not autopilot, but it's one of those that deck is there already. You don't really need to tweak it that much. It's good as it is.
Yeah, it's a little bit more ready to go on short notice, like we were talking about. Same thing with Rogue. You can kind of there's some lists out there you can kind of use as templates.
Yep.
Tweak a little bit for the meta and all that kind of stuff. Plus, it's like maybe those guys. That's just the style of player they are. Is your classic aggro combat player. You know what I mean? And that's just kind of what they went with and they're testing. I see both those as being really strong in the format. I think they might even test it against each other. I don't even know if they seem like they play against each other.
Yeah, I was gonna say they kind of knew each other's move.
Yeah, like Christie in there and everything. So we'll see. Cosmo versus Rogue is interesting. Cosmo is one of the ones that can shut off her God Strength, but all those wounds is gonna be tough for him. We didn't really see too much more of his deck in that matchup we saw with First Evil when Caleb took him. So interesting.
Yep. I mean, and like you said, the Outriders versus First Evil.
I could go
the
either
Surtur
way.
in there is real good. That Jen is in there real good. And now that it's out there, we can talk about Caleb's Wish Pile.
Yes, finally.
Now that everyone knows it's there.
Yeah.
Without me being that guy.
Yeah, so it's crazy. Not finished yet. Thanos and Dark Phoenix.
I mean, one of those makes sense, no matter what.
Yeah,
I'll let you guess which one.
Yeah. So, wow. So, like, being able to not finished yet somebody like that, insane. Like, super insane. Being able to do that
finish
early.
yet threw me off for a second. I was like, why would he do that? And then I remembered Wish Pile, there's no team restrictions on it.
Yeah. You can play it immediately.
I was like, oh, okay, yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah, you can double wound somebody there. Same thing with Thanos. And the problem with First Evil is that you're way behind. Right? You spend the first couple of turns just trying to level up and trying to build up yards and stuff like that. And then you kind of have to start to turn the corner, and you need some way to like accelerate. Wounds would be great. And so he's found a way with using Jen's Wish Pile to go get Thanos and stuff. He play the greeds. Pardon me, guys. And do it that way, which is great. I'm going to have to get another cup of coffee.
And then obviously Dark Phoenix. I mean,
Dark Phoenix. It just wins games, man. And also the fact that
the pluses.
Jen's
is it considered a recruit if you play it from the Wish Pile?
No, so it's not. Yeah, it is because you still recruit it. You're still playing it, right? So you still
just
recruit
don't have to worry about costs.
Yeah, you still got to do it. You have to play it during the normal phase of the game. But what you can do is bring her in from your once you have non-resources, bring her in from your yard by changing into her with First Evil. Then wish for Dark Phoenix, then play Dark Phoenix. And you can call keywords, right?
Yep.
And that'll prevent them from playing the Dark Phoenix you just gave them, and having its abilities because it just removes them from the game, and also prevents like Nullifier, Cosmo, Boomerang, all the cards that are going to shut off First Evil's superpower are now gone. It would have to be like I don't even know what else you'd have to do from there. All those are usually keyword powers, and they're all going to be gone. And yeah, it's going to be good play there, you know. And then if she ever dies, like they ever actually KO her, you can get her back out of the yard, and you just have a 10-15
now
dual
she's legitimately legal again.
Yeah, interesting.
Why is Jen so good?
Yeah, and just getting multiple wishes off of her, it's crazy. And she goes back into the deck. That's another thing that's cool about First Evil, man, is once they go out of play, leave play, they go back to the bottom of the deck. So you can actually see them again if you can shuffle. That kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's interesting. Yeah, that was a quick game. I guess the other ones are going long there. I guess we only got the one tuck and pass, but anyway, you go 3 games, it could be interesting. It could take a little while. I'm excited. I can't wait to see the rest of this. I hope John wins or Scott. Either one of those guys. Those decks will be interesting. I would love to see like Cosmo. Let's see here. So right now we got Captain Marvel. So I'd love to see Captain Marvel, Cosmo, First Evil. And then I don't care between Invisible Woman or Mimic. Those 2 decks. I'd like to be that's the top 4 I want to see. Come on Cosmo, come on First Evil. Nothing against the 2 guys that are playing Rogue and Outriders. Nothing against you guys at all. I personally play those kind of decks all the time, so I have nothing against them.
Those are the ones that we've kind of seen up at that higher level.
Yeah, so everybody just wants to. I don't want to say everybody, but people would just like to see the other ones too. But good luck to everybody. Hope not wishing anybody a bad game per se.
This is it's the dream that you'd love to see.
Yeah. At least like, if Rogue or Outriders makes it, that's cool with me. I just like to see that Cosmo deck some more.
Outriders doesn't make it, like, it'll actually be kind of shocking to me, but because those are the two like bigger names, and I will still be very cool if they don't make it or make it.
Let's talk about this.
Not gonna
There's a
be,
chance that the top 4 won't have any of the classic power decks in it.
and that
You
would
know?
be. It'd be weird to see,
Mimic could lose.
but it'd be really cool to see.
Yeah, Outriders could lose, and Rogue could lose, and we've got a completely new MC top 4.
Yeah. And First Evil is, I do believe Caleb's packing Yondu, so he's got ways to deal with Outriders.
He's got some answers, yeah, and I think naturally she's not that bad against them, man. She doesn't let them do what they want to do. She doesn't give them access to her every turn.
I definitely saw at Midwinter this year, John Phillips played Robert Smallwood, and Smallwood was on Outriders, and I do believe Phillips still beat him with First Evil.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if this deck is very similar to that deck.
Yeah, it is. If you look at the build, it's very similar. I remember looking at that build when I was getting ready for Vegas, right? Because I was looking for decks that were not Outrider and not Mayor, because those were not legal for Vegas. They were banned. And I was trying to figure out, okay, so what are some alternate things? So like you're going to say, okay, you want to see something crazy, go look at whatever John Phillips played in the last tournament. So I went and found what his deck, and I was looking at it, and it was, I like First Evil, but I felt like that combo is a little high rolly for me.
Yeah.
But you can build it to be very consistent. You can build it to be consistent anyway. And I talked to Burt about that build a little bit while we were in Vegas, and just about the whole idea behind it and stuff. But so basically, what it's trying to do is, what First Evil's trying to do is get those guys, get multi-wound characters into the yard, level up quickly, and then become them to not give access to her to wound her. Because if it's a multi-health character, it'll just stun down, and then at the end of turn, it'll go to the bottom of the deck. If it's a single wound character, it'll go to the bottom of the deck, and then First Evil will come back into play. So you want multi-health characters. Well, Surtur's the biggest multi-health character, 115 with that ability to get into play early. You can just get him out of your yard, put him into play, pump him with, they were using Suit Up that give you +2/+0, flight and ranged.
Yeah.
But now they're using I Have an Army and probably natural power-ups to try to land destruct the other person and keep them off their high drops, because later on, First Evil, like we talked about during the match earlier today, has such a density of high drops that once they get past 6, if Surturs hits you once or twice and has you on 4 or 5, when they're hitting 8 and 9, you just have no chance when they start dropping Thanos, Surtur, and Egos, just turn after turn after turn, changing into things from the yard after you KO them into the KO pile, bringing them back. It's just, that kind of recursion and stuff like that is just going to be really hard to deal with and grind out, especially when the Thanos is calm, and then Surtur has 3 wounds, so if they ever naturally play one, it's just going to be repeated, keeping you off, getting to your high drops. Great answer to decks that want to run Dark Phoenix. It's a great answer to the Mayor back in the day. It was one of the few decks I thought could deal with him if it hit one of those Surtur draws. So yeah, man, it's got a chance there. High rolling. Okay, let me understand. Okay, so let me explain when I say about high rolling. So it's a reference to like dice and dice games. High rolling means that all card games have variants. I'm sorry, I'm answering something in the chat. All card games have variants, right? So you can have draws that are better than other draws, right? So like if you draw exactly what you need, the best 1-drop, 2-drop, 3-drop, 4-drop, the best, all the locations you need and stuff like that, I call that a high roll draw, where you drew and got everything you needed to have the optimal combination of cards to win that game. Some decks I would call high roll decks, Mimic deck, and then First Evil, because there is a lower percentage of the time that they're going to get these optimal draws, but when they get these optimal draws, they are so high in power level that they're very hard for them to lose when they get them. So if Surtur comes off the bottom of First Evil when she's trying to level up, and then she levels up on 3, plays, and then on turn 4 she turns into Surtur, power Surtur up, plays I Have an Army, and destroys 3 of their locations. Basically if they're on turn 3, if they were on the play, and then basically be all their locations. I mean, that's a high roll. It's what I would call a high roll turn, or a high roll game, or a high roll draw, and that would basically mean like it's a low percentage combination of cards that you could get, but that just are basically like devastating to an opponent. Like somebody drawing with the lone gunman package, like playing a Langley on 2 and then dropping like 4 gunmen to him. That's a high roll draw. You know what I mean? Lower chance, lower probability of getting it, but very powerful. So like that's one of the reasons that card decks like Mimic, when they high roll, quote unquote, they just win. and just there's nothing you can do about it. Whereas when like a Thor deck high rolls, it just consistently does good. When a Outrider deck high rolls, it just kind of consistently does good through the game and beats you in the amount of turns it required to beat you. You know, so yeah, I guess that's the best explanation I can come up with for that.
I think, let's say a good way to check out a good high roll would be if you have a chance, go check out the first game of the stream.
There you go.
John Phillips, turn 3, mimic exactly how it should run. Just boom, 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 boom. It was almost like watching this deck be stacked perfectly. And just draw, play, go.
Yeah, great way to start the day, and awesome deck design, like Robert was saying, and yeah, definitely a high roll draw there because it was like almost optimal.
Yeah.
I hope that helps you out. Yeah, kind of low probability, high payoff. Yeah, that's kind of like how it is. Now you can design your deck like that to be in that regard, but also like if that, like we looked at the first evil deck we were talking about, right? Or we look at some other like mimic decks. They're not designed just to do that. Like Caleb's Surtur deck, Surtur First Evil combo, isn't the only thing in his deck, right? His deck does a lot of other stuff, but he has that built into there that on a certain low percentage of games, he's going to have a draw that's going to be devastating for his opponent. You know, but the rest of the time he's going to be playing a little bit differently. But it's nice to have that in your deck sometimes, if it doesn't water your deck down, to give you that ability to just high roll, quote unquote, and just run somebody over. You know, that kind of thing. But, you know, and then there's something to be said for making decks that are just like, maybe they don't have that same top-end power level, but are consistent, have a higher consistency level. I don't know. You know, does that make any sense? Am I making sense, Peter?
I think you're making sense.
Okay,
I think you're making perfect sense.
Good. Cool.
And it seems like everyone's kind of picking up what you're putting down. I just realized if Cosmo wins and First Evil wins, that they're going to play each other again. And we've already seen that matchup.
That could happen, yeah.
Because that was who Caleb played on stream.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. I'm like listening to you, and I'm just like doing like I look like March Madness over here. I'm just doing brackets of things.
No, man. I'm glad you're doing it. I'm just sitting here like looking at the nothing stream, just talking. Yeah, Skirks. Yeah, it could leave some bad experiences because you could, and also warping experiences. You could have some really good draws and just run people over because anything can happen in one game. When you're talking about like best of 3 scenarios, you kind of see a high percentage of like what actually happens, right? If we go back to Gen Con this past year, the perfect example of high risk, high reward decks all over the place. When you talk about like Pixie, Maximus, you know, with Kitty Star-Lord, when you talk about John Phillips mimic list, when you talk about all these Xeno mimic lists.
John Phillips running a very, not like breakable combo, but a very missable combo style deck.
Yeah. But
if
a deck,
you don't hit it, it's over.
Yeah, and not a lot of interaction outside of it. I actually had a pretty decent amount of interaction because of so many plot twists, but not a lot of ways, other way to win besides that.
Yeah.
Like that, literally, this is your only way to win. He didn't even try to do much other things. And then it was interesting. In that regard.
I mean, the Mimic at Gen Con was very much based on just getting to Deadpool level 2, and after that, that's how it won. It couldn't. If you could keep it from clearing your board, you could basically win those matchups.
Yeah, without a doubt. But man, just there was decks at that Gen Con. There was decks winning on turn 2. There was decks winning on turn 3 on the play.
Yeah, like clockwork. There's a reason why like that Gen Con last year's Gen Con, it ran so smoothly and we were able to push through so many rounds of Swiss because there were so many decks ending just turn 2. All right, I'm up. Let's go.
Yeah, and with Rogue being out there, like that's why I think people went to this stuff is like, man, I don't want to sit there and get into a combat with her for 7 or 8, 9 turns.
Yep.
They're like, let's just try to draw better than you, end it on 2. Not really my philosophy for deck building, but some people's, and obviously it's effective since 2 of those decks made it into the top 8, and I did not.
I got to live my dream. I blew up a Rogue's resources with Avalanche, so I was
there you
fine.
go. Oh yeah, you got to do Avalanche. Yeah. I think you still have my.
To you, I had Omega Red doing damage that entire day, every combat deck. I was so glad you talked me to putting Omega Red.
Yeah. Those are my
let's
Omega
talk
Reds
about cards
too.
that are underrated.
Those are my Omega. I had to loan you the Omega Reds too.
Oh yeah, awesome. I gotta send those back to you.
Oh, dude,
you should send me your address.
Yeah, we'll better sometime. I don't care. But no, Omega Red's totally underrated. With the Daze ability and the Grab ability or whatever that he's got, it was great, especially in Rogue mirrors and stuff like that.
Yeah, it was great because I was, attacking with Omega Red, first attack, clearing anything that Rogue couldn't get to, and just dealing with it.
Yeah. And then like the days to push things away so you can get out and get that last wound is a good card.
Yeah.
I think that Brotherhood this fall, when we see some of the new cards for them, that team's got a lot of good cards already. They just don't have enough cards. Like I think Dakin on 4 is really good. Unis is underrated at 3. I really like Mastermind. In the few games I played with him in Juggernaut, he's been really good. I like Juggernaut MC. I like Blob MC. I think that Omega Red at 7 is a really cool character. Blob at 6 is a solid character, good character. They have some good cards on their team. It's just they need more of them.
I think if we can get some early 1-drops for Brotherhood, I think Magneto will be a little bit better.
Yes. I was trying to theory craft a Brotherhood deck that used Pyro and like the 0 cost guys we have now with like Zusk and then that 0 cost 6/6. And I tried to like Pyro into those guys or something. I don't know. I don't even know if it would be any good. I was just theories crafted some crazy stuff like that.
Yeah, like that's the best part about this game, and like is just the theory crafting of things where you're just looking at a card and like, I want to break this. I know like I can't break it.
Yeah.
But there's got to be something that I can do with this.
Yes, exactly. So I'm like trying to think of that kind of stuff. Still trying to think about how to break Legacy. That card is just crying. That card is going to be a problem at some point in its lifetime.
Look at what Scott's doing with it already.
I know, man. So like the two obvious things for it, right? Are one is very mundane, the other one is very not. The first thing is like the extra attacks it gives you is a very mundane and kind of subtle bonus. But I mean, you can attack with Legacy, pay the green, another character comes in, you attack with that, right? And then at the end of the turn, that character goes back to your hand, and you get Legacy back down. If you want to do that, that's a lot of game. So we start talking about things like getting extra locations from Jungle Hunter, right? You play Legacy on 7, and then you activate him. Jungle Hunter comes into play, goes and gets you, ramps you. You attack with Jungle Hunter. Jungle Hunter goes back to your hand. And you play Jungle Hunter again the next turn. Like in a Groot deck or something, that's big.
Yeah.
Right? Or think about in a Kingpin deck or a Groot deck, being able to go like, okay, play Legacy on 4, pay a green, play a Mirage, put another location into play. End of turn, Mirage goes back into my hand, pull the location back up. You know what I mean? Next turn, play Mirage, play a location, play Mirage, play another location. Talk about like turbo leveling up Groot, or Kingpin. You're talking about like turn 4, turn 5 levels.
Playing around with him in Madam Hydra, because the amount of cards that are in that deck, there's always something that Legacy's going to give you.
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's an interesting idea also, right? And then any appear effect, just like getting an extra Kane proc, or maybe Kane's not a good one, but like, there's all kinds of ones that would be interesting.
Dropping a Taskmaster when you're looking at a full board. Like, no, wait, no, I don't think he can. I think it's got to be good character, doesn't it?
I don't know. I have to look back at it again.
Reread that.
Okay, so we got Scott versus Kevin in the semifinals coming up here, guys. So that means that Kevin beat... Wow. Scott beat John, and Kevin beat Caleb.
So it's Invisible Woman versus OR?
Yes.
Ooh.
Wow, guys. Wow.
That is...
Poor Caleb. Still a good run. Top 8 cut, man. Gotta love it. Finished 6th.
It's going to be Captain Marvel.
Wow. Congratulations, Scott, man. Everybody loves Scott, the people's champion, making it top 4.
This is a very aggro top 4 now.
Yeah, man. I wonder who won the Nick Jose battle. That one's going to say, too, if we get another real aggro deck in there. So, wow.
Oh, I guess, yeah, we don't have that yet.
So we're going to get, so guys, yeah, so we get Scott versus Kevin. So we have OR versus Invisible Woman coming to you. And the other matchup's going to be the winner of, well, we know it's going to be Robbie versus the winner of Nick and Jose. So it's either going to be, Robbie versus either Cosmo or Rogue, which I think he would probably rather have Rogue. Because Cosmo could shut off that ability to bounce attacks. That could be an interesting matchup. But I'm pretty hyped for this OR versus Invisible Woman, man. What do you think? What do you think here? Who you like early on?
If Scott can get, as we've been discussing, if he can get his high roll, I think Invisible Woman looks real strong, like really strong, because OR he can bounce the attacks. He can just, but but OR is real strong, like right out of the gate, and it's going to be an woman.
You know, and Scott's got so Scott's yes, I agree. I would agree. He's got to get some yellows early, 100%. Scott's got some answers to definitely have some answers to Mordo with Cosmo, some other stuff. I don't think he's just worried about Killmonger. He's got to keep Killmonger in the back of his brain. He knows he's in his list, right? But if he's face down, Killmonger can't do anything about that. He doesn't have any powers to copy, right? Does he get an Alicia Masters early, you know, and go 10-10 on him? You know, that's going to cause some problems. What's he going to do to finish the game, right? He doesn't have any, like, mass counter generation to really wound the guys down quickly. So it's going to be a grinder, a real big grinder.
The big thing is if he can go late, he can drop Silver Surfer, and that is huge.
Oh. Yes. And just hide behind them.
Just slowly pick apart those dogs.
Yeah, just turn after turn after turn with all those wounds.
And especially with no goose or anything like that.
Yeah. And with the Ghost Riders and one down, gonna be interesting. This
could be very interesting. Like,
it could be one of those things where Scott doesn't draw enough locations, Outrider runs him over in 5 turns or 6 turns, or it could be a thing where Scott makes this game go to turn 20 and just grinds them down.
Yeah,
gonna be fun. I like to see. Also, we saw 2 of the nicest guys you'd ever meet playing in round 1. And I've not met Kevin before. I'm sure he's a great dude. But like I've played against Scott several times and talked to Scott several times. And talk about another one of the nicest guys you'll ever play cards against. I know I say that about so many of our guys, but it's just the truth.
Well, and the best is Scott versus John is kind of an ongoing, like, kind of like a little rivalry. About two or three Gen Cons ago, like the first one I really met you at, John and Scott had a little side bet of going just playing for swag against each other against fun decks. So I think they're kind of the two that were like the two kind of big out there deck builders that are always pushing the limit on stuff.
Yeah, Scott.
So it was very interesting to see those two go against each other, and I'm sure they both knew exactly what each deck was gonna do.
Yeah. See, I got to know Scott playing him back to back at Origins and then Gen Con. At that point, he was running Underworld Deadpool. And I think I beat him with. We had a great game where I was playing Dark Phoenix and he was playing Underworld Deadpool that went to like way late in the game, and we both had 1 wound, and it was just like I top decked a Jungle Hunter or something like that, you know, to win the game at the end of the day. Multiple Comet Falls back and forth. Great game at Origins that year.
The best games.
Yeah, man. And then then we played again at Gen Con. That was a little bit rougher for him. He just had a bad draw. At all. And you know, that's the thing about our game that's punishing is like you see these guys for 1 round, they draw poorly in Swiss and just like bye. Top 8's a little bit different. You get to play them a little bit longer. You get to 2 out of 3 or whatever. But man, I'm excited about this matchup. I love that a Fantastic Four main character is making it into top 4. I think that's what everybody wanted to see, and that's what the fans want to see. But yeah, surprised John's deck didn't get him. I really thought John might have been favored in that matchup against Scott there. I really did. I wonder what happened. Love to see that game.
It was fun too, because just the quickness of it, and there's no interaction with Invisible Woman. He doesn't care if she goes invisible, whatever.
No.
That's fine. Go invisible when I go turn, when Goblin's gone. But maybe that could be it. Like, you can't Goblin game you if you have people invisible. They still count, I do believe.
I don't know.
Time to look up Green Goblin.
Yeah, look up Goblin games while we're waiting.
Weird to Google. No cards or no supporting characters on their side. So if they're face down, they're still technically on the side.
Yeah, there you go, man. There you go.
That's how Scott wins that, is he needs to be hidden like that entire time.
So here's another piece of terminology that we use there is the way for Scott to win that matchup was to what we call go wide, right? And that means play as many guys as he can to like stretch out his board and get as big and busy of a board as possible. That was also a good strategy against the old Mystique, Xeno, Deadpool decks, was to just, even if it didn't make sense, play as many guys out and protect them and be as conservative as possible against those decks. When it came to not trading wounds, not trading stuns. Ooh, we got a couple of Nova top formats out here.
There's a lot of flexing going on with these mats right now.
Oh, I love it.
I will say I also have one of those Nova top formats, but I purchased mine off of Robert Smallwood at Midwinter last year. Because he said he already had like 3 of them.
Yeah, well, it's so funny because, like, Joe never even used to use a freaking mat or dice or anything. He's like the freaking world champion, and he's using those stupid pogs and playing off the straight table like a freaking savage. Love it.
Please tell me you at least sleeved everything.
Yeah, you got to sleeve it or you can't play, But
Ooh, we need to know who won against the Rogue Cosmo deck. If we
well, you might throw that into the chat and see if you can get somebody.
Yeah, I can
Answer
find
that one.
that out.
Thank you. Somebody. I got so many windows up now, Pete.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, so it looks like Outriders won the roll. Kevin won the roll.
Okay.
And played a blue, gonna swing with 3. Scott's waiting
I
on
think
something.
you're gonna expect to get wounds in an Outrider match. You got to plan to get the wounds.
If you're on the draw, yeah.
Yeah.
Last time I knew you did, so go ahead.
All right, so what's Scott want to see here? Scott wants to see locations, 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 right? He wants to be the real estate agent in this one. Okay, so Rogue won. Okay.
Okay, Rogue. Okay, so it is. We have a very aggro top 8.
It's not surprising, right? Those are the kind of decks that tend to... another Alicia Masters opener. Gotta love it.
Scott looking like a champion right here.
He's probably had a good day. He looks comfortable, So let's see if he stays comfortable through the game here. But
I will say, Kevin having to reread Invisible Woman, that could, and just playing a newer MC could have a bigger advantage because maybe not a lot of people have tested against them or really considered them in there yet.
Yeah, some people haven't had the cards very long because of the shipping delays.
Yeah.
With some of the suppliers.
Trying to peek at Scott's hand.
Yeah, right. That's what Kevin does here. So this gives Kevin nothing to do, right? He's going to play. He has a Grandmaster, which is a good draw too, and he's just not got much to do here.
Right now both these people are looking exactly like they their decks need to be doing. Grandmaster.
Yeah, Scott can kind of swing in here. He's pretty safe to swing in if he doesn't get a yellow, but nah, he sees a Baxter building and a Cane. What's he get off the top here?
Ooh, Invisible Boy and just all these
Double
things
Swain,
going away.
Invisible Boy again. And it's another yellow, guys. Okay, Scott's in a pretty solid position. We gotta like it. It feels like I'm rooting against Kevin. I just know Scott. I had nothing against him. I don't know Kevin personally. I haven't, never played against him.
You gotta remember, be calm during this match.
I'm gonna try to.
OR match, you were yelling basically.
I know. Sorry. I have a good time into it.
I do not know why. Oh, okay. Never mind. It's been answered. It looked like Invisible Woman didn't take a wound, but it looks like he might have bounced it.
No, she's has a wound. There's a red die. Look up top there.
There it is. Yep, it is on Invisible. It's on the level 2.
Yeah, I'll try to fix. Hey, help me remember to try to fix my focus in between the next round. I keep forgetting.
No, I didn't even notice it. And now that I'm looking at it,
yeah,
I can see it perfectly.
Okay, cool.
It would just ask the stream that if did he take a wound?
Yeah, he did.
Yep.
100%. And okay, Mordo. That's
Mordo
bad
is a
Bears.
big play.
So Kevin's really had a optimal draw from a supporting character perspective coming into this far. Scott's not feeling too bad so far. He's being on the draw here is kind of rough, but we'll see what happens. It's like
so I drew a Ghost Rider, so he knows if he can get going, he's got it in hand.
He needs a flyer. I don't know if he has any flyers on 3 around here to go back and get that Mordo, so he can flip down. I think he plays mostly like kind of utility supports for the first couple of drops of the game, and then he starts doing stuff more with the later draw. So let's see what he does here. Looks like he's got plenty of yellow in hand. Those might be blues.
Cosmo could help though. Like if he's got a Cosmo in hand,
Cosmo is 100% the play. Yeah, you just do boom. You hit Cosmo here, and then you flip everybody down. He's going to over-recruit a Cane.
Okay, that's not a bad idea.
Fin it to win it is what we like to say.
Blue for the singularity, so he's setting up. He's getting the pieces.
Yeah, he can take. Here's the thing about this game here is Scott can be at 4 wounds and win this game.
Yep.
Going away, easy. So quite good. See what happens here.
I don't think he has the Cosmo, by the way. He is formatting.
So he's gonna protect Alicia. Don't do it. Suicide him in, bro. You might swing here. Just pick one. Put a wound on. See if he's got the pump.
Feel him up.
I think I would have just held back maybe.
I also would have held back.
Yeah,
on this
he's
one
got the pump.
Because of Oh no, maybe not. Maybe he doesn't want to burn it.
What the hell? Who's doing that to
He just
I
took
think
it.
that's a better play by Kevin. Don't waste it. I mean,
Yeah.
you kind of let Scott know you have it now, but
Yeah, my turn.
Yeah, you got to be careful. Make sure you want me to play it when you do that there. That's rough.
Why didn't that work?
I don't know what that was about.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what they're talking about. Okay, back to it.
That wasn't me.
Yeah, I know.
yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I agree, Skarks. He just needs to kind of wait it out. He's got the pieces in hand from what we
Yeah.
see. If he can just make it to there. So he'll take another wound here, most
The problem is
likely.
dealing with that Mordo.
Yeah, so
He's
it's going to be a
gotta
board
figure out
clear
something.
here.
He's got to.
The next yellow he uses, he levels. So we're not worried about it. He's not worried about that. It's just that, yeah, he's going to take a big wound here. There's going to get some counters on. See what Kevin decides to. Knowing Scott's list, Scott has almost zero interaction. That's rough. Was not able to get face down for the Killmonger.
Ooh. That could slow things down.
Well, now he's got to deal with both, so that's a little bit of a layer situation, but still not impossible. He was able to dodge 2 wounds, so see what happens.
15 at Invisible Woman.
If you were to nullify Killmonger, would Invisible Woman get her ability back?
No.
Okay. Because she's completely blank.
Yes, because he is his ability has like kind of 2 parts, right? One ability kind of cuts the powers off of a character, and then the other part of it kind of gives them to him. So when he appears, and until he leaves play. So it's kind of like he's kind of like a nullifier in and of himself, right? When he appears, he takes a picture of a character, of a main character or whatever, and he is that until he leaves play or that character leaves. No, or that character leaves play or whatever.
Legacy at a 5/6 could at least deal with Grandmaster, so you can.
Well, he's dealing with freaking Killmonger right now.
5-5.
I thought Killmonger was higher for some reason.
5/5. Killmonger's a 5/5. I think he's
Oh, yeah,
that's
yeah.
that's the reason I think that Killmonger and Mordo are balanced is because they're statted nice for their drop.
Yep.
Scott's got nothing to answer that, I don't think.
I will say, just looking at board state right now, it doesn't look like Scott's in a good position, but he also has a hand of everything. He's got almost everything he needs in hand, so he can kind of wait it out that way too.
You didn't range attack.
Okay. Yeah, it's gonna be rough. Even one Cosmo won't do that. That legacy bounce was tough. That's 2 plot twists that we've seen. So you're milking his hand a little bit, but like I said, Scott only needs 1 wound to win here.
Yep. I mean, and like we saw, like Outriders, this is the perfect. Like this is exactly what he needed to see to really keep Scott off of doing too much.
Yeah, and it's the fact that he saw him in back-to-back turns, with Scott didn't answer the first one.
Yeah.
Right? Scott answers the Mordo on curve with a Cosmo and hides there, then the Killmonger can't be played on 4. You know, and then we're in a completely different game. It's so funny how one card can make such a big difference sometimes.
Well, wasn't that the old goose
Yeah.
basically grabbing Mordo or doing something? So you couldn't.
All right, turn 5. He needs a play here. It's going to be legit. Invisible Boy doesn't have enough attack. We only had an Invisible Boy in hand. That Legacy getting foamed. So this is the drawback of running these kind of hard combo-y decks that don't have any interaction, is that you kind of get into these kind of scenarios that can be very difficult to overcome. So you just kind of feel stuck, right? You're kind of, you've hit your stuff. You're not drawing your answer. It could be kind of rough. That's why some of these decks that run more plot twists and power-ups have better chances to make plays inside the game to kind of overcome some of these scenarios that other decks wouldn't be able to. But then again, once Scott gets his thing going, there's just not much any deck can do about it. So, but we got a good old Elsa coming from the back row. Classic card here. That'll get some counters off an Outrider. If he wants to burn a plot twist here, I think that's too loose and he should hold it. He's thinking about it and he shouldn't. He honestly should just let this thing go down. You're okay. You're so ahead right now.
Yeah, he's got so many.
Save the plot twist for that key moment, guys. Leave it. You can lose an Outrider and be okay. Scott is not going to level up until he deals with 2 of your supporting characters in the back row there. It's just not going to happen. So you know you're in a good position in that regard. So just, you know, you can lose one. You only got the 2 wounds on 1 Outrider. So you're feeling pretty good about it. Just hold that plot twist to it's a more important key time, to where it's more of a backbreaker. You know Scott's list, so you know he doesn't have a play against it other than a power-up, maybe 2 power-ups if he has a pretty heavy, lucky hand. So just kind of let it go. You're going to be fine. I know, talking a lot right there, sorry, about freaking whether or not to play a dang pump.
And also was pointing out, you're correct, the Leviathan in the front is huge because now on 6 is normally Iron Man. He can't just fly over and like he's got to work at that. He's got to work at that.
Yeah.
Shard now.
Yeah, because that's huge. Because like normally he could play an Iron Man, and Iron Man could have stunned either one of those. And now you know Killmonger gets just a little bit bigger and out of range.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
So we'll see what he does here.
Invisible Woman is a 5 wounder, if I remember correctly.
She is.
Okay.
Okay, so why is this a misplay to me? Now Kevin could be playing correctly here. You know Scott's list. Scott has 0 power-ups. Scott has no plays in the deck, right?
You don't need to be overcommitting as much.
You can commit more if you wanted to. You know what I mean?
I guess, yeah.
You know that he might have a couple power-ups for Elsa, so you could commit even more and get even more counters if you wanted.
But that is the whole thing, is maybe he doesn't know the list. Maybe he didn't, you know.
Yeah. Well, I think you should look at some things. Like, okay, so let's talk about that for a second, guys. You're in top 8. So, okay, so we got you to the tournament. You listened to all the advice me and Peter have been giving you all day, and now you've made the cut, right? Oh, shit, what do you do now? Well, when you're looking at a person's list, yeah, you don't have a lot of time to internalize all that, right? Your heart might be racing, you might be nervous, or maybe you're not, and you just are like, man, how do I try to digest this information in a short amount of time? This is interesting. This is interesting.
Yeah, it is.
Oof. Man, what can we do here? Get all those guys out of the way. It's going to be interesting. No, he can't.
Oh.
Is he going to try to? Because Mordor will prevent it regardless of not if Swain makes it cost 0 or not.
Yeah.
Anyway, guys, what I was going to say is, yeah, you take in as much info as you can, but let's talk about the info that you can take in. Look at stuff that's interactive, right? Try to look at what he's ending the game with. Try to get a quick glance of, like, what's the concept of this deck? Is it a combo deck? What are the key pieces real quick? What plot twists are they running? So how can they interact with me meaningfully during combat? What do I have to play around, right? So does the guy have a natural pump built into the MC? Is he playing characters that he can, like, calls that he can power up with? Is he playing power-ups at all? Is he playing defensive and offensive plot twists that you can kind of figure something out about? So that's what I would do. That's what I mainly try to focus on. But if you're calm, and sometimes you can kind of digest it all. But mainly you want to digest the tricks that you're going to have to play around and the concept of what his deck is trying to do.
And the big thing is, if you're seeing, well, not big thing, but another little tip, if you're seeing a lot of slow play decks and you're a faster play and you win your game, take your time to re-review the next, potential matchups you have. They could be very similar, and then you only kind of need to review one and you got the basis of it. But especially in this one, we're seeing so many diverse that it could be too much information to take in.
Yeah.
But it's still worth, at least, like you said, scanning to see what are their plot twists. Are they running a bunch of power-ups so I can make the safer attacks?
Yeah, know that he's not running a single defensive pump that'll help Invisible Woman. No power-ups or anything. So I can go with all my guys if I want to get them counters.
Yes.
To try to just steamroll the game out. Or not. So there we go. Going to game 2. But yeah, so it's tough, but it is difficult because you're tired, especially like if you've been playing all day long at like Origins, and now you got to look at this. You're tired, your blood sugar's low because you didn't take her advice about eating, or maybe you did, and you're doing okay, but you're still like, what do I do with this? I got like 5 minutes to look at this crap before the round starts. The number one thing I'd look at is what's the MC, what do they do, what kind of plot twists and interaction do they have, and then anything else you can glean past that is good. And then like if you're doing a little bit of recon during the day, seeing what people are playing, walking around, talking to people, then you'll have a little bit more information too, because I remember the year that John Phillips took Gen Con by storm with Kingpin, that was the talk of the tournament, was like, oh, this Kingpin deck. So what you do between rounds is go try to find them playing and see what they were doing.
Yep. I was going to say, you were going to see a lot of the top players in tournaments. They're never just, towards the end of rounds as things are wrapping up, they're talking with their buddies, but a lot of them are going to watch those games of the decks that people are talking about because they want to see how they work and so you can start forming those play lines in your head of, okay, if he does this, what do I have in my deck that can interact with this?
I sometimes even before the tournament starts, I'll walk around, looking around, seeing what everybody's got. If people got stuff on the table. Who won? Kevin. Outriders won.
Yeah,
game
Outriders
one.
definitely won. Yeah,
I was
I
kind
shouldn't
of
say
like,
definitely won, like it was a
yeah.
guarantee, but
Yeah.
Outriders had the stronger hand that game.
Yeah, Scott had a good hand, but just he didn't have an answer for Mordo and Killmonger, so it was a rough day for him in that regard. But I try to like walk around and look and see what people are, have on the table, because I will literally sleeve and write my deck list up without showing it, and then put it in the box and not get my deck out again until round one. But some people will sit there and like be playing games with their deck before the tournament starts and stuff like that, So I walk around and just kind of get an idea. It's like, what am I looking at today? It doesn't really help me. I've already made my deck decision, you know what I mean, in that regard. But it's just nice to know, oh, there's some Juggernaut over there. Oh, there's some this over there.
I've gotten in the habit of writing my list up the night before.
That's a good idea.
Because or else I am that person that will have my deck like spread out, and I'm trying to write things.
Oh, the way I
like,
do it
and
is
that's
this. I have it in
bad.
my deck box, okay, and I sort it the night before and put it in the deck box. And then I just, as I'm sorting it, I'll take like 4 labs and I'll put them face down on the table, and then I'll write 4 labs. And then I'll like 4 academy, put them face down on the table, write 4 academy, and that kind of thing. But writing it up before, that's the pro strat.
Yeah.
Without a doubt.
The other pro strat I could suggest is the biggest tip of advice you ever gave me. It involves a basketball story, and the advice was just play better.
Yeah, right. Oh.
I know it sounds mean, but actually I think about it, and all that means is just take your time.
Yeah. You can take it a couple of different ways, right? It's two-pronged. One is like just slow down and just play your best game. Just play better. Play better than that. And the other way you can take it is
these matchups, just play better.
Yeah, and there's other times like, listen, sometimes they're going to draw better than you. The guy's going to be a better player than you with more experience. And the only thing you could have done was play better, and you didn't, so you lost, and it's fine. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I did not see his turn 1.
His turn 1 was it was Whiplash. His turn 1 was nothing. His turn 1 was just hide.
Okay.
So he's at 3 XP right now.
Did he get an Alicia on turn?
Yeah, he got Alicia on turn 2.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, he's doing okay. He's not worried about this one. And look, so if this was a Grandmaster right here, it'd be a windmill slam. So he doesn't have Grandmaster. And if he does have Grandmaster, I don't know why the heck he's slow rolling it.
Yeah. I mean, and maybe he doesn't feel he needs it if he's got a Mortal in hand, so he knows he can slow it down. So then.
See, I don't know why you slow roll that Grandmaster right there. Not that he's slow rolling per se, but not saying that, but not saying he's slow rolling it, but it's like, come on, man. I don't think there's another 2-drop there. You play the Grandmaster. All right, then the Cane, another yellow. So we're gonna get a leveled up Invisible Woman this time, right? Because we had 1 and 2, 3, and then this will be 6. If you need 6 to level, correct?
I do believe so. That sounds about right.
Sweetie Impertinence in this chat was like, quoted you like a Nike thing. Just play better, Peter. Just play better.
I mean, that's your quote, so.
Yeah, I guess that's mine.
Yes, Invisible Woman needs 6, so she's gonna get it. So that actually goes back to a question that was asked by Terra Phoenix, I do believe it is.
Mm-hmm.
He asked if was it a waste to use location for 1 XP and just dodge a wound instead of taking the wound. That was probably Scott knew what he probably had all that in his hand, and that's why he chose to use that location. Get that.
Good call, Peter. Because if he knew what he was going to have
right
later
there.
on.
Now he's a 10-10, so now they got to deal with a 10-10 invisible.
Yeah, as opposed to the 06. So, Scott's probably tested it out enough to know the different lines of, okay, so I have 2 yellows and I have a 1-drop and a 2-drop. So if I do it like this and draw into my 3rd yellow, blah, 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 blah. So that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm just going to trust him on that one because I was like, man, that seems a little loose to play it like that. Now he can bounce attacks, right? He's a 10-10 he can't bounce attacks because Mordo's out.
He's still got to deal with Mordo. But now Legacy's out there. So you can maybe start playing around with that stuff.
Yeah, maybe he's got a Legacy play here.
He's got to get rid of that Mordo. Or he's got a Cosmo. Does he have Cosmo in his deck? He's got to have Cosmo.
He does have Cosmo in his deck. He was using it to pretty good avail.
Like,
so he's going to go up front like that, and he's going to do a ranged attack at Mordo.
which is the smarter play.
He's
I
a
don't think he
6/6
did the
flying
range
ranged,
attack, and
'cause
that's why he
Alicia.
lost Legacy last. No, he lost him in a different attack.
So I don't think he's got. Looking at Kevin's list, he does not have an answer here unless he double pumps, and he can't.
Okay.
You'd
The big
have to
thing
have
is,
two
though, I
friends
don't
from
know
work.
if I would have left Invisible Woman in the front.
If you're not going to hide, you can do a wound. She's 10-10. He's going to have to bring at least 4 guys. No, they're going to get counters, so that's different. He
Yeah,
can
that's the whole
bounce.
thing is
He can bounce the first
Grandmaster
attack
Zone.
though.
It also depends on what Kevin drops to you too. Like he could drop Killmonger and then your Invisible Woman just a 10-10, so that's fine. But at the same time, hiding would have let him dodge Killmonger for a turn.
Yeah, but he couldn't hide here because he didn't have a yellow.
Oh, I mean, there's that possibility too. Whatever.
He's got the green to bump the attack if it
The
comes. If a
legacy.
Killmonger comes down here, it's rough. But he's still in a decent position. No wounds.
Yeah.
Oh, rode
he's
another one
not-
because I was going to say
he's
like
rolling
pulling
stuff, but I thought
pulling
it
an
was a
Alicia up
plus.
front right here would have been really rough with the whiplash.
Yeah.
I'm gonna look up Kevin's list real quick, guys.
Oh,
Who
no,
is
no
that
more
character
noise at the board.
attacking? Which character is that? Probably the Invisible Woman. She was just attacking one of the Outrider main characters. Oh, Legacy. Legacy was attacking Mordo in the back row. And then he has another Mordo.
He just dropped him.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's
I
rough.
mean, it's rough, but at least Scott can deal with a Mordo over a Killmonger.
So. See what he does here. Go for the Legacy. Yeah. And then get the Alicia.
3 at Alicia Masters.
Swing at the cane.
Yeah. Can't do anything until the thing starts happening.
I know. No, I
So
was
let's see
hoping
what
he
happens here.
just.
So we got 5. So he could get Invisible Boy. That would give him a flying team attack that could take out Mordo. A Blues and we're hiding, but yet again we got 4 more. He's got 3 to 4 more turns to kind of get his stuff on lock. He's a lot bigger now. He's already dealt with 1 Mordo, so that's less Mordos to deal with.
Ooh, he's playing nothing.
Yeah, he's got time. He can do a couple wounds here and dirtle a little bit.
I guess you don't want him just taking out your pieces if you need them.
Exactly. You want to hold it until you can play it, right?
Yeah.
You can hold it till you
Until
can
it's
play
useful.
it in a meaningful way. Yeah, perfect. It's useful. That's a great way. You know what? Legacy is very interesting in that regard, right? Because you can like play Legacy, attack with him, pay a green, put Singularity into play, and then do the whole like whatever combo with her. She also triggers it into turn. So I guess you could play. That's another way to protect your Singularity, is to bring her into play with Legacy, if you're allowed to do that, or does it have to be exactly how many locations you have? I don't know. I have to look Legacy up again.
It's back between Invisible Woman and Legacy. It is less than or equal to the number of resources you have.
So think about it that
So-
way, right? You could turn you could make Singularity come into play. It's got to be a reaction in a turn. So you activate her, right, to swing everything out of play, and then she will have a cloud trigger that'll allow you to return her to your hand.
Yeah.
And then there's like nothing on the board face up for them to interact with. So I could see that Scott's running that maybe as like a backup plan.
So we have Killmonger did hit the board. Which can be, I mean, he's still got to
Rough.
commit a little bit more.
This
on,
is the power of photo, man. This is the power of
Yeah.
photo. These cards are powerful cards that really interact strongly with Illustrated. I think the photo cards like Mordo and Killmonger have less uses in photo only than they do against Illustrated decks. It's interesting in that regard. Okay, so Iron Man comes down. He's going to flip up a yellow. I think he's going to try to go. I think you go for the Mordo here
I think so too.
because a power up doesn't bounce it. Losing the flying is rough though. So I think maybe you try to go. So the looser play is go for Killmonger, then try to fly over and get Mordo.
For 5?
So let's see what he does here. Yeah, you have the power. See, that's why I think you go for the Mordo there.
Yeah.
So you can't play over the power up.
For 4?
So this is going to be a misplay if he allows this attack to be happening because she no longer has flying. Because of Killmonger.
Yep.
I don't stun you back, but
Yeah, no problem.
That's fine.
Well, you allowed it.
He allowed it, and it got a PT out of his hand. So, well, misplays happen. especially when you start erasing abilities off cards that
Yeah, it's a lot
you
to
can't
keep track
mark.
of.
It's hard to keep track of, right? Because like he could technically hide his entire board with Killmonger right now, if he wanted to.
Yeah.
Oh, and then comes the Red Skull. Now Red Skull's going to turn off special locations and plot twists. The plot twists don't hurt too much, other than like build a better world. I think Scott's running, but he's not going to be using that anytime soon with that Mordo and Killmonger down. So, that back row is rough right now. But I think Kevin's kind of getting into a little bit of a rhythm, continuing to just kind of play guys in the back row there and not really thinking about his formation and clearing. But I mean, he doesn't really have to think about it too much right now with the way it's going. So
Yeah. If Invisible Woman had some more stuff, Invisible Woman had some more stuff out, I could see him really having to think about this. But right now, he's having to clear 1, maybe 2 characters a turn, and the Grandmaster's out there.
just that not having it. Grant, I feel like he has decent answers to Mordo. It's Killmonger that's a problem, and I think not playing around that power up, even though we know you couldn't know he had it, was rough. I think you get that Mordo off the board, then you think about the Killmonger in the next turn. If Scott ever clears those guys, he's going to be in a good way. Now a Ghost Rider here. What are we on? Turn 7. A Ghost Rider here to kill a Killmonger, and then fly over, get the Mordo. It'd be a pretty good play, and then you could stun and kill that one Outrider for the rest. That'd be pretty good right here. I think he might have Invisible Boy Cosmo's
there
interesting.
You go. You can Cosmo Mordo, so you can do stuff with Invisible Boy.
So he still shouldn't have flight.
So you got your powers back. You just can't.
He shouldn't get his powers back.
Can't activate.
No.
You're coming at him.
So Cosmo does not work on Killmonger, I do not believe. Am I right, Peter? Or am I wrong here?
I think you explained that it does not.
Yeah. I'm going to look at it again just to double check, because I haven't read Killmonger in a little bit since I stopped testing photographic. Hold on.
It says until he leaves play, the character loses printed keywords.
Yeah, so he's
It's
still in play.
Powers. I don't think you can stop it.
No, you can't. You can't stop it with Nullifier. You can't stop it with Cosmo. So you could have. The play there was to play that on Mordo and then like do some stuff. But this is interesting.
Why did he hide?
Are they catching it now? No, they're not catching the flight.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I think they're checking it though.
I hope they are.
I mean, I'm not.
The first
trying
time
to
it really.
Scott, but
the first time it, yeah.
That's some rules.
People make mistakes, man. It happens in card games. We say it over and over again.
And they've been playing since what, 10:30 this morning.
Yeah.
11
Right.
o'clock, almost 6 o'clock.
Yeah,
now.
I'm tired and getting my stuff wrong, and I've just been sitting here talking about them playing all day. Right.
And we know exactly what's in people's decks. Oh,
yeah.
They did not.
And we can look up all the cards online. But yeah, so it happens. So I mean, it's a misplay there. That's twice he did that. He needs to remember that kind of thing, that it's also those powers, and you can't Cosmo them away. But it'll be fine. Now, is Scott going to turn the corner because of this? Is what I'm saying. But here, I also want to illustrate that some of these plays that he's been making with maintaining the flight, even though he didn't have it, there was other lines that would allow him to make similar plays, which could have given you a very similar board state. Not trying to make excuses or whatever, but we'll see. Okay, Ego down on the board. This is pretty bad. It's going to really hurt Scott's high end here until he gets, because like this is a good answer to. Yet again, Ego is just the 7-drop of 7-drops in a lot of way. Like I think he might be better than Jungle Hunter in some ways, because he just like Scott's Silver Surfers that he's going to try to play are meaningless against Ego. All that stuff. Scott going to 4 wounds is rough. Let's see what he's got here. I think Scott's going to try to play.
He can't play wild because of Red Skull.
Yeah, so it's going to be rough.
I feel like
here.
he needs like a Ghost Rider and a yellow, and that gets him a turn.
Yeah, Ghost Rider would be pretty big here, but he doesn't have any yellows. He's got enough to bounce like 4 attacks.
I think I see a Ghost Rider in his hand.
He hasn't played it yet, though, which is interesting. Yeah, he's counting for counters right there. All you need is 6 counters, Scott. That's all you need.
Is, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's the play, man.
But at the same time, with no yellow, it's kind of rough.
I think he might have had a Singularity, too, which would be an interesting play, too. Just get everything out of the way. But then she'd come back into play when they stunned her because you couldn't hide her.
But then you could Ghost Rider again. You could at least get something else.
Yeah,
But I
so
don't know if
I'm
that's
thinking,
gonna help.
well, Ghost Rider will get into the proc here next turn. So I think what you do is you Ghost Rider the Killmonger, swing in, KO that guy, and
he's
then you
gonna
can
go
bounce
with the
Vortex. So he's
Surfer.
just going to go with Surfer. Huh. I wonder what his plan is here. We'll have to see. Maybe he didn't have enough counters.
Yeah. I think he's just trying to build something to hide behind right now.
Yeah, that's a lot of wounds to get by. And that's a pretty big Silver Surfer. But, I mean,
That's
Kevin's got those
pretty big
gigantic
Outriders, though.
Outriders, yeah. So I think it's a problem right now. We'll see. I like that Surfer there. If he can get a Singularity online. Yet again, he doesn't have his power, so he can't bounce those attacks. So this is a real problem right now. Yeah, get rid of one of the
those
attackers.
with Surfers, good idea. Killing that, at least eliminating the dog.
But that ego is a problem right now.
Yeah.
Huge problem. So I don't know if Scott can pull this one out. I know he doesn't have any action in his hand right now. I think he's just trying to play out this last turn. Just let it go, bro. Just let it go. You got the ego, man. Just let it go. Don't. Okay.
Is that enough though? Do
That's
you
what I'm
really
saying.
need to burn
So okay,
that
guys,
much?
we're going to talk about lines again here. I don't think spinning two plot twists to save this one dog who's on his last legs is the play here. I think what you want to do is let it go, let your ego take out the Silver Surfer, because see, you even left yourself open to a play where he could go over the top again. I wasn't sure how many counters they had on him.
Yeah.
So just let that dog go, man. You got, unless your math is required for the next round. I'd rather be able to save these other ones as it came down later in the game, than to try to save this guy here for whatever reason.
And I get that you.
And he did. He
Silver
did save
Surfer
him.
can be
So
very
maybe this is
intimidating.
maybe
He's
this is going to
incredibly
swing the game and the
intimidating,
game's over. But we'll see. Maybe that was the right play. Okay.
I don't know. Because ego, the only way to get ego smaller is you have to shrink him, so you have to be bigger than him. And there's no real way to stack on negative counters in a good deck in combat.
Not really, no. There's only a couple people that can do it.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, I think Scott's just done here. That's rough. The Mordos and Killmongers, turn after turn, were just bad beats
I think
for him.
it's disheartening to see. Like, you can see when he started, he was like you could see that he was quick with his actions.
Yeah, you can
and
just
by
see it.
now you're starting to see him slow down because it's one of those you kind of know when the end's coming. You just want to play it out.
Yeah, the body language. That's a bad beats for him right there. In some ways, rough plays
So
with
it's going to be
the.
Negro win.
Well,
top two.
Yeah, probably. We'll see what happens in the other top.
Rogan versus Cap. We're probably and there's Thanos, so he's got all the big dudes to.
Yeah. So. It's tough only having the Cosmos as an answer to these guys over here with the Mordos and the Killmongers and stuff like that. Having something else to answer those would be good. I mean, he had some flyers there. Like Legacy seemed like a solid answer, but
there it is.
He lacked interaction.
Well, and that's kind of the flimsiness of a combo deck.
Well, maybe he can make a cut and run some core fours. A couple of those plot twists, right? They would have been pretty big here.
Anything that could have gotten him stealth, but I don't know if there's a lot of stealth in good.
You got Prowler. That's about the only one I could think of off the top of my head. But like what I was thinking is like run a couple of those core 4 plot twists from the new Herald's expansion. That gives you a +0/+4, a Savage Surprise, a Cat Fight. It gives you all kinds of abilities to make plays against your opponent right here, where you can get yourself into a scenario where you can get those guys cleared off the board and get some interaction, right? Always the downfall of some of these like tuck and pass decks is they get so pigeonholed into trying to do what they're doing. And honestly, like when you're first building a deck, I would totally give as the advice to completely focus on the strategy you're trying to do when it comes to leveling. But at some point, like when you're testing and everything, I think some interaction there, like I said, a couple of core 4s or something like that might have helped out there. But then again, I trust Scott that he's put in the testing time to know what he needed to have to optimize his deck and everything. So, oh gosh, just having to deal with the layers of Killmonger and Mordo is rough in that matchup for sure. I just wish he would have had more answers in that regard. And I mean, he did make attacks that were relevant, but at the same time, power-ups and things like that. I think that Legacy on turn 4, attacking Legacy into Mordo made a little bit more sense there, and then would have got that Mordo down off a little bit earlier, and then maybe you could have hid and then dodged that Killmonger. I don't know. I'd have to go back and look at the tape again, but looks like we're gonna have a OR in finals, guys. We'll have to see what happens in the other matchup. It was Rogue versus Captain Marvel, wasn't it? Who you like there, Pete?
Rogue versus Captain Marvel. I still think Captain Marvel's really good at that, but I would like to see Rogue do some damage. Maybe she got, because the only time we saw her today was she looked not the best
Against Outrider.
but that could have just been hands or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, that's a good point there, Phoenix. Black Cat would have been real good in that last matchup. She gained stealth. It's not Spider-Man in front of her.
That's true. If it's not a Spider Friend, yeah. Black Cat is a good stealth answer. She's a good answer against Mordo because she comes down and she can climb to go up one.
Yep.
So that's a possibility. So.
But yeah, Cap versus Rogue. I think it's any person's game. I would love to, like I said, as much as how good Robbie is, I would kind of like to see him not win another one.
I know, man. He's making a name for himself, dude. He's making a real name for himself. If he went 3 in a row here, you know,
That'd be 3 times.
Yeah, he'd be. That's
be freaking Kobe of versus right now.
That'd be like that's like Smallwood, John Phillips territory when you start back to back it.
Yeah. Well, and the worst is you came into John Phillips like tournament, and if you do that, like, you came into the backyard of one of the bigger players.
Hey man, I played against Robbie 3 times at Vegas, and you know, he's a super rock solid player. You know what I mean? Maybe there's some plays he could have made that were a little bit better, but I think that was also one of his first tournaments ever, one of his first big tournaments ever. So, money tournaments. There wasn't a lot of people there, but it was like you're playing for something tournaments. So you know, he played great there, and I feel like his plays only got better every time I watched him in the Quarantine Cup, and then now here. So, you know, congrats to him if he gets through this round. Tough loss. We still saw Invisible Woman make the top 4. Cool to see Sue Storm get there with Legacy and Invisible Boy trying to pull off that Ghost Rider Silver Surfer combo to get tons of counters and stuff. But hold on a second, guys. I apologize to everybody on my stream.
Yes. Someone let Scott know to get off stream right now.
Yeah, please. I'm gonna do it in here.
Yeah, thank you, Ben. Ben just said it too. Because I don't want anything bad to happen to that.
It really only advantages me if the other problem is it stresses me out.
I mean, the plus is at least on my computer it's blurry.
Yeah,
so
I was just getting ready to go fix my blurriness.
Good thing you didn't.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. Remember people.
Yep. Hold on a second. I'm trying to do it.
Someone text him. Call him.
I'm trying to. Yeah, I can just stop here. Hold on. Why do I do this? I'm not very good at this crap. There we go.
There we go. Okay.
I paused it, so I'm gonna have to. Dang it.
He is officially off stream now.
Okay, cool.
So you're good.
Cool. Let's look at
It's gonna be a little delayed, but he's gonna hand it in. I promise.
Yeah. There we go. Dang it. Sorry guys, I could have just turned it off. I forgot I was in control of that crap.
I can tell you right now, nothing's happening. So you guys aren't missing anything.
I was trying. I think I'm still looking at the stream. And it was just sitting there forever because it was my fault for not turning it off. But hey, whatever. Anyway, guys, yeah, it's just sitting there.
What you don't know is that Scott secretly just put all wrong information. Just
it's my fault because I didn't turn the stream. Off. I should have done that. But hey, whatever.
I saw him get handed the W9, and I was like, okay, we'll just wait it out. He's gonna go do this elsewhere. And then he started forming out, and I was like, oh no, we need to not do this.
Yeah. So then it's finally catching up on the stream here. I thought he would just do it somewhere else, but he didn't think about it. Okay, I'll fix my thing later here. Yeah. I'll just kind of leave it this way for a little bit.
The table is slowly turning on the stream too. It's kind of funny.
Is it?
As people are sitting down, slowly angling. All right, Captain Marvel versus Rogue. Actually, maybe Captain takes that one? Because Rogue's got to swing no matter what. And your God strength don't mean anything if you can bounce that attack. That's an interesting one.
Yeah, sorry, I'm messing with this stuff. I'm gonna try to fix my.
You do you, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Take your
Sorry,
time.
guys, in the stream there. I should have turned that off a long time ago. I'm gonna try to adjust my focus here.
Damp, I appreciate that you think we're champs. I'm gonna say you guys are the real champs because you're feeding us topics that we can talk about, or else it's gonna
Right,
be
we've been
very
here a
boring
while.
stream. Like, me and Adam can talk about the same things over and over and over, but I'm sure you guys don't want to hear that. You guys feeding us questions is great.
Yeah, right. Anyway, so back to.
You let Adam talk about high rolling for like 5 minutes.
Well, yeah, I can talk about card stuff all day. Anyway, so now we're good. I wonder who won the last one. I wonder who knows. Do we know yet? I know I've.
No, not as far as I know of.
Let me see if I can
They
find
might
it.
still be playing because it might be a slower. It'd be weird to think that it's slower than that, but OR just turned sideways, I guess.
Yeah.
So does this mean that aggro is too strong in versus? Is that what these tournaments are showing?
I don't think it's too strong, right? I think that it's a situation where, yes, yet again, we just talk about consistency, right, and things like that. So,
yeah.
I also think that OR draw, when you think about both of his draws in those two games, he hit 2, 3, and 4 exactly what he wanted both times, right?
Yeah, it was
so you're gonna
top-decking.
without Heimdall, without drawing extra cards from Gunman, he just literally goes, okay, I'm gonna do Grandmaster, Mordo, Killmonger. 2 games in a row. And that's a really tough draw to beat, no matter what your main character is if you're playing Evil Photo, right? So, and Scott had some pretty good draws too, but he needed to draw more Cosmos to deal with that, and he only saw like 1 or 2 in both those games, and that's just going to be really rough when you have that layered effect of the Mordo and Killmonger.
In game 1, if he could have gotten a Cosmo before that Killmonger hit, it would have changed that game around, because we saw he had all those pieces in his hand, and he could have just started going. I did also notice that he didn't dig for a Spider-Gwen. I mean, granted, there was no real cause for it. He had one in his deck, and I think getting a yellow could have helped him a little bit in some times.
It's tough to go back and look those turn 3, 4s, man. They were really busy board states where, thinking about flying over and all that kind of stuff, and being able to get to level and then hiding. I thought he'd have a pretty good matchup here, but that was just a rough day for him. He drew lots of locations, but it was just like the lack of Cosmo in the last level. The ability for the Outrider deck to have the answers to his kind of basic attacks to the back row against the Mordos and Killmongers, the power-ups, the friend from works and that kind of thing, and not being able to really play around those too much. That's what I'm saying. Like, I would have loved to have seen some core force in his list, because being able to throw a quote-unquote cat fight out there in the middle of those combats could have been huge. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Same thing.
Yeah. See what you're going
just thinking about like lack of gunmen showing up.
Yeah, that was really interesting, right? That Robbie didn't run them. Did we see any other good? I think he's the only good MCU deck, but Robbie not having him in there was really interesting to me. I think he went with some kind of
about that. If he wins, or just what he would have seen, like a lot of these aggro matches, if Robbie could have gunmaned up, he could have really pushed some of these. Like Ro getting hit with a gunman can be devastating. Just losing those pieces that she needs.
That package is so strong. So for Vegas, when I was testing one of the other decks that I tested early on, I really liked the Black Widow MC for MCU for photo, especially in a no Outrider, no Mayor format, because her ability to level was not that bad. It was, at the end of the day, that was the part that didn't get me, because I didn't go with, because there was a little bit of variance. I had to get a couple stuns, but once you leveled up, her ability to pull plot twist out of Valkyrie's hand and then stun Valkyrie by like pitching it, by slow rolling and then pitching a blue, was very strong. Yeah. And I liked it a lot. But then just having 5 wounds, trying to play against good old Odin, 5 wounds just wasn't enough. Like, you could get attacked a couple of times, Odin goes face down, then you can peel the plot twist out of his hand and then wound him, but she just was, just the high rolls that of Valkyrie are just so hard to think. Yet again, it is so surprising to me a Valkyrie with the X-Files Bureau gunman package and I Need Your Help plot twist is not here today. Really surprised. I think it would have done a good job. Like, okay, so you had 2 Outriders all day. That would have been a mad matchup. Maybe some of these tuck and passes are bad matchups for you in some ways. But at the same time, if Warrant Officer Ripley is face up for 1 turn, and you've just been packing these guys in, you got this gigantic hand of stuff. Yeah, if she just straight up, we're going to use the high roll term again, high rolls you and just hides for 9 straight turns, then yeah, you lose that game. But there's a lot of decks that lose that game when she hides for 9 straight turns. So, I think she could have had some game here, especially against like the rogues, especially against like some of these Mimic decks and stuff like that. She could have just backed into this stuff. Like Mimic, she could win on turn 1. Yeah. Or turn 2, easy. You get a decent. That's the thing about that deck is how explosive it was coming. You drop Frohickey on 1, power up Valkyrie, drop 2 more gunmen. I mean, you could be leveled up there almost.
Like, I mean, it's ridiculous. Like, you're right. I'm very surprised to not see a Valkyrie, but that comes down to that. I'm kind of glad to not see a Valkyrie because then we get a more diverse meta. But
yeah, but I would rather see Valkyrie over a second Mimic, Valkyrie over a second Outrider. I think would have been fun because she provides a different problem for the decks to solve throughout the day. But yeah, I get what you're saying. You know what I mean? Yeah. But like, good.
How many people do you think tested against Valkyrie? Because if you think like you were saying, like the Warrant Officer could tuck a pass for 9 turns, and Valkyrie, all Valkyrie needs is that 1. How many people are like, you know what, maybe I should test against Valkyrie because it's a very good chance that this shows up.
I gave Joe V a list to help Burt with.
I would have did.
I gave Joe V my updated list that I would have ran in Good versus Evil to help Burt test with. So I know at least one person did. And Joe was having some fun with it. It's a fun deck. If you like these wombo combos that can win early and can just backdoor into W's, then it's definitely one to run. And I think it's definitely got it. Because, I mean, also she's just good. She's 6 wounds. She flies. Once she levels up, she's Berserker Ferocious if she's in the front row. Holy crap, guys, that's good.
Yeah.
I mean, if you go back, watch the stream. I didn't play great in Vegas in the top 4, but when I'm playing Robbie, it was pretty interesting because I just try to stay aggressive against him, and I almost win one of those matches just by just turning sideways. Not really comboing, but just like turning sideways and trading wounds with him, and then he just got me with his density of plot twist at the end of the day. He just had more interaction. That's what it comes down to sometimes. Anyway.
We just got word. Finals is going to be Captain Marvel versus OR. Robbie has won it. He's moving on. He's now in top 2.
Hey, if I win this Thanos match, that's the one I owe you.
I lose you there, Adam?
No, I'm still here, man. I'm just talking to just
gotcha.
in there and all that kind of stuff. You know how it is, man. I got like 17 windows open. This is crazy. Never do that.
Let's see. My phone. I got my phone running. I got card browser in the background.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, I got this. I got.
And you're running OBS plus all this.
Yeah, I got OBS plus YouTube plus Twitch going. Caleb's Twitch going. Plus, I'm going.
I got Discord in a smaller stream.
Yeah, I got Discord and the Twitch on my phone, along with looking in the diverse card browser on my phone. So, we are taking it up with the devices, using the data like crazy today, guys, to bring you the coverage of this. The regional Good versus Evil tournament here. We're out of top 4, going into finals. What was that again? Who were the finals again?
It is
Pete?
Robbie versus Kevin.
Not surprised. Robbie got through another aggro matchup, getting ready to play a matchup that I'm sure he's tested before. So now we get an all-photo final, guys.
Yeah.
All
I was going to say, I'm sure he was testing it for Vegas, but he didn't have to worry about it in Vegas.
No, and he played Iron Man back then. But
yeah,
this is going to be interesting, guys. All-photo final. Power photo. Here we come.
What do you know? That's 3 tournaments that photo is dominant in. Granted, 2 of them were photo tournaments, but whatever.
No, one of them was a photo tournament, right?
No, because Midwinter was photo and Vegas was photo, wasn't it?
Yeah. And then, Quarantine Cup was.
Oh yeah, that's right.
It was all photo final, right? Or no, it wasn't all photo final. Who was the final? It was Robbie playing. Oh, Skirt, wasn't it? Yeah. I think so.
I think it was photo final.
Yeah. No, but he was playing.
I think
Skirt
was playing Spider-Man.
Yeah, Tom was playing Spider-Woman, and then because
that's what it was.
David Robbins was playing Spider-Man, and he came in 3rd, I think, or 4th for the Battle for the Bronze with Burt, running the OG his evil Black Cat build. running that back. Anyway, what we got going on here? I'm sure we'll start finals here in a second, guys. But
I know Robbie sat down for a second. They might be trying to figure something out. They might be talking about splitting or something like that.
yeah, when you
Hopefully-
get up to this high,
Hopefully, if they decide to split, they at least play out 1 or 2 games.
I think we'll see at least one, guys. I want to see. We want to see the. Yeah, somebody making a joke about Oklahoma. It's been an okay regional. Yes, it has, both literal and figuratively. Yeah, so right here, I got it. I like Robbie, just because of the experience playing in these situations he has at this point.
Sitting down, so that's a plus.
There's Kevin. Kevin's had a hot day. He started out 4-0, I
Yeah.
think, and I think he even scooped into finals.
That's not fair. That's no fair.
What was your seeding, brother?
So
So I go first game one?
pretty good to go. So they do seeds. I think Robbie came in 8th, so he was the last seed. So he's going to go second here.
You gotta avenge your brother.
Interested to see how this one goes. Robbie drawing hot.
Is it grilled cheese?
Man, I can't say that I ever played the Captain Marvel versus Outrider mirror. I can't say I've ever tested Captain Marvel in general. This version of Captain Marvel, right?
Yeah.
The photo Captain Marvel. Just wasn't a deck I played. I looked at her levels and just didn't want to get into it. Like, just never really tested her out. So we'll say that I'm happy to see all the masks everybody's wearing today. Just want to say,
Yeah, that's plus.
everybody being safe
Yeah.
for the tournament today.
What do you want to know?
So anyway, shuffling up. That's good to see.
Good to see him. I'm excited for this one. I have my prediction written down.
You
I'm
do?
not gonna say anything.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna give Robbie
No,
here.
I think you're right. I think Robbie wins this one. I think this is one of those a little bit easier to test on his because OR is one of those kind of common decks.
Mhm.
But at the same time, maybe if Kevin was watching,
I also think that he's in a good position because Mordo is another one of those photo MCs that Mordo and Killmonger don't really affect early.
Yeah.
Right now, Killmonger taking away ranged could be rough for the level 2, right? Because he needs to make a ranged attack. No, this needs to be some kind of attack, right? Inter combat or something. I'm gonna go look at level 2, but who knows, man?
It's won me 2 games.
I like all the interaction we're gonna see. Lots of plot twists, at least 8 plot twists per deck, so that we'll get to see some plays inside that. Let me look up this Captain Marvel up too. I have to look up Captain Marvel every tournament, multiple times. This kind of Captain Marvel. I don't know why, guys. It just is what has to happen. So when she enters a solo attack, Captain Marvel gets XP at level 2. So it doesn't really matter if she has range or not. So she's really one of those characters, right, who actually might be a good play versus Outriders and versus Evil Photo because she doesn't really care about Mordo and Killmonger early in the game, right? Those are almost dead cards. They really just don't do a lot to her.
Well, and Killmonger on 1 or 2 is not gonna. It's gonna steal the photon inhibitor from her. So can only make range attacks to enemy characters in the front row. So that's gonna slow them down a little bit.
Yeah, man. It's the Odin effect, right? Odin was a good play at Midwinter because he not so much against the Outrider MC because there's ways to play Outriders against him that doesn't make that a bad matchup. But putting dead cards in their 60 card list is a huge play, right? Being able to make Mordos and Killmongers, just basically 5/4 and 5/5 on curve is strong, and that's why I think Captain Marvel's got some good stuff going on here. So it's going to be about, does Kevin naturally draw and hit those Grandmasters again on curve like he did in the last 2 games we saw, and can Robbie find those last ones? Can Robbie find those friend from works that he needs in order to interact and make Kevin's combats worse?
So what I'm reading in Twitch is sounds like Robbie's testing partner. They've been playing this matchup for like the past 2 days.
There you go.
Robbie's walking very confident in this.
Yeah. See, I thought, when I talked to Robbie after the tournament, it's like he and Caleb had tested Valkyrie versus Iron Man a lot for Vegas, and it showed. If you go back and you watch that tape, he knew what he needed to do. He knew the plays. He was ready for the Lone Gunman newsletter. You know what I mean? He was ready for me to try to play Winter Soldiers and things like that. He knew to hold back extra plot twists so he could negate the Gunman newsletter and play the second one to end the turn and that kind of thing. So You know, he's a smart player. He plays really well. He's definitely like. There you go. See, that card is insane, man. Insane. He's got a friend from work in hand here. So he drops the yellow. Ant-Man, there's a stun, and then he's going to make an attack. No, he's not going to make an attack. Because he can only make...
He can only make ranged attacks to front row enemies.
Well, that's fine, because they were all in the front row. Yet again, guys, think about your formation no matter what. So Vern, you think he has a slight edge? Yeah, I agree, Vern. A really experienced Outrider player can swing a lot of stuff, for sure. And I also think that, like, I just like Robbie here. Not that I just don't know Kevin, but I've watched Kevin play today, and he looks like a great player. He's had a great run today. You can't never doubt that. But he's wearing Kentucky Wildcat gear, so there's no way I can ever root for him to win anything.
I was waiting for something like that.
Just plain and simple.
Take it to the shop.
As a person living in Tennessee as long as I have, I cannot root for anybody that's representing Kentucky Wildcats that hard.
I think Yondu's going to be a key card on both players' side.
100%, man. 100%. What mode did he pick? Looks like he's going to pick positive.
I would assume because you don't want Robbie to drop a Yondu on 2 and just wipe your board.
Exactly. So no. And Yondu's kind of like a poor man's kind of like a poor man's Grandmaster, right? You run both, and it gives you a
Grandmaster. He's a photo comet fall almost. Yeah, he's a photo comet fall. Like, it's great.
Yeah, but the positive effect is almost like a poor man's Grandmaster because you get them all counters without having to attack, right? So you don't get 2 counters, but you don't have to attack a main character, so you can still buff them the way you want to. So I could see like running 4 of each to try to up the probability of you getting the buff that you need, because we know that Outriders, once they start putting tokens on, it's a diversity of bodies, so it's hard to get the tokens off, and they can just start steamrolling.
Okay, so that's 3 XP for Captain Marvel.
And she's about ready. And Robbie is just a magician at leveling her up. Like, I'm watching the games, and I'm like, man, I don't know. And then all of a sudden, boom, 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 he levels. You know, he just knows how to. He's got experience with this one.
Got 3 XP walk in turn 2. There's another stun on an Outrider.
Going to 4.
Go after the other one that has another one.
So he's getting some stuns. Robbie just playing a nice even pace.
There's no need to start pushing things out if you don't need to push them out. Making sure that Kevin is eliminating that Ant-Man, so then kind of puts that pressure on. Does he have, you're the last one kind of thing?
Little conversation about the number of wounds. Apparently, always runs into that with Outriders games, man. People are like, "Oh, how many do I have on this one? And then they do the stacking stuff.
Rob knows these matchups, so he's just kind of going through motions. He's going a little quicker, and that's fine.
Yeah, well, he knows his stuff.
The minute he dropped Ant-Man, he pointed and then he turned Captain Marvel sideways right away. So I think that's kind of where the conversation was going.
Yeah, sometimes when you play like that, when you play that speed and that efficiency, you don't allow everything to like resolve itself. You can kind of get ahead of people.
Matchup, if you've tested this matchup, you just know exactly what you need to do, who you're going to target, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, or especially like when you're used to playing somebody that you know, and you do all the plays, and then everything kind of resolves itself as it goes. But
if you're knows what happens, they're going through the motions with you. Like, okay, yeah, you drop this, now you do this. All right, cool.
Yeah. Because when you're testing, you're trying to get as many games as possible. Okay, turn 3. Does he have a Mordo? Because it doesn't matter. He's going to drop. Ooh, Scourge is interesting. And Whiplash, so he can pull that Captain Marvel up front. At some point, he needs to hide some of these Outriders, like those 2 Outriders. Let's see what he does with his formation here. He's just been leaving all of them up front, and I think that I don't, for lack of a better term, I just think that's like poor, lazy forming a little bit. It's just like you're kind of leaving them out there. You don't need the extra attack, and if you do, I think you're like ready to let them have the wound. But right now, I think he's already moved to attacks, and he's leaving those 2 guys up there. So he's going to have 4 Outriders going into the next round. Right, as opposed to having 6 possibly. You know what I'm saying, guys? That's what I'm saying. Because like right now, it's like move Yondu up front, move Whiplash up front, move those 2 Outriders back, and you might have a higher chance of having more guys later on to give you better attacks. Right? He only needed the 1 attack, and it leveled Robbie up there and gave him the wound, and now he has 2 Outriders with 2 wounds sitting up front, just waiting to die. Meanwhile, Yondu didn't do anything. That Whiplash has 2 wounds. You know, so what are you doing there? You know what I mean? Formation needs to have intent because it's a huge part of the strategy in the game. And if Robbie wins this one, I think, you know, getting another turn because you were able to there. Well, I guess it wouldn't have mattered much now that he plays the Yondu, right, guys? So I go through that whole diatribe about forming with intent, and then all of a sudden Robbie drops a Yondu, and it doesn't matter anyway, guys. So take my advice for what it's worth. But I think I had a point. What do you think, Peter?
You have an incredible point. Like, that's exactly what we're saying. Like, even without the Yondu, like, so right now, if he would have moved those two in the back, Yondu would have had to either spread the wounds out a little bit, which is not the best, but it's still putting wounds on, or he would have had to deal with, you know, a Yondu in the front. Putting that Yondu in the front of stuff is great because it's a flight character.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, Whiplash, do you really need Whiplash anymore? Like, did he do his job? I mean, granted, I know he's low, but...
Yeah, he didn't do anything, right? And this is what I'm talking about, guys. It's like, it's small things. It's the small differences. It's like a little saving a wound here, having a character around for another turn there, making them make a suboptimal attack here. These are the things that add up to wins.
I play a lot of fighting games, like fighting video games, and there's this thing called chip damage, which is just, it's a little bit of damage when you're blocking an attack, but it can add up. You can win games just off that little bit of life sliver, and that's exactly what formation basically feels like to me. Is if you can avoid that wound because you formate a little bit better.
That's huge, in our game it's huge, right? A wound is a turn.
Yeah.
A wound is 2 cards and another formation and another resource and another recruit step and another attack step. You know what I mean? It's a time walk. Dodging a wound as opposed to that stuff. It's big time. He needs to. I just keep talking. Okay, so that Killmonger does almost nothing. Yet again, it's another reason why he did that. That's what he played. But you know, it's a body on the field. The problem is that it has a photo inhibitor. His Killmonger now has range and a photo inhibitor.
And Robbie's not super worried about it because he can still get his level. He can still get his XP.
Robbie's been here, done this. He's presenting a very interesting formation to you because it's like, you know, I'm giving you the Captain Marvel. You can't go after the Yondu first because he'll just last one you. You know, so you got to be careful with your attacks and your so you got to go after Captain Marvel first. You know, if you know you better know his list at this point, and you know he's got to have a friend from work, right? And he's a 5/6, and if he comes out with these 2 6s, if he comes out with these 2 guys that are only 6 attack. Oh, come on now, yep, move him up, move up the Whiplash. Move him up.
You're getting heated again, Ant. Getting heated.
Oh. So this attack's going to bounce.
It's almost like you wanna like reach into the screen and be like, nope, you're gonna do this.
I'm sorry. Am I being mean? I don't mean to be mean. I apologize, guys. No. See, look, it bounced. Right? You should have. I'm just.
We've been watching this all day, so we've been.
Yeah.
And you're like, okay, we know. Interesting. I guess you go for the wound.
You had one, okay. But yet again, you wouldn't have to use that if you moved you move your Whiplash up.
Yep.
You know, you have the ability to Whiplash has a negative counter, but if you move your Scourge up and do a team attack, you move your Killmonger up and you do the team attack. You know, you can do some stuff there, or you swing with 3 of them.
Yep.
Right? There's a lot of different ways you could do that to play around that situation and not have to do that. So. Because you have all these back row characters sitting there that have not attacked since they've come into play.
Yeah.
Right? Whiplash hasn't done anything. Why didn't you pull her up and put a negative counter on her? I mean, it's just like, and then this Yondu comes down again, and you're just in a really bad position at this point. Like, Robbie's probably like 90% to win here at this point.
Those are all getting. His back row is just done for now.
Yeah, and Robbie's really close to leveling, and once he levels with that Killmonger already on the table, the fact that he didn't hold that Killmonger until Robbie hit level 3 is a bad day.
Yeah.
I want to win that way.
So, Scourge is also stunned. Yeah.
I mean, Scourge did his job. He came down, played the red, and he went away.
So what I'd almost do is I completely leave that Killmonger alone. I don't have to touch that Killmonger. I'd rather him recruit over it. I guess you want to get it out there for team attacks, but you almost want to like de-incentivize him for having to play another one, right? Sometimes people see that they have the one and they don't want to play the next one, but even though it is the correct play, but he's going to go for it, which is fine because he wants to get in there, get the level up. He had that there, but he still levels.
I do think that if you get it, great. If you don't, and he goes face down, well, if he decides to play Grandmaster now, he's not getting any bonuses because he's face down.
Yeah, I'm getting too heated. I'm not being nice. I'm gonna calm down. I'm gonna calm down, Peter, and be nicer now.
To you.
But this is the final table, bro. I know the pressure's on, and I know I always talk about like keeping calm and being nice and everything. So I need to do it myself. Here, we'll go through it again. So Kevin's still got some options here, but it's getting worse and worse for him. And I think just kind of and guys, I just want you to pay attention to that. Keeping those guys in his back row there for a minute. I'm going to blame it on the Kentucky shirt, put me on tilt. And the Kentucky hat put me on tilt. That's what I'm going to blame it on. Anyway, keeping those guys in the back row like that, not getting them involved in the attacks, was a big deal, right? So Whiplash could have brought Captain Marvel up, negged her down to a 4-5, and then you could do a team attack with Yondu and Scourge, and make him play that way, and then you have your Outriders to come in for the second attack, and things like that where you can get more layers onto it. So Mordo comes down, and until he hits level 2, he doesn't have any blue up anyway. Robbie's really calm here. Robbie's body language is great, even though he's at 4 wounds. I think he's feeling pretty much in control of this game. Kevin still needs 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 wounds to go, but he's like a Yondu. He's like a third Yondu away from almost this game being over. Plus Robbie's still got like Groots that can come out and all kinds of stuff. So.
Gonna say also is that so it's going back to the Whiplash and back. Like if you would have brought him up, you wouldn't have had to play that extra. There's the third Yondu.
That's canon.
Okay, so if he's not hitting locations, he's apparently hitting Yondus. That's what's going on.
This game is, 3 Yondus against Outrider is a rough day. So then he's just gonna go into he's gonna go into attack against. Do you do Mordo or do you do Whiplash here? I think you clear the Whiplash off the board.
Yep.
And go to level 3 and say, have your 2 Outriders with 1 wound beat me. And then you can swing into the Mordo after. So I guess he's going to see if he can get... Okay, so that's interesting. You could go to the Mordo first with Yondu, try to pull out a plot twist, and then go into the Whiplash. I think the Whiplash is just like a really safe attack to get to the level 2, and it gets a card off the board that can give you problems later by pulling you up, put negative counters on. Right?
So what I was going to say is back to that turn, like if you would have put Whiplash in front or any one of those people, he wouldn't have had to burn that friend from work, and that could have made a difference on a different attack.
Exactly. It's the little things, right?
Like, but once again, like you see these like talking about like when every tournament, that final table, it's so quiet around.
Oh, and everybody's standing there watching you. There's probably 3 people deep all around the table just watching you, and it's quiet, and everybody's kind of picking you apart. And I know, man, it can be nerve-wracking if you've ever been there. It can really put you in a different, because it's a different environment than you're used to playing in, right? All day you're used to this noise around you, other games going on, but when you're the only game going on and everybody's watching you, it's a different environment, and it puts some people off. I know that it does. I've seen it happen. Even top 8's different because the room's quieter and there's people watching. You got to judge at your table if you're at Gen Con,
Everyone, like when you want to talk about what players are doing, you have to walk away from the table because you don't want to hear anyone play because you don't want to give away information.
So what I had to do is, I remember like the first time I ever top 8, it was like I was sitting at a table and Chad sits down at the table with us, like between me and Kirk, and I'm like, he's like, yeah, I'm your judge for the game. It's like, oh, okay. We get our own judge. Okay, cool. And that just kind of puts you off having, the different things. So you can't let that affect you if at all possible. You just got to play your game. But it's Chad though, so.
I will say, I don't know, you were talking, but Robbie definitely has the last one in hand.
Yeah, I feel like he plays around that card too so well. Like he literally does not overcommit to his board just so he can last one people. And the cool thing is that Red Skull doesn't turn off last one. Oh, what do you? Okay, put him back there. Put your Outriders in the back, please. Please put them in the back. He's not going to. Okay, I think the game. Yeah.
Oh, and that's smart. Super smart. Not really, actually, I should say. But
oh, he did not know how the level up worked, guys. So that's another thing. It's like he went into a solo attack and he leveled Robbie up. He's getting ready to lose his Red Skull here. So hey man, play mistakes happen. I've made a million of them. We've seen a couple today during the day. They're the difference in the thing. So what's the difference between a guy that like wins tournaments and the guys that don't? I'll tell you right now, and it's these small little mistakes, man. Small little mistakes you make on a formation, small little mistakes you make on an attack are the difference. And Rob's just going to clean them up right here. Just play Anya. That. Now he's got 3 attacks on 2 guys. He's a huge guy. Just boom. Boom.
All right.
Okay, going to game 2,
one, go.
guys. All right, guys. In the stream, what do you think? You think Robbie's just going to take this one down? He's looking pretty comfortable right now.
I wouldn't feel too bad about
Played a good, clean game 1. I thought Kevin had some decent position at times.
I was forward.
But I think if that formation was a little bit different, that could have been a lot closer. I mean, Robbie did have 4 wounds at one point, so he could have gone to 5. But we didn't see any blues. We didn't see any Groots.
My
So,
top 8,
He dropped a Avengers Tower last turn, but it
yeah.
didn't matter at that point.
Yeah, so I guess that's another thing too. So use your characters that you have in play, right? I think using Scourge's ability with one of those
replicate that win again.
what is it, Sokovias, or using the blue to help Whiplash. Use the abilities of your characters. Yeah, I think Robbie's getting the dub too. Yeah. Shout out to my brother in the stream
The
chat.
Texas area.
Glad you played it.
Did I see that correct? Did I hear that correctly?
What?
Caleb's buddies in that Texas area, or is he from?
Oh yeah, no. Robbie's from Caleb's area, so him and Caleb tested for Vegas and stuff together and everything. He's a good friend of him. That's why he's been on Caleb's channel a couple times and been on
Only an aggressive format.
all that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Player in any other format that
Here, I'll turn it up a little bit so you can hear them a little bit better while they talk. Sometimes the table talk's cool.
Adam. She's absolute trash.
Well, Bobby Break, good thing you told him to win. Otherwise, I don't think he would have done it.
Oh, level 3's phenomenal. The problem is when they just sit there.
Yeah,
Yes,
Vern,
very
I completely agree with what you're saying there, man. I think he should have held that Killmonger till he hit level 3. I think he should have been making more team attacks with his back row guys, and I think he could have done it. Now, is it difficult to win through 3 Yondus as Outriders without seeing a Grandmaster? Yeah, that's definitely tough. You know what I mean? Nobody's gonna argue that it's not a slightly uphill battle at all. You know what I mean? If not
Also
a
missed
severely uphill
himself.
battle, but I think he could have made plays to make that game closer than it was. 100% agree. So if he gets him to level 3 with 5 or 6 wounds, then drops the Killmonger, you know what I mean?
It's a
That's a different game. But see, those are things, right, Vern and the other guys? It's like playing non-intuitively on your curve, right? It's like you get so used to just dropping Killmonger on 4. I have Killmonger, drop Killmonger on 4. You know what I mean? And it's like, no, that's not the right play to make there. The right play to make there is to she can slow roll that Killmonger till 7 or 8 when he has the most effect. You know? So, think about things that way sometimes, guys. Coming in with 3. Start it again, sorry.
No, it's fine. Usually turn 1 is kind of quick. Ant-Man, always a good play.
Open with another Ant-Man, dude. That card is insane, especially in Valkyrie. I should have had 4 Ant-Man in my Valkyrie deck. I was on drugs by not having 4 of them.
Well, I mean, and especially against the Outrider matchup, that's the optimal 1-drop. Okay, well, cool, I'm going to drop this guy.
And
you
he's
could,
going to be...
in theory,
Yeah.
3 wound, you can't put 3.
No, but he's going to
But
wound him, and he's a speed bump for 1 recruit point. It's great. You know what I mean? And then I think ranged MCs in general give Outrider fits sometimes, man. Because Robbie's just, you sit there and pick them apart. And then without Heimdall, it's just the deck, and without I Need Your Help, the deck is just a little less consistent. It's still strong, but a little less consistent in this format. I think it's actually pretty balanced here, but here we go. Natural Grandmaster on 2. He's had to road 2 cards. It would be interested to know what he rode. I always want to know people's road decisions, guys. It's literally, Pete, isn't it some of the most difficult decisions you make in the game? It's like what you row when you don't have a location.
Especially as you get higher and higher up in the matchups, when it starts really... Early game, not even matchups, in game. Early game, you can probably deal with the row a little bit. You can roll a 1 that you're never going to need. But late game, when you have to start thinking about it and you don't have anything low or nothing that's going to help, is when it really hurts.
Yes.
Just thinking, and that's where it feels like you're slow playing, because all you're doing is just staring at your back cards and be like, okay, one of these has to go down here.
Yeah.
Which one's not going to bite me in the ass?
So do you go get the Grandmaster here with the Maria Hill that comes in with +3/+3 in stealth, or do you just wound another Outrider and try to put some things? I think you go get the Grandmaster.
I think the Grandmaster is a smart play.
So when you think about it, he's only got a couple plays here. So he runs the I Thought You'd Be Glad to See Me, which is +3/+3 domain character. So he'd have to have a Friend from Work in hand, and he'd have to have double Friend from Work to keep that from going out there. So I think you 100% go there.
And he did. That was the smart play.
Yeah, that's what you do.
And things, you feel a little bit more comfortable of what he's got in his hand.
Yeah.
Can't complain.
You think either he's got a mid full of blues, and that's to overcommit, and that's great for you. Yeah, you lose Maria Hill, keeps his Grandmaster.
We're going to talk about formation again, guys. We got a double wounded outrider here. If you don't, after you do your recruit, he's going to do his Mordo recruit, which, if he had another 3-drop, I wish he would have played that one instead. And here's the thing, man. You don't need to protect this Mordo right here. Because what is it doing? It's
You're
not shutting anything off. There you go. There you go, Peter. Put him up front. Put that 2-wound outrider in the back, and then use his 5/4 body to help you get some big team attacks on these guys to get them down here. Like right now, move the 2-wounder. He's not going to. He's already going to attack. So like your Mordo is doing nothing back there in the back, guys. That Mordo is not ranged. He's not shutting anything off. He's a 5/4 body. You're just basically giving up that outrider to die next turn.
Yep.
So
and there's the level.
There's the level.
And now the question is, does he have a "You're the last one"?
You know he does.
There it is.
You know he does. It's Robbie Stewart. He has "You're the last one," guys.
Well,
Yeah, it is.
well, but that's the whole thing. With Captain Marvel, once you hit that level 2, you can kind of decide, okay, what does my board look like that I'm gonna level. Yeah, peace out.
You're just seeing a maestro at work, guys. Robbie playing a deck that he's comfortable with and a matchup he's comfortable with, just making the play smooth as can be. Kevin
If Gen Con fires next year, he's going to be a dude to watch.
I can't wait. I want to play him so bad. I can't wait.
I just want to sit down and talk with this guy and be like, what do you do? What are you eating? What are they feeding you in Texas that's making you this?
Yeah, man. To have a great run like this, he 0-3'd me.
How much?
Like I went 0-3 against him in Vegas, man. I need a rematch bad.
And if I remember, it was pretty quick.
Oh yeah.
No, I guess because Iron Man doesn't go super quick, but.
Oh, we played pretty quick, man. It was like 6 turns and somebody was dead every time. We were just going at it. It was an aggressive game. They were aggressive games, turning sideways, lots of tension. Game 2 of the stream was pretty tense if you watch it in our top 4 matchup. But game 1, I didn't have a great draw. He had a great draw, and he just played really well. Game 2, I made a couple blunders, but he played really well. Outplayed me all day long. I'll admit it, easy. I give him all the credit for winning those games.
Well,
so that one outrider is dead. That outrider is dead. If he flips it back up with 2 wounds, no, he has
2.
2, 3, 4, 5. No, that's right. That's right. It's correct. He already killed one. I'm incorrect. Yet again, guys, that 2-wound outrider needs to go to the back, and that mortar needs to come up, and we need to get it into the game here. You know what I'm saying, guys? Because
at the same time, I'm trying to cheer Kevin on. Like, come on, you know what he's gonna do. You know how this works now. You played that first game. You can easily turn it around now. You know his lines. You know his kind of stuff.
But we don't know. You don't
need that Killmonger on 4.
I'm sitting here with like total focus, trying to play optimally and all this kind of stuff. And if they already split the money before the game started, and it's just they're just kind of playing loose, and then I get it. That can happen. That's happened to me before, where I kind of didn't play as well as I could because the money was already split and I was just playing a little bit loose, so I felt guilty of it before. So I'm trying not to be – I've been too hard on him. And I'm just going to blame the whole thing on his Kentucky shirt because I am not a Kentucky Wildcats fan.
There's no personal ill will against anybody.
No, against Kevin at all. No, he's had a great day. I mean, he made it to finals. Anytime you make it to finals in an event like this, it's an achievement in and of itself. Anytime you make the cut, it's an achievement, This was a very tough room to win in today.
I can sit here and talk about this. I've never been in Kevin's spot, so –
yeah, I've only been there one time, man. I've only been there one time, final table one time, and I got run hard. I mean, he turned out to be one of the best players in the game, but
doesn't matter.
I still got ran hard.
Yeah. All right, so we're seeing an Iron Man. That could be very big because I can get at that Grandmaster. I think the smart play on 4 was to play the Grandmaster and just go commit on Captain Marvel.
Yeah, I still think I would have liked to see him take that 2-wounder in the Mordo and go up front there.
Yeah,
I know that now that he's playing the Iron Man, especially since in Game 1 he didn't see Iron Man. I mean, he might know he's in his deck from looking at the deck list, but you didn't really see any superpowers that were relevant. So the 5/4 body is legit. Like 5/4 on 3 is good good cost on cost to stats ratio. So kind of using him as an attacker is unintuitive, but maybe more optimal. What do you guys think in the chat? Thinking about this matchup, what's going down here, how this is playing out. Happened the way you thought it would happen? See any plays we could have made differently?
Oh, is it her?
No. I appreciate everybody hanging out with us today.
Yeah.
We've been here all day. Me and Pete had Smallwood here for the first couple rounds. If you didn't get a chance to, go back and watch some of the early parts of the stream. Round 1 was amazing. Watching John Phillips' deck go off on turn 3 and win on turn 3 on the play was really fun. Scott Watson,
We got to see that deck today.
yeah, Scott Watson comboing out with Invisible Woman during round 3 or 4 was a sight to see. Caleb's first evil deck was really cool and interesting to watch it happen.
Still doing his thing today.
Yeah. So really fun decks today. Really fun matchup today. I think Robbie's got this one, even though that Kevin's got 3 Outriders that are unwounded and another one with one wound. I mean, it's already turn 4. Robbie is just mowing them down.
I mean, yeah, he's down 2 Outriders on going into turn 4.
Yeah, I think he's
going into turn 5.
Yeah, I think he's gonna lay his 5th resource. That's rough. And Robbie's only got 3 wounds.
Yeah, and I think that's 2 XP on him.
Yeah.
So he only needs 4 to level.
That's another thing you got to be careful about when you're playing the Captain Marvel. Once you get to level 2, you have to team attack it. I think Vern made a. Did Vern say that in the?
Yeah, that was Vern.
Yeah, he has to make a team attack there in order to not give him the level. It's just like, whew, got to know the card you're playing against. Read it 100 times if you have to. And take your time. That's another thing about top cut that's different. Okay, I thought he was gonna move it up for a second. I was gonna be so happy. That's something that's different about Top Cut that you don't see there is the untimed rounds give you all the time in the world to make your decision.
Yep.
So take it. Unless you're hungry and there's a really good sushi place or something close by. In that case, and you've already split the money, so just get out of there at that point, right? But we're seeing the finals played out, guys. We're seeing a regional finals played out. I know that the last 2 have not been played out, and people were not happy about that. So we're seeing the final played out here. And we're watching Robbie go to work. Kevin's still got some shots to come back here. I don't know if his deck has the high end to turn this one around, but we'll see what happens. And Robbie seems like he's in pretty good control and pretty comfortable playing the cards that he likes, that he wants to see. His board's getting pretty wide at this point, so this game should start snowballing in a negative direction pretty quickly. Although 5 counters on those 2 Outriders over there and the 4 counters on this other one is a problem. So we'll see what happens. Well, who you guys got in this one, though? Tell us in the chat. Can you guys hear us? Anybody still in the chat?
Oh, sorry, I was texting my wife.
Oh, this
I'm
doesn't
here,
count. No, Peter. No, we're talking about cards, man.
No, sorry. I think she's just a little worried. I've been in this office for like 8 hours.
8 hours. Thanks for hanging out with me, man. I appreciate it. I've had a great time.
Thanks for having me.
It's been crazy.
I'll gladly talk to us all day.
Yeah.
But yeah. I like I said, I wrote down Robbie to win.
Oh, there we go. It's coming out.
I missed a couple plays because I was answering some messages here and there, but it looks like he's still going strong.
He is. I mean,
I think
he's not. Kevin's not out of it yet, but I think that Kevin's curve is pretty low on the deck, so I don't know how much top end he's going to get. He needs to get an ego, and he needs to get an ego pretty, on curve to kind of turn this around. But I think I saw a Bruce Banner in Robbie's hand, and that could be very interesting since he already has the Iron Man down. If he plays Bruce Banner and he starts getting the counters, I mean, this could get pretty bad pretty quick.
The number of counters on those Outriders, though, is looking real good, so I think that's giving Kevin some breathing room. Because it looks like we have 2 Outriders sitting at, 6? So that's pretty good.
Yeah. Skirk makes a great point in the chat there, man. I think you make a great point that he has micro advantages, right? That's a great way to describe it. Small formation and attack advantages that overall through the game add up to this huge advantage at the end, right? Where it just seems like it's steamrolling. And Ben, I agree too, man. He just seems comfortable. Robbie's just playing a game of verse. You know what I mean? And not that Kevin seems uncomfortable at all. Although I don't know how anybody can be comfortable wearing that much Kentucky gear.
That's a flyer. That is a flyer.
Yes, I'm not going to let it go. Just letting you know.
No, that's fine. Don't let it go. Don't let it get out on you.
I'm a big basketball fan, and I do not like the Wildcats. But that's just me. I'm just trying to be. Anyway, I do like. A lot of people don't like Shatari Leviathan in Outrider decks. I do. Yeah. I think it lacks flyers, and I think that's a flyer that can give it some game. I think
it's a solid flyer. It can let you re-ready an Outrider, if you got some bigger counters going on it,
And give
you
it
got some
flight
safe attacks, it
to give
can,
you more flight. I actually like it a lot, like, depending on what your Killmonger might have copied. You know, if he doesn't have flight, but he has range, giving your Killmonger, you know, flight to get a double attack and all that kind of stuff. Did he just solo attack into Captain Marvel again?
I hope not.
I think he did. Because Captain Marvel just leveled up.
I think so too, yeah. I think that's exactly what he did.
That's a rough day. Well, he's got Mordo down, so he's been able to protect that Mordo. But that's rough to protect the Mordo for that long. And really, it's not really done anything until this point in the game. And he spent a plot twist to keep it alive. So I would have liked to seen it get up front. And I guess it helps here because he's only got to do 2 more wounds. So actually, you know, we were calling Robbie here, but honestly, Kevin's
real good now.
Kind of turned it around and get in better position. You know, all the hate I was going, and then comes the Groot.
There's the Groot. I mean,
Kevin, you know, all these things I'm saying about the all this stuff, you know, Kevin is in a solid position here. You know, if he can kind of pull out, you know, if Robbie doesn't have enough plot twists to kind of bounce him out of this, it could be a real issue. But let's see if he gets this Mordo here. 5 wounds. Is that 5 wounds now on Rob? Yeah.
Yeah, but I think that was kind of smart. I think he crashed a little bit so he doesn't have to worry about trying to fend off more wounds.
Well, also, if Kevin top decks a Killmonger there, and you see what happened against Scott when it's like Mordo and Killmonger together on the board, they're exponentially stronger than when it's just one or the other you have to deal with. You know, losing his flight is a big deal right here. Not having his ability to bounce attacks is not. Because what's going to happen here? I don't think Kevin has any lethal in his deck because there's just not a lot of lethal in Photo. So
I also
Groot.
I can't see Robbie's hand, but I think he's holding your last one because you only need one face-up character.
Yeah, well, I think it's Robbie Stewart, so he has a You're the Last One in hand because he always has a You're the Last One in hand if you've ever watched him play on stream.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree, Ben. I think Robbie's just sitting there and just, you know, it's just a slow, efficient kind of war of attrition at this point. And I think Robbie might be able to pull this one out. These Groots and stuff just make the game go longer and are just rough days.
I mean, the big thing is that right now it looks like Kevin at least has Robbie thinking, which compared to that first game, Robbie was just, it was almost like he was on autopilot.
There you go. That's a great observation, Pete. Robbie's definitely in the tank here, having to really optimize his play. So he's got some interesting stuff he can do here. Kevin's cleared his board. There you go. There's the ego. This can swing the other way.
Yeah.
And this could definitely swing the other way. Now, Robbie pulls an Anya and maybe a couple other low drops to play. This game could go in the opposite direction quickly. Because yet again, I still don't know if Kevin's forming. I think he's forming better now that the counters have gotten up there and he's kind of got the board state back in his favor. Because it seems like maybe Robbie's drawing heavy. I don't know.
I probably would have dropped the Chitauri in the back, or at least the Outrider with the wound in the back, so at least you got something sitting there. Just in case.
And there's a Mulder. Yeah, but I think that he's trying to block that Mordo. Oh, you're not going to play the Mulder? Or is he going to play the Bruce Banner? I like the Mulder there.
I got to look at Kevin's list.
I would play Mulder. Oh, he's going to play Bruce Banner. I would have played Mulder, and I would have flipped that X-Files. I bet he's holding that X-Files for Scully. For a Scully, because a Scully would be huge in this game.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, he's explaining it a little bit. I think he's going to have to save some of his stuff. But we'll see what happens here. I think he's just going to swing and knock some counters off one of these little Chitauris there.
I think the Mulder would have been a little bit better play, only because I can look at Kevin's list. And if he could have pulled some of those Thanos, he could have pulled Thanos with Mulder, and I think that could have helped.
Yeah, Thanos is going to be rough.
Or even if he's worried about Killmonger, he could have pulled the Killmongers out.
That puts it at 8. So Robbie's got a pump here.
Yeah.
But he has them, so he puts a... Use the yellow, Robbie. No, save the yellow. Use the...
Can't use the yellow.
Oh, yeah, Mordo. So, yeah, bounced it. Nice. Nice. So there goes the Chitauri, and then he's going to go to the back row against Mordo. Apparently that, he's just going to run him in. Get the Groot done. I think that's the right play. Yet again, you want to play against the Killmonger.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Kevin looking a lot stronger out here now.
Yeah, you gotta like the board state. It's really kind of swung back in his favor. Robbie's been punishing with little plays all day, but those counters just kind of added up slowly and kind of grounded in. We were ready to sell him down the river.
Yeah.
Or I was, at
Well,
least.
and
Hardcore. And then
maybe that's the
Kevin,
big thing
proving
is,
me
like you're
wrong,
saying,
just
maybe
grind
Kevin
him back.
learning from them.
Yeah.
Like, maybe he's never really played Captain Marvel until now, and now he's got that game in there, and now he kind of knows, okay, this is what he kind of wants to do. Let's play around with this a little bit more. Because
like
I've
to
noticed
see
he's
the-
been checking that MC card a lot more, like rereading it, double checking it.
Falling hero.
Yandu, always a good
More
call.
counters. And Robbie, honestly, Robbie's deck is a little counter light. He's going to need to draw an Anya soon. I think an Anya would make a huge difference in this one, and he'd be in a really good way. Because if he gets the counters off these guys, this game changes quickly. That ego
Yeah, now
is
this
an
is
issue. He needs to put a counter on that ego to the left. He forgot to.
I bet you this is,
See if he
I'm wondering
remembers
if
here.
Robbie was wishing he packed a Sokovia card.
Yeah. Sokovia Accords missing from the deck were over. Playing Anya over Sokovia Accords was an interesting decision to me. I'd like to talk to him about it a little bit. I wish he put a counter on that ego right now. I'm really hoping it gets a counter at some point.
Yeah.
But it's not going to.
Oh, yeah, because he Yandu, didn't he?
Yeah.
So everyone should have one.
Let's see what he does here. I'm interested to see what Robbie does here. I think still got that ego in the front row. So Robbie's in a tough position here. He needs another Groot. He needs an Anya. He needs a Dana Scully. A Dana Scully would be hot fire right here. That works too, man. That works too. Oh, and there's the Anya. So, this is a tough decision. Kevin's got one card in hand. Do you go after the Mordo in the back row, or do you try to get the counters off one of these Outriders? I think counters are a bigger threat right now than that Mordo. But then again, he's going to go after the Mordo, and I got to trust Robbie's line there because he knows what he's doing. And now we're just going to slowly bust the counters off these guys.
Characters cannot have more than their printed attack this turn.
Oh, he went after the Mordo.
Yeah, man, he went after the Mordo there, which is interesting. But I think he can get the counters off of 3 of these Outriders right now.
Yeah.
So that's going to be a pretty big game.
When attacks, each enemy character attack. So on the 3, you're hitting him.
3-1, yep.
And you can't use plot twists. You can't use anything to change it.
Nope. Okay, there you go.
And then Bruce Banner's going to get the last one. Don't forget to get it. Yeah. Yep. Goes down to 2.
Because it's when Anya, if I remember correctly, is when she drops into play. It's like characters don't have counters, correct?
When Anya comes into play, characters can't have
What is the chances that I can...
anything but their base stats for the turn, right?
Okay.
They can't gain attack or defense for the rest of the turn from counters, from plot twists. The only way they can affect combat is by either negating combat or putting negative counters on an opponent's character, or some way affecting the opponent's character as opposed to affecting theirs. So let's see how he forms up again. I'd really like him to get that 2 wounded guy in the back row behind Ego, if at all possible. Please put him behind Ego.
Really? Right.
Yeah, there you go, Ben. Locked at base. Yeah, that's it. And I really liked it as a really cool tech card against Outriders and against counter decks in general in photo. It's a cool card. It doesn't see enough play because it's on 4. There's really good stuff there. Yeah, and there's the Killmonger because he stayed face up. That's a rough day. And there's another Yondu. Let's see if he pumps here. Yeah. I just wish he would put that 2 wound Outrider in the back. Like right here, he's still in his build phase, so he can do it. I'd like to put the 2 wound Outrider in the back and put the Yondu up front. The Yondu's a good character, so he can't team attack with anybody from the back row anyway. And having a second flying blocker, I think, could be really relevant here. But I think he's going to stick with this formation because this has basically been the way he's been forming all day.
Yeah.
So I think you go smack Maria Hill, smack Anya, and then you do a team attack ranged with Yondu and Killmonger against Captain Marvel because she doesn't have ranged anymore. And then you do a team attack against Bruce Banner with your Outriders.
Well, but remember now Captain Marvel is going to be able to bounce.
She can't. She's Killmongered. And I think you got it.
Oh,
I would
that's right.
attack
Yeah,
her.
you're right.
I would range attack her right now as opposed to this, but that's fine. So we can see a game 3, guys.
It could very easily see in game 3 now.
With this ego has not turned sideways yet. I think I would have liked to seen him go into Captain Marvel, but you know. And just having that 3.
Safer play?
Ugh, I think so. The ego's supposed to have a counter on it anyway.
Well, and he just team attacked into Captain Marvel, and
I gotta see this free card.
I feel like Oh no. The ferocious. Never mind. That goes off. The team attack ferocious will go off first. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but no, I think ego would have been a safer play there.
Yeah. Because then if she would have bounced ego for whatever reason.
Couldn't, right? Friend from work
Yeah.
doesn't work, so it would have been like if he had a friend from work there with the outriders, he would have he could have wounded one of those outriders, specifically the one with 2 wounds that attacked him, therefore KOing it. You know what I mean? I don't know. I'd have to look at the counter situation again. Maybe I was wrong, so we'll see what happens here. No Mordo in play, so he can heal Captain Marvel right here, and I think he will with this X-Files in play. So we're going to see some more turns.
Molder it.
I don't know. I think I heal here.
Well, and I think he just played Molder
for free.
Molder for free.
Yeah, so you take the free recruit, and that's why. Yeah, so I think it's good. So I think you got to heal with Scully since you don't have the Mordo in play, and then you can go get the Killmonger or stuff. I don't know if it's tough. I think you got to go get that Killmonger so you can bounce and attack here. But I think you heal first.
I think so.
He's moldering like a boss.
I'm sorry.
Truth is out there.
I know.
So I'm gonna call Killmonger.
So let's just talk about this line of play. Since you know this is a top 8, if this doesn't work out for you, you got you know there's going to be another game.
Yeah. So you can play a little bit different.
He lets it peek in his hand.
Mm-hmm. So there should be 2 +1/+1 counters on the ego.
I'm a bad player. I told you, and the world's getting to see it.
Oh, sorry, Kevin. We've all been there, bro. He's like, I'm a bad player, and the world's getting to see it. I was like, dude, we've all been there, brother. Don't worry about it.
Yeah,
do not worry about it. I know I've been all over you today, but it's only because of my hate for the Wildcats.
Kevin can't hear us, because I would feel bad if he could hear us right now.
Oh, no. But I'm glad they finally got a counter on that ego.
Yeah. Well, because now they're above ego's base stats.
Well, I like it because it makes it harder for you to negative ego down and stun him, so it's better. But that Mulder's a good play there. Let's see what happens with all this stuff. He got rid of all the Killmongers and get rid of that Killmonger, so doesn't have to worry about it anymore.
That's a plus. So that means now he only has to worry about Mordo. I mean, right now with no Mordos showing. We're down to 2 Outriders? 3.
No, we still got 3 Outriders.
Okay.
One of them has 2 wounds, and 2 of them have 1 wound.
Now we got 2 with 2 wounds.
And he can bounce an attack here on this turn. So now he's got one Outrider with 2 wounds.
Oh, that's what it is.
He had Red Skull in hand before draw phase. So this is going to be a nail biter, guys. I don't know. Robbie might pull this one out. We'll see. I like Robbie a lot in game 3 here. That's going to be pretty good for that Scourge. And that, oh man, that is rough with that, because he can't use that Avengers Tower to bounce an attack. So let's see what happens here. I think Robbie's just trying to go to the next game, maybe. I don't know. Like, dude, just swing with ego here. Swing with ego on Captain Marvel. Do it. What could he have? There we go. There you go, Kevin. I thought, doesn't Red Skull turn that off?
I can't play it, but I can use it, right? Basically, combat's.
Yeah, Red Skull should turn that off.
Yeah, I thought you couldn't use it at all.
No.
Okay.
Robbie's checking it. He's like, oh no.
I'm gonna look it up. I gotta look at it.
No, I think he's calling judge on it right now.
No, it looks like they're going. Yeah, I think they should. Because I thought you couldn't use them at all. I know you can't play them, but if they're in play, you can use them? Sometimes it's tough to type in this verse browser. It's like, no, Red Skull is 2 words.
Yeah, it just says he can't play them.
Yeah, so I guess you can use them. You can pay for cost with them.
Yeah, it's legal.
Yeah, that's totally legal. It's not the way I used to read it, but hey. Yeah, right. There you go. You still got it though. So we're going to game 3. Wow, I really thought Robbie had that one, guys. 100%. And then,
he was looking strong those opening turns, but Kevin just started getting some steam.
Counters, baby.
Once again, you saw those formations starting to really add up a little bit better now. He was formating a little bit better, and that changed that game.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right, Pete. He got better as the game went on, right?
Yeah.
And
He
not that
started to
Robbie
see
played
those
any
play
worse though,
lines
but
now.
he started to play a lot better. Yeah.
But I kept a no location hand, and I couldn't draw.
So
it.
Pete,
He
what
waited
have
on
we
the
learned in the
turnover,
last two
he did
rounds of
drop
watching this
forward.
tournament, right? If you're building a deck, you need to have answers for counters, and you need to have answers for supporting characters, right? You need to be able to get rid of a Killmonger or a Mordo or Jessica Jones. And you need to be able to deal with counters that get on main characters and characters like that, right? So two things, guys, if you're building a deck, you want to keep in mind at all times, because obviously we're seeing the importance of those things here, because not being able to get to those Mordos and Killmongers has been huge, and then those Outriders just got out of control for a while. I mean, one of them had 6 or 8 counters on it, It's pretty insane. Anyway, glad we're getting to see a game 3 in the finals here.
No triple.
So here we go. All the nuggets on all the chips on the table. Nuggets. What the hell? I've been here too long.
I like
Peter.
nuggets. Let's go with all the nuggets.
All the
on
nuggets on the table, guys. I'm starting a fad. I'm bringing it back. It never was. Starting it out. Let's see. All the chips are on the table. Let's see what happens here. Who you got, guys? 1-1.
This one could go either way. They both know how these decks run now.
I still like Robbie because of the experience, and I really thought that he almost had that last game, but it seemed like he stalled out a little bit in the mid game, and it gave Kevin a little time to kind of recover from some of the suboptimal formations that he made, and then he started playing pretty tight. And maybe I was wrong about some of the calls I was making when I was talking about the way he should have formed up and stuff.
That first game was really influenced by 3 Yondus. That was huge.
Yes, that's why it was so one-sided.
Yeah, like
Yet again,
that eliminated 2. Yondu himself eliminated like 2 to 3 Outriders just by dropping half the time. Robbie swings.
Yep, and didn't have an Ant-Man this time, so we'll see what he kept. He immediately kept his hand in not mullet, so we know that it's got some heat. I expect a Yondu on 2 with that kind of. Now everybody's making nugget comments in the chat. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, see?
I appreciate the nugget comments. Ben,
chicken dinner.
if I could get to my kitchen right now, I'd open a beer too, bro, but I can't miss any of these games.
Yeah, I if I leave, I'm not allowed to come back in. I don't think.
Yeah, I got an orange ghost in the fridge. I'm dying to try. Yeah, I tried
We're gonna transition from versus to beer talk. Here we go.
Here we go, guys. That's a different stream for a different night. So okay, let's see if Kevin can pull this one out, man. And we can get I don't know if Kevin's been around for long playing verse, and played in tournaments. But I'd love to see a rookie guy get a W. Loving you guys to smash on the scene, because I know from a fact when you make it this deep into a tournament, dude, it hooks you. You're done. Or you have a good run.
You're rookie, dude. You made top. If he's a rookie, you made top 8, and you're playing one of the more prominent players in the game right now.
Yeah, a guy who's really made a name for himself over the past 6 months.
And you're taking him to game 3, which is huge.
Yeah, hey man, yeah, big time. And you probably weren't favored going into this matchup. People like, yep, yeah, I bet. Not surprised he kept a Yondu on 2 hand. So we still have Killmonger. I mean, not Killmonger. We still have Whiplash, who's a very underrated card. I like Whiplash a lot.
Yeah.
He does a lot of things. Anything that can mess with their formation, I'm a big fan of. What's up, Theo? Shout out to Theo in the chat. Shout out to my brother for coming by the chat for a little bit. Everybody go on.
Time to watch game 3.
Yeah, I'm gonna plug my brother's Twitch. It's go to Streams of Blood. He does RPGs, Vampire the Masquerade, Call of Cthulhu. He is the GM for those on Twitch with actors and internet personalities. So go check it out, Streams of Blood. Anyway, back to verse.
He's been popping in here and there. If he's Stream of Blood.
That's him. That's my bro.
Yep.
Got to plug his Twitch for him. All 21 of our viewers, he gets whatever. But hey, if you like RPGs, it's fun. He's a great one.
People.
Oh, here we go, man. So we got some good draws. Yeah, some good natural draws here. Yondu naturally, and then a Grandmaster naturally on curve. So
there's still that. Okay, Kevin, I need you to. I know we've doubted you, but I really need you to push that Outrider into the back.
Please, buddy. Please try to save it.
And I guess he's got counters.
Yeah, I guess he wanted to give him counters, so I guess there's a play there. But I mean, if Robbie really can't bounce that, but that's just dangerous.
Not attacking the Yondu is kind of iffy too.
Yeah, so I think you stagger that to kind of board clear there. Robbie's going to heal a wound. That Dana Scully package he's running in several decks now is quite good and gives you a lot of longevity. So he probably had. I wonder if he had like X-Files Scully and a Yondu in hand. That would have been big.
Maybe. I mean, that's hard to get rid of.
I think that's a snap keep in this matchup, big time.
Yeah.
What do you guys think?
What are you doing, buddy?
Tell us in the chat. We need more stuff to talk about.
Yeah, we're running low. We're running out of
We've
steam
been
here.
we've been doing. I'm just it's crazy. Man,
We're
Robbie
plugging other
already to
people's
level
streams
2,
here.
Peter. Already to level 2.
My
Damn.
stream is behind then.
Level 2, sir.
5, 6.
My YouTube is behind. I'm gonna try something.
Yeah, go down there and just like pull the bar across.
Try.
This dog goes the way the
There you go.
buffalo
I just reloaded it, so maybe we can try that way.
Yeah. But dude, it's turn 3 on the play and Robbie leveled. Captain Marvel
Yeah,
level 2, man.
okay.
He's got 1 wound. He has cleared an outrider off the board and has a wound on all the other outriders. So he is
Okay.
cruising. Kevin had a Grandmaster. Grandmaster's been cleared off. He's got two counters on these routers, so he's feeling pretty good. But another Grandmaster. Triple Sokovia is pretty strong, especially with that. And there's a Mordo. I want to get that Mordo up front and use that body. I mean, he proved me wrong in the last one, especially since, okay, so this time you protect the Mordo because you have X-Files showing, you have Scully in the front row.
Yes.
That Scully's got to be enemy number 1, right?
inner main. Energy whip.
Well, and you got a Whiplash showing now too, so you can pull that Captain Marvel from the back, so you don't have to even deal with those people in the front.
And he just
There
did the
you go.
Whiplash. Thank you, bro. Great play. Using your card.
Some
Stun
big
him
brain
down.
plays.
Yeah, man. Stun him down and then go get that Scully.
Do every one of these dogs have a wing?
Yes, they all have a...
From Yondu.
Every single one of them does.
All right, see what happens here.
8, 10.
I think you go big, so that way he can't really get out of it.
Yeah, so you think you got to play past a +2/+2 pump. Anything past that, you can't really guess that he's gonna have double pump, and you're like kind of okay with him having double pump in a way, right?
Yeah,
so I think right here
cards
you
out of
just
his hand.
you play. He has a negative counter, so he's at what 4/5, so he can go to 7. So you attack with your dogs are 5, so you just attack with 2 dogs. Yeah, perfect. Good job, Kevin. Perfect way to do that. And then from there you go.
And look how those tables have turned.
Just start clearing them.
We were cheering on Robbie, and now we're like, yeah, Kevin, get it.
No, they all have 1 wound. Remember, all the outriders have 1 wound. So a nice board clear for Kevin there. I'm just cheering on good plays and good games, man. That last one was a nail biter. It was a great game. We've seen some great games on stream today. Loving it.
Well, and that's the whole thing. Is I'm not even if looking at like sometimes people call it be like, oh, Robbie's looking good. He's on level 2 with only 2 wounds. It's swinging his way. This game could go any direction still.
Yeah, he's still
Any
got
which way.
5 outriders on the board. They all have 2 counters. Mordo in the back row, activators for his whiplash. There's things he can do here. It's going to be interesting. So
I can do about it.
Robbie's going to have to work some of his magic.
One of the dogs.
That's what he does here.
Mordo, big play.
Yeah, yeah.
Marvel, that should be 2 for her.
That's another thing. Okay, so that's like just one of the reasons that I think Robbie and some other guys like running Iron Man is that he's just like this natural answer on curve to Killmonger and Mordo.
Yeah.
You know, there's not a lot of flying main characters in Photo, and I think that's another reason why Valkyrie MC is so good. I don't like token stacking either, Skirks. I like a token on each character, but when you got 6 mains, it's rough. But you know, you can just like there's so little flying MCs that you can just like have a flying ranged support character that can go get these guys. Another character I think
was a
doesn't get
good
played
play
enough
by
in Photo
Kevin
is
bounce that attack.
yeah, that's the proper usage.
Yeah.
There we go. And
You
another
don't
that's
always
all
have to
4
get the stun back,
Sokovias,
you
guys.
Gotta not get stunned.
I completely agree with you. That $20 dice, I've used those a million times. Or just go get
4
some
Sokovias.
colored dice, right? Go get some dice that have the same colors at your friendly local game store and support them if you wanted to
4
support local
Sokovias
business.
in 4 turns.
Yeah, man.
Okay, an Iron Man.
Doing pretty
Killmonger
good.
on 4 though. I don't know about that play, but we'll let him play it out. Maybe he's got another one in hand.
Yeah. See, yet again, I think he's just playing on turn. He's not. It'd be different if he was going up front with it in team attack or using the range. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I would
doing
totally be on
something with
on board that. But he's in Mordo. I can see an argument for playing Mordo early and protecting it going later into the game because that's what happened last time. That worked out pretty good. But at the same time, it's like there's just not a good reason to play the Killmonger because the Killmonger doesn't follow the Captain Marvel into level 3 in the abilities. So I think you slow roll that one there. I think Vern had that call right earlier in the chat.
Yes.
So
100%.
yeah, Ben. I think this game is just going back and forth. This is 2 prize fighters trading punches right now.
Yeah.
So we'll see if that Killmonger play comes back to bite him. Got another Yondu down. That's good for the counters. So we can do here.
I want to say he's at 2 XP on Captain Marvel.
I think he is. At least no. I think he's at 2 XP. I think he's going to swing in and get a 3rd one here, or at least a 2nd one. I think it's 4 each level.
Yeah, sounds about right.
So So he's putting a bunch of them on 3 wounds right now, or 2 wounds right now.
I think that's a smart play.
Yeah, just do it. I think he's doing the right
Killmonger,
thing.
like you said, Killmonger's not affecting you right now.
Yeah, you don't even worry about it. Just leave it.
Let him sit there. Make him
Yeah.
replay one.
Yeah.
That's 4
If you
resources
go,
out of
and
his
right
hand.
now, if you're up front, he just lost the range. If you're up front, that Whiplash isn't doing much, you know. And also, the thing is, if he goes to level 3, I think he gets his range back because it's a new character or whatever, right?
Yes. Yeah, because it's basically like replaying that character.
Yeah. Loving it. Loving this game.
This is one I want to see out of a top finals right here.
Yeah, this is game 3. This is for the title. This is for the regional championship right here. They're trading blows back and forth. Could go either way at this point. This is a big turn. Is he going to play the Chitauri Leviathan? That's his normal 5-drop on curve. Yondu in hand, he's going to play the Yondu. Okay, that makes a lot of sense here. Pump him up some more. He keeps choosing good, which I get, but it reduces his amount of team attacks he has. Like right here, if he chose evil, he could cut down some of his opponent's stuff. And then, oh, Robbie played another Stand of Scully and healed again. Dang, that's just so...
Yeah.
That's rough. He could do some...
That is what Robbie's really got going for him right now. Is that's what 2 heals.
Yeah, I would also like to see the Yondu go up front. I guess maybe it's just going to die, but just something to block for that Grandmaster right now would be great.
Yeah, and he's got flying, so he has to deal with it. He can't just ignore it.
That would be my only critique of Kevin right now. Like, is the Killmonger plays he's made a little early in the curve, and then some of his formations. I don't like leaving the 2 wounders up front. I don't like leaving everybody in the back that's not there. I just think that I think that he could have taken. If he doesn't get through this game, I think there was some room to eke out some stuff. Now Robbie's done a double heal, so he's feeling pretty good right now. But a second Grandmaster is definitely a bad day for him. Let's see what happens. Groot did not see a Groot last game, and for sure.
There it is. That's huge. I say that's huge a lot.
Yeah. She does not get back range, is what Ben says. Okay, cool. But whatever, she does gain her new power in flight, so she will get a little bit more.
I guess she'll gain
way.
anything new that she would have gotten from left.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I can never remember. I'm supposed to be an expert at this or something, right? Well, guess what?
For all the nuggets.
When you're if I'm in the tournament, I'm better. But like, I'm calling out nuggets here, so. Man, tense game. 3 wounds on Robbie. Robbie's about leveled up. A lot of counters on these Outriders right now. Robbie's still looking comfortable. Kevin, I think, has kind of found his stride in this match. He's kind of playing a lot better right now.
It feels like we're watching a different match than that first game.
I totally agree. That's a good observation. I think that first game, I think there was a little nerves there, and I think Kevin's kind of settled in and is playing really well. Like I said, I still have some issues with his formation. I still have some issues with that Killmonger play, but I mean, other than that, he's doing great.
But that's the nitpicky stuff when you're not playing.
Exactly.
That's the big thing right there.
100%, Pete. We have a yellow in play too, so I wonder what he calls here. Let's see what he's going to call.
This late, you might want to call Ego.
Yeah.
I think Ego is the call with Mulder.
I think Ego would have been great. Oh, he's double Mordo in hand and Ego. And he did call Ego, because he just discarded the Ego.
Ooh, and he's got one laying right there. That's a good call.
Yeah, great. Yeah, because he had one in his hand, so he got it out there. And we see double Mordo, which is going to be a rough day. So it looks like he was slow rolling the Mordos. I like it. Good play, Kevin. Yeah. Slow roll those Mordos until he gets to level 3, and you can shut him down.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe he just didn't like.
But now Robbie knows he's got 2 in hand, so now he can start playing around.
Never mind, it's 1 Mordo, 1 Thanos. But getting those, getting those egos was a big deal. They were definitely a problem for him. Because even though Thanos is a problem in his own way, he doesn't have flying. So it's not going to protect. He's not going to protect Kevin's mains at all. So. He's more worried about that flying blocker that he really didn't have much of an answer to. And yet again, if Robbie draws an Anya, he's in a good way again. He can kind of ruin all these guys down. So he's just clearing counters, leveling up again. got his flight back now,
There
so
it is.
you're not getting to Mulder this round. He's got the blue to bounce the attack. Kevin's got a lot of outriders at 2 wounds right now, so I think this is heading to Robbie's way. So what does he got? All Kevin's outriders at 2 wounds. He has 4 outriders at 2 wounds.
Yeah.
This is tense. Robbie's
This
only
is where
got
you start
what?
really dropping some in
What
the
does
back.
Robbie have? Like 2 wounds still?
I want to say 2 wounds.
I think he was at 2.
He doesn't have his dice on his character.
Yeah, I don't know where it's at.
Meaning you can't strike back when range attack, and
But he does have range.
but he does have range. He can only attack front row.
Ben's calling you out on calling him out on his Kentucky outfit. But yeah, Kevin definitely earned his place here. I will fully agree with you, Ben.
I
Everybody
agree,
played.
Kevin. I agree. Kevin. I agree, Ben. Kevin's played a great game. He's had a great day. I mean, he was there.
He was at least 4-0.
He was. I
for
think he
most
was.
of the day.
I think he was 5-0, and he scooped in the last round to somebody to let them in top 8 also because he was already locked.
Yeah, which is really cool to think.
Yeah, some people do that, some people don't. I know a couple people that were more concerned with in the past that have been more concerned with having the clean sheet through Swiss, but you
Yeah.
know.
It's kind of a bragging right, like being like you're
Yeah,
clean and
Peter's like, I've done it before, so it's
I
not
did
like
it
it's
once and it was pure luck.
It's
And
like I've done it
was a
before,
giant pile of nerves afterwards. Like I
Nah.
shouldn't be here, should I?
No, it's fine. Now Kevin's had
Yandu with the good again.
a great day. It's
Yeah.
not looking great for him here. That game 2, he really turned it around, and I think Peter, you made the observation that the way he played in game 2 and game 3 was so much better than the way he played in game 1. Not that he was playing like awful or anything like that or terrible, but just like that he.
You're seeing the play. He's
yeah.
thinking his attacks through more. It's not just okay. Well, turn like you said, turn 4 Killmonger, turn 3 on Mortal. He's
Yeah.
playing them out a lot more. We're seeing Grandmaster played a little bit later when he needs it.
Yeah.
Yandu's could be a little different, but that's a different kind of story.
Yeah, timing it so he's going to attack the Groot first and all that kind of good stuff.
Good call, hero. 10, 11.
Ben's calling you out in the stream. Now he's calling you out in the stream, Pete. Talking about how you low-key brought up going undefeated in Swiss. I love it.
You low-key brought it up.
I'll brag for you, Pete. I'll brag for you.
Look, Ben, I'm not the one that made a play mistake and lost my spot in that.
Oh,
you could've
man,
taken
there we
that
go.
one victory.
I'm just saying I don't want to see I don't want to see a Kentucky Wildcat win something else. It just bothers me. Sorry, guys. Nothing against Kevin. I'm sure he's a great guy. I'm sure he's a wonderful individual with a poor choice in sports teams to follow.
These Outriders, even though they have 2 wounds, I mean, 2 of them are looking pretty good.
Woo! I mean, yeah, they're sitting there at 9/7s. So I mean, that's not anything. He's got some 7 attacks here. So let's see what he does.
So one goes there.
He brought out his favorite Hulkbuster.
Yep. I mean, he's only got 4 wounds, so you've got to really like Robbie here.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll do that one. And he's got no interaction. That's rough. Oh, this is brutality. So down to 1 LR with 3 counters. That's about all she wrote, guys.
That's rough.
Guys, thanks for everybody for hanging out with us all day. I'm going to say it again. Appreciate you guys coming and interacting with us. Me and Pete have had a great time.
Yeah.
Hanging out and talking cards all day. It's been a great tournament. Interesting decks. I will talk a little bit about it here. I'm not trying to wrap it up too much, but I mean, when you got 1 outrider with 2 wounds on the board, and another MC's got 3 more wounds to go, it's tough. Yeah, Vern, game over, bro.
Yeah.
In the words
Now,
of the immortal
big thing is-
Bill Paxton, game over, man. Game over.
I was gonna say maybe he could replay Killmonger and steal that level 3, but I guess it's not gonna do him much. But
With enough blues
actually,
and
that could do him a lot.
yeah, but
he could
yeah, go ahead,
drop that Outrider in front
Mm-hmm.
or put Killmonger up front.
Yep.
Steal the level 3.
Yep.
Because then he's got all those Sokovias that are doing nothing. He can start burning to Killmonger and
I think
stopping attacks.
he's got Sokovias, and I think he's got a blue over there too, so he could stop 4 attacks.
Yeah.
Be interesting.
And you just hide that Outrider in the back. You put as many things as you can in front of that Outrider. And I think he might have a very, very slight chance.
Yeah,
now, if he passes and leaves it in front, I'm going to call that game.
I think he's already. They're in
Nope.
front right now, man. He can't move
Yeah.
when he's attacking. It's game.
Yeah,
I don't know
think
what he's
I
doing.
would definitely say that's game.
I would like to see it. There we go, guys. You got our champion, 3-time defending event champion,
Yep, you knew
Robbie Stewart, 3 in a row, back to back to back.
All right, I'm calling for a ban and replace on Robbie Stewart.
We got a new name. We got a new name in the game, boys. We got to get this Corona stuff over with so we can get him in there with some small wood and get him in there with some other guys and see.
Well, I had a group.
Maybe it's just tournaments like in the southern area. Like, let's bring him up north. Let's have the cold throw him off a little
Oh,
bit.
I don't know. We'll have to. I'll bring Joe out of retirement and see if he can come in there and play him or something. We got to do something about this. We can't have him dominating. Anyway, congratulations, Robbie.
Yeah,
You played a great day, man.
congratulations.
You had a great day. Another great tournament. We watched you play some really tight verse on stream. I mean, I can't say, like, I know I was being I was not being just kind of. I was being pretty on Kevin. I was kind of being kind of hard on him and his formation and some of his plays and stuff like that. And I know I tease about the Kentucky stuff, but honestly, Robbie played it super tight, super sweet game. Kevin played really well. Obviously, he played really well. You can't finish where he did and get to the point he did in the day and not play well all day and not have a good deck build that day. You know what I mean? He got better as the finals went on, and just Robbie's just a really great player who had a really great deck, who has been there and done this before. So you could, and it shows sometimes. You know what I mean? So congratulations to Kevin. Congratulations to Robbie. Congratulations to everybody who made top 8 in the cut.
Congratulations just the people who went.
Yeah.
Like, thanks for giving us a great tournament to watch.
Yeah. Giving us something to do in our homes while we're sitting around.
Yeah.
So, okay, guys. So Robbie wraps up another final, and I think he's got like 17 buys in JigCon this year.
Yeah. Well, and like, think about it this way, like, that's twice he's run back with that deck to win.
So is he our third multiple regional champion? Robert, John, and now him are the 3 people to win multiple regionals?
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Yeah, so he's our third multiple regional champion, guys. Robbie Stewart, he's up there. You got to put him up there with Rob Smallwood. You got to put him up there with John Phillips because they're the only ones that do it.
Robbie, remember when buys come around? I could use one of those. Just saying.
It goes to the second place finisher. So congratulations, Kevin, on getting yourself a buy, man.
Yeah.
That's great. It was a great time, everybody. Have a good night.
I'm
gonna kill the stream. You can hang out for a second, Peter, if you want.
No, I'm gonna actually go too because I'm starving.
Okay, buddy. Later, guys.
You guys have a good night. Thanks for hanging around with us.